way we're settling this stuff is by saying one's talking about before they built the Mishkan, what's over after they built the Mishkan. Now, obviously, that doesn't make sense to talk about before they built the Mishkan. Look at Rashi. Rashi says,
searching into physics and philosophy.
Third line. Now, one of these cases they're talking about.
But then a couple of years down the line,
the east of old Hamid not to finish. But is when the Mitzvah is standing properly. But that is what Akar Shapirti crossed the Klai of us. Talking about after we took apart all those beams of the, what I should say, the of the Mishkan. But I am a definitely. Now he said, when the Gemara says the word before the Levium erected the Mishkan, did not got allowed to out. It doesn't mean prior to them doing it. So I explained, well, Mishkan question. You never can have a scenario where the Mizbeach is in its location, but the actual Mishkan is not right. You explained why Shari Kodem. Sometimes in a kahas and his bezos, I want to make Gershon and Merari know the Mishkan and Kimanos. You just look at the click and the tells them that they traveled. Those who carried the Mishkan always went ahead, so they got there first, and then now those women, by the time the Mishkan came, it always was that the Mishkan was built. See awesome. When they travel someplace else, first they would take down the Mishkan, Sila, then those of the Gershon and Merari, Akar, they go out. The Gershon, they would travel after one of the flags. But they Kahas, Akar, because they were carrying 6 hours after 2 of the flag. So therefore, Kadeshi, you come in, and they Gershon Makasam, you might need to send it to make all they got.
Did you get it on the first try? He hasn't had a time to try. It was a weird
actually, they knew what they were doing. What they did was first they took down the Mishkan, and those who carried Gershon and Merari were carrying the Mishkan, they went first. They took it out first. They left first, so they got there first. They erected the Mishkan and all the curtains around it, and then the Bnei Kahal showed up. Put it in. So in other words, since last you're not going to have a scenario where the Mizbeach is standing there before those who put those who erected the Mishkan. So therefore, when you look at the word, it says, what's that talking about? That's talking about when the Mishkan is up properly the way it's supposed to be. In other words, the case where you can. And the other location, which is mentioned, is actually took down the Mishkan, but the Mizbeach is still in its place. So therefore, that's what it means. The Stam Akamus, you can eat it. Stam Akamus means both when it's fully erected and the Mishkan is there, curtains are there, the Mishkan is there. The other case is when the Levine took down the Mishkan and all the curtains left, but the Mizbeach was still there. You know why you're allowed to eat the kosher? Read it all there. Since the Mizbeach is those cases you can eat it. So no stira, none of the cases are talking about a case where the Mizbeach is not attacked, and that's why you're allowed to eat it. So therefore, with due respect to the unity of the made on behalf of the Bnei Babel, they were saying that kosher power cannot be eaten with the Mizbeach is taken apart. Now, it happens to be just intellectual honesty over here. Rashi does bring another opinion that maybe it could be put that it went out of order. Could have got out of order, and the Bnei Kahal left her. Okay, now time for some from the base. Now, why does the Bible have to tell both of these cases that you have to eat the carbon? In other words, why not? The way we explained it, one case is where the Mishkan is fully erect the way it used to be. And the other talking about a case where the Mishkan is taken down, but the Mishkan is still there. So why would I think it works? Now the table, I would say, it's so the carbon becomes disqualified with full yoke, as I mentioned before. Like the Mishkan is not there, the curtains are not there. The Mas Malan, with the even though the gun is not there, the fact that the staff is there is enough, and therefore you let it bring the cover. Part doesn't hold on. Who's that? Maybe this may be qualified with hearsay. Amar Khan, more answers. It says in the Nasa, Ohel Moed. You travel with the Ohel Moed. Now, what's it called while you're traveling? Al Pisha Nasa. Even though it's all packed up, it's in the back of the truck, it's packed up in this wagon, it's stacked up in a pile. And therefore, there will not be qualification of Yosef. It's still an Ohel Moed, despite the fact that it's packed into its carriage. Gemara now goes on. Amar Huna, another discussion. Amar Huna Marad. Mizbeach of Shilo shall abide. Mizbeach that was construction Shilo was made out of iron. Now, it's just important just to understand what it built. The first Mizbeach, they used it for 15 years when the mission was in Gilgal. Now, after they went to Eretz Yisrael, that was one of the Eretz Yisrael. Now, after they retire Eretz Yisrael, they put the Mishkan into Shiloh, and it stayed there for 369 years. 369, but 369 years stayed in Shiloh as like a temporary place. That's a couple of places. Give them over place, but stayed in Shiloh for a long time. Now, Moshe Rabbeinu's original Mizbeach, it seems that everyone is clear that was made out of wood, it was covered as a koshas. It was called Mizbeach and a koshas. That was made out of. Now the question is, the gas that they had in Shiloh, what was that made out of? What it says? Omer Huna Marav Mizbeach of Shiloh Shel Vanim. It was made out of stone. The Tanya Kalud in the Brisa. Omer Ma'atam Aloma Avonim. Why does it say Avodim 3 times? So these are places, okay? One place in Mizbeach Avodim means the next one says Vanisi Shem Mizbeach Hashem Lekatha Mizbeach Avodim. The third part says Avodim Shelo Similar to Mizbeach. So the probably first Mizbeach 3 times as made out of stone. What are these 3 different references to stone in the okay? Ma'atam Aloma Avodim Avodim Avodim. One refers to Mizbeach of Shiloh. Mizbeach shall know the Givos. One is the Mizbeach of David, even though there were 2 different places that are considered to be one. And the last one is Solomon, and the last one is Mizbeach don't show because the last is as long as the Mikdash was there. So now, simple statement that the Mizbeach that they had in Shiloh was made out of stone. Most of the half of our army. The rest of our follow this question. It says, the fire that came down on the path and didn't pass Moshe. The prophet says in Moshe Rabbeinu was saying, he built this beautiful thing, rather than having the first one. But ultimately, the fire came down from Sinai, and it stayed on top of Moshe Rabbeinu's Mizbeach. You learn the fire that came down from the times of Moshe Rabbeinu, low, nostalgia, and all of the Mizbeach and Atoshes did not leave the top of the Mizbeach and Atoshes. Ella B'Milch until the days of Shlomo, low nostalgia, Archibald, and Nasa. So, the fire that came down at the times of Shlomo, David took Manasseh ultimately destroyed the Mizbeach. But what's the point over here? In Esau telling you that it's true. That was built in Shiloh after 14 years was made out of stone, made carved in idolatry. Clearly, the fire has to be transferred from one place to the next. So the fire left Mizbeach. And a new fire was built, it was lit. On top of this new Mizbeach. Mikara, who is calculated, the Gemara says, you don't recustom that must be going towards the Nafshi, the Tanya said, oh, Mary was in a process, Haya. In half of Shiloh made it a process. Kolo, it was how Mali Abanan, it was up with still. So that's the first paragraph. The first paragraph, see that this decision is not sure what is made of. So not the way you took on, or not the answers this differently. It says, my will itself, what does it mean when it says that the fire that came down in the days of Moshe Rabbeinu never left? It means Lotus Staka Ulibatala. What Rashi says means to behave the Tela in his bath and a brush just the gabble. It didn't become entirely extinguished. So what was it? In other words, it was nostalgic, it did go away, but not entirely. What does this mean? Nagi, what does that mean? Rabbanan Amri, Viva Havre Havi Mishka. So what this means is, the Karabik Shari Makirin, Al Shalom. The eight Shamayas Amadat and approach who Munach Shah. That's what it's work on the conception and the idea. Throw out in the bath and look at the process. And they kept it. Now they built a new. That became Moshe Rabbeinu's Mizbeach. I wonder if that was pleasant. The Papa says, the fire was kind of like a gas. The fire would jump from one place to the next. Bottom line is, it's true. They had a brand new Mizbeach. It was made out of stone. They built a new Mizbeach for the old one. It was maybe too small. They ultimately built it in the bath, and the fire stayed on the old Mizbeach. The old Mizbeach stayed right there adjacent to the new Mizbeach. Some say fire would go ahead and jump from one to the next, and according to the way that the Papa explained it, it was a guess. Sometimes went here, sometimes went here. Okay. Now also, another point about the Mizbeach. It's all of the Ne'agayla. During the ultimate the exile, a seatful of Dalit Amish Nazarim, the Dalit Amish in Hamayr. What they did was, they made it an addition, they added an addition to the Mizbeach, and we talked about the addition to the Mizbeach for quite some time. So here the Gemara says, what happened, they added on 4 Amish in the west side, and 4 Amish in the south side, committing Gamma, like a Gamma. What's a Gamma? The Gamma is a Greek letter. Rashi tells us it's like a cup, or I guess in the alphabet it would be like an L. So it was a right angle. So they added us in the back, they didn't add out the whole 4 sides, they added on 4 amas on the south side, I was about to say the left side, it depends which side you're standing on. But so they added on south side and onto the west side. And then Gamma, like the right angle, like an L. You take exercise from 28 amos to 32 amos by adding on 4 amos on each side. The more asked, my time, why did they do this? Why did they make the Mizbeach bigger? My time, I'm going to this was the South. There wasn't enough room on the Mizbeach, and they made a bigger one. So I'm already, Abaya, he said, hold on a second. How's the Mikvah treatment? During the Beit HaMikdash, the first Beit HaMikdash, the Sizbeg, Yehuda, Yisrael, Rabin, Kachal, Ashar, so the first Beit HaMikdash Mizbeach was 28 by 28, and that was enough. And the Pasuk describes the people who were there as the Kol Ashar, like the sand of the sea. In other words, not countable. And still, the 28 by 28 was sufficient. And something. Mitzvah Shani, when it came to the second Beit HaMikdash, we added on this extra L, this extra right angle of 4 amos on the south and 4 amos in the west. So what does the Pasuk say? The Pasuk says from Tuesday, Kol HaKol Echad Arba Riboy. The entire was 4,000. The rest of the Pasuk is the exact amount of people that were there. It says Echad Arba Riboy Alpayim Soismeris B'Shisha. So it's 42,360 people. That's not Kekol Hashem Sasayah. It's a countable number, and it's much less. So obviously, by the first base of Mikdash, they had a 28 by 28 Mizbeach, and it was enough. But now you have much fewer people when it comes to the second base of Mikdash. You have to make an addition.
Big names or anything like that.
The more answers on the laying, constant ace of the mind to say yes. The first base of Mikdash, it was supernatural. They relied on the fact that Baruch Hu sent this ace Shemayim to consume the Kabbanos, and Kabbanos burnt at a rapid pace, much quicker than normal. The second base of Mikdash, I guess they didn't want to rely on an ace happening. So we have to make our establishment a bigger mizbeach, because we can't rely on the fact that Baruch Hu is going to send us heavenly fires to consume our Kabbanos, and therefore they made a bigger mizbeach. They included their established their ultimate work to be able to make sure that the Kabbanos will be eaten or will be properly burnt. And the second is Mikdash, they couldn't rely on the Eish of the Shemayim, the divine fire helping them to consume all the Kabbalah. Yafsha Rabbe, when Rabbe came, he gave another explanation as to why he made an addition to the staff. Amar Shimon Tazi, Shimon Bar Kafara, he said, Shitin Pasifu, they added on these Shitin. The Shitin were pipes. In other words, what was it? Look at Rashi. Rashi is about 7-8 lines in bottom. Shitin Osifu. Karen Maravis Duromish, Osifu Lemachta Luzaro, Ulamar. They added on to pull the bath to the south and to the west. Why is it some writing the Naskin Nitzakim, Binamim the Masjid? They have these wine libations they pour under the bath. Look, come on. They throw a hundred to min bar, totally gets to the bath. And then the Mara, he has this, I guess, this little pit that was dug next to his bath. For also Zavis layered on the sucker of the choco, the yards of the bath to reach the choco himself. During the first phase of Mikdash, or the wine on top from the wall of the bath absorbed into this pit at the bottom on the floor. The second is the Mikdash, the Haim's culture Ozar bar with coat on his bath, for us to cover the connector, roast his bath there in the stuff in the top. What would they do? They stretched out to the bath to cover this area, and they drilled a pipe inside of the bath, and they pour the wine libation directly into this pipe or to this funnel, and it goes straight through the mizbeach into these dishes. So in other words, instead of having wine spilling over the side of the mizbeach and running down the mizbeach, and then going onto the floor, being absorbed into the floor there, they stretched out the mizbeach to cover that area, and they drilled all the way through the mizbeach, and they poured the wine libations on the mizbeach. It went straight down through this pipe, right into that dish, and absorbed into the ground, and didn't make this huge mess anymore inside the base of it. So the more wants to know, Meikara Sava, by the first base to make this word is saying, they thought Mizbach Hadama, and the Bible says in the Zach has been made out of earth, to Atum Biatam. It's got to be completely 100% clogged up with dirt. You can't have a hole running through the middle. Therefore, they didn't do that. However, with the soap summer, at the end, during the second base, what do they think? Drinking is like eating. We have this halakha with regards to people at Shtia Kachila, but they learned that in fact as well the same thing is true.
This is about bolstering.
Just like the mizbeach consumes kabbalah by eating it, so the fire goes ahead and consumes it. The fire is called akel, it eats it, and it's digested on top of the mizbeach. It is true when it comes to the wine libation, the mizbeach is able to drink the wine, and therefore you can have a hole where the wine goes through the mizbeach. Well, my mizbeach, when you go back to the back, and it says the mizbeach has to be filled up with dirt. So it doesn't mean it has to be completely filled up with dirt. There can't be any hole throughout the middle. That's because it's connected to the ground. You keep him. You can't put it on top of any platform on top of any type of tunnel. So they changed their understanding from the first place that the second is when the first place of Mikdash, they understood the mizbeach has to be completely filled up without any hole through the mizbeach, and therefore they did the Nisach and the wine libation, pouring it on top, allowing the wine to drip down the side. Second is they relearned the Shrikim, the new Joshua said, no, that's not what it means. Mizbeach doesn't mean it's completely full without any holes in it. What it means is it's connected to the ground, it's not on top of any platforms or on top of any tunnels. So now, he came up with this brilliant idea. Instead of having wine spilling all over the place, running down the side of his bath, they just made an addition to the staff, not because the staff wasn't big enough. It can't be the staff wasn't big enough, because there were much fewer people concerned by his training and who were concerned by his teaching. So what the staff was perfectly the right size, but he added on to the staff 4 Amas to the west and 4 Amas to the south. But this staff went further without moving the staff to cover over the area where the wine would be absorbed into the ground or into the stream, and this area to pour the wine directly onto the staff to go straight through this chute all the way down to the ground, and everything is much neater and cleaner during the second basically. We'll stop here. Let's jump into the top tomorrow. Have a wonderful day and have a great Shabbos.
Of what our role is in this ecosystem of life. And if our role is not even remotely at the apex, if we are being visited and manipulated, and if we're actually a product of experiments, you should fucking tell us. You guys can't be hanging out at Raytheon in the fucking conference room. Put your gold Rolexes on, you motherfuckers. Right? Tell everybody. We can't handle the truth, but they're right. They are right with the Emerson thing. I think that's the pathway. But look, these guys are not gonna. What they stole, they stole. Okay. What they did, they did. With the lying to Congress, the lies have been told. Let's fucking find out what the truth is. These guys, whatever they did, they did. Okay, you didn't stop it then. Let it go. The more important thing is, let's find out if this is real. That's more important than everything. For the race, for the human race, the entire human race. And for science and technology, to have all this stuff locked down like that and not allow the great young minds that are coming up right now to have access to this, it's crazy. You're wasting one of the most valuable resources that we have in secrecy.
I think there's so many different reasons why they might want to keep this a secret in terms of breakthrough energy and propulsion systems. Like there's so many different implications to that. Massively disruptive. And could you imagine something like whacked out fucking dude with a 0-point energy device? Like,
or you imagine some guy who's running an oil company finds out that they're about to do something like that. What the fuck you are? Right, this guy at MIT just got assassinated.
Dude, the wet works in the corporate world is very real.
This is very real. This guy was one of the more disturbing theories that he had was that not only is the shift of the magnetic poles, here I'll send it to you, Jay, but his take on it was that the shift of magnetic poles is necessary in order to maintain
like a natural earth cycle that has to happen.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to think and look about the sector.
They were able to provide at the appropriate information. Which is that sounds like what we are looking at.
Sorry, dead air, folks. Okay, so it says
the last of the wide lines on time.
This assassinated MIT plasma scientist warned that Earth requires periodic magnetic reversals to sustain its field. Interesting. No reversal equals no dynamo equals the magnetic field dissipates. The last time this happened, this says Noah's flood. So this guy has this. Yeah. Is that not Loki?
It's really
the Earth's magnetic field was concept in the last 100 years. Is it right that the Earth has lost 10% of its magnetic field in the last 150 years? So,
Allora, io sì, qua a Stadt.
The idea is that if you average over these fluctuations, the amplitude of the field doesn't make
Sen,
the idea is that if there was no
David, sen bir aşağıda bize veya lokuda David says this is the house of horrible and this is veya
eventually that without it looks like it has connected from
there and the side.
or open to that radiation.
By not by she just was 60 almost more.
And then just put
Is
bullets
there
into that dude. Because listen, you can about robbery. I don't know. Maybe Massachusetts has a lot of robberies. For sure, we've got a lot of action. It's one of the East Coast overrun cities. It's got a crime problem. And I'm sure, you know, as a
The idea being that
MIT professor is probably
like
nice.
dice.
Yeah.
It's possible, but it also is possible that somebody killed him. And imagine if they killed him because he's telling us, hey, it's about to reverse its magnetic poles, and we might be fucked. The cataclysm might be coming.
This is what I think there was a knowledge of in deep antiquity. There was a knowledge of cycles, earth cycles, they were preparing for it. Why are these structures built in a way that's anti-seismic? That's got resistant to incredible force.
He sucks at the moment. That's
Such a good example of that. It's really an incredible example of the level of ingenuity and also the fact they're finding these ones that we do. Because not just the excavation where they're going deep down and finding new blocks of stone, but just the walls, there's key excavations going on around the walls that you
Where the
can
info was supposed
so
to
it's
be.
like this
That was
place
supposed to
was
be water.
buried, maybe
That's
push up
what it
and
says.
submerge
So
into the ground.
almost.
Clearly, this place experienced some form of global upheaval. And what's really weird about a place like Peru, for example, is that prior to the end of the last glacial maximum, around 19,000 years ago, when the Earth started to warm again, there were certain climatologically stable corals. Peru was one of those areas which was actually quite climatologically stable. So, at the end of the LGM last glacial maximum, to the Younger Dryas, it's about 6,000 plus, 6,000 and change. We've taken ourselves from holes in cars to supercomputers in less than 150 years. So the idea that areas of the world that had stability for about 6,000 years could create something incredible. And then the Younger Dryas comes, and it takes it all away for the most part. It's very provocative because of, again, the existence of the Inca structures that are very, quite pristine actually, and still standing, very simple. And yet they are surrounded by broken megaliths and multi-ton structures that have gone through incredible damage.
And what I was getting at, what I was saying about that area, is the way the stones are interlocked, protected against earthquakes.
Yeah, dissipate the force from these different areas. It allows for the force, the kinetic force, to dissipate from the structure. It's a big focus, not upon one area of it. So it's clearly done for the purposes of trying to prevent massive amounts of force. Where would they get that type of a concept from? It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if they did have a knowledge of great cycles. You know, like the Adam and Eve story, you know, that whole thing was like classified by the CIA for a minute. The Adam and Eve story.
It was classified by the CIA.
It was listed on their Freedom of Information Act.
Oh, right. What was that again?
It was a deep research into cycles, great cycles of cataclysmic destruction on Earth by a guy called, his name was Chuck Thomas, but I think it was a fake, not real name. And he actually had at the beginning of it like a series of people he listed without whom this book would not be possible. It was like, you know, top 5-star generals. It's like, okay. So, you know, this guy had the, you know, Chuck Thomas, the Adam and Eve story. It's all about this great cyclical cataclysm that does take place every, was it like 12,000 years or something like that? And that the ancients had a knowledge of this. And I think that this is something that we will probably begin to realize is that somewhere in deep antiquity, there was a level of knowledge that is very contradictory to what we understand. I think places like Peru, places like Egypt, and others, Malta, Quebec, Tempe, of course, and it's become very probable that there was something before this.
When you see the spikes of the Earth's temperature, you see those ups and downs, those glaciers, those warming periods, like, is there a uniform time in between those spikes?
In terms of,
Is it like predictable?
I don't know.
Is it like every 12,000 years?
I don't think I imagine it's not
Lasts for about 12,000 years.
I'm gonna
Right.
probably not, but this is again, this is one of the things that people like, conspiracy books say they're keeping this knowledge. Yes, there are 12,000 year cycles, and we are just not big enough to know that knowledge, but
That's well, so they have models of patterns, exactly of core circles and science, but we do know that it's never static, and we do know that there have been these periods, and they do look like a straight graph. It's not a flat line, like it's always crazy. So like, what is causing these dips and these rises and these weird periods that seem to be rhythmic? You know what I'm saying? It's not like there's an immense time of heating and a small time of right. And then no, it's up and down, up and down.
it's like the heartbeat of the
Or
conscious entity. Certainly capable of producing conscious beings on top of it. So I wonder about I see
everywhere except by the
kind of elements to the planet.
I'm gonna have
architecture. Yeah, exactly.
It's like a live thing almost. Yeah. Obviously, it's not moving because it's tissue, but that doesn't mean it's not a force. It's
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's why I think plasmic intelligence is very interesting, because it's this idea that a self-organizing plasmic structure could in some way create consciousness inside of it and know this kind of where consciousness comes from. So it's very open to the idea of possibility. And I've spoken to some interesting scientists like Dr. Salvatore Pais, the guy that was responsible for the UFO, US Navy UFO patents that got put out a few years back, underwater, undersea plasmic generators and things like this. He was a US Space Force engineer, and he was very much of the opinion that plasma itself is capable of becoming conscious, not consciously so. But 99% of the observable universe is made out of plasma. 99%. Okay? Isn't it weird how we get taught about solids, gases, and liquids, but not plasma, the four states of matter? There's 99% of the universe we're taught about that. That's weird, right?
I thought about it.
When did they start?
Well, I mean, I don't know, but it's certainly before my time in school. I didn't get to it. You know what I mean?
So why would they? Are you saying that they perhaps were hiding this?
I think that there's things within plasma physics that are so novel and exotic, self-organizing EVOs, exotic vacuum objects, and the science that they're studying. Have you ever heard of the Sapphire Project?
No.
It's kind of gone quiet now. Help us, I've got it for a minute. But they're claiming to bottle the stars, creating these plasmic self-organizing plasmas inside these chambers. They were claiming could transform metals from metal to gold, transmutation of elements, complete revolution of propulsion energy.
I always wondered about that. Why were people really trying to make gold? That seems so crazy that you think you could make something like that. And I always wonder, did somebody used to make it, and they have like this story of how people used to make gold? Like if there was, like imagine the caps of the Great Pyramids are in gold. What if they were made of? Right. What if they had gotten to? It's not impossible to assume, like if the Earth creates gold, it's not impossible to think that we can take the elements of the Earth and create gold. There's got to be a way to do it. Is there a way to create gold currently? Let's put that in our sponsors. How do you make gold? So see what I asked. There is some earth, air, fire, and water, and you make gold. It's spread into Oracle and other texts. It's on the 8th century.
What'd you say?
Gold plating is maybe what they're getting at. I don't know if that's unless they were trying to create.
What'd you say, Mr. Cortez?
Also kind of personal quality of the soul.
Are you sleeping?
Always necessarily meant as a physical thing, turning base metals into gold. It's more about turning you, base
Yes, but I mean, if gold is a valuable, if it was a valuable part of technology, which it is, and it had conducting aspects to it, it's very conducive. It's very good at conducting. Yeah. Then you can make it modern methods. Particle accelerators, externs, hard drive collider achieves by slamming lead nuclei together in near-miss collisions, generating intense electromagnetic fields that eject through protons from the lead, 82 protons to form gold, 79 protons. Gauss experiment detected up to 89,000 gold nuclei per second during lead runs, totaling lead runs, totaling 29 picograms over years, trillions of times less than needed for physical amounts. Oh, that's crazy. Trillions of times. In 1980, Glenn Raymer transmuted bismuth into gold isotope using carbon and neon beams at Lawrence Berkeley Lab.
Now, when we're doing experiments for like having iron ore streams next to the that's what that's
I'm gonna
Who knows what they figured out?
we should be able to ask these questions.
It's certainly fascinating that people have been obsessed with the possibility of making gold. Obviously, it's because gold is rare and very valuable, but here's the question: why is gold very valuable? You can't make a weapon out of it. Like, how did it rise to prominence?
Isn't that like some like translations from like those Arabian texts where it's kind of
That's how Zacharias Sitchin, right? Yeah, Zacharias Sitchin is very controversial. I used to know who's right, but I do know that I was, when I talk about Zachariah, I was talking about the website. Sitchin is wrong about it. So this website, it seems like he was the only one that was buying into that. And yeah, when I talked to Wes Huff, he doesn't even think that Zachariah Sitchin could actually read Sumerian.
right now, purely
Well, I mean, I don't want to disparage the great man because he's not with us anymore. But he might not have been totally honest, or he might have been convinced. Some people just become true believers.
no, for sure.
What he's saying essentially is that he tried to learn Sumerian recipes many different ancient languages. He's brilliant, brilliant guy. He's like, I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't do it. Now, obviously, there have been translations of Sumerian. There are people that can do it. It's incredibly difficult. And it's also apparently not related to any other languages. And it's so ancient, it's weird. And then the cuneiform, so it's like, good luck, right? Good luck figuring out what they were saying. It is incredibly complex, and the only people that really know are the people that are that deep into it that they can read it as well. And they don't seem to agree with it. But at the end of the day, whatever was going on over in that part of the world, they had a lot of discussions of what came from the sky. They had with the solar system, which is very a 5,000 detailed map of the solar system. All the planets, Jupiter, Mars, Earth. It's like, what's that? What's that? It's this giant monkey glass. What's like, what's that? Yeah. Why do all these dudes have wings?
Very typically dismissed as kind of like, it's just intellectually driven. Giants have very powerful galaxies. There's a lot of references.
Miss Aquarius, what are you saying?
This is the reality of all the things that die that leave a fossil, right? Most things don't leave a fossil when they die. They get absorbed by the earth, eaten by scavengers, bacteria, rot away, the sun bleaches you off, and it's all good. Within a few hundred years of time, occasionally, and someone, a dinosaur gets falls into the log, and you get evidence. But if you don't get that evidence, it doesn't mean it didn't exist. And the giant ones are weird. Because there's so many depictions of ancient giants. Giant bears, you gotta wonder, okay, we're talking about like Iceland, right? We're talking about giants. We're only talking about shots. Those tall men, those guys are all from Iceland. What is that about? Tell us about Dennis Hogan, similar to us. Tell us about Julian, similar to us. Just a little bit here. What's wrong? Do they tell us?
It's like it's a different black and white things, 1920s with some
I'm sitting in this giant ball. So the balls from the giant paper. The thing is, this is the question. Would archaeologists stumble upon a 4-foot head, and they were they shut it down. I am fascinated by the fact that I have to ask that question. Because I would assume that archaeologists went right. We have fascinated with giant human being, which might be one equivalent to mine, which is crazy. That's what's weird is we don't know if they're timeless.
Well, that's the thing, is it might supersede just academic circles and archaeology. Serious why the implications of our ancient history and what exactly was taking place. I'm fascinated by some areas that seem to have a level of kind of like theological reference to them. So the Book of Enoch and the Watchers, they descended down on Mount Baalbek. Right? So that's Baalbek, which is Baalbek, the Lord of the Becher Valley, and Baal, the storm god, whenever talks about the sacrifices to Baal. Yeah, that's it. The trophies. The trophies. 800 to 1,000 tons. 800 to 1,000 tons apiece. No, they've been lifted up. They've been lifted up quite significantly, and this is the thing, man. It's like, somewhere like this, we've got this weird story, but this is basically 30 miles away from there is Mount Hermon, where the Watchers apparently came down from the sky. Impossible blocks in this pit, and the quarry there as well. The quarry there, you have like the stone of the pregnant woman, which is like 1,250 tons. There's another one there that's like 1,500 tons. Like these were never fully excavated, but they're there getting ready, and they've been documented in situ. But then, 300 meters up the road or less is the Temple of Jupiter, which again, mainstream academics will attribute to first century Romans. But the first century Romans had like cranes. This is insane. This is a 100 to 1,000 ton block that were lifted up. It's like 20 meters. Especially if you find one with a human being standing in it, Corsetti, if he's like, this is a great one. Like, it's phenomenal how big these are. It's so crazy. It's so crazy to think that they use some sort of stone tools, fucking stick tools, and pulleys. Put this away, when you got it out of the quarry, how? Well, and then, that's different. So that's related to which I'll be showing in the next episode of Ancient Technology. It's the trillium stone. Interesting things, of course, Eddie was saying, it's like, that's not even close to it. Okay, so there it is. So the person, and then look above how big those stones are. This is not sensible to attribute to first century. No, because it's just the little ones. They are so big. And then there's a good black and white one, some of the yellow. Yeah, they move these to two little dudes. Absolutely phenomenal. And then the smaller blocks on top. That is first century. Absolutely, without a doubt, there is a box that they tend to argue. So yeah, they built on top of an ancient nation, which they weren't doing. What was crazy about that as well, just a real quick aside, without an aside, is in addition to that, is that, okay, so the mainstream attributes is the first century Romans, but then the Romans liked to brag about all the things they did, and the third century Romans bragged about the Lateran obelisk that's now sitting in Rome. And the Lateran obelisk is about 350 to 400 tons. That's the heaviest recorded lift in Roman history. is 800 to 1,000 tons. They never even mentioned them.
So
It's weird that we attribute it to Romans, but it's because within our model for history, we can't not, if we're going to listen to academics, right? So you have to then invoke fringe theories.
I have on the podcast. She has a one book about me reading the book being
She's taking it.
Oh yeah, she's taking it.
No,
Yeah, she's
the
all
other
over
matter
it.
is
I know she
you
is.
are sons of Abraham,
She
Avalok is Zera Yitzchak Yah.
but when I started reading it, now
But you
if that
are
was included in the Bible,
like Avalok.
if they had, because
You are
it really
talking about
was rabbis,
But
yes,
also,
that didn't jive with the
you're not
Torah,
like
right.
Zera.
So they said, no, this
You are
was not
connected
yeah.
to your father's Adam, but you're not
That's what we're talking.
Which is another way of saying.
To be different.
Meanwhile, that is in the same area of Qumran, written down as what do I say? So all these things that are included in the Bible, that's that. It's all the same word. Why are we ignoring some of it? Like that's really crazy. Why ignoring stuff that seems the most cookie?
Again, I think that there's probably maybe disagreements because I mean,
See, as you see, you're Jewish, right? You're talking about Latino, but you're not very, very soft.
council of Nicaea and different censorings and changing of the Bible. It's probably personal issue. It's something as simple as just someone who personally did not believe that. That's bullshit. Remove that. That's not really the way to answer it. But I love how at the beginning of the Bible it's like there were giant times and the times before. Anyway, moving on. Never mentioned it again, like in any sort of real context, something like David and Goliath in a few situations, but I'm starting to wonder if there was a giant race that was on the tip of the
Native American convictions of law. Yeah, there's no way too many stories of enormous men.
Now,
their history, their Jewish
her
name was 10,000. Yeah.
I'll be like, you do it, Sid. They yelled out, until you're wrong, you supposed to do that. So, Sid, Lane,
they found
told them they
in Mexico. So that's 22,000 years. So imagine 22,000 years ago, if these things were a real thing. How many of them have found? You haven't found any bones of humans from 22,000 years ago in North America, have you? No. Right? So why?
They were sitting in front of them learning
exactly.
And they weren't saying. They weren't really.
If they really do have a giant down there,
I think that's what it would do.
Why is he so upset?
It's like the history version of Area 51.
you see a fucking head the size of this table. Like,
It
what?
also
That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, you gotta kill them all.
Maybe.
It totally makes sense. Why would you let that motherfucker live? Right? 10 foot tall, 12
The
foot
watchers themselves as giant beings. Right. I wonder where the giant came into the equation.
Isn't it us compared to them?
Maybe because look at it was slight aliens, like alien rays or something.
Look at the description of the Nephilim, how they destroyed everything.
Yeah.
Like they created this thing that consumed, destroyed everything, including mankind. Like, that's how it goes. And also, like you're saying mankind. Like mankind, what are you saying? Are you saying aliens? So, like, who wrote this?
Yeah.
Like, what is mankind? Sure. I bet you're not saying man. You're using an ancient language to describe whatever the dominant force was at the time that's writing on the staff. What are we talking about? Yeah. This is vultures. They mated with humans? So what are they? And they created something that destroyed everything? What? So, okay, what is that? What are you talking about? It does not sound exactly like humans. Like, what do? We fucking destroy everything. We destroy everything. We light things on fire. We suck all the fish out of the ocean. We throw garbage in it. We are so destructive. We're so consuming. We're one of the only animals that dies because we eat too much. Right? We're the only animals.
We're on this planet of level of intelligence. I mean, it's just phenomenal. I mean, really quite phenomenal when you consider all the the various avenues of evolution that have been given the opportunity.
We have a massive.
Yes, but then there has to in some way have been, to me, in my opinion, such a quantum leap in the quality of cognition and the brain size. I do find the Stone Ape theory very interesting, sort of using psychedelics and there's a role to play in that for sure. But I just think that you have such a novel trajectory change of the creature, every animal on this planet. That tells me that there's something fundamentally accelerated in humans, and whether that can just be put down to shamanic use of psychedelics, I don't know. I think that when you invoke again all of these various theological stories, it becomes clear that something was interfacing with us, and perhaps at one point we were interfacing with them. And there was a communication and a relation that has since degraded after cataclysmic outreaches.
I think the evolution that came out of psychedelics and primitive man was the escape from the barbaric nature of our roots. I don't think it's necessarily the development of the human brain. I think it's probably a way to also use the human brain with its primate background, but soften the ego, right? And endorse a feeling of community. Like promote a feeling of community and love and connectedness that you get from psychedelics will allow you to traverse the timelines between incredibly barbaric hunter-gatherers with stone-tip tools to agrarian societies where people are all living together and cooperating, and it makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is the giant leap to being a human in the first place. It's kooky. It is. And it's in the Bible. It's the crazy part about it is that they literally describe what, and not just us, many people have theorized, like, have we been a product, are we a product of genetic manipulation? Are we a product of accelerated evolution?
Again, my experiences, I just feel like there is quite obviously a vast intelligence spectrum out there, in my opinion, and I think it goes beyond our own perception of space and time. And I think that there are likely things that can come in from realms that we just don't really believe are real, like the astral, and even the realm of the imagination is an interesting thing. What is our heads that we can instantaneously create anything we want? All things, including everything that is coming from inside someone's mind, like we are excretors of ideas into reality, render reality into something that nothing else does. And I think that there is a spark within us that speaks to what people would call a divine spark for sure. And maybe that is a divine spark, maybe it's a highly intelligent race that intervened and gave us that spark. But we are entirely different, and I do think that as we begin to get deeper and deeper into kind of like the physics of our reality and our fundamental connection to it, we start realizing that our physiology, our body is like a technology that's instrument for picking up on signals and perhaps even consciousness itself. I don't know if you're familiar with microtubules and the objective production theory of vascular from sublunar nerves.
How many times you bring that up to people? Oh yeah, I know.
Oh, no, exactly. Well, I hang out with some weird fucking people, but I just control sensation. Microtubules, man. Yes, microtubules. That's why I did an interview with an anesthesiologist called Stuart Haveroff, and him and Sir Roger Penrose developed a model called the orchestrated objective production theory, or COA, looking at microtubules, which are these tiny little structures inside our neurons. And I forget the exact metric, but it's something ridiculous, like 10,000 microtubules per neuron. So it's just this incredible architecture of these tiny little helical structures that apparently are so small they interact with quantum vibrations and fields. That's how fine and tiny they are. And the reason I bring this up is because I think that we're getting deeper now with things like the ORCOR theory into looking at the structures of the human that actually seem to be receiving nodes or receptive nodes for energy that could then be translated into consciousness. The whole idea of are we generating consciousness from our brain, or are we receiving consciousness and we're just a conduit for it? Yeah. Well, I think the evidence is getting a little bit more clear that we're a conduit. I just wonder if that's evolution naturally, or if that's interaction from these others that have come and meddled with our genealogy. It's a good question that we'll have to ponder when I come back. When you get to do that, let's go right back. Jamie brought something up, which is a really interesting video that I took when I was out in Saqqara in Egypt again with Jeffrey Drum, who's taking me through. And yeah, this is an awesome place. So just for context, before we play it, yeah, take you back to the game. This is inside the Pyramid of Unas in Saqqara, and this is deep down inside of it, inside what they call the burial chamber. Now you see all of these amazing Arabic artwork. This has been quite relatively crudely smashed in limestone below. That's actually calcite crystal, and that's limestone. Now the entire back of this chamber, like this wall, the back wall, the other wall, the ceiling floor, is made out of a slab of calcite crystal. What's really interesting about this is that when you take a flashlight and you put it in a certain angle, something very interesting appears. Otherwise invisible image of an individual. You can see the navel, the belly button, and the arms will be invisible until you get that flashlight. These have been actually smoothed. Promo for my episode, but these flashlights smoothed into the calcite crystal itself, and then obviously these Aramaic writings and pictures and scratched on afterwards. Clearly, this is the artwork of this chamber, but it's not perceptible without very specific angle of light that creates the shadows, and these are on the other side of the wall as well. I think in this clip maybe it doesn't show it, but very, very strange. This entire pyramid is acoustically profound. I mean, the acoustics inside of this are unbelievable. The amount of echo that you get, and the entire Saqqara site, we went around it, and oh my god, it's a weird site, man. You've got, again, just incredibly huge slabs of rose quartz granite, and there's one area that's like on the other side of the pyramid, not even near the entrance, which is just this huge portcullis made of granite with interlocking pieces where clearly another piece of stone was slid between them. But this is nowhere even connected to the pyramid infrastructure. They don't say anything about it. Strewn across the entire place, you've got huge blocks of granite with little holes in them. You can see the striations going all the way through. And in his opinion, Jeffrey's, I think there's merit to it, because in the Cairo Museum, there's a little cabinet of the laboratory of jugs and bottles that were recovered from Saqqara, including a little plaque. There's like a little plaque, this was included into the actual exhibition, but it's tucked into the corner of Cairo Museum. You have to really look for it. A plaque saying that the area of Saqqara was a laboratory. And again, like this completely contradicts all of the things that they say about ancient Egypt, but it's in the Cairo Museum. It's literally written as the ancient laboratory of Saqqara. And so, what's going on there? Why is there a contradiction like that that's being acknowledged? And it's truly just an incredible place with these shadow figures and the acoustic resonance of the site, the rose granite.
So why do you think that it was originally these carvings on the wall and then they wrote on it afterwards?
I think it's just another case of a later civilization coming across an incredibly amazing place and then carving on it. Maybe they didn't even see these figures, because you have to have a very specific type of light to actually be able to see them and to get it at that angle.
You can detect by looking at it that there's some variation.
I mean, you can see when you actually know what you look like. Anything is like hard to perceive, so maybe they didn't even know that these things were down there when they went. There's another part of this when you're going through the chambers where it's rose granite, and then plaster, where you've got hieroglyphics all on the top, and you can actually see the plasters kind of bleeding off into the rose granite. So it feels like they found it, they slapped some hieroglyphs on it, they put their own veneration around it, but it was not an original structure of the Egyptians. Once again, a place that they found and centered around. But it's just weird that in the Cairo Museum you have this tiny little shelf of beakers and measuring jug type things, and it says that the lab complex of Saqqara. It just doesn't make sense in comparison to what they tell us is the reality of this place. That's weird. It's all weird. It's all weird.
That's why the bottleneck of talking about this stuff is so infuriating.
This is the same place where we have the Serapeum, the 80-ton boxes that are precision marble toppings that Christopher Dunn down into the Mercedes have been
on the road, through tradition,
which is the same as he says. No. Shadi Omer only b'tzad ma'alach.
Interesting is
When it means that the coin flows with it, what is that? That means the coin is standing on the top of the mizbeach by the fire according to the image. Amar le'tzim zorik l'ma'alach ha'guluk zolik u'l'ma o'l'ma'alach ha'she'ino guluk zolik. So ultimately again with the fire, so it's inside the fire that's the zolik. Does it go on the periphery of the fire?
there's actually a harsh
In the middle of the
sitting in
fire.
the middle of a corridor.
Obviously, have the
And
Omer, the
you can
ma'alach
get a regular
ha'guluk
scope for the size, but
that's
it's a
the
70
point
ton,
goes onto where
70 to
the
80
part
ton
of the fire that's against. If that's the case,
sarcophagi.
المعركة
They
النور
attributed
زوي
a
خاصة من
epistle.
شنو
They said
أكشن
there was
بس
a
ultimately again
Pontius
now we
region
begin to understand
venerated the episcopals, and that these were burial chambers for the episcopals. But you know what's funny about that is the only thing they have to evidence this is no bones of bones or anything like that. What they have is a single hieroglyph on one of these boxes. They have a hieroglyph on the bottom, and that's why they attributed the episcopals. Regardless of the fact that it's a precision carved 80 to 70 to 80 ton granite marble type
that by definition requires
with even more precision inside. They're even more precise on the
in order to allow
to be that
part of
precise.
insurance properly.
Funerary box.
So again, the
The
Papa
precision is
Amar
more impressive
the Papa says
internally
no.
than externally.
One, excuse me,
And
the meat actually does require a
my
God,
God,
because meat is going to be like what? How so? Mad
Let it
down,
go.
having
Let it go, baby.
just like when it comes to dam, just like when it comes to the blood. So ultimately, you have your target of steel. Okay, there's ground, there's floor, that separates the coin and the scale. Right? Versus
yeah, and again, like, you know,
just
this
blood
is
on the screen.
it is.
As a definition of
And also, if you go on an image where the shine of light
ground
and someone's leaning on it,
him.
on like
And
a
yeah.
right
So
hand side,
Busser have your
so
target of
many of these
so to us
the boxes themselves are
ultimately
so
again
precise that
have
the
your
actual
target
writing is
is
extremely crude.
grand
It's been
or
scratched on.
round,
It's basically
but
just been
it's
scratched
also
on. A lot of them
that is
kind
also
of feels like
going
as
to
a
have
lot of these
and
pharaohs did.
separate.
They just went and slapped a cartoon on it. I own this. This is mine.
So
And so, you know,
we're going
the
to see what
exterior
tomorrow.
work
But I love when I
contradicts
saw
the
it,
advancement of the
here
actual box
that
itself. It doesn't make sense. There's only one
for
penny
what
of
is
this actual 3D, actual carved in
there's
artwork.
actually
That one actually does make sense, but these ones are chickens, which has just been scratched on, of course. So it makes
now, again, why is it that case? We're going to have to discuss why. How about the snake
Yeah, if
buster?
you got a third image, actually, that's an interesting image because
Snake
you've got these
buster
such low quality, it's a shame. You can just see these dimples where they've smoothed out the stone. And what's weird about this is that, so if these were funerary boxes, you would expect the external to be the most impressive because that's what people are going to see, right? But you actually have a lot of information on the box. And one of the theories about this, and this is something that David gives a good example of this, one of the theories about this, one that Jeffrey Drum brought up is that whatever was going on inside of these cases, the exterior had to have absolutely zero critical imperfections. So any cracks, anything that was problematic would have been dissolved out, smoothed away. And you have this weird kind of dimple on a lot of these. On some where you can actually see a crack where the crack's been removed and it's been kind of smoothed out. And then inside, it's magic green. Just
one of them goes ahead.
and so it just kind of contradicts the idea of it being for a funerary purpose. You'd expect the outside to be absolutely perfect and beautiful, but it's not. It's kind of mal-shaped and as if they were trying to remove any sort of cracks, anything that could cause a structural problem. And then inside they're perfect. So it does make you wonder about the real purpose behind it.
Why are you
So
assuming
you're
that
not
it'd be cracks?
exactly
Why wouldn't it just be that they didn't have a need
why
to
you
finish
that
the top of it?
and
Because there wasn't finished
was it
cracks.
ultimately again
Our finish
going to
quite
see
profoundly. And then you have others that have got
again
these
you know
big
that they have
dimples
to
in
be there
where it
but
just
they can't
looks like
actively be
they were trying to
there. It was
remove
not
anything
stop
that might
here
have been
to pick up an aircraft
like damage to the structure. Obviously, this is guesswork.
Right. The purpose of that would be to keep it from cracking.
To keep it from cracking all the way through. I just find it very interesting that the inside is more impressive than the outside for something that's meant to be, you know, viewed as a funerary box.
Right. An enormous funerary box.
An enormous funerary box.
Does anybody have a wacky far out theory of what they were actually for?
I mean, there's always some. I mean, one of them I find interesting is the idea that it could be like some form of like a sound bath, like like an isolatory chamber where they would go into and have like some form of experiences.
All right, well, so good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this wonderful thing. Our Talmud response for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Perry Zinn. Rabbi Yori Steve's father, Albert Zinn, willing Stephen Times upon the rock on the occasion of his 20th yard sign. Our Dr. Young sponsors for today are Alan Sarah Steinberg, and the Scots will continue before Shalom of Fort Shulamis, Hannah Bas Susha. And our Dr. Young sponsors for today, Holly and Michelle Strub, and of Holly's grandmother's 23rd yard sign, Esther W. on the rock. We are about Talmud Torah, all of the nations now. We are all the families in the book. All those who need Rav Shabbat, together, call the use for us, continue to shout so us upon all of Klal Yisrael. With that, let us begin. We are kicking off in Yetz Hashem on Testament page 59. Rabbi Yossi Tigamar Gzeir Shava. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 13 lines of process. Remember, just reorient ourselves for a moment. If you remember again, we have three machlokes. The Torah said that Halacha L'Maisa, when Shlomo HaMelech built the Beis Hamikdash and built the Mishpeach, so the Gemara says that the Torah says that Bayomahu, on that particular day, he went ahead and he was Mekadosh. So the pasuk says, Bayomahu Kiddush HaMelech es Tov HaChatzer Asher Lifnei Beis Hashem. So literally the pasuk says that on the day of HaMelech consecrated the Beis Hamikdash, he sanctified the actual floor of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, so the Gemara says that Halacha L'Maisa, is it literal or is it not literal? So if you understand that it was literal, it means that the Mizbeach that Shlomo HaMelech had built was too small to accommodate the sheer volume of sacrificial service, and therefore they had to go ahead and actually chef the Kabbalah on the floor. Another opinion says, no, that's not what it means. What it means is, when it says the Mizbeach is too small, it's a metaphor, or a euphemism, I should say. So whose Mizbeach is too small? Moshe Rabbeinu's Mizbeach is too small, and therefore Shlomo built a new Mizbeach to accommodate the new level of carbonic value. I want to say that straight out, because it wouldn't have been nice to explicitly say that Moshe Rabbeinu's Mizbeach was too small, so if you remember again, we use the midget metaphor, just to indicate to us that sometimes, again, you like to say something that straight out, first, a little bit of a belt. Okay, so let's say, so that's our ongoing matter. So Rabbi Yossi, Tigamar Gzeir Shava, to go to our Tigamar. So Yossi was Gzeir Shava, is what's remembering again, both things Gzeir Shava, again, next to is that Gzeir Shava between the Beis Hamikdash of the Cheskel and the Mishkan of Moshe Rabbeinu. So remember again, we saw also the Machlokas, the vision of the Cheskel, thinking about the second Beis Hamikdash. The third Beis Hamikdash, let's call it the idea right now that it's second Mikdash, and therefore it's like Rabbi Yossi Tigamar Gzeir Shava. Rabbi Yossi understands that Gzeir Shava, the goal of it is ultimately understanding it to apply to the height of the Mizbeach. The sign as we learned, the Shalosh Amos Komaso Yibaket Savan Divradi Tibet. So the pasuk says, just to read through the pasuk in its entirety, Mizbeach Aseh Shitim, Mizbeach out of the cave. So what Kamish Amos Aref, 5 Amos in length. The Kamish Amos Rocha, 5 Amos in width, 4 Yem, therefore Shalosh Amos Komaso. 3 Amos in height. Most remember again, just also our terms. What Moshe Rabbeinu wrote was called Mizbeach HaNefoshes, that's the exterior Mizbeach that was used for animal sacrifice. What Shlomo wrote was called Mizbeach HaBanim. By the way, now, these pieces of information come together. Why was it called Mizbeach HaBanim? Why was it called that? Because remember again, a couple of days ago, we spoke about how the Mizbeach itself was actually formed. With the smooth stones, right, and then the pitch, tar, what was the third ingredient? Pitch, tar, lime, and plaster. So pitch tar is one thing, right? Pitch, tar, lime, plaster, right? Combination, sorry. Molten lead, thank you. Right, poured together over the stones to form that comprehensive thing. So interestingly enough, so remember, so the pasuk says over here, by the Mizbeach and the Poshes, these are the dimensions. Shalosh Amos Komaso. Context, some of the Rebbe says, quite literally as it's stated. Yossi is like this. Ne'emar kan Ravua, it says over here, It says over here, ultimately again, by the Mizbeach, ultimately using Mizbeach HaChitzon. The other Mizbeach, the Moshe Rabbeinu built Ravua, that is square. V'ne'amar lahalon, and ultimately again it says by the Mizbeach HaPnimi. This is the Torah's Mizbeach of Moshe, Ravua, square. Ma lahalon, my boss, listen to this, very interesting. Ma lahalon go'ho ishnayim ke'archol. Just like by the Mizbeach HaKolas, ultimately the height is 2 times the length. Afkan, so to by the Mizbeach HaChitzon, Afkan Ishnayim Ka'archol. So to by the outer Mizbeach, ultimately again, ultimately again, the height, by Malagot Ishnayim Ka'archol, so the height is twice the width, twice the length. So to by the Mizbeach HaChitzon, the height is twice the length. And therefore, ultimately again, that would make the Mizbeach HaChitzon 10 amos in height. Okay, so what's already done? I'm going to do this. Good parenthesis. Let's say, here's the problem. If the Mizbeach is 10 amos in height, right, so that means the coin is sitting on top of the Mizbeach 10 amos in height. Efshar coin only on top of the Mizbeach, but above the Yadon, the Chala Amrono, so Nibachos. So if that's the case, interestingly enough, then Allah said that would mean that when in Mishkan, when the coin was on top of the Mizbeach, he was standing above the curtains which surrounded the Mishkan, which then would mean that everyone would see the coin being the apple. So what's that? So I'll just point out something very interesting. So say to yourself, so what? So what's fascinating, remember again, is one of the elements that is so core and pivotal to the concept of avodah, the English primarily as well, is seamless. There's a sense of privacy. That's think about this. The holiest day of the year, on Kippur, the holiest Todah, holiest Hakadosh, holiest, yet amazingly enough, who sees it. Which if you think about it, it's the strangest thing in the world, right? You make this jumbotron, you know, like everybody should see this, right? This is the most inspiring thing in the world. But Elamai, there's a very important muscle that sometimes the most dramatic spiritual peace should happen in a modest, unassuming, non-public way. It is natural for people to want to publicize their spiritual accomplishments. And by the way, there is a place for publicizing spiritual accomplishments, right? Because remember, again, if you guys know this comes up a lot in Tzedakah. Like, Tzedakah has these two competing motifs. On one hand, there's the highest level of tzedakah is to give in private, right? To give, and no one knows about it. But there's a competing value, a competing value. That's to make sure that your tzedakah is public and well known. Why? Because it encourages other people to give. And by the way, this in general is the dynamic by spirituality. That on one hand, I'm supposed to be private, I'm supposed to be someone modest in my spiritual accomplishments, but I was up to figure out when, by sharing those very things, I could encourage others to do the same. You know, there's many examples of this. But for example, a seer, right? The reason why a seer is so incredibly important. Because what does a seer do? We all know this. We've all been to seeing. What does a seer do? How do you feel when you leave a seer? Don't say buzz. Right. How do you feel when you leave that? You feel like I'm ready. Give me tomorrow, right? I'm absolutely ready to do this, right? I'm ready to accomplish. That's the power of these things. So I sort of point out this notion of engaging in spiritual activity in a more modest and non-public way, ultimately becomes really something special. So the idea is that everything that happened in the coin did was done in private. So therefore the Gemara says, here's the problem. If the Mizbeach, now we'll talk about the Mishnah. If the Mizbeach was really 10 amos high, that would mean that when the coin was on top of the Mizbeach, everybody could see him on the outside. Why? Because the pasuk says, Man Mishkan Yud Amos, Af Mizbeach Yud Amos, V'omer, so before we go on to that.
brain
No,
has
no,
this
it's a report.
civilization. Just
So here's the problem. If the Mizbeach is 10 amos high, in the Pashas, anybody can see him. The Gemara says, don't worry. I'm going to be honest. He says, no, don't worry about it. Look, my man. That's Kariach Pacha, that's Masaksha Pacha, Sha'ar Mishkamal Mizbeach.
There he is. Yo, dog. Is gold still better than silver? Yo, dog.
Because at the end of the day, actually, the curtains were.
Can you hear me?
15 hours.
Yo.
And therefore, halacha l'maisa,
Just one moment.
because even when the coin was standing on Mizbeach, ultimately, again, there was another 5 amma of curtain height above him. I have to give you 1 second. Here's the problem. But why does the pasuk seem to indicate that it's 5 amos? Because the pasuk says, "Ora kafatzer mea ba'ama, rokav chamisha b'chamisha, v'kol chamesh amos sheish mashazar." The problem is the pasuk seems to say that the height of the curtains was 5 amos. So how do you reconcile that? It's very interesting. Misvas mizbeach ulam nala. What it means is we're measuring from the top of the mizbeach and above. The curtains were 5 amos.
Yo, dog, is gold still better than silver?
15 amos. When measuring from the top of the mizbeach, it was 5 amos, and therefore it turns out that
I know. They're all. I think. I think Canada should celebrate that we got silver. Is a remarkable achievement. If any other country got silver, like if Latvia got silver, thrilled.
Agreeing with you, and in the future, I think silver will be worth more than gold because it is has a higher melting and is more desirable in computing.
Inside of the base English itself.
I mean, can you make the copper is like 1,000 times more useful than silver?
Perhaps
So therefore, copper should be more valuable.
Perhaps it will be. Perhaps it's more abundant.
It was like a band around the Mizbeach.
Yeah.
I
mean, I guess that's why copper is cheaper than silver and silver is cheaper than gold.
There you go, baby. So what's good, son?
Did you know that the Japanese garbage system is largely privatized? And do you know why that is?
Please enlighten me on Japanese garbage.
Here's the issue.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you heard of like the 1995 serum attacks in Japan.
Yeah, I know all about it. I know all about it. I was the brains behind the operation.
Nice, you're the cult leader.
Yeah, I was 9. I was 9, and I was like, how can we really fuck shit up today? And I was like, dog, how about the fucking Japanese tunnels? Their fucking subway system. Let's fuck it up, mate. And then everybody was like, oh, that's a tight idea, Rabbi, because they were calling me Rabbi back then. And we fucked it up. How'd you like it? Pretty good, huh?
It doesn't matter. The idea is that the avoda should be in a bit more of a.
It's honestly one of the most creative events that I've ever been on.
All right.
I know. It was nice what they did.
No, that shit
Stupid,
sucks.
but
All right, so
it's pretty wild just how powerful that like liquid is, though. That you can just smash it and then just walk away and destroy a whole subway for people.
word dog. All right, so talk to me. What does that have to do with the Japanese subway? Yeah.
Because trash cans were deemed like a risk to the serum attacks. They removed like a whole lot of public garbage cans, and so if you have garbage cans, you have to go into like a private business, which is like 7 in order to dispose of your garbage.
Oh, that's tight. All right.
Yeah.
Speaking of garbage,
Right now. My dog.
all right, so maybe one of these days. All right, so here's my question for you, and it's a really important question, maybe one of the most important questions of all time. Did you know that Zoot is not performing comedy for the next 3 weeks or so?
Because by definition it was mobile. Right? It never
Why is that?
There's some other kind of festival that they're doing, but that he is in which he is not, but that he is not participating, but in which he is not participating, and I think it's a BS because I think he's maybe one of the best comedians in all of South Australia. I mean, I think it's obvious. I think if you don't,
Oh yeah, at least the top 10.
oh for sure, dog. For sure. Right. Maybe I don't know.
Very fierce competition in the South Australia.
Hey, don't put down the beat poet. Don't put down the beat poet. All right, so this is how I genuinely feel, like in the deepest of my heart, that the people at Raw Comedy, dude, I'm just giving you this is. I would say this to your face as well, but they were sick of Zoot performing so often in South Australia, and they figured, well, if we make him a finalist, maybe he'll go on the road and we don't have to see him as much.
What was too small? What was too small?
Wow, zinger.
Bazinga. Okay, so what's new with you?
That was a pretty good roast.
Oh, dog, I'm the king of roast. Are you gonna watch Kill Tony tonight?
No, that show is garbage.
So is your opinion on comedy. I still
I
don't.
think most people would agree that that show is garbage.
No one.
Imagine if I didn't send that to you, you wouldn't have like those. Your like main background noise. I sent you that background noise.
What are you talking about? William
Kill
Montgomery?
Tony. No, Kill Tony or William Montgomery is amazing.
Okay.
Kill Tony is. And I don't know. There's some funny moments in Kill Tony, I guess. It's his personal preference. No hate.
No, you fucking hate that show.
William Montgomery carries the show, but I don't know. There's some funny. I just find, yeah. I mean, I've already spoken my piece about that show.
Okay.
So he's actually very interesting.
So do you think that you have a good opinion on Kill Tony, or do you think it's garbage like the rest of your opinions?
Now, here's what I want to point out to you. We have been very much focused on this idea that there are
think
right, two altars.
Kill Tony is too boring, but maybe I have too much ADHD or something. I mean, I find the judges, I mean, they're professional comedians, so I guess it should be funnier, but it's mostly just like the judges roasting the comedian, which is fine, but
Furthermore,
not my cup of tea.
What is your cup of tea?
Another very important distinction as well.
In comedy?
Yeah, baby.
William Montgomery.
Dude, you're obsessed with this guy, but that's cool.
I mean, he is the GOAT. He's like, do you know TJ Miller?
Nobody knows who that is.
He's in Deadpool. He's also a very famous comedian. He does stand-up comedian without any movie stars. I listen to his podcast. I think it's discontinued, but there's like 400 episodes. I love that podcast. I like a lot of people, I guess. Speaking of comedians, So the ad marketplace.
Yeah, dog.
Let's learn out one item is bad from another item is bad, and that's compare the item is bad to the item is bad.
So I think
The idea, which I own 51%.
yes.
Yeah, dog. Of course I know.
Yeah, I think the best way to obviously get that thing off the ground is you need, it's a little chicken and egg scenario because you need users and companies. Companies want users and users want companies. So basically you have to like partner with a bunch of creators basically. And it could be with payments for equity, and I get influencer comedians like maybe not Tony Hinchcliffe or the Tony people because they suck, but some good comedians like Trevor Wallace or William Montgomery, someone with talent, you know, get them to promote the platform, and then also find not just comedians, people, but like people who do 3D graphics or there's a bunch of different verticals probably related to advertising that you can target to a bunch of awareness platform and its existence.
That even if told that somehow there's a mechanism to sanctify the mikdash itself.
That's a cool story. That's a cool story. So you want to milk me? You want to milk me for more great ideas or something?
Must be done on this gap.
Okay.
There's like a potential concern is having all these advertisements out could potentially change company's brand if say someone should do like Zoom, like if Zoom just does an advertisement with your company logo to it, and you just talk about how guys are starting out on sick babies, and that's why they should buy your new fountain drink or whatever. It's not going to like look good at a company, you know. So, do you have any solution to that to combat how companies might be hesitant for posting such an ad or content?
Absolutely. They have a no Zoom policy. I think that's obvious. In all reality, all advertising is good advertising. Perhaps. But basically, like the thought is, you're going to get that now. You get people who do that now, who put out content that a company doesn't like.
Let's say the Kohen is holding the blood, he trips.
I mean, do you not? Are you disagreeing?
Yeah, no, I agree that people can use their free will to back their products in any way that they want, practically. They might get sued depending on circumstances, but it is a free market, but apparently, and this is just the AI that potentially, or it's saying that companies are really concerned about their brand and what makes it to light about their brand, and so they don't want potentially like Zoom content just floating around and being associated with Zoom or the like.
Everyone will agree that what's the mitzvah.
I think in the future Zoom will be just fine.
It's not a riot. So it's just because at the end of the process of carbon Pesach,
they're not going to promote it on their social media. That would just be some individual, and they're allowed to. People are allowed to do whatever they want.
Might just be telling us this is the mitzvah. This is the ideal way to do it. Okay, interesting. So I'm going to just want to point out.
Yeah, no, It's just saying, like, just through the association, the issue isn't random slander. It's structured association. If a creator posts, here's my submission for the Coca-Cola content, and it's offensive, the brand is now contextually attached to the content. Large brands don't operate, technically we didn't endorse it, they operate on perception. Even if legally safe, PR cycles don't care about nuance. Screenshots travel faster than designers. Solution: require that public submissions do not use it with brand logos unless shortlisted and like finalists. Require disclaimer language like unofficial submission, not affiliated or endorsed by them. A rule that offensive tutorial or policy make brand specific specify boundaries. The key is separating creative exploration from brand association. Don't let early stage chaos wear official branding.
Okay. I mean, all of those are suitable options. I still think you could do it. Okay, you put something that's super offensive out there, TikTok's gonna ban them. You don't have to worry about Coca-Cola banning them.
Yeah, I guess. So I understand. You don't have to. I mean, it still may not look great, though.
I mean,
like, I don't think Zeus comedy will be banned from Instagram unless he's showing like active hate symbols, pretty much, or nudity or like something crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
But who's to say he won't?
Intact, but when his bear is not intact, obviously it has been damaged.
Nice. Yeah, in this building? Oh, me too.
How do I know about Kachik?
Nice. Third.
Again, let's say, just to illustrate where this case could come up, when the coin offered the funding, his gap was fully intact. Then what happens in his gap?
Yeah, I like it when
How do I
just
know
like
that I can't eat
pop it up with her nose like she's playing volleyball or something. Yesterday she like galloped like a horse through those little like monkey bar things. I didn't know she could do that. She was like, oh yeah.
So Mr. says, ultimately, I learned 3 things from 3 elders.
Yeah, she really loves the ball. Yellow. Yellow.
Says,
Yeah. Female, yeah.
Someone said this is great. This is absolutely great. So Mishal said this. One might have thought.
She is turning 4 in March. Yeah.
Why would I think that?
Yeah, nice. Thanks. Someone gets to watch.
Because it looks like if you hold the Kedusha is eternal. It's eternal.
Doug, why don't Doug, why don't media for your dog?
I mean, once companies, like tech company goes on the site and is like, yeah, we have a 5,000 bounty for our tech product. And it's this new whatever. Maybe we'll give it a try.
Okay, but
Perfect place. It doesn't have to be for humans, too. All types of animals, critters can participate in the platform.
yeah, but like seriously, why don't you?
The real answer is that it's
like the Kedusha of the land.
like there's just a lot of competition I find because anyone with a camera can take a picture of their pooch, and takes a while probably to build up a reputation if you somehow go viral. I mean, I did watch a video recently of some woman who had a TikTok of her dog. Like the person was like, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" Like, I have a TikTok for my dog. And I thought that was kind of a interesting reply. But yeah, I take pictures of her that are cute. I mean, I don't know what else I could do, really. Like, how do I just make it go viral?
Well, you just do enough of it, you get it. The issue, though, is with the dog. You know, all good things must come to an end, and dogs aren't permanent. So, what do you do? I'm not saying that, but Yellow has a long life ahead of her. I don't mean to put a negative, but you get what I'm saying. Like, there is like that. What is it? Like Grumpy Cat. Grumpy Cat died, and like all the fucking famous, animals end up dying.
No, I think with AI, you can make fun with them forever, especially in, like within 10 years, you'll have good enough AI. I mean, that's another reason to not do it, is because anyone could just generate content with AI of their animal, and you're now just SOL suddenly. Or the brand. It's like, if you're a brand, are you going to pay someone when you can just use AI yourself? I mean, I think if you have a substantial following attached, then they'll be interested in it. If you don't have any following, they're not going to be interested. So I got a chicken egg scenario of whether you can build a social media account for your animal is worth something to the company. But yeah, some lady just now that you're barking at me for talking to just came up and said she lives in my building and she enjoys watching me kick the ball around with Yellow. She's entertaining the watch.
How hot is she?
She was at least 65 years old.
That didn't answer the question.
I mean, in her heyday, I'm sure she's pretty stellar.
Well, so this bitch is pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a 70-year-old man, you probably could get eyes for her. Might be fawning over her, I'm not sure.
That's tight. So you could have that lady follow your social media.
Yeah. I mean, I just, yeah, it's, I feel like it's just hard to actually stand out. Like I follow, like I have an Instagram for my dog, and I follow other dogs, and they take professional, beautiful photos, like in the mountains of British Columbia and on Vancouver Island, their healer dog, and some of them get like a sponsorship for like some dog treat or whatever, but I don't think they're super rich, so they don't have a huge following.
Okay, what do you think you need to have a huge following?
I mean, if I knew that, I think I'd be a multi-millionaire with the world's greatest dog account.
Okay, touche. Okay, so when are you going to launch?
I do think, yeah, it is a dope, it is a good like idea that I never thought about before for the advertising marketplace, where a tech company or maybe they're a small independent company and they want to like cool ad put it out there,
what is the status
and
of the harais?
you'll find your match. It's like
it's biblical kedusha.
Cupid or whatever, or advertisers.
Thank you.
With always some so that's so
Okay,
that's
I remember
so Kedusha level. So and that has ramifications as well, which is can you offer up carbonos?
Okay.
What do you say? What am I gonna watch?
No. What? Yeah, I did. But what's the name of the company? The name of the company gonna be? That's the most fun part.
It could be that you could offer up carbonos.
Yeah, I was thinking about this.
You can't offer up carbonos.
I think it's
These are two machlokas. You see,
like
said the Gemara, my custom exactly do we hold? So you must Kedusha Rishon.
I was researching like the psychology places and why they're named the certain name they are, and keep up different strategies. Of course, one strategy is just like, do you know the gambling site called Prize Picks?
So everybody knows that.
Yeah, so it's just simple alliteration, and it is a description of what the company does. Basically, distilled the two words on some level. I mean, they could call it gambling picks or something like that, more specific, but it's just called Prize Picks.
Doug, we've been through this. We've been through this. Alliteration is worse than rhyme. Make this bitch rhyme. GoPro.
It's actually like this. If you hold that halacha, when let's say something
I mean, Amazon doesn't rhyme as the most successful, largest company on earth, practically. Facebook doesn't rhyme. There's a lot of examples that don't rhyme. Amazon just means like super, like Leviathan level, like massive, and I guess kind of some other things as well. I know it also starts alphabetically with A. But yeah, you can make it called something with ad, like ad real ads, or something with the word real in it.
Glad ad. That's it. Glad ad.
Like,
Glad ad. We got a winner.
What?
I just said the winning name. It's over. The contest is over.
Glad?
Yeah.
Glad ads suck.
Yeah.
Her name is Glad.
It's actually the best name ever.
I think that there's also, just like one syllable words like Uber can work.
But that's two syllables.
Or sorry. Oh, Lyft.
What's the halacha in such a situation like this?
And you forgot that reduplication is higher than rhyme.
Pun is the best.
Right after reduplication, yeah. Reduplication is gold, pun silver, rhyme bronze.
And sometimes, especially in the world of loss, the things that you treasure and the things that you love and the things that
all right, so what are you thinking?
Which is why, again, we have
need to let the right word come to me.
Treasure that we have.
I think, yeah.
Say the things that need to be said to the people we love, for we never know what the next moment.
I kind of don't like
so here,
just naming it something like ad contest, because while it's direct, I think that it's not something as memorable as something that is just one sound that it just sounds good.
What about promote me? Yeah, it's fucking brilliant.
I mean,
It's over.
The sacrificial meat.
possibly worse than Glass. And that's really bad.
Might be the
You're
best.
bad when you're worse than that.
Might be the best name ever.
Garbage idea
Doug,
right there.
Doug, you know it might be the best name ever.
Whatever the antonym name, whatever he is, that's the name.
I think Promote Me has some. I think Promote Me already has a thing.
I mean, but yeah, also using something like Lord Wind or Prize or Loot or something to that nature apparently psychologically triggers dopamine from people that are reading the name because they're like triggered to think that, okay, there's some, I'm gonna win something now, like lottery ad or whatever, lottery something.
Sacrificial meat, Lenin's gap was damaged. That's the overarching question. That then led to a segue. That
Okay.
again, to a little bit of a.
What about
Clip contest is not terrible.
that? Sucks. That's the worst name ever. What about ClipCon? What about AdCon?
I do like it, but maybe con is like a
Negative. I get that. I get that.
I think that shortening something, like if con didn't mean like con artist or have like negative connotations, good work. So shortening is a good tool in the naming.
What if you just called it like Cupcake or something?
Upcake?
Yeah, Upcake. How about Upcake? That's a good name.
Upcake?
Yeah. It's a
It
pun.
is. That's your best name so far.
It's kind of a pun. Like you upvote it, you upcake it.
I don't think anyone who's associating the word cake with. So I think cake implies like the money, which I think is a great.
Yeah.
Like dual meaning of the word cake, and also cake is fun. Like you eat cake at birthday parties, which is fun. So it's associating with a positive celebratory moment.
Yeah, and just
the
cupcakes.
The up part symbolizes the voting mechanic.
Just it's positive, dude. Okay, so you spell it UPCKE. That's the name.
No,
That's
no, it can't be CKE. It's gotta be CAKE.
okay.
Because people won't remember how to spell it.
You're not gonna get. You're not gonna be able to get. You're not gonna be able to get upcake.com.
Or was it pushed to the south? Now, what's complicating? Not complicated.
You don't know that.
I've been to it.
There's a shitload of combinations of
anything from the
letters.
inside to the outside.
I've been to it. It's
on the closest area corresponding to the inside, but not inside.
it's the best website ever. No, that's a great name, Upcake. I like it.
On the inside, in the area corresponding to the outside, but not on the inside.
I think it's
Dude, it generates.
with like Upwork in a sense.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
Alternative to Upwork.
How about just Up?
I feel like
Dude, you're always gonna have. You're always gonna have some kind of competition. It's not Upwork. You have Linktree and LinkedIn.
yeah, those are totally different verticals of industry.
And so is Upcake and Upwork. They're totally different.
No, they're more similar. Like it's basically like a you want this one or the other.
Doug. You're not. You stop. I know what it is. You are not winning this one. Upcake and Upwork are as similar as Linktree and LinkedIn. It's very similar.
So that's what we're
In fact, I think that.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Dude, yeah, I did.
It's nothing like.
Yeah, are you kidding? That's how you get jobs. LinkedIn, you go there to get jobs. Linktree.
Linktree is posting links.
When you always talking about
It's not a social media platform.
Dog, it's fine. They don't have to be super similar. What about Twitter, TikTok, and Tinder, and Tumblr? Those are all fucking the same.
Because they start with the letter C.
Tumblr, Twitter, and that worked. And they were basically very similar. YouTube and YouNow. YouNow is exactly like YouTube. Believe it or not, they have. That's my phrase, dog.
It would no longer be opposite the entrance of the base on English.
I mean,
Dog,
maybe it doesn't matter.
Upcake's
I'm just saying that it's like having like Lyft and then someone launches the ride sharing platform called Lyft.
no, it's not. It's not that close, dog.
I think I think that it's a direct competitor with Upwork in some way. For sure, definitely overlapping. It's an alternative to Upwork.
It's not. Upwork's different, dog. Upwork is a gig finding website. This would be an ad promotion website.
So therefore the Gemara says back to the Gemara. Sorry.
I know, but they both have overlapping things because you can go to Upwork to find a graphic designer.
And you can go to LinkedIn to find people's links. Come on, man. You're overthinking this. You're fine. The name of it is Upcake.
No, I see where you're coming from.
Totally.
He owns a center actually further down, and how this works. He says essentially also just you see center means when he says center, it means this middle part of this graph would be a line
up
entrance way over here. That's what center is in this context. So the Gemara says as follows.
Upcake is the cutest name.
Except obviously we're struggling to find our good picture media, right? How do we share these images? Does this I think one of the great parts is
yeah, I mean
almost every other day.
Doesn't really explain it at all.
That's fine. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to. I mean, all the other stuff that's like promote me and that kind of shit were taken 30 years ago on the internet. You're not going to be able to get any of those.
Well, Upcake is already taken a card.
Yeah.
Chicken scratch.
No, it's perfect.
Is it taken?
You could get up.cake.
There's a lot of overlap. Not much for today. Like there's a lot of overlap. Just the beautiful.
So a URL that no one's gonna know how to
Dog, just get up. When you get big enough, you can buy upcake.com. Started Facebook. It started as thefacebook.com because Zuckerberg couldn't get Facebook.
One of the byproducts of being frustrated with our picture massive. So just pointing out over here, when Rabbi Yehuda says that the Mizbeach is in the center, just so you see, this picture, if you look at it at a distance, it looks centered, but it's not centered. So center would be
a real deal.
That's already taken.
Is your deal
That's already taken.
Is real.deal? Is real.deal?
Everything regarding the word was taken. It was taken 30 years ago.
The entrance of the Beis Hamikdash.
Dog, Upcake is the name. It's perfect. It's super cute, man.
It's centered in the middle of the Azar. Now watch this.
I think it's okay. It's good. I don't think
It's better than anything I've heard out of you.
32 amas by 32 amas. I remember, doesn't Mizbeach have to be 32 amas by 32 amas?
It's the
That's
best.
the greatest ad marketplace of all time.
That's number 2. That's the silver medal of this bitch. Upcake is one. The greatest, the greatest social media platform of all time is number 2. Very funny. Very, very funny.
When we speak about the entrance of the Beis Hamikdash, there are 2 different.
Are you proud of that humor?
There's the entranceway to the Heichal, which is the entranceway over here to the Beis Hamikdash proper.
See, I learned from the best.
Which is the entrance to the antechamber, which
Taught me everything
wider than the entranceway to the Heichal.
He's your humor mentor.
This is like this. The middle 10 amos of the Mizbeach corresponded to the 10 amma entrance of the Heichal. Beautiful.
Yeah, well, do you think there's anything that AI coding tools could not develop for this website?
No, it can do it all.
You have an additional 11 amos on each
Yeah, I'm
side.
gonna put it to the test
Also, someone did leave me
in a few minutes and we'll see.
Someone left me I love that.
As long as it can do like the Google sign-in thing, I'm sure it can even do like anti-bot spamming detection and like all sorts of shit.
So,
We're done.
Maybe I have to link it to some GitHub or whatever.
this image with just a little bit more depth. I like that to be thank you.
All right. So Upcake's the name. Beautiful. It's a wonderful name. Glad I own 1% of Upcake. Watch now. This would be fucking funny. I do this thing with everybody on my stream, and I'm like, I did it with somebody yesterday for a German. Some guys in Germany wanted an idea for. They came with me with an idea, and I gave them a better idea. And they're like, "We're gonna run with that." I did not tell them that I own 51% of their business, but I do. But it'd be hilarious to me if, like, you wouldn't do this, but you pissed me off. And I'm just like, all right. And I sell 51% of Upcake. I just give it to Zoot. So now you have to deal with Zoot as your majority partner.
Where should this pyre be? Where should it be?
Yeah.
So it's opposite here. The
I
problem
don't know if that would be great for PR or any board decisions.
It might be.
It has some good ideas.
Name one.
we're living in conformance with our rules. So you go
I mean, you told you something sometime that was like philosophical and thought-provoking.
What was this?
Opposite the entrance, right? So
you couldn't remember what it was specifically. Just was made some like guess kind of as to what it was. They were like, oh, Zoom told me this thing. And I was like, it was really interesting one time. You guys get ideas.
Okay, I'm gonna think of one. I'm gonna think of one idea that he's had that's been good. Oh, did you know he came in the other day and was like, "Did you know the other day, like a few hours ago? Did you hear Bonnie Blue's pregnant?"
No, that would be independent of those.
I told him congratulations on being a father. It could be one of 400 guys. Do you think it could be Zoo?
I don't think Zoo. I think Zoo messed up his chance. It should have been Zoo, but he messed it up. He couldn't set for life. All he had to do was figure out how to tame her or something. Or just be the cameraman or something.
We spoke about the beginning of the
Pick up a VHS recorder.
You notice again, look at this picture over here.
Do you think that Zoo could make it as a father?
I guess we call this like southwest area.
Do you think he'll make it as a father?
No, do you think he could make it as a father?
I don't know why, but if you don't look at any of the pictures,
what does that mean? Like, be a good father?
Yeah.
Somewhere here, like when you're first walking into
I mean,
as Russ Cohen, right? Come into the base, and it does.
I'm sure he
Access point for the
could possibly. Maybe.
He
changed a few things, perhaps.
Interestingly enough, again, without getting specific places,
He became accessible comedian.
the Ulam. So interesting enough, so Yimar quotes the passage.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so what are your thoughts on what are your thoughts on Upcake?
So the pasuk says,
Let me look up if Upcake is. If not, you might have to bow out immediately. I'm sure somebody's come up
so the pasuk itself
with
says,
this name.
shall put the kior between the mizbeach and the oil moed.
It is a. It's Upcakes are classic cupcakes iced upside down. All right, so that's not like a. You could still take that name for a Mark Company.
Yeah.
They go there, and then the pasuk says,
We'll see.
Not we'll see. This is. I'm surprised you don't already have a website. You know this
The
is.
name's taken already.
No, it's just a type of baked item.
In between the mizbeach and the oil moed.
That does sound a lot like cupcake.
You shall place the mizbeach opposite the
Do you mean
entrance.
cupcake? No.
You shall place the mizbeach opposite the entrance of the oil moed. Now, so Abdul Festival, so 59A. So the Gemara says mizbeach has a oil moed, below kibbutz has a oil moed. I want to say, if you notice, by the way, the language of the psukim is a little bit different. When it comes to the kiyar, so the Torah says you shall place the kiyar between the oil.
What's your favorite Nicki Minaj song? I'll wait.
When it speaks about the mizbeach, it says you shall place the mizbeach
Oh, no.
opposite
What? Rihanna.
of the oil moed. So the Gemara says based on that, the mizbeach the pesach oil moed, below kiyar the pesach oil moed. So what do you see from here? The mizbeach is placed opposite the entrance of the oil moed, and the kiyar is.
I don't know the name of this, but
Super Bass.
some good.
The name is Super Bass. No, the actual.
That's a good one.
No, Starships is the best one.
She's actually one of the greatest female rappers.
Yeah, dude, that bitch can fucking rap.
So say that's it. That's this. That's the.
Yeah, she's got bars.
Is she your favorite rap ever?
So what's the logic behind this?
No. And some very popular songs.
Maybe either Tupac or Puff Daddy.
Just put the kiyar a little bit south of the southwest of the base.
P. Diddy.
Yeah, dog, but nobody calls him P. Diddy. It's Puff Daddy, dog. If you go old school, people call him Puff Daddy.
And between the Heichal, not opposite the entrance of the Heichal, because that's where the mizbeach.
Are you being in trouble or?
No, dog. That's how he started.
So the Gemara says,
Is he convicted yet and in jail or really free?
He's in jail.
Again, the entranceway of the Ulam and the entrance of the Heichal both work.
Think he'll get released?
Just go ahead and place it.
Yeah, he'll get. You keep going with your mouth.
Southern doorpost of the Ulam, the big Ulam is there.
What?
You keep making like a popping noise. Yeah, there. What was that? Yeah.
Oh, it's the ball I was kicking going inside now.
Oh, okay. Yellow, the famous dog from social media.
Yellow on red. Yeah, very famous on red note.
Then go ahead and put the key.
Whatever happened there to yellow on red?
Put it on the side of the wall.
Just fizzles like every other aim point.
Okay.
And if you hold that the kedusha, the entranceway of the ulam and the heichal is one,
Dog, I'm programming like a beast.
Then once again, just put it a little bit southward. From the southern doorpost of the Ulam.
So how many?
Did you figure out your Instagram bot?
Yeah, actually, I kind of did better. I'm gonna do it on TikTok and why on TikTok? Because I keep getting flagged on Instagram, but that's okay. I made a better Instagram bot that live streams my life, and then every hour uploads it. I've done this before, but Instagram changed it so that you needed to have at least you needed to have at least 1,000 followers, but I figured out a way how to do it without that, so I'm pretty ingenious, I would say. So I can do it with just nobody.
Can you change the metadata?
I hacked into Chris Chan's computer, that's my wife, and just everything. So very, very, very amazing.
What would you say to Mark Zuckerberg if you met him in real life? What questions would you ask?
Doug, I have so many recordings of this moment. I would tell him, Dog, nobody gives a shit about you hunting pigs on your fucking remote island of Hawaii. They want you to fix your fucking app. There's not a single thing they've ever created been successful. You had to buy everything or steal it. You stole Facebook from the Winklevoss twins. You had to buy Instagram $1 billion. Your fucking name of your even failed. It couldn't even have it on their Facebook, so you chose calling it that to the point where there are memes about it. On top of that, your Facebook Meta, your Meta Oculus sucks. You.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It's fun.
It's amazing.
Oh yeah. You bought it. And
It's amazing.
Doug, I had one before anybody had one, and I'm telling you, it sucks.
You're using the shitty like first gen or second.
Yeah, I am.
Three.
But even that, you fucking bought Meta. You bought Oculus. So you didn't even come up with that. Your new Meta Ray-Bans suck. They were used in a fucking college football scandal, and on top of that, now you're getting sued. You're getting sued for promoting Instagram to minors. So for those reasons, I'm out. Now, the thing about the
I agree. He can still skills to identify like big trends, I guess.
no, he sucks. He sucks. He sucks.
Good venture capitalist.
No, he sucks. Don't even that. Doug, he sucks. Do you know what it is to suck? You do if you know who Zuckerberg is. All right, Dog. Now, the next thing. You wanted to know what happened? Basically, there was a team in college football that had one of its coaches who used those Ray-Ban glasses to record other teams' plays at other games and stuff, and that's against the rules. So, anyway, Zuckerberg sucks. Everybody hates him, and he's the worst.
Spy glasses are used for spying.
Yeah, apparently.
Have Caleb on the northern side. So once I can't have Caleb on the northern side, and I know.
I think people might encounter defamation lawsuits for using those things.
So a lot of information.
Why defamation lawsuit?
Again, as we go through. So don't have resolution.
Even though it's your First Amendment right to record someone in public, if you are profiting off making them look bad, I believe it's like could lead to a defamation information loss.
Okay.
Major details of the Beis Hamikdash. Whereas some of the people being quoted over here lived from the time of the second Beis Hamikdash.
And also, the thing that you highlighted about people being able to just instantly find someone's identity in all of their metadata just from like a scan is pretty sketchy.
Shit's wild.
So you look to yourself, I don't understand. How are they having these machlokes when there are people that actually saw what occurred? Right there, where the Beis Hamikdash was. So Soloveitchik actually discusses this in a different context. As Doug said, from see the tremendous trauma of the Korban. Traumatic events, when people undergo dramatic trauma, often what it does is it confuses their ability to recall facts. So Soloveitchik says, you see in here just how overwhelming traumatic the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash was. That we had known was over. It was an existential threat. He smelled it, was felt it, and as a result, so traumatic that there was even difficulty in recalling exact fact afterwards. That's how traumatic the Korban was. For us, we think about social English, it was an event. It was an event in a number of different traumatic events. Trauma of the Korban was something traumatically different, and as a result, you see again even difficulty in recalling facts, even by those who may have seen it. It's incredible. Let's go back there. Amarav, Mizbeach Shenifkam. So once again, Mizbeach, ultimately again, it was damaged. It's incredible. Mizbeach was damaged. You don't want to be that guy who damaged the Mizbeach, right? But Mizbeach was damaged. So let's tell you, any carbonos that were shafted there are possible. Now, it's not immediately clear what this means. Right? Obviously, if the Mizbeach is damaged and somebody actually shafts a carbon on it, of course the carbon is not going to be good. We'll see a little bit more what it I'm sorry. Mikro, so this is Rav speaking. Mikro, so Rav says we had a pasuk that supported this, but I don't remember what the pasuk was. Incredible. So Rav says, Kisal Rav Kana. And when Rav Kana went in, so Ash Rav Shimon Rav Yossi. So Rav Kana went out and he tried to find the source for this. And he's found, they said over the name of Rav Yossi, the name is actually Nifkam. From where do we know from this Mizbeach that was damaged? That all the colonels ultimately again that were shafted there apostle. Where do we know that from? The apostle who shot upon him is dead. Your olos and your shlomim. Here's the problem. Do we shaft kabbalos on the Mizbeach? No, we just not going to talk about this. We don't check kabbalos. Where do we check kabbalos? Where do we check kabbalos? Where do we check kabbalos? It depends, right? What is it about? It's kachim kadosh mashafted in the north, and if it's kachim kadosh anywhere in the Azara, pointed on the ground. You're not. Yes, we have a Mishnah that talks about what happens if you shafted it on the Mizbeach itself, but that's not the norm. So why does it frame it as you're shafting your karbanos on the Mizbeach? So rather,
Riser.
Rather, when the positive is a bakta Allah, you shall shaft on the Mizbeach. What it means is, when can you shaft? When the Mizbeach is feet and not when
Riser.
That's the idea. The Allah means shkita of karbanos is proper.
This is bullshit.
But not when it is. It's incredible. So you want to Hainukra. Oh, that's kind of possible. I forgot. So if I say now you round out this picture. So that's a lot of if you check kabbalos at a time that the Mizbeach is damaged, ultimately again the kabbalos are invalid. Why? Because the pasuk says v'zavachta Allah es olah secha v'es shalom. You shall check on it your kabbalos. What does it mean? You shall check on it when the Mizbeach itself is intact. Ultimately, you have to check kabbalos. But when it's not intact, the of kabbalos is invalid. But Rabbi Yochanan says no. Sorry. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Echad Zeh v'Echad Zeh Psulim. One second. Now what has happened over here? So now, if you have a damaged mizbeach, check karbanos, and those karbanos are invalid. Rabbi Yochanan says, you get that at a time, ultimately, that the mizbeach, karbanos are invalid. Rashi, Echad Zeh v'Echad Zeh, it's intermediate wide lines in. Echad Zeh v'Echad Zeh, שנשחטו בשעס קדימון, בין שנשחטו אחת תיקונם פסולים כל הקודשים, שהיו קידושים ועושה שעה. So let's say this incredible. So therefore, Rav says, only karbanos that you actually shecht at the time that the mizbeach is damaged are unfit for use. So Yochanan says, even karbanos that you designated at the time that the mizbeach ultimately again are possible. So what are they arguing about? Rav Savar Balichaim in a nitrin, Rabbi Yochanan Savar Balichaim nitrin. So we've seen this concept of dichui. Dichui means once something ultimately again is set aside for non-use, it can no longer be redeemed for use. So Rav says only something can be set aside for non-use, but if you just have a consecrated living animal, it's fine. Just wait to offer it to his back. Rabbi Yochanan on the other hand says no. Even Balichaim animals is set aside for non-use, and therefore again, if you designated a carbon at the time that the mizbeach was unfit for use, that animal itself forever becomes precluded for sacrificial use. That's the machlokas. So makes the Kash Kolakachim Shahayu actual midnight mizbeach v'akach midnight mizbeach psuli. So now watch this. The Gemara is like this. Fascinating. All karbanos that you had, all animals that were designated as karbanos, that wasn't at the consciousness. This sounds like between a second bucket and mikdash. So ultimately, again, if you had designated as karbanos before the second base of mikdash was built, and then the second base of mikdash was built, and those animals ultimately again are precluded from use. So the Gemara says, one second, if you designate animals when there's no base of mikdash, aren't they set aside for non-use from the beginning? Ella actually that is very interesting. Rather, talking about karbanos designated before the mikdash was destroyed. Before the mikdash was destroyed, now the Gemara is saying, can't bring them when the second base of mikdash was rebuilt. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. So because again, they were out. Remember again, I will say, everything that was designated by the time the first base by the time the second base of mikdash, right, it came along, they would be walking around walkers, whatever. They're not going to, right, they're clearly going to be aged out from any type of use anyway. Ella, actually, both sides, you must like this. Talking about over here, that Allah if you went ahead and you designated the animal, and then the base hamikta, and then the mizbeach was damaged, right, and then you repaired it. At the time you repaired the mizbeach, you can't cut up that carbon, which seems to support the Yochanan idea that that even an designated as a carbon, at a time that it cannot is forever precluded for non-use, or forever designated as non-use. One second. But again, you could change the wording, just like you're modifying the wording over here. Modify the wording to say not about that, but rather again the animal was shechted. If it was shechted, ultimately, then it is forever set aside as animal. By the way, just that's how we paskin. We paskin in the living animals are not designated for non-use. So, for example, imagine an animal as a carbon. And now let's say again, the mizbeach is being damaged, so you can't offer it up. Once they repair the mizbeach, you can go ahead and offer up that carbon. Whereas if let's say again the mizbeach was damaged, you shechted the carbon, and now let's say they do the repair that day. If at the time you shechted the carbon, the mizbeach was not usable, ultimately then that carbon is forever set aside as non-use. So a living animal is not set aside, but a shechted carbon, if it can't be offered up at the time of is forever use, we pass them like that. The Gemara says, so this is very interesting. Let's say this is actually quite fascinating. That halacha l'maisa, if if you have Mizbeach HaKetoras, and Mizbeach was not there, it was uprooted from its place. She says, Mizbeach Shenakar, the Mizbeach Primi Kamari, because I put in the pizza, Kasha Dirablas. Let's listen to this. So the Gemara now says as follows, that if you have the inner Mizbeach, the golden altar, used for incense. If it was uprooted ultimately again from its place, I don't know if it was removed, this was taken away. What's the halacha? Maktirin Ketoras in Koma. Ultimately, it's offered Ketoras where? On the floor. On the floor of the Heichal itself. What does that sound like? That even in the acts of the Mizbeach, you still continue sacrificial service. If that's the case, then the Kasha on Rav. Because why should we say just because the Mizbeach is damaged the future sacrificial? Here's the difference on the side. There's no blood applications that is there. That's the difference. Technically speaking, it's actually quite interesting. Apparently, Ketoras, by incense offering, can be done even without a Mizbeach. Blood applications absolutely unequivocally require a Mizbeach and cannot be done without a Mizbeach. So, Rabbi Yehuda, so we'll say, what's the tradition of Rabbi Yehuda? It's really quite interesting. Rabbi Yehuda, Isanya Bayomahu Kiddush especially. Kiddush Hamelach, Tocha Chatzit. We'll say, now listen to this. This is talking about, again, first base HaMikdash. First base HaMikdash, Shlomo HaMelech. So the Pasuk says it was on that day. This is in Malachim Aleph. It was on that day. Kiddush HaChatzah. Now let's listen to this. We give a little background. Let's read the rest of the Pasuk. Mizbeach Katan Mehekal. Katan Mehekal. So now the Pasuk seems to indicate like this. On the day they consecrated the Beis Hamikdash, Shlomo HaMelech also took the floor of the Beis Hamikdash, the floor, to be allowed to be used for animal sacrifice. Why? Because there was such a volume of karbanos that day that could not accommodate all of the karbanos. That's what the Rashi from Kipsavan. Shekidish es here's the last line of the document. Shekidish es haritzah lo l'shenis de'ach v'hakjara. So literally again, of the Beis Hamikdash itself served as an extension of the Mizbeach. To actually sacrifice animals on the feet, Shai Mizbeach, Kata Mehafil Olo Ushlamim, Shekri. Listen to this. It's incredible. The possibilities could begin early. Now, also, we're going to see they offered up a total of 142,000 karbanos on the day that Shlomo HaMelech inaugurated the Beis Hamikdash. 142,000. Wow. Now, the Gemara says, if Rabbi Yehuda says literally, the Mizbeach was too small, so Shlomo HaMelech was very interesting. Consecrated the floor of the Mikdash itself. That makes the floor of the Mikdash like the Mizbeach. That would allow, obviously, again, for sacrificial service on the entire area. He says, I'm a Gizmo. Now, I look find that Ella, almost Yalashon Mizbeach. How the Pasuk says that the Mizbeach that Shlomo HaMelech built was very, and they were able to offer 1,000 offerings on it. So it's ultimately again, as mentioned before, they offered up a total of 140,000 over the course, not really, not one day, over the course of the inauguration. So the Gemara says, remember again, myself,
they want to know.
Should have been big enough to accommodate the sacrificial load, the sacrificial volume. It wasn't enough. Right now, again, obviously, but over the course of that day, ultimately, again, there would have been enough room to accommodate all of the karbanos. So, therefore, why is it that Shlomo, just touching over here, why Shlomo would have needed to expand the sacrificial area to include the floor of the Azara? He should have been able to accommodate everything on the Mizbeach. And some of the pasuk itself says that the Mizbeach was too Elamahu Kabehakel. And I will say, what does it mean ultimately that the Mizbeach too small? What does it mean? The Gemara says, "Ka'adam ha'omer l'chaveiro, phoni nanasu pasal la'avod." The Gemara together again, we'll see exactly what this means. The Gemara says, what does it mean ultimately again that it's too small? It's like a friend who tells his friend that so and so says about someone so and so is a midget and therefore unable to do the avodah. Okay, what exactly is happening here? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Elamahu omer." Listen to this. When the pasuk says that the Mizbeach, it's fascinating. It was not talking about the Mizbeach of Shlomo. We're talking about the Mizbeach they built. Remember, as Shlomo builds a new Mizbeach. Now, it's a Mizbeach because Moshe Rabbeinu had built a Mizbeach for the Mishkan. The pasuk said, it's because to use the Mizbeach of Moshe. They went ahead and they deconstructed and put away the materials from that Mizbeach and built a new Mizbeach. A new Mizbeach because it was too small statement was not Shlomo's Mizbeach. Rather, Moshe said, "Brother, look at that. That's really incredible. Love Mizbeach. Now again, so point out, Moshe just Mizbeach is referred to as Mizbeach abundant. Mizbeach made of stone. Our Mizbeach, this Mizbeach now, the Mizbeach is called Mizbeach HaNechoshes, as opposed to the Mizbeach, the Mizbeach is called Mizbeach HaZahav. In other words, made ultimately out of what is called the copper one. So we call Mizbeach HaAvonim, based on this, Mizbeach HaNechos, everyone Mizbeach HaZahav. Now look at Rashi. Not Mizbeach HaAvonim cover. Of Moshe. So why not say that the Mizbeach of Moshe was false? Why word the pasuk in such a confusing way? Which the Gemara answers, he wants to be deferential and nice to Moshe. So for example, the Gemara gives the other show if there's a Kohen that's, let's say, possible to do the avodah, so all they say about it, they would say, oh, so and so is a midget. Now, apparently, I don't know, I guess things change all the time, but apparently, if I'm going to be different, it would have been offensive to say this guy is possible to do the avodah. For a midget, apparently that's not offensive. Right? So, in other words, obviously, a midget is not allowed to do the avodah in the base of the Mikdash, so a midget is not possible. The same thing over here, the Gemara says, he said Mizbeach is too small. The pasuk doesn't say which Mizbeach is too small. So therefore, we the reader assume that it's talking about the Mizbeach of Shlomo. In fact, it's not the Mizbeach of Shlomo, rather, what was it? It was the Mizbeach of Moshe. Incredible. Rabbi Yehuda, Shabbat Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yehuda is saying good. Rabbi Yehuda telling the Amar Mizbeach Sha'asa Moshe got a higher. No, so Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. So Rabbi Yehuda actually holds that the Mizbeach that Moshe Rabbeinu made was actually a very large Mizbeach. Sign up. Chamish Amos Ora. The Chamish Amos Rocha. Farm kicks under Rabbi Yosef. So what's that now again? When the Torah gives the dimensions ultimately again as a Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu, the Torah says that you shall reach his death, I say sheep in a case of work. Chamish Amos Ora. 5 amos in the group. Ultimately, again, it should be a square. Rabbi Yossi says it's literal. Rabbi Yehuda says no. Let's get ready for this. Rabbi Yehuda says get ready. Rabbi Yehuda says it says over here, Ravua, meaning by Moshe Rabbeinu, by the Moshe Rabbeinu made, it says square. And it says over there, looks like, get ready. Where's over there? Over there is Yechezkel. That was like, we're going to talk about the dramatic focus, the visions of Yechezkel, which Beis Hamikdash is he referring to? Is Yechezkel referring to the bias Sheni, or get ready for it? Is he referring to the bias Shlishi? So there's a lot of ambiguity in the visions of Yechezkel. But either way, for our purpose, it doesn't matter all that much. But the idea of reading things like this. It says Ravua, it says square, the Mizbeach has to be squared by Moshe Rabbeinu. And it says Ravua just like by Yechezkel, the measurements are from the center of the back and on. So by Moshe Rabbeinu from the center. Oh, so Moshe, that dramatically changes things. That means Moshe Rabbeinu, according to the Yossi, the entire Mizbeach is 5 amos by 5 amos. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it's 10 amos by 10 amos. Right? The 5 is measured from the center. That obviously fundamentally changes the dimensions of the Mizbeach. Also, you know, but the little general by Yechezkel, how do you know that he's made from the center point? From the Ariel, first of the Mizbeach, ultimately when it's 12 amos, the whole middays, on middays, to the midpoint, maybe it's 12 by 12 altogether. Yeshu Omer, when the Pasuk says El Arba'as Rizah, the Ramich of Israel. When it says ultimately again from this, that tells you ultimately again that Halacha L'Maaseh from the middle, from both sides. And make my focus on Rabbi Yossi, ultimately on the Shir in this gap. Rabbi Yossi, she's going to give a Shabbat. Big goal for who did that. And if you do that for Rabbi Yossi, was got to stop over here. Pick up with a little bit kind of in the middle. That must have been very exciting. Now ultimately again talking about Shabbat. So therefore, you see the Shabbat, he's got Moshe Rabbeinu, he's Rabbi Yechezkel, and I'm trying to understand how big was the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu, and again, was it really too small ultimately again for service purposes? So the Beis Hamikdash has built by. So I'm not going to stop over here today. Shkaya, everyone.
All across Peru, you have these incredibly precise, very little evidence of any sort of chisel marks and no real understanding of how they were excavated. It's incredible just what you see.
All you need to do is just what you need to track itself as a square. So again, the Tapua was just situated in the middle of the square. All you do is divide it.
Steps or something like that, but I know SAQ, SAY, Say, Waman, WAME, yeah, so Waman, diorite steps, diorite spelled, sorry, D-I-O-R-I-T.
All right, let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all the stores this morning here today. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Ashvan, Stephen Karizin. In loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Zinn, William Steve, and Hans from the Rock on the occasion of his 20th yard site. And I've got William sponsors for today, Alan Steinberg, and Steve Steinberg for the continued sponsorship.
Welcome, Steve.
Continued help. First of all, Ms. Hannah Bass Susha for a complete and enduring festival. The website, we also dedicate our exclusive social parties for today. Overwhelming days, we will die for Hadar Golden. Place in Arizona, taking place today in Israel. Overwhelming, and different, tearful for Shabu Banam and Gulam. You could imagine, for 11 years, this precious Misham, who was most of the armies of Israel, is finally brought back home. But we hope that some way, somehow, it provides this precious family with you can imagine. So some things are just simply unimaginable. But we hope that hopefully this family feels some level of, I don't really know what the right word is, whether it's closure, whether it's nakama, whether it's relief. Halavai, their son is back home. Rav Yisrael's son is back home. And it should just be another piece of Yisrael's Tovos, Mizracha, Simcha, and Shalom for Rav Yisrael. And once we begin the new parak today, it's incredible, so exciting.
Where it's just like a 90-degree cut into stone, perfect finish and no sign of chiseling. So the back is also so polished. This is the thing. I just find that so.
I really have to say, I miss the days of just Anyway, but okay.
That these ancient people had figured something out. They probably existed for thousands of
Okay,
years.
so let's say, so we have this correspondence section today to begin the new paragraph.
They went in a different
Begin the
highway.
new paragraph, and that is nun tes. 58, and we are taking up the Yetz Hashem at the Mishnah on 58. The Mishnah says as follows. Kache Kadash, Shakman Baruch Miguel. So today, remember again, now after the Parsha, or after the Parsha, after the paragraph, so remember again, we are armed with a bit more information than what we had before. So remember again,
things like this. And for a long time, he wasn't revealing how he was doing it, so I kind of just was like, whatever, dude. Like, I don't think you're actually doing this.
Remember again, when it came to Kodesh Kadoshim, so we established where Kodesh Kadoshim Shechted. They're Shechted with Tzafon in the north, in this area. Now, we also spoke about, if you remember, Tzafon really extends just a bit beyond the bounds of the Mizbeach, but that's my focus. Here's my focus. Over here is my focus. Kachim Kalim, where can Kachim Kalim be Shechted? Anywhere, right? And remember again, even in back of the Mikdash, thanks to these small entranceways by the Pesach Halifos, by the knife chamber. Okay. Now, the Mishnah kind of transitions to an interesting different kinds of discussions about what about Shechting on the Mizbeach itself, like literally on the Mizbeach. We've never spoken. Remember, Shechita is not done on the Mizbeach. That's not where it's done. It's done really over here. We didn't speak about this explicitly, but remember again, these are the rings that would hold down the animals. There were tables over here that would use to go ahead and cut apart the animals. It's really where all the Shechita happened. It's not. But what about Shechting on the Mizbeach itself? So this is a discussion in the Mishnah. The Mishnah says as follows: Kachim Kadashim Shechtam B'Rosh HaMizbeach. So if you have something that was shechted on the top of the Mizbeach, as Yossi says, Kilu Nishchat B'Tzaf. Yossi says shechting on the Mizbeach itself is as if you shechted in the north. That satisfies the north requirement. When Yossi you go over, Mechatzi Mizbeach U'Daram Kidaram, Mechatzi Mizbeach U'Tzafon U'Tzafon. So Yossi really says something very interesting. He says it really depends where on the Mizbeach ultimately again you are shechted. If you go ahead, literally again, the half of the Mizbeach to the south was counted like the south, and the half of the Mizbeach to the north was counted to the north. I was saying that what can you really say like this? Remember, the part of the Heichal essentially through here is like a line, like an east-west line that goes through the north. Essentially saying it's like this. If you shechted the south of that line, then that is like shechting on the south. Obviously, what's the status of shechting Kodesh Kadashim on the south? It's invalid. If you shecht to the north of the line, on the Mizbeach, then ultimately it's like shechting in the north, and that would be okay. So that's the passage. Therefore, again, a local myself, unlike my focus, if you shecht on the Mizbeach, just to be clear, we're talking about now a case that's shechting on the roof of the Be'ach. So Rabbi Yossi is totally fine, satisfies the north requirement. Rabbi Yossi really says it depends where you shecht. If you shecht now, again, imagine that line that bisects the east west coming out of the middle of the hill. So bisects east west. If you shecht to the south of that line, it is invalid. To the north of that line, it is valid. Incredible. So let's analyze. I'm going to ask you, the Ochanan, Omer Higher Rabbi Yossi. Kula is back with something. I must have none of your references in other machlokes that we had earlier on, which was where was the actual itself situated. So the Yochanan that according to Rabbi Yossi, the entire Mizbeach was really shifted northward. That what you see over here is not really the way that it was. Obviously, this reflects the halacha lament. This reflects how we pass it. That the Mizbeach was situated really right in the middle. But Rabbi Yossi actually holds that the Mizbeach was situated further down here to the north, again, down is north. I must say, so just to understand when we say that, so just the part of the Mizbeach that we see that's situated, when we talk about the Mizbeach, we don't really, the position of the ramp doesn't matter to us as much in this conversation. Is really, although the ramp was used as well for sacrificial purposes, which we'll discuss, or sacrificial rites, which we'll discuss, when we see all of the Mizbeach being situated in the north, we're talking about this. So according to Rabbi Yossi, so let's follow this. So Rabbi Yossi posits that according to Rabbi Yossi, who was the first opinion in our Mishnah, the Mizbeach was really moved down. To the point that the Mizbeach really was right here. This area where you see the rings, that's really where this square of the Mizbeach was situated. Now, when you say that now, Rabbi Yossi really makes a lot of sense. So what did Rabbi Yossi in the Mishnah say? Rabbi Yossi said, wherever you shechted on the Mizbeach itself, halacha l'maisa is considered to be north. That's the Yochannan's position. So the Yochanan, you aim up at sorry. Omer Ali Rabbi Yossi, kula Mizbeach mitzachon kai. Umayki, look, hold on a second. If that's the case, then halacha l'maisa, why does the Mishnah say kilu? Yossi says that if you shine on Mizbeach, it's as if you have gone ahead and shechted in the north. Or it's not bringing it as if. If we choose that according to the Yossi, that the entire Mizbeach is going to be moved down, and the Mizbeach is going to be situated almost totally in the north, and it's not you shechted in the north, it's what? You shechted in the north. Which the Gemara says, and what would you have thought very interesting? I might have thought that the halacha by karbanos is that you require al yarech. What does al yarech mean? On the side. I might have thought that the halacha by karbanos is that the shkita cannot be done on the mizbeach, but rather again, shkita must be done on the side of the mizbeach. Gemara says, mashma no, that no shkita can be done on the mizbeach, and since the Yossi holds that the entire mizbeach was shifted back to the northward, therefore halacha l'maisa, you can check anywhere on the Mizbeach itself. Incredible. Amar is in Rasi, so this is the Rasi Elami Ata. Rabbi Yossi Yehuda. That's one says that's Rabbi Yossi. Therefore, again, Rabbi Yochanan is positing that according to Rabbi Yossi, the entire Mizbeach was shifted northward, in the majority of shifted downward. And that's Rabbi Yossi Mishnah says you can check Kachei Kadashim anywhere you want on the Mizbeach because it satisfies the obligation of Safon, satisfies the obligation of north. I'm going to be there, Rabbi Yossi Elamiata, Rabbi Yossi Yehuda. Hakanami defects of itself, defects of the dollar. So therefore, looks like according to Rabbi Yehuda, we're assuming it does not move in Mizbeach northward. According to him, the position of the Mizbeach as is open. If that's the case, as you mentioned before, you have half of the Mizbeach in the north, half of the Mizbeach in the south. And also, remember again, just we're going to see the way our operates over here is this imaginary line that bisects the basic, right? The line that goes from east to west, and from west to east. Ultimately, again, and then part of the Mizbeach is in the south, part of the Mizbeach is in the north.
That's amazing.
If you came off, Hakanami, and you see that would be true. That would be true. Rabbi Yehuda, shocking negdan the arka psula. Yet they will say, and this phrase at first glance is not going to make sense, won't make sense if you know yet. We said that Rabbi Yehuda holds that if you shechted on the ground of the Beis Hamikdash, the area corresponding to the Mizbeach, ultimately again the carbon is possible. So that was serious. In other words, just take a step back. The first thing that according to the Yossi, the way this works is the entire Mizbeach is pushed into the north. And therefore, again, that's why the Yossi in the Mishnah says that anywhere you shech on this Mizbeach, ultimately, again, therefore, what did Rabbi Yossi Yehuda say? He said that ultimately, again, if you shech on the half of the Mizbeach that's in the south, it's not good. If you shech on the half of the Mizbeach that's in the north, it is good. Which means that according to Rabbi Yehuda, there is a line that bisects the Mizbeach, making it half of it in the north, in the south, and half of it in the north. Now, if you say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Here's the problem. There's another thing that Rabbi Yehuda. What does Rabbi Yehuda say? That if you shech a carbon on the ground where the Mizbeach technically is, so I know that statement doesn't make any sense, right? Because if the Mizbeach is there, then how can you shech there? And if the Mizbeach is not there, then what does it mean if there is a Mizbeach? So we'll talk about that. Don't get caught up in details right now, right? Right now, just follow the words, right? Just follow the words. So if you shech on an area on the ground that corresponds to the Mizbeach, that the carbon is custom. Which I will say makes it sound like because there was a Yehuda, then what? But interestingly enough, that where is the Mizbeach? South. But listen, which is pretty amazing, which makes it sound like the focus over here is, but some of it doesn't stem with the Mishnah. Right? Because in the Mishnah, according to this Rebbe, part of the Mizbeach is in the south, and part of the Mizbeach is in the north. And that's like every shepherd. There's nothing that that says that if you shepherd the Kachek Kadoshim on an area of the ground corresponding to the Mizbeach, that the carbon is not good. Which makes it sound like the entire Mizbeach is in the south. So how do you reconcile this? Which the Gemara says, how can come the opposite? Here's what Rabbi Yochanan usually says. Shneyan Mikra Achadash. In reality, both Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Yehuda are arguing on a particular pasuk. They're arguing the interpretation of a pasuk. Rabbi said, that's just how incredible is this? That halacha l'maisa, really what it sounds like is the machlokes is the ultimately again of the Mizbeach. Something about Rabbi Yochanan said they're arguing on the interpretation of a pasuk. What's the pasuk? So the pasuk is, you shall go ahead and you shall offer up on the Mizbeach.
What'd you say?
Here's what's really great. That reversal of Komas. We love this to make
You could miss the first, no worries.
are shafted where? Kachek Kadoshim, Safon in the north, Kachek Kalu, anywhere in the Azar. Now, what's interesting about this pasuk is the pasuk says, on the Mizbeach, you will shaft your Ola and your Shlamim. So watch this. Rabbi Yossi Savar, Kula, the Ola of Kula Shlamim. Rabbi Yossi says the entire Mizbeach is fit both for Ola as well as for Shlamim. Both are fit for both. So you have to say, what does that mean? What does it mean? Where is the Mizbeach? Where's the Mizbeach? It has to be in the north. Because if you're going to say that the entire Mizbeach is ultimately against for Ola with Kachek Kadoshim would by itself require north. That has to mean that the entire Mizbeach is situated in the north. And therefore, again, whatever is good for Ola, by definition, is also going to be good for Shlamim. They both work. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda Sabar, Tatziyav Ola, but from the Shlamim, Rabbi Yossi, half of the Mizbeach is good for Ola, and half of the Mizbeach is good for Shlamim. Which would mean what? Which would mean this machine, where that line bisects the Mizbeach, therefore half of it itself, which works for Shlamim, Shlamim could go anywhere, right? But on far from its means for Shlamim, and the bottom half, which is situated in the north, will ultimately again be strict for Ola. This side I took Ola Tasha, because you would think, Rabbi Yossi says that the entire Mizbeach is good for an Ola, meaning that the entire Mizbeach is situated in the north. Hashda, Kula Rasha, Kula Mashlamai. The Rabbi Yossi says, here Rabbi Yossi is stand up on. He said, why does the pasuk need to say that you shall offer your Ola and your Shlamim on the Mizbeach? Right? Because it would tell me that you can offer your Ola on the Mizbeach, then what does that tell you? If it's good enough for Ola, then it's good enough for Shlamim. Because only Ola can be for north. Shlamim can be anywhere. If you want to tell me that the Mizbeach is only situated in the north, just Ola, and I would have known if it's good enough or good enough for Shlamim. Once you tell me Ola and Shlamim, by definition, it must mean this type of place where the Mizbeach is in the middle. Therefore, only part of it is good for Allah, i.e. the northern part. And again, all the southern is good for Shlamim. Incredible. Besides that, Kula Ola Kasher, Hashda Kula Ola Kasher, Kula Shlamim the Idasamo system. Therefore, it turns out that the Yochanan says, it's really fascinating. The Machosim of Yossi ultimately is how to interpret the pasuk. So what is it again? The pasuk says, "Zakta Allah as follows kava as Shlamim." Describing outer Mizbeach, you shall offer upon it your older Mizbeach. So Yossi says, the whole Mizbeach is good for the whole Mizbeach is good for Shem, teaching us that the Mizbeach itself was situated in the north. But Yossi and Yehuda can't be, because if the whole Mizbeach was good for Ola, they don't even mention Shlamim. And I would know, good enough for Ola is good enough for Shlamim. The fact that it says that it's good for ultimately what? Part of it is for Ola, Part of it is for shlom. Must mean this type of placement where the line bisected, bottom half or northern half good for Ola, southern half good for shlom. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows: what does the VOC say about that? So according to VOC, why do we need to say both Ola and shlom? I'll tell you why. If the Tzadai Kanina, Ola will be talking to Makom. About Shlom and Delivery Makom, Imolo, like this, very interesting. And here's how I say Ola and Shlom. Because I would have thought that maybe the only license the chef on the Mizbeach itself is for Ola. Why? Because in general, Ola has less space for Shvita. Because all this Kachek Hadash has to happen where? In the north. So I would have thought only Ola would have a license to chef on the Mizbeach itself. But Shlomin, also where do you set chef where? Anywhere here, I would say that perhaps you can't check Shlomin on this day. Kamash Milan, yes you can. Kamash Milan, yes you can. That's what Yossi says. Allah Himself is included in the pasuk as well. Okay, so let's analyze this. Turns out, therefore, halacha l'maisa that we unlike Machor Mishnah is actually unlike Machor is about the positioning of the Mizbeach, which you've already seen before. Ufa, Amar Ba'asem Rabbi Yochanan. Modi Rabbi Yochanan Yehuda. So we're going to say, now let's go back to this strange and enigmatic statement. So Rabbi Yossi said, Rabbi Yochanan, the Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda agrees that if you were to check the carbon, if you were to check the Ola, right, Kachek Hadashim, if you were to check Kachek Hadashim on an area on the ground corresponding to the Mizbeach, that ultimately, again, the carbon is hostile. Okay, that was it. Now remember again, for our purposes, what does that indicate? That seems to indicate for our purposes the southern orientation of the Mizbeach. Therefore, again, if we were to go ahead and check the carbon on an area on the ground in which the Mizbeach is situated, ultimately the carbon was hostile, because then we would be checking Kaddish Kadosh the Darum in the south, and that doesn't work. So with my connecting the Karka, first of all, can you just practically, what are you talking about? Like, just explain me, how are you shipping carbon on the ground that the Mizbeach occupies? If the Mizbeach is there, you can't check with this, either in the Amma Yisod or Amma Sodin. Okay, so maybe it means that you're checking about that on the Amma Yisod. And so like number again, the bottom line. So inside the checking of yours, again, that's a narrow area to check. I guess you'd be very talented to be good. But maybe going to checking on the arm of the so or the Soviet. What was the Soviet level said? Remember again, that was the elevated ledge that the Queen would take like the off ramp over here. And he would go ahead and come to this side ledge, and he would walk around actually do the blood applications to the horns. So maybe that's what you're talking about. Maybe the Shkita is taking on the soles of the bottom ledge, or the soles of the elevated ledge. That's simply why I keep it in this Mizbeach. That's called the Mizbeach. That's not called the ground of the Mizbeach. That's called the Mizbeach itself. But furthermore, my connection to the Karka. Ultimately, so what does it mean the Russian of corresponding on the ground? What does that mean? The Kutuma, so let's listen to this. The other Nechilos the Karka. Maybe the Shakako. Maybe we're talking about a case where maybe you made underground tunnels in the base and the flush, right? So therefore, checking underneath the area of the Mizbeach. That's what it means. First, the Gemara says, no. Now, what the God, no. You have you back. So let's say if you were to do that, Mizbeach would actually be a valid life. By the time you learn, Mizbeach Hadamat Ha'asam. The Pasuk says, you shall make an earthen Mizbeach for you. What does this mean? Ultimately, again, the Mizbeach should be attached to the ground. What does this mean? Cubis in some of the stations in Yerushalayim, and often the way they would build elevation is to build an archway that has a support and build on top of that. So the halacha is the Mizbeach itself must be flush with the earth. You can't have tunnels underneath it, and you can't have archways to create elevation. So therefore, you're both. So we're just trying to figure out just a simple logistical question. The Gemara talks about shafting on the ground corresponding to the area of the Mizbeach. I don't understand what that means. That's what it means. Two words, well, two is very interesting. The Baksha B'tzurei. So we'll say this is fasting. What are we talking about here? We're talking about a situation where he decided to make the Mizbeach smaller. In other words, what does this mean? This is a certain area that's very much size actually. How big was the Mizbeach? How big was the Mizbeach? 32 hours by 32 hours. The interesting enough, let's say so that means that's the space that the Mizbeach occupied. Let's say you decided to make you. Any of us, someone, right, whoever makes decisions, decided to go ahead and make a small space. That amount is 22 by 22, right? Instead of 32 by 30. Let's say, so this is actually pretty much. Take a look at Rashi, right? About to it is 4 lines or 5 lines before the lines become intermediately one. The Vase Masuri, in Nimach Mekutes Alizbeach, you can go ahead and decide to shrink the Mizbeach. The Mishai shuts up on Pagod. He shut out Shamsu. Yapaga Yarafu. Also, Mr. Dalamazar, who David Lo, am I possible? Outside. So apparently, we're listening to note over here as I said. So we're going to have to get into this, but it sounds like that the dimensions of the Mizbeach are fungible. As long as you've got a square, you have a large enough area to do what you're going to talk about later, or the happens on the top of the Mizbeach. Ultimately, again, it's fun. You can shrink the area. So what it means is like this. What is it like this? If you were to go ahead and construct a smaller Mizbeach, so let's say instead of 32 by 32, like I said, it's 22 by 23. This means now that you're standing on the area that technically speaking is the could have occupied, and you check Kodshe Kadoshim there. What's the halacha? That's what he says. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? That 32 by 32 square was situated in the south. Situated in the south. And because of that, even if you shrunk the Mizbeach and now you have additional ground area, if you check Kodshe Kadoshim there, ultimately the carbon will be possible, which is pretty dramatic. We'll say a lot of very interesting ideas over here. To which the Gemara says, I'm going to say it up. So therefore, I wanted to point out what's unfolding over here is something ridiculously dramatic, which is that the fundamental of Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda is where is the Mizbeach situated. But neither of them hold that it looks like this. Like Rabbi Yossi is holding on to the north, and Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yossi really saying is pushed up to the second. That's the fundamental focus, which is really incredible. To which the Gemara says, I'm Rabbi Zera, Efsha Isa Lahad Rabbi Yochanan, although Tamil in Masnisin. So the thing is like this. Here's the problem. Rabbi Yochanan is really interpreting this entire machlokes, right? And Rabbi Yochanan is interpreting this machlokes ultimately again. There was like I saw a point, but Rabbi Yochanan is interpreting this machlokes in a very dramatic way. The Rabbi Yossi has the Mizbeach in the north, and Rabbi Yossi has the Mizbeach in the south. So come along with the Zera says, Rabbi Yochanan is advancing such a good interpretation, and there's no mission, or there's no price to this, like this, pretty dramatic about the actual position of the Mizbeach, and there's no early source to this. So he went to Nafak, so let's say, so Rabbi Zera is going to raise this question, and then what happens? Nafak, he went out and he found. We're going to say, what did one is supposed to ask? If you have a question, what is the obligation? Go out and try to find an answer. Like most things in life, if you want something, do it yourself. All too often in life, we want something, whatever the something is. We want success, but we outsource it to others. We want happiness, but we outsource it to others. We want shalom bayis, and we outsource it to others. If you want something in life, make it happen for yourself. Do not rely on other people. Rely on those following. But other than that, do not rely on other people. Become a self-reliant, self-sufficient person who makes things happen. As Zera says, I have a question. Nafak, Ashka, of Nafak, Dash, Ba'ashka. It's a book, by the way. Those words are so profound also. Nafak, if you go out, and you toil, Ashka, you will find. If you are willing to put in the effort in life, you will get the results. And let's say if we're honest with ourselves, if we're not getting the results, we're not taking the necessary amount of effort. That is a focus to go say. Go out, try hard, you will find results. Incredible. You do a whole chance for that. Fucked up. It's not. People see you walking around muttering that the whole day today. I got you. I'll give you the message of solace. This business, better than something, you know. يمكن السادة سيدنا على خشمنا التصورس نجد كان مع رب الدروس ما شفنا كان clapping 7 albums. Okay. Very nice. Watch this. Now we're going to talk about now what happens on the top of his back a little bit. Okay. So let's say, so if you notice over here, you see like a lot of stuff happening over here in his back. So here's what we're going to talk about. You know what's called the Lishkasa 8. Lishkasa 8 is right over here. Like what we call the S-Vast Russian, right? The open primary point. There are like all the problems Russian coming here, and I'm talking about tumor issues. Even aside tumor issues, if you come here, it's just called Lishkas 8. What do they keep in the Lishkas 8? Well, yes, 8. Why do we need wood? We need wood because we're going to do 1, 2, 3 hires, like P-Y-R-E-S, pile of wood, right? Fires, 3 hires that have on the top of them is that, and with something in the middle of the called the Tapuach, which we're going to discuss as well. So listen to this. The Imam says, they would take oxygen. Oxygen means wood that comes from a tree. So apparently, thick wood burns very well. So they would have a rich gassation. They would again trace the journey. They would have a rich gassation, come up to the then go ahead, come up the ramp, and it was a word they put the oxygen up. The Sagan Ma'alacha Shmir Shakikolas. Also, now watch this. This higher over here. This higher over here is called the Ma'alachas Kitoras. Now again, what does this mean? This is the pile of wood for Kitoras. What does that mean? Where is Kitoras offered? Kitoras is offered inside the base and such on the Mizrach Kitoras. Now, remember, how did they burn Kitoras inside of the base and such? With coals. How do you make coals? I have no idea. Right, good. That's what we're doing here. So make coals by burning what they would go ahead and create coals on this pile on the top of the Mizbeach. Then take these coals from here down the ramp into the base and put it on the Mizbeach HaKitoras. So the coals were made on the Mizbeach over here and then transported into the base and we put on the Mizbeach HaKitoras. So watch this. Now, so this is the subject Ma'alach Shmir Shakitoras connected. So again, this was the second pile. Again, which was going to see that really 3 piles. Right? But also, where was it was in the southwest corner. So also, remember again, let's forget our directions over here. This is west, right? This is west. So therefore, again, this pile is situated on the southwest corner of the Mizbeach, right over here. Now, it was not in the corner. Instead, it was much in our Karen, clapping Sofon Arba Amos. It was pulled away from the southwest corner. This is the southwest corner over here. If you notice, it's not flush with the southwest corner. Instead, it was pulled 4 Amos northward. 4 Amos northward. Okay. So by the way, if anyone happens to, I think what would ultimately be helpful if anyone happens to come across it in the shop journeys, I've been looking, but I haven't been able to find a safer that connects the pictures to the back of the Okay, so all right, so because we're all following, I know everyone likes screening their eyes to see my picture, right? And it continues to use this regardless. I like it, right? But that would be good out tomorrow if we have it. I'll call out the numbers of these notes on top as well. So what's this? It's actually very simple. So again, you've got there, you've got the Ma'arach. So again, one more taking wood from the Lishkas 18, take wood, bringing it into what we call the Azar over here, up in there, onto this pile over here. Pile is situated in the southwest corner. The southwest corner, again, it's been made to gain the views for the Golden Mizbeach. It wasn't exactly flush in the southwest corner, instead it was pulled forward 4 Amos towards the north. Okay, now watch this. So the Imam says, Ba'omid Chamish Si'in G'cholin. Now, how much wood did they have there? They had enough wood in order to create 5 si'in. That's the measure of G'cholin of coals. In the Shabbos, Ba'omid Shmona Si'in G'cholin. And Shabbos, they added enough wood to create 8 si'in of coals. And we'll say, now, why did they need more coals ultimately on Shabbos? To somehow you know, Shnei Bazit and Ravona shall lechem ha'panim. As well say, so remember again, this is nothing in addition to having a Shabbos. Now, generally, this pyre was made to create coals, which means we didn't really burn anything on it, except on Shabbos. Remember again about say what happens on Shabbos. Inside of the Beis Hamikdash is the shulchan. The shulchan has on it the lechem hapad shofet. On Shabbos, there are 12 loaves on there. On Shabbos, the old loaves, and one of the miracles was that the loaves remained fresh, even though they were on the shulchan entirely. The old loaves, so to speak, were given the outgoing shit behind it. On the shulchan were also positioned 2 spoons, usually like small ladles, but 2 spoons of what we call lavona, frankincense. When the old loaves were taken off, the spoons of frankincense were also taken off. They were then taken out of the mikdash HaMeichal, brought up on the deck and burned on this ma'arach, on this fire. So something was burned on this fire. So generally, again, throughout this was made to used to make for the Mizbeach had the Torah. On Shabbos they would burn spoons of frankincense. So because of that, they had extra wood because we needed more coals for the Mizbeach, for the Mizbeach, the incense, and also to burn the 2 spoons of frankincense. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "My sin, no." Ultimately, again, so we'll say, "What you now, my sin, what's this? Now, what is it? Look at Rashi. That's Rashi. That my sin, no. Ma'u asimin shofot lahem l'ma'arach ha'shniya la'afkar sabazita. Carry ma'arach is much of arba amos ma'aken sofot." So this is interesting. Now, how do we know, or what's the sin ultimately again? What is important about the fact that this ma'arach, that this fire was, although it was in the southwest corner, it was full 4 hours forward. What's the last? My Gemara says that we don't see ultimately again. So we don't see the sign that was on the base. The sign that we don't see on that. That city. This is the city. You know what it says? Call Nim, listen to this. That's very interesting. I'm going to spend some time on this. Kolanito B'Nim, Minosim B'Chos. Anything ultimately again that is taken from the inside ultimately means inside the Eichel. Anything ultimately again taken from the inside. Minosim B'Chos. Ultimately again to be applied outside. Eno Nosim Ela B'Samach She'im L'Fnim. So listen to this. Again, he's going to espouse the things on the before getting into what it actually means. Anything that is taken from inside the mikdash to outside is placed outside in an area that is directly adjacent to the inside but is not inside. Okay? One more time. Anything that you take from the inside to the outside is placed on the outside. When placed on the outside, is placed on an outside area that is immediately adjacent to the inside, but is not inside. Okay? Like I said, I'm going to give the examples and make a little bit more sense. Similarly, let's say third line down, 58. Similarly, again, anything you take from the outside to go ahead and put inside, we only go and place it inside, right? Adjacent to the outside, as long as it's not outside. Okay. Let's illustrate something. What is this? Example of something that is taken from the inside to the outside. Give me an example of this. Even with Shirayim, since when I say Shirayim, we'll say it's going to go along. Right, so again, if you want to silver blood, okay, the head gives silver. I don't need Russia. That's an explicit possible. What's the possible? You sold this back to all Russia, Pesach or Moed. The possible ultimately says, take it to the base of the old, that is at the entrance of the old Moed. So what's that's explicit? I don't need any Russians for that. The same, furthermore, again, Kolanit, furthermore, again, give me a the table is sending a signal to the inside. So even when the color sources, maybe something from the outside to the inside. For example, the cold silver. Now, what are the cold silver? That means the cold in the incense source. So the colors of silver, that again are taken from the outside, right? On the back, that's on the animal, on the realities there, and taken to the inside. But that's what it's talking about. The head symbol, like half the knocked on that. So let's say, yeah. Is an explicit pasuk. The pasuk says ultimately we will take a fire pan full of coals. The Torah says that he can be so it says so again there the Torah talks about the explicit places. Ella, so that's still looking for examples of these principles. Ella, Kohanita B'chini Nasin B'chos. Give me an example of something that is taken from the and taken outside. What is it? Shnei B'chei Levona Shalom HaPanim Yigimim Mishilai. So this is this. Well, give me an example that taken from the outside to the inside. Oh, well, so what did we just say before? On Shabbos, the Lechem HaPanim, like the showbread that is on shofar is given to the Kohanim. When they give that lechem hapanim, the 2 spoons or small ladles of frankincense of Lavona are taken out, taken out of the Heichal, taken onto the Mizbeach and burned here by the Ma'arach HaKatolich, by the fire used to create coals for the Katolich. So that example ultimately again of something that is taken from the inside to the outside. And ultimately again, let's learn that from Shirayim. And Nisa B'chutz, that's the example we're going to use of something taken from the inside to the outside, the Lavona. What's the example? Nisa B'chutz, give me an example of an item that was outside, then brought inside. That's Kolim L'chol Yom L'Yoma. The Gamma the Kolim Shel Kippurim. Ultimately, you're going to say, so what's the item that's brought from the outside to the inside? And what does that refer to? That refers to the coals that are manufactured on the top of the Mizbeach of the Ma'arach HaKatolich, and they are brought inside of the Beis HaMikdash each and every day for the Ketorah service. And listen, I watch this. Remember again. They'll say, what was the rule? What was the principle ultimately again that was espoused? The rule was anything taken from the outside to the inside, right? From the outside to the inside has to be put on an area of the inside that corresponds to the outside, but is not outside. Anything that is brought from the inside to the outside must be put adjacent to the inside. Right? Must be put outside adjacent to the inside, as long as it's not inside. Okay, and that's right. Now watch this. So you might say, "My kasava." So what's this? Obviously, what's going to complicate this? What's going to complicate this is the teaching of the Torah. So watch this. In kasava, kulam mizbeach bedaram, kai esin v'sheva by the nation. But let's say, here's the problem. So what that means is like this. Watch this. Now, if you're bringing out the, let's say the revolt, if you're bringing out the revolt, let's just bring the revolt to burn it on the Mizbeach. Right? And now, again, remember, where is that being, that's being put on this pile over here. If you hold that the Mizbeach itself has a southern orientation, then remember, the revolt that has to be placed on the Ma'arach, but opposite the entrance to the inside. So remember again, the rule is anything taken from the inside to the outside must be placed outside from the area directly adjacent to the inside. Or the topmost here is if the Mizbeach itself is placed in a southern orientation, that would mean, the Gemara says, you would have to move this Ma'arach 27 amos forward in order to make it opposite ultimately of the Mizbeach. So let's say, so again, one more time. Not that's if I said according to the Garam place, if you hold ultimately again that the Mizbeach is situated in the south, then the Gemara says, estimate the Sheva by relation. You have to bring the Ma'arach at 27 amos and use the word forward in order to line it up with the Beis HaMikdash. Zinyan Kasavar, to do so. So now remember again, what further complicates is if we assume that ultimately again the entry opposite the entrance of the Heichal. But if we assume that even if we make it the entrance of the Ulam, remember then the Ulam is wider than the Heichal itself, then ultimately again the Gemara says, even if you want to say that the use of the Heichal, the use of the Ulam is one thing, then we might assume it has to be by the base, it's fine. So again, it gives you a little bit more room, and maybe you have to go back to 20 tonnes, not 27 ounces. The bottom line of both sides, the problem is the same. Which is that what? But this rule is true. Now again, you must operating under the idea of the principle that the rule is a true rule and universally accepted rule. So there's something taken from the outside and put to be situated directly opposite the area. Which means that when you're taking the Lavona, putting it on the fire for the Torah, because that fire has to be opposite the entrance of the Heichal. Which means that has a southern orientation because it's not. You're 27 amos off. Okay, fine. If you say that the Ulam in the Heichal is one thing, you're 22 amos off. The Ela Kasava, that I will say first by line, rather what has to be said, I'm sorry, that's the stuff on the text of the dono, had study vitamins. Okay, here's the problem. Remember again, even if you hold the jet situated like this, right, where again it's kind of straddles the middle a little bit, it's still off. Because it looks like, look where the ma'arafa of the Torah is corresponding to the entrance way. It's still off. It's still off, and you still have to bring this ma'arafa 11 amos forward in order to go ahead and line it up. Which is like this Ela Kasavar, these comes out, these Kasavar, that's what we call it, that's what we done, sorry, you still have to bring the ma'arafa 11 amos forward. The Ela Kasavar, the Dushas, they call the Ulam. Now again, if you hold, again, it's not as much corresponding to that, but rather again, coming to the ulam is a much larger entrance. So you will find, and ultimately, again, instead of having to move it forward 11 amas, all you need to do is move it forward 6. That looks like the bottom line. Either way, what do you begin to see? Whether this gap is situated in a southern, or even if it's like this, where it's lavish, where it's settled both. Your ma'arafa for the Torah is not lining up with the entrance of the Hechal, which then means that the rule is not being followed. Which is like the Elah, Ladin Shulikasavar, Kulim is there for someone. So let's say rather it must be that what? It must be that in order for this rule to work, where is the Mizbeach? Watch this. The Mizbeach is in the north. Oh, I will say, by the way, now visually we begin to see this. So imagine for a moment, remember, if this entire square is pushed down northward, then I can see how we begin to see the formation of where this ma'aracha, this fire, is going to become opposite this entrance way. And then the rule, ultimately, again, will look up. We'll have to stop over here. Try to shit, sorry, move a little bit slower, but definitely we're so excited. Mamish like a tour. Like a tour through this. I'm going to continue tomorrow, and the next one we'll see. Again, it's a little bit anticlimactic because you see obviously how the Rambam Paskins with the orientation of the Mizbeach, but the next one we'll walk through the process tomorrow. Shkara Chabulan. Have another great day.
Well, it kind of makes sense, right? Because what it's saying is that their bones are fused. If you scroll up, it's like the condition affecting osteophytic tribe genetic mutation passed down through generations causes the bones and if diffuse, resulting in a claw-like structure with 2 large toes. Toes are very vulnerable. I don't know if you've ever broken a toe. I broke one an hour before I got on the plane to come here. Really? You can see my left foot. Oh, that's hilarious. That's ridiculous. The whole thing is just purple. Yeah, they're so small. My pinky toe, I was messing around with my pinky toe the other day because I have to trim, right? And the pinky toe is like a nail. It's so tiny. And I'm like, God, this little thing is so vulnerable and it has to support my entire body weight or part of my body weight. It was so dumb. Yeah, that was before I was coming down.
All right, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Teshuvah, Stephen Karizim, and dedicating all the Shir Joshua this month. Welcome down the spot. Albert William Tzvi Ben Chaim Zichron Livracha. We thank Agat Yomispa, Ayala Sarah Steinberg, and Source of Continued Health, Rishi Lanet, Hannah Bas Susha, for an enduring restoration. We also have United by Kamatoro, all of the shows that are leading the families in the Kama, all those who need a tour should have one together as cold for the Yisrael and trust in it and then continue to shower bracha and the Torah on all of the problems we saw this week and for many weeks to come. First of all, let us begin with a great job ahead of us today. A lot to do here, a lot of information about Hashem, and with Hashem, the conclusion of the paradise. And with Hashem, we shall cover the Slafa. So we'll see today's daf is daf 57. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Nun Vav on the days we ask the Mishnah. So we just use the Habachar, the Hanaitzer, the Hatasa. So Bachar, Naitzer, and Hatasa. So again, we're going to go through each of these Kabbalahs. Bachar is the firstborn animal that is given to the Kohen. Naitzer is Naitzer Behema. Right? Remember, we're going to have an obligation to fight Naitzer. And Naitzer Behema also, Naitzer Behema. So we'll do that. Yeah. Naitzer Behema. Pesach is covered Pesach. All of these are examples of kachim cow. All of these examples are called lower sanctum kabbalas. תחילת הלכה, שחיטה סמיצפם, it's actually Simichamakam salad. So that's what Hamakom da Azara. So ultimately, again, you could check them anywhere in the Azara, anywhere in the courtyard of the base of the Yush. The Gammon Tone Makana and halacha is they require one blood out. Most of the numbers in the summer by Kachuk Kalam or the earlier, we saw the same idea by Chakasa Kitzon that there's only an obligation of one blood application. That is the Chakasa Kitzon is the obligation of four, but the idea that you only did one real system. So you require only one blood application. Now, interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa, although it is one blood application, overbad sheyukin kineged hayisod. I will say the halacha is you only need one blood application, but you have to do it on a corner, that has yisod. I forgot again that this means. So it's okay, we'll just leave it on this for now. So remember that as we already established multiple times, so on the base of the out of the three sides, right, have and ultimately on the north side, have the yisod, have the base. And then just to get our terms, so there's the yisod, which is on ground level, and then there is the soul, which is the ledge, which is elevated, that allows the Kohen access to the blood applications on the corner. So the halacha is like this: Kachin Kalin, lower St. Kavanos, only require blood application ultimately again on one blood application. So to do it, you have a choice on which corner you want, but it has to be a corner that has a slash. Thank you. Thank you. So okay, so remember again, not to get the point there is figure the whole thing. Okay, good. So remember, yeah, sorry. Did you just Latin? Did you just whistle at me? Is that a whistle? Okay. Save that for the puppy. Yeah, save that for the puppy. Alright, so yeah. So remember again, so the halacha like this. So remember, just to get our idea. So that's in Kalin. The halacha is you can check it anywhere in the Azara, right? So anywhere over here. You can go ahead and good. One blood application as long as it is opposite an area with the soul. Which means this side, so west or north. Good. So the Gemara says, Shina Bakilas. Now, each of these covers, interestingly enough, as much as all of them are called Kach and Kalin, remember again, all of them have different consumption windows. As we have the most obvious of that is Karabazak. So remember again, yesterday, this idea of a woman that normally, for example, window consumption is how long? What's your window for consumption for shmanim? 2 days, 1 night. 2 days, 1 night. That just gives an example of a shmanim that only has 1 day and 1 night. Is Kabbalah. Right? Kabbalah is in the shmanim family. You only get 1 day, 1 night. It's going to cover on Pesach. You see about rest. So much of all these Kabbalahs are called Kach and Kalin, they do have different duration of consumption. For example, now even in these Kach and Kalin, these Kabbalahs are consumed by different people. So for example, the Bechar is given to the Kohen and consumed by the Kohen. Nice to the Lima, ultimately again, then we get seen by anyone. And all of Kach and Kalin can be consumed anywhere in the Yerushalayim. Very important. The whole Nahal, inherit anywhere you want. Inherit anywhere. There's no restriction how you'll see such this moment. And in general, the window of consumption for Kach and Kalin is 2 days and 1 night. So for example, if I checked it on a Monday, I could eat it Monday night, and Tuesday, up until sunset and Tuesday. Now, of course, the exception to this is HaKesach, ain't no life for Elabalayla, but practice translation. About the translation is unique. Now, what makes it unique is that Halakha L'maisa again, even though you check Kalan Pesach by day, remember that you can't eat it until that night. That's very unique. You find that by any other carpet. Then you don't find that. You check it by day and can't eat it until that night. That's Kalan Pesach. Furthermore, Kalan Pesach can only be consumed until midnight. So a number of peculiarities when it comes to ethnic cannibalism. Number one, you only shechting it by day. You can't eat it until that night. Number two, you can only eat it until midnight. Furthermore, it can only be consumed to the people who are part of the Kabbalah. I will come his after you. Right? Halacha l'maisa. In order to participate in time of Shkita, LFC, but you only eat it when it's roasted. So again, even though Karban Pesach is part of the Kachin Kalim, even part of the Kachin Kalim family, you do have all of these different restrictions ultimately on the Karban. Incredible, okay? So that's how much like Kachin Kalim. Beautiful. So let's say, so just to review, all of these Karbanos in the category of Kachin Kalim, what's Halacha, you can check them anywhere on the Azara. They require one blood application. And the only thing in that blood application ultimately is that it's on the side of his there that has the soul, that has a base. That has a base. Then after that, you know, they're all cutting calories, they have different halachos. Good. Says the Gemara, Nantano, who is the author of our now, what is the exactly asking? If you look at asking, I think it's the last two white actually Nantano, my Pesach is Zika. My Pesach is Zika. The last two Nantano is Damiochat. If you notice the first thing is the Mishnah equates Bechar, Meiser, and Pesach. Right? So Bechar is giving over the firstborn animal to the Kohen, Meiser Behema is piping up the animals, 10th animal, and Karban Pesach. So the Gemara is equating all positions equating all three of these Kabbalahs. Whereas who's the Tana who says that Meiser Behema and Karban Pesach is like Bechar, is likened to Bechar. Who is that opinion? So the Gemara says, I'm a Pista, Rabbi Yossi Elili, Rabbi Yossi Elili, or Rabbi Yossi Elili, Bisanya, Rabbi Yossi Elili, Omer, Chelbo lo ne'emar ela chelbom. Damo lo ne'emar ela damo. Okay, so what we're talking about here, the part we're talking about is Ach Bechar Shar, O Bechar Kesef, O Bechar Eis, Lo Sitya Kodeshin, Es Damam Kizokal Amiteach, Ves Chelbom, Taskir Yishayah Nefach. So it's speaking about over here Bechar Behema. We're talking about again Bechar of a Shar, an ox, Bechar Kesef, or Bechar Eis, a goat. So it's interesting, in the pasuk it says their chaylev, right, plural, their fat, plural, their blood, plural. So what is the plurality of the pasuk teach? So when he says, we made al bachar u'maiser u'pesach shetu'unin matan damin de'imur l'gavizbeach. So the Yosef really understands that the plurality of the pasuk is coming to include not just bachar, but it's coming to include these other items that are in the Kachin Kalim family, namely maiser behema. Maiser behema and Pesach. That they require blood applications and the burning of sexual parts on these days. Incredible. The Gemara says, Neged hayisod minallah. Fine. I understand the commonality between all three of these things. So Bechar, Meiser Behema, and Pesach are all learned out of the pasuk of Bechar to teach that just as Bechar requires blood application and sacrificial parts burnt on the Mizbeach, so too does Meiser Behema and Pesach. Good. Next detail. We don't require one blood application. How do I know that it has to be on the side of the Mizbeach that has the soul, that has the base? Where do I know that? From Amar Belazar, Asya, Zrika, Me'olma. We learn out of the Gzera Shava, ultimately we're going to Zrika, from Olma. Fine. So what else is apparently just like Olma only requires one blood application, but requires it on the side of the Mizbeach that has a ledge. So too again, these other Kabbalos also require one blood application, but require it on a side that has a ledge. Hakol means 57a. Ola Gufa Minalan, but Ola itself, where do I know that Ola requires one blood application and on the spot one of the applications is possible? But how do I know that Allah requires it on the side of the Mizbeach that has a ledge, it has a yisod? The seed, a yisod Mizbeach. The pasuk says to the base of the Mizbeach of Allah. We made our Ola Shova Shemuna Yisod. You see from here that halacha l'maisa that with the Ola ultimately again you require one blood application and it requires it on a side that has Yisod. This I says the Gemara one second, but Ola also doesn't require one blood application. Or back again, Imar Havan Shema Taras Shein Arba, Akan Shema Taras Shein Arba. 1 second. If you're going to learn out the obligations for your soul, right, that the blood application has to be on the side of the mizbeach that has a ledge, then again, why not complete the limud through Ola? Ola requires the both sides, Shtei Matanos, Shein Arba. What does that mean, Shtei Matanos, Shein Arba? So remember again, Matana Achos Shishtayim, which then becomes Shtei Matanos, Shein Arba, meaning you're sprinkling on a corner of the horn, corner of the horn, corner of the carrot, which then essentially spritzes on 2 sides of the horn. So it's one blood application that becomes 2. So if you're learning this out from Ola, then why not say just like Ola requires Matana Achos, Shishtayim, 2 that are 4, so to these other covenants also require 2 which are 4.
Yeah, and I mean,
Which the Gemara says, Afkan Shema Taras Shein Arba. Abayi Lama Li Lamikdav Sabit Ba'olah Sabit B'chatos. Abayi says, let's take a step back. Why does the Torah have to say Sabit by Olah and Sabit by Chatos? Like what the Pasuk is, the Nasana Kohen Min Adam Al Karnos Mizbach HaKikores Hasamim Mifnei Hashem Asher Olam Moed Ve'ez Dam HaPa Yishloch HaYisod Mizbach HaOlah Shepesach Olam Moed. So why do you have to say Sabit? Why do you have to say sorry? Next part, Mishachar Esder Abakar B'Fnei Hashem V'Krivu B'nei Aaron HaKohanim Es Hadam V'Zakor Es Hadam Al-Mizbeach Sabit. So why does it have to say Sabit by Olah, which means around? Now we'll say Sabit generally means in these 2 contexts. Ultimately, again, it's Shtei Matanos Shein Arba. It's 2 blood applications that are 4, but it calls it Sabit because effectively what ends up happening, you end up going ahead and getting it around. So the Gemara says, why does it say Sabit by Olah, Sabit by Chatos? Snake Subin Wine Ke'achad. All they're going to say, what does that show you? That is Shtei Matanos Shein Arba. That is Subin Wine Ke'achad. We'll say this principle says in general, if the Torah states something once, that is to teach you, and overstates something twice, it is that this is the set and not the rule. So it says Sabit by Olah, it says Sabit by Chatos. What is that? So Rashi just a moment. Sabit by Chatos. The Niluim Uba Olah Misabit Shamiran Bei Dalit Matanos. The Sobit is the most Dalit Luchos Lemizbeach. So ultimately, you're going to look at this. Actually talking about Sabit by Chatos and Niluim by Olah. So again, it's Dalit Matanos 4 blood applications. It shakes over the bank, and over the bank, and ultimately, again, anytime the Torah states something twice, Allah says to teach you that these are the exceptions and not to create the overarching rule. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, in Milan, Yachad Al-Hafal, Lat Binyanat, Anu Boin, Anu Boin, Hashmir Abaye, the shakes over the bank, in Milan, you're not going to be zero Shabbat. There's also ultimately, again, both of these cases of Olah and of Chatos essentially became shakes over the bank, and therefore, even though I just want to point out what's happening over here, even though I'm going ahead and learning out Zrika from Olah, so I'm learning out the obligation that the blood application by these other Kavanot, namely again, Bachar, Meiser, Pesach, has to be connected how you sow, has to go ahead and be on the side of the gap that has a ledge, that has a base. Ultimately, I'm not learning the number of blood applications. Why? Because when it comes to the number of blood applications, these are snakes who are going to bite after first. These blood applications twice, which means that they cannot serve as a rule. So how do you call them on That's fine according to the opinion that says the snakes who are going to bite after, you cannot go ahead and learn out from it. I will say that statement itself is a contested concept. Not everybody agrees to it. So what do you say? This Gemara says, Asham, Habi Asham Shlosha, Ushlosha Rabbi Emelam. So you see this on both sides. The Torah actually states the principle 3 times. Once by Olah, once by Chatos, once by Asham. So apparently, even if you hold Shneik Subin Abayim Ke'achad Melamdim, even if you hold that way, everyone agrees Shlosha Subin Abayim Ke'achad in Melamdim. And therefore, again, the other concepts to be kind of different does not serve as a paradigm for anything else. So we'll say, what's our takeaway? Our takeaway, remember, and we're dealing with such in common, specifically three kabbalas before.
But I think it's also important.
Firstborn animal, given to the Kohen, nicer than anyone. And the animal will ultimately cover Pesach. Comes the denominator of the cultural tolerance. First, nuggets of information that we established to our local myself, they require one blood application. Remember again, where's the blood application being done? On the exterior of the Mizbeach, what we call the Mizbeach HaOlah. Mizbeach HaOlah speakers anywhere in the Azara. And ultimately, what we've established is the one blood application, you have a choice where you want to do it. It just has to be on the side of the Mizbeach that has a Yisod. Right? So which is going to be again either our western or our northern side. Beautiful. That's our first nugget of information. Next, Abachar Nechalakon. Now let's say in general, when you have a firstborn animal, what do I do with that firstborn animal? I give that to the Kohen. That's one of the matzahs, one of the Kohanic gifts. Says the Gemara, Tanrabanan, Minayin of a question, published in Yamin, the Laila. First, let's go back for just a second. So remember, we also established in the Mishnah that the normal duration for consumption of kachim kalim is 2 days and 1 night. 2 days and 1 night. So just in general, the says, how do you know that? Right? From where do you know that a bachar is consumed for 2 days and 1 night? Which the Gemara says, Shne'emar ubsara yelapa, kichazeh hatzriba, ukishok hayamim. As the Pasuk says, that his meat will be blue, literally again like the chest and the thigh. The kishlach hasam v'chazeh v'shok. Shoshamim, the Torah compares bachar ultimately again to the chest and thigh of the shlamim. Smash shlamim nechal l'shnei v'layla echad. Just like shlamim, as we established yesterday, is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. Bachar nechal l'shnei v'layla echad. So very simple. It's a comparison between Bachar and Shlamim. Shlamim is consumed for 2 days and 1 night, and therefore Bachar will be consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So what is the Gemara? And this question about the duration of the consumption of a Bachar. Bachar came up in Karen B'Yavna. Let's remember again. We started it for what's Karen B'Yavna. So this is Yad is one of the locations where that's exiled. And was exiled from the Lishkas HaGadosh. And also between Lishkas HaGadosh is right here. This is the chamber where nobody again the Sanhedrin would sit. When they were exiled to a variety of different. This is one of them was Yavna. Was also even before that. Yavna was the site of the great yeshiva. And they would sit like a rose arranged like that. Hence the name Torah in Yavna. This question came up in Yavna and Yeshiva Yavna. Rashi says over here, so what happened? So one time they were sitting in Yeshiva Yavna, and they asked, Bachar, L'tama Nechal. Ultimately, the Shaila came up in the Medrash. What is the duration of consumption for Bachar? How long can you eat the Bachar for? So this is not a B'Tarfon, B'Tarfon got up. And he says, Amar, Mishnei Yamin B'Layla Echad, 2 days and 1 night. That's the duration of Bachar Be'ena. So it's a Hadisha Tam Dechel, Hadisha Tam Dechel, Shebal Beis HaMedrash. That baby was a new student in the Medrash. And what was his name? So Shebal Beis HaMedrash, what was Rabbi Yosef and Yishmael? So this time, Beis HaMedrash, what is the duration of consumption for a Bachar Be'ena? Now what happened? It happened to have been Rabbi Yossi Hazulili's first day in the Beis Medrash. So Amar Lo, Rabbi Minayin Lecha, so Yossi Hazulili said to B'Tarfon, so Yossi is the new student, Rabbi Tarfon is the seasoned sage. He says, Rabbi Tarfon, Rabbi, where do you know that from? Right? Where do you know that Halacha L'Maisa, you can eat Bachar Be'ena for 2 days and 1 night? Amar Lo, I'll tell you what, so my son, I would explain this to you. Shlamim Kachim Kalim, or Bachar Kachim Kalim. So Shlamim ultimately is Kachim Kalim that we just saw. Bachar is Kachim Kalim. So my Shlamim Ne'echad L'Shayim B'Layla Echad. Bachar Ne'echad L'Shayim B'Layla Echad. So that's very simple, very simple. Bachar is part of the category of Shlamim. Just like you know that Shlamim are consumed for 2 days and 1 night. Bachar is consumed 3 days and 1 night. Pretty much it and straightforward. Amar Lo Rabbi, Rabbi Yosef argues, and it's exactly more exactly. The char matar lekoin, the chatas va'asham matar lekoin. I can say a little bit opposite. The char, like the char behema, is one of the matnos, it's one of the gifts you give to the kohen. And chatas and asham also is a gift to the kohen. What does that mean? Chatas and asham ultimately again are given to the kohen. As well as something else. Chatas and asham is part of it that is burned on the mizbeach, and it's part of it that's consumed. But the part that is consumed is not consumed by the odors. It is only consumed by the kohen. It's supposed to shmanim, that they're called shmanim. So shmanim ultimately part of it is consumed in the mizbeach, part of it is given to the kohanim, and part of it is given to the owners. So listen to this. So remember again, so we're trying to figure out what's the window of consumption for a bachar. Now the tarfin says very simply, bachar is part of the shmanim framework. Shmanim is consumed for 2 days and 1 night, and therefore bachar is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. But the tarfin says, hold up. Shmanim is a gift ultimately again to the kohanim. Sorry, bachar. Bachar is a gift to the kohanim. Chatas and asham is also like a gift to the kohanim, in that only kohanim eat it, no one else does. So a lot of people say the following: Machatas va'asham goes to the first line. I know it. I'm 7-8. Machatas va'asham liyovalayla. Just like chatas and asham are only consumed for 1 day and 1 night. So if I check the chatas and asham today on Monday, I eat it on Monday to Monday night, and then come dawn on Tuesday, I can't eat it anymore. After char liyovalayla, so to the culture only be consumed for 1 day and 1 night. Sorry. And so we talk on the saying, I understand the comparison. You're comparing it to the rest of the shmanim, but I would compare to other matnos, other Quranic gifts. So if we truly talk on responded, Nidam davar mitoch davar, the nilmod davar mitoch davar. Let's learn out, let's go and let's take part, and let's go and let's adjudicate it, let's extrapolate information from something else, and learn out from something else. So the Gemara says, Mash shmanim. Ain bought in our hate, after heart in our hate. So to which Rabbi Yosef Rabbi Kaplan responds and he says, I don't understand. Your comparison between the car, Chatas and Hashem doesn't make any sense. Why? Because Chatas and Hashem come as a result of sin. The car has nothing to do with sin. Because it has nothing to do with sin, it makes more sense to compare it to Shmanim than it does to compare it to Chatas and Hashem. Okay, so therefore again, therefore I go back to my original comparison. I think it makes more sense to compare bachar to regular shmanim, just like shmanim is consumed for 2 days and 1 night, so to bachar is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. Beautiful, that's what we have from so Rabbi Yosef is not going to let go. And he says as follows, I'm a little ready. I will say, by the way, what's beautiful about this is what do you see about this exchange? What do you see about it? It's very differential and respectful. Right? If you notice again, when Rabbi Yosef poses this question, he says, Rabbi, and if you notice again, when Rabbi Kaplan initially responds, he says, this is dialogue.
Sounds like a Pokemon.
And again, I will say,
Wisdom, Bina, understanding, knowledge, Aleph is nice, Shechita, slaughter, Shechet, slaughter, Dika, examination, inspection, Aleph, instrument of surgical sharpness used to perform Shechita, Chalcha, body of Jewish law given in accordance with Halacha, kosher, correct, appropriate, Nevela, an animal that was not slaughtered by Shechita, be Shechita is the religious humane method of slaughtering animals and cultures. Shochet, the person who performs Shechita, qualified with a thorough analogy of Jewish law, animal anatomy, and pathology licensed by both religious and civil authorities. Trefa, literally torn, Zar, the Alay Chaim, Jewish teaching that cruelty to animals diminishes man's unethical and moral standing. Shochet is that's the person who does that. Slaughter the shocker, no, not shocker. The person who does the shechita, we have stone, that's the sharpening, polishing of knives. The bodek is a trucker. 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 The bodek is a trucker.
gets to eat from those kavanos.
Jay off and young.
Bachar,
Let's go
like
pick
on the
Elshon
Kohen,
back to his
and Bachar
dying.
is also given to the
That's
Kohen.
his
Therefore,
notion.
machatas va'asham in bo'im
May Hashem
neder
bless you and
u'davar.
guard you. May
Listen
Hashem
to this.
shine his
Just like
face upon
chatas,
you
Hashem will
and be
say,
gracious to
you
you.
can't
May
bring
Hashem lift his face
chatas
to you
or
and grant
asham as a
you
neder
peace.
u'davar. Like there's no such thing as a voluntary
Knocking on
sin
the
offering,
every big
which
or
makes
every
sense.
night.
Sin
Great
offerings are triggered by sinful
offshore
behavior.
play
You can't bring a
for
voluntary sin offering.
knocking on
So
the
to
Davar
af
Yiddish.
b'char ain't no
Ulai
neder
Ani
u'davar.
Shegan Otan
Interesting
Ani
enough,
Yak.
and b'char also you
But
can't bring again.
Amira,
B'char also is a function of the
Mesu
firstborn
Yana,
animal. You can't bring a
Hako Ani
voluntary b'char.
Yahadi, and
Therefore, so
Hakan
you see
Bo
what
Davar
Rabbi Yosef
and
is doing.
Zay
He's strengthening
Yishma
because I
Tovaka.
really feel that b'char is much more comparable to chatas and asham than it is just the stam shlamim. And therefore, machatas va'asham mechalim liyom liyom echad. Just like chatas and asham are consumed for one day and one night, af b'char ne'echad liyom echad. So to b'char is also going to be consumed for one night. So therefore, we'll say,
If you're wondering, I've got this music thing that I'm doing, and I feel like,
very compelling arguments.
so if you're wondering
Very
why
preference,
are
very
you
preference
distracted,
argument, comparing
if it
b'char
works,
to
it'll be
shlamim,
like the
just
best
like
gift to
shlamim gets
Israel
2
aside
days
from
and
all
1
these
night,
fucking
so to
videos.
b'char
So
gets 2
sure,
days and 1 night.
but
And
seriously, it would be so
comparing
amazing for Israel.
b'char to chatas and
You
asham.
know, all the
Just
cool
like chatas and asham
music.
get 1 day and 1 night, so to b'char should get 1 day, 1 night. So they will say, they're locked. They're deadlocked. This is great. Who jumps in? Kapas. Literally again, jump. Okay, great. Kapas are Yakiva. But Kapas are Yakiva. It was stung in the time. So what happened? It's almost as if like Yakiva came in and like he tagged out Rabbi Tarafim. You know, like Kapas are Yakiva. It is stung in the time. Which is also just
Havana, Havana, Urahim, Galefsamea, Urahim, Galefsamea, Urahim, Galefsamea, Urahim, Galefsamea, Urahim, Urahim, Galefsamea, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Benismecha, Hava, Neramina, Hava, Neramina.
I had nothing more to say. I'm not going to make stuff up, but invent stuff just to be right. It's This is what the Bachotes Nishmas looks like, right? There's no name calling, right? There's no aggression, there's no nastiness. It's literally just a discussion from your others. And once you have nothing more to say, you start like, who jumps in Rabbi Akiva?
Right.
So the pasuk says, "The flesh shall be for you." So we'll say this. By the way, Rabbi Akiva now advances the argument that we actually started the sugi with. So Rabbi Akiva says, "1 second, Rabbi Yosef, you're wrong." The pasuk says, "Starting on the call." The Torah equates b'char with the chest and the thigh of shlamim. Mash shlamim ne'achalim.
Today is 6th of Adar, 56,
So once essentially Rabbi Akiva comes along and says and brings a pasuk. He says the pasuk itself equates b'char with the chazin.
No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Elo, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the Missouri we live.
So to b'char can be consumed for 2 days and 1 night. Amallo, because the chazin is shlamim. So again, Rabbi Yosef really is not backing down. This is Rabbi Akiva. I hear you are equating b'char to the chest and the thigh of shlamim.
Okay, so the death, so separates Gehinnom, purification, and Eden, initial spiritual reward, possible reincarnation, spiritual repair, resurrection, body and the soul being reunited, one and perfected
thigh,
body
and you're
eternally.
comparing it to the chest and the thigh.
Five levels: nefesh,
I
action,
could compare it
vitality,
to the chest
ruach,
and the thigh
emotion,
of carbon
neshama,
tone.
intellect,
You know what I'm saying?
chaya, life force, shechida, absolute unity.
So
Yori,
interestingly
Yumiki,
enough, as
Yadi,
big of a
Yadi,
carbon
Yumiki,
as it is,
Yadi,
can only be
Yadi,
consumed for one day
Bechoro,
and the following night.
Yimei,
Af
firstborn.
b'char ne'achal
Bereshit,
yom
Shemot,
So to
Vayikra,
b'char can only be
Bamidbar,
consumed for one day and one night.
Genesis,
Amalo, Teacher Akiva responds, Harehu Omer
there's
Ubsaram
Yehoshua,
Yalacha. Shin
Shokim,
Tamal Omer L'cha.
Shmuel,
Ha doesn't have to say
Malachim,
L'cha.
Joshua, Judges,
L'cha
Samuel,
Uma Tamal Omer L'cha
Kings,
Hosif HaKosef
later
Havia Afas
prophets,
B'char. The Torah
Yesha,
actually there's an extra phrase
Yahu,
of L'cha shall be for you.
Yirmiyahu,
Rabbi Akiva essentially saying
Yisrael,
there's an extra for
Trey
you.
Asar,
What's the extra for you? So let's say, here's what's interesting. Everyone
Hosea,
is agreeing
Yoel,
that for sure, what's the
Amos,
minimum duration to be
Obadiah,
B'char? What's the
Enoch,
minimum duration?
Micah,
Minimum duration?
Nachum,
One day, one night. Right?
Habakkuk,
Everyone is agreeing with that. Rabbi Akiva posits the extra
Benaiah,
B'char Yehiyah
Haggai,
will be yours for extra
Zechariah,
period. What's the
Malachi,
extra period? An
Isaiah,
additional
Jeremiah,
day. Yeah, that's not
Ezekiel,
Rabbi Akiva's primary argument. Right? His primary argument is, as
Isaiah,
was espoused before. But Allah says,
Amos,
even according
Obadiah,
to you, Rabbi
John,
Yossi,
Micah,
really,
Nahum,
so
Habakkuk,
you have to admit that there
Zephaniah,
is an extra
Zechariah,
L'cha Yehiyah.
Zechariah,
What is the extra
Malachi,
L'cha? Adds on one additional period of
Tehillim,
consumption, i.e.
Mishlei,
extra
Iyov,
days. Makes it 2 days and 1
Psalms,
night.
Proverbs,
So it says,
Proverbs,
Shnem
Joel,
Udvarim, with
the
Rabbi
five
Shmuel.
Megillot,
And when they
five
say, so
bowls,
it says,
Shir,
so that's the
Hashirim,
focus between
Ruth,
Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi
Aika,
Tarfon on one
Kohath,
side,
Esther,
and Rabbi Yisrael on the other
Daniel,
side.
Ezra,
Okay,
Nehemiah,
Shenemu,
Deborah,
Rabbi Shmuel, so let's listen to this. This is incredible. When they told this whole thing over to Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel said to them, Su'u v'amru Rabbi Akiva ta'isa. It's incredible. So Rabbi Shmuel says, go back and tell Rabbi Akiva, you made a mistake.
which refers
You made
to
a
a
mistake.
basement used in
What's
medieval
the
Italian.
mistake? Toda mehechem landa. Where is Toda learned out from? Mishlamim. I was very interesting. Toda learned out from Shlamim. And they will say, and I remember again, Davar halame behekish. Told you about Hekish. Someone said, there's a little bit of, we had this, right? So since Toda was learned out from Shlamim, it's learned out by Hekish. Something learned out from a Hekish can then, watch what I'm saying, not go ahead and be utilized as the source of a Hekish to something else. We spent a lot of time on this concept. Therefore, again, there's no reason for you to go past anything that we said before. I will say, again, halacha, when I said Rabbi Shmuel essentially said, let's go back to the original limud. What was the original limud? The pasuk says,
Oh, wow. Whoa. What a nice fucking thing.
Again, sorry. The pasuk ultimately equates Bechar to the Chazé and Shok, the thigh of Shlamim. Shlamim is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So too Bechar is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So the Shmuel says the real limud is the way we started. Ultimately, again, there's a comparison between, there's a hakish between Bechar and Shlamim, and therefore, just like Shlamim is consumed for 2 days and 1 night, so too Bechar is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So let's say, so again, so just before we go on, because you might go a little bit tangent over
Wow,
here.
that's
That is
fucking, look how
halacha.
nice this
That
is.
is
It's not exactly
as
right.
much as we had this raging
But
focus,
look how nice this fucking
already
came
having
out.
Rabbi Akiva, halacha l'maisa, the window of consumption for a Bechar is learned out from Shlamim, just like Shlamim is 2 days and 1 night, Bechar is 2 days and 1 night as well. Bottom line, good. So what does Rabbi Shmuel do with that L'cha Yiyah that we got from before? So ultimately, that L'cha Yiyah tells us that even a blemished Bechar that is not offered up on Mizbeach becomes the property of the Kohen. Because this concept is not taught anywhere else in the Torah. Rabbi Akiva, where is Rabbi Akiva? So I said, I just want to point out why this is interesting. You might have thought, well, let's finish that. Rabbi Akiva, Yalef B'Saram. Rabbi Akiva ultimately learns it's from B'Saram. To teach me that whether the Bechar is blemished or whether it's unblemished, so obviously if it's unblemished, it's going to be offered up as a carbon. If it's blemished, it just is given to the Kohen. Rabbi Shmuel, B'Saram, the Hanaf Bechoros Kamar. So ultimately, Rabbi Shmuel ultimately says from B'Saram, from these Bechoros, it is being said. My commitment. What are they arguing about? So once I just want to find out something very interesting. This is where Bechar is somewhat unique. Because remember again, Bechar is Kachim Kalin, but there's a unique aspect of Bechar, which is in the event that the Bechar is blemished, the Kohen splits it. Right? You would have thought that because in the carbonic family, if it's offered up as a carbon, the Kohen gets to consume part of it. But if it's not offered up as a carbon, the Kohen doesn't get it. Kamash Maman, If it's blemished and can't be offered up as a carbon, ultimately, again, the Kohen will still get it. Interesting. The Gemara says as follows. Again, we're going to see specific more. So, Mike, what are they arguing about? Samar Sabar, him and Avadar, Achar Habe Hekish. So, now it turns out that there's a bit of an exegetical machlokes over here. What's the exegetical machlokes? So, we'll say if you have something that is partially learned out from a Hekish and partially learned out from a Pasuk, does that technically have the status of a Hekish or not? And also, you'll say to yourself, who cares? Now, why does it matter about sight? Because remember, again, going back to this idea that something that is learned out from a hekish cannot serve as the source of a hekish. So remember, we had this before. If B is learned out from A by means of a hekish, then B cannot serve as the hekish for C. So therefore, what's the shaila over here is if you have something that is partially learned out from a hekish and partially learned out from a pasuk, as what's been happening over here, like we just saw by Bakar, can that serve? Does that have the status of a hekish or not? So the Gemara is murder. And then the Vidava Acher have a hekish. One says yes, something that's partially learned out from a pasuk and partially learned out from a hekish is called the hekish. Omar Sabar lo have hekish. And one says no, it's not hekish. Let's go back there. Bishlam Amandamar lo have hekish. So according to the opinion that says that's not called the hekish. How do you see the thing yasel or moed? That's what the pasuk says. So shall you do me or moed? Shib Shemaza, Lifnat, Lifnim, Achas, Samala, Vishalamak. So they both said it's about the Kabbalah Yom Kippur. Let's say the Pasar Yom Kippur. The same in the Kodesh HaKadosh, you do one blood application above and 7 below, Midamatar, from the bar of the Parta. Same applications that you do in the base of Mikdash application above 7 below. Midam Hasor, the blood of the Sar. Maza behechal, so you do the hechal as well. The Amar Habe Hekish, the that says that such a limud Hekish might equal the name as they say. First, the Gemara is right. Makomos who the Gamin Hagadi. They're not learning out per se all the details of a blood applications. Rather, they're just ultimately again learning out. The second Hekish is just a locational Hekish, not a detail Hekish. And we'll say Amadeus. But the other possibility is, or one possibility is it's all one hekish, and ultimately, again, the halacha is that it was on the outside. Outside over here means in the mikdash itself are being learned out from the blood applications inside of the Kodesh
for testing purposes. And again, I'm not as focused as I normally would be. I've got a lot going on, but it's about for the benefit of Israel. So I'm okay with it.
Right, but that's the message. So all we're just asking over here is getting caught up in a bit of a technicality, which is if you have something that is learned out from a combined limud, partially pasuk, partially hekish, does that limud have the status of a hekish or not? The nafkamino will be, can you then use that to learn another hekish? So we'll just go to Yom Kippur for that. So you want to say Bishtalan or have a hekish, according to the second most like 57b, second line. Bishtalan damar have a hekish, Hainu Gipsid Mimosh Fosechen, Tabiu Lechem Knufa. So was according to the opinion that something partially from the partially from the hekish has status of that. That's why it says Mimosh Fosechen, Tabiu Lechem Knufa. Now what does that tell you? If you look at Rashi, I will say Rashi's in the short lines, like pumped in the middle of the short lines. First word, Hainu Gipsid Mimosh Fosechen. So also this is talking about again the offering, the karbanos ultimately again of Shavuos. Siv Osrachnu Nasachas Minachos Lomo Mehem Kama Esronos Yesh Balach Metoda Ubagufa Nichtav Yud Chalos. So what's this by the loaves of Shavuos. Ultimately, again, the lachme toda, it says ultimately again 10 chalos. Remember, when you bring 40 loaves by a toda, four different categories of loaves, 10 of each type. Avalon isparish mikama hiachala. So here's what's interesting. Here's what's very interesting. Ultimately, again, by the shkei lechem, by the 2 loaves of Shavuos. So the Torah tells me ultimately again, it's 1 salon per loaf. So Torah tells me how many loaves and how much each loaf is. Interestingly enough, by Torah, the Torah tells me the number of loaves, 40 loaves, 10 loaves from each different type, but what? doesn't tell me how much flour in each loaf. In each loaf, okay? So just hold on to that for just a moment. It says, back to the Gemara for just a second. Why does the Torah have to say taviu? Why to say taviu? So we'll say, so remember again, this is, that's why taviu, taviu, shekol she'ata maybe, mimakom l'makom echad ad, sorry, kol she'ata maybe mimakom acher, harehu kazeh. So we'll say to teach us that whenever you bring loaves, they are like this one. What's this one? It's the Shtei Alachem by Shai Shavuos. Shtei Alachem by Shavuos. Ultimately, again, 2 loaves, and you sorrow each. Whenever you bring loaves are always 1 sorrow each. Therefore, what does it teach me? Now, lahalon is sorrow lachalon. Just like by Shavuos, it's 1 sorrow per loaf. At time, so too by Todah, each loaf is going to be 1 sorrow. Now, once again, interestingly enough, by Shavuos, that gives you a total of what? 2 esronim. Why? Because remember, by Shavuos, what do you have? Shtei Alechem, you have 2 loaves. For a total of 2 esronim. So I said this, maybe when you learn out by Shavuos, maybe by Shavuos you learn out not that it's 1 Yisrael per loaf, but maybe by Shavuos, what do I learn? That Allah Kalamaisa is a total of 2 esronim. Maybe that's what it's saying. And just like Allah Kalamaisa by Shavuos is a total of 2 esronim, so too by Todah it's a total of 2 esronim. And what's that all that means? By Todah, all that means 40 loaves comprised of a total of 2 esronim. Very small loaves. Talmud Lomar, Tiyana. Ultimately, the Pasuk says, Tiyana, no, they shall be. V'lamadu asar l'chametz, asar l'matayah. So this I will say, Tiyana to me, that was into this. From the Shtei Alechem of Shavuos, you learn that whenever you bring a loaf, ultimately, again, a loaf is always a minimum of 1 isarot. And then we take that, and ultimately, again, we apply it to Todah. And say that Todah is 40 loaves. How much ultimately again for each loaf? 1 isarot. 1 isarot per loaf of the Todah. Incredible. How do I know ultimately again? 10 loaves of chametz, 10 loaves of matzah. Talmud Lomar, al chalos legan chametz. Neged chametz having matzah. So whatever number of chametz loaves you're going to bring the same number of matzah loaves. So in other words, I have 4 categories of loaves, and each of those loaves have the same number. According to that says that it's not a hakish. So something partially learns ultimately against positive. Something is partially learned from a hakish, partially ultimately against from a positive. It's not called hakish, so what does it say? Taviu, you say is an extra taviu. So get about extra to come and focus. But an interesting nugget of information about that again, by Shavuos you have 2 loaves of bratos called the Shtei Alechem. By Carbon Todah, 40 loaves. In those 40 loaves, ultimately again are 10 loaves of 4 different types. Shtei Alechem teaches me that whenever you bring a loaf, the amount of flour used in the loaf is in sorrow, and that becomes a paradigm. Whenever you bring loaves are made up of a sorrow. Incredible. Let's say final piece to the paradigm. Remember again, what does the Mishnah say? Interestingly enough, as much as Korban Pesach is part of Kachin Kalim, and as much as Kachin Kalim, normally again, what's their window for consumption? Normally 2 days and 1 night. Because remember again, if you think about it, in that category you have Bechar, Meiser, and Pesach. So remember again, Bechar, Meiser, that is 2 days and 1 night. I might have thought Pesach is the same. Kamash on the Mishnah says no. Pesach can only be consumed when? It's the Pesach is the korban that has the shortest window of consumption. Because remember again, what's the window of consumption for Korban Pesach? Essentially, Tzeitzah Kolchavim until Chatzos. It's not even the whole night. Like you don't even have until the next morning. You only have until midnight. Shortest window of consumption by a korban. So the Gemara says as follows: Man Tana. Who is the opinion that you can only eat Korban Pesach until Chatzos, until midnight? Well, I'm not going to say, Elazar ben Azariah. What does he say? Elazar ben Azariah, Omer, Ne'emar, Balayla Hazah, Ne'emar, Lahavan, Babarti, Balayla Hazah. It says by Korban Pesach that you shall eat Korban Pesach balayla hazeh on this night. And it says by Makas Bechoros, death of the firstborn, the 10th plague. I will pass through Egypt all night. Just like Makas Bechoros at night, so again, sorry, was at midnight. So if you give Korban Pesach, by the way, the Shah points out it's not a good comparison. Why? Because ultimately, it's midnight. What happened at midnight? At midnight, the Makkah started at midnight. Yet we're comparing Korban Pesach to Makkah's Bechoros to say just like Makkah's Bechoros started at midnight. What do we see on Korban Pesach? What is on Korban Pesach? You have to conclude about midnight. Okay, so good detail. But the nice point over here is we're comparing Korban Pesach to Makkah's Bechoros. Just like as Bechoros is at midnight, so too Korban Pesach must conclude by midnight. That is the condition ultimately again of Rabbi Kiva. That's not true. Although the positive of Korban Pesach, you have to eat it.
Is to chat or converse. This is an English wrangling of the Yiddish word shmuz, which is apparently an add of the Hebrew words. Shemot, tidings. In Yiddish, that is both a noun and verb. Shmuz with someone you can hold a shmuz or even chat, catch a shmuz with them. When not shmuz, it's often very tempting to shmuz with your neighbors in synagogue, especially during the breaks throughout the Torah reading, but speaking in shul, that's Yiddish for synagogue, is a no-no. Instead, save your pent-up schmooziness for the post-prayer Kaddish reception, when you can gab to your heart's desire. Schmoosin, the plural, but don't be really schmoosin, Shmoosin, the plural of Shmoosin for the latter half of the 20th century, there was a Jewish children's magazine published in a number of languages, including English, Yiddish, and Hebrew. The Yiddish language version, Shmoosin in a kindergarten, England, conversation with children and youth, was commonly called Shmoosin. The Musar Shmooz. For many yeshivas, the lion's share of the lecturing is a highly nuanced and intense parsing of the finer points of Talmudic writings. However, in many non-Hasidic schools, there is the regular Musar Shmooz, in which a senior rabbi discusses issues pertaining to personal behavior, ethics, and spiritual advancements, known as Musar, which literally means rebuke. In common parlance, when someone tells you off, you can say that you are Musar Shmooz or Musar Shmooz.
You might have thought that since Korban Pesach is part of the concept of Kachin Kalim, in general, Karbanos 101. If you check the Karban, when are you allowed to eat that Karban? When are you allowed to eat the Karban? That day. That's the way it works with every single other Karban. If you check it during the day, which is when you're going to check Karbanos, you can eat it that day. I might have thought Korban Pesach is the same thing. Talmud Balayla. Therefore, the Pasuk says Balayla. You can only eat it by day. Sorry, at night, and you cannot eat it by day. So it's like it's a very peculiar aspect of Korban Pesach. So the Kiva says, Balayla teaches me that halacha l'maisa, you can only begin to eat that Karban at night. You're not allowed to eat it by day, but you are allowed to continue to eat it until dawn. So fundamental focus. Amar Abaye. Maybe they're not arguing.
It's like, I like using the internet. No, people do say that. What do they say? Like, I like using the computer. People say that.
Until the next morning, I said, why? I like
that. I like using the net. Yeah.
First, Mishnah and the Sefas Brachos, right? That sometimes even though you're not doing something until the morning, Chazal said only do it until midnight to give you a clock. We're always running late. We're always bumping up against the time. So therefore, you have until dawn. Just tell people until midnight. So maybe they're really agreeing. And midnight, you can eat until morning, but midnight, we tell you to stop by midnight.
Oh, this one's long as fuck. Oh, this thing is.
The Lashon of the Mishnah. The Lashon of the Mishnah, both if you look at it, is Pesach Elonecha Ela Balayla Elonecha Ela Ad Chatzos. Ela Ad is a strong Lashon. which means no, you must conclude your carbonic consumption by chatzos, which indicates to us that Rav Azar is talking on a da'araisa level. He has a mahasim da'araisa, akam da'araisa. Sefer Avogin the Gemara says that the lashon of ela ad chatzos lashon of da'araisa. It turns out this is so riveting. Turns out the halacha l'maisa is a fundamental machlokes mid'araisa between Rabbi Kiva and Rav ben Azariah about the window of consumption for a carbon base. Rav ben Azariah literally says up until chatzos, and Rabbi Akiva says until the next morning. We will say, how do we paskin? The Rama paskin the nukos carbon base paras halacha tes zayin halacha l'maisa k'vagar v'kav l'komos sheina pesach nelcha ela ad chatzos k'dei lahartik min ha'avera the Torah she'ochol kavalayla ad she'al mulashach. The Rama paskin is like Rabbi Akiva that me'ikradin you are allowed to eat carbon pesach until dawn. But halacha l'maisa we say finish it by chatzos. Why? The harchik adam min ha'aver. In order to go in and keep a person from violating, we tell you to finish up ultimately again by chatzos, by midnight, in order not to chas v'shalom transgress. So let's say, how's your Allah? Come on, how's the shkayach, everyone? All right, everyone's have a great day. Zeddy, I like the circle better. Tomorrow night, tomorrow back in the circle. Good. Thank you again, Fred. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I thank Allah for great success, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin another week of Neseches Zvachim together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teshvan, Stephen Tarizin, for dedicating all the shiurim and drushos of this month in the source of the yard site of Steve's father, Burning Tzvi, and Heinz Yukon on the occasion of his 20th yard site. Our week of learning sponsors, Keely and Jillian Goldberger, as a schos for continued reflection for their son Aaron Yeshaya, Ben Rivka Esther. And our filming sponsors, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the schos continued help for and reflection for Shulam Yiskanov, Bas Susha, the American Art Talmud Torah. All those who need reflection and did it called Holy Israel, Kodesh Baruch Hu Shemeret Hashem. Provide Aliyah to all the Neshamas, the Torah for all of the Nishpachas. Continue the Besoros Torah, so following along in the news, I'm sure that the potential return of the body of Hadar Golden, who has been held by our enemies for over a decade. There's something overwhelmingly and profoundly sad that sometimes our simcha comes in the return of the bodies of our precious young soldiers. But the truth is, if they have this chus to bring back one of Klal Yisrael's finest for Kavuras Yisrael, be buried with his mishpacha, to be buried with his people, to be buried in his land, how that mishpacha should give us this small measure of nechama, and it should pave the week, keeping it paved the way in Eretz Hashem for a week, and really just for years, with the incredible bracha and the sort of all of Klal Yisrael. And also with that, let us begin. We really have a first of all tremendous shkaya. Josh Harris, the giving dot yesterday, did a fantastic job. Certainly not an easy message to take up. And with that, let's begin. Today's dot is about 56. We are conversation on the bottom of your hand with 85B, second last line on the dot. I'm going to do the Shmuel. So I'll say some interesting halachos over here, a little bit of a detour from what we've been dealing with until now. No, it's still Zvachim, not that much of a detour. Like, in other words, it's still based on Mikdash and Eretz Hashem, but an interesting detail. So I'm going to do the Shmuel. Ein chayavim mishum tumah. So we'll say we're sidetracking a little bit. Take a look at the last Rashi on the days before you turn the page. Rashi says tumah hanichnas tamei laharabayis. Talking about if someone is coming and they enter into harabayis, and Muslim understand when we speak about harabayis, right? I'll put this one now. Focusing a little bit on our days and we don't need it. I can't let a day go by without using it. So remember again, this is the Beis Hamikdash. The Harabais, obviously, again, is much larger than this, right? This Beis Hamikdash itself was situated on the Harabais. So remember again, when we speak about Tumah, different forms of Tumah allow you different entry into different areas. So now go back to Rashi just a moment. So Rashi says, "Haniknas Tamid Harabayis Eno Tayyib El Im Kein Niknas L'Soch Hekef Chalal Ha'azara." So the halakha is like this: if you were tamei to enter, being tamei entering into Harabayis is not good, but there's not liability. The only time you have liability for entering Tumah into the Makom HaMikdash is literally when you're entering into this area, this picture, the Beis Hamikdash. If you enter in, coming to this area, ultimately
I
there's
think
liability.
that.
So now back to the Gemara.
Okay, so the
So
reason why we would spend so much time on broadcast on its own is because there used to be fantastic big kids. It's not so hard to make it. And I really think that you can do whatever kind of, I mean, you should just do the
187
prep,
times 535.
a
What is that area? That is this. That is this.
but
187 amas length
for
by 135.
after you eat. But I
That
think that
these are the dimensions
broadcast on
of
its
the
own
second base of it. So let's say
should be limited to
when we
just,
speak about the base
it's
of
just,
it
it's
in general,
for fucking
essentially
just pizza kid.
dimensionally,
And for Yeshiva University, you guys are going to be eating a fuck ton more pizza.
it's the same. It's the same picture I did. I'm just
I'll
showing you the
follow
left and the width. It's the left
if you don't make
and
it
the
your
width
whole
of
meal
this picture.
to just
I wanted to point out somebody asked me this on Erev Shabbos. I took it for granted. I should really be explicit about it. Whenever we're speaking about
kids should not
these
be wasting
images
time
and
for
pictures,
fucking
this is all
college
second temple.
course.
All second temple. The first Beis Hamikdash had its own dimensions, was significantly smaller than the second Beis
Let's just
Hamikdash.
do it on
And
Shabbat.
by the third Beis Hamikdash, there's actually the assumption is the third Beis Hamikdash will mirror the second in many ways, dimensionally, but there may be some also differences in the third Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, this is the second Beis Hamikdash, and we are always using this as our model for our discussion. Therefore, when the Rebbe says the name of Shmuel, then a person who is telling you enters into the Beis Hamikdash is liable if they enter into this area that is 187 amas.
Does everybody hear that? No.
Incredible. Gemara says, Tani Tachapam Limbata P6a, second line down. Tani Tana Kamid Rav Nachman. Gemara says, so there's a verse now that supports this. Kala Azara, Haisa Kuf Pei Zayin, Arocha Kuf Lamekei. The entire Azara, I will say again, Azara, you know when it says that Azara is how? Courtyard. So the truth is, remember, the Beis Hamikdash itself is actually made up of multiple Azaras. There's this initial courtyard, which is called the Azras Nashim, really means like the women's courtyard. But really, that was a place where all the Klal Yisrael gathered. You enter through Sham Nikanor, there's something here called Ezras Yisrael. Technically speaking, Yisrael is allowed to come into here. And then you have the rest of this area, which is called Ezras Kohen. It's just Kohen, which is really, again, past this point in time. There was a staircase over here. This is called the Brooklyn, the platform. This is where the Levim would sing. And then the rest of this area called Ezras Kohen. Here, when we use the word Azara, Azara just means everything. It means everything. Courtyard means everything. The courtyard.
You're not supposed to do that, actually.
This is what my father was for. You could go there, Kohanim Nichnasim Sham, V'Ochlin Sham Kodshe Kadoshim. In this area, it sounds like this area means the entire 187 amas, 535 amas. In this entire area, what could happen? Kohanim Nichnasim Sham, Kohanim could enter, V'Ochlin Sham Kodshe Kadoshim. Maybe Kodshe Kadoshim, which is also, again, remember, our highest level sanctity kavanos. So interestingly enough, this is actually fascinating. Again, we'll delve into this a bit more. But Kodshe Kadoshim can be consumed in this entire area. Okay, that's number one. Next, the Shok in Sham Kodshin Karim. Kodshin Karim can be shakti in this entire area as well. I will say, if you notice, by the way, it's not Kodshe Kadoshim, right? Kodshe Kadoshim had more limited space, which needs to occur. But apparently, Kodshe Karim, lower sanctity kavanos ultimately to be shafted in this entire area. Okay? The Chayavim Yishim Tumah. And I'm also in this entire area. In other words, again, in this entire Azara, 187 amas by 135 amas, if you enter in tunnel, there is liability for Tuma entry. Incredible. Tuma is a really good night. Now let's say, obviously, Tuma is like this. There's liability for entry. Let's go back to Tuma for just a moment, because that's how this conversation started. If I am coming, I cannot come into this entire area with 187 amas by 135 amas. Now, the ones that are in each age, what is that coming to exclude? In other words, so obviously what it's coming to say is there might be areas around here, and maybe even part of here, that perhaps are not subject to Tumah restrictions. What areas are being included? The Uke is very interesting. Even when the Uke, Kalonos, the Lossos, the Ode Akoma, so it's talking about literally again windows, doorways, and thicknesses of the wall. So let's say we're going to see, and we'll get into this a little bit more. But there are certain areas along the perimeter of the Beis HaMikdash that are under the wall. Remember again, there was a wall around the Beis HaMikdash as well. So there were chambers. And there were areas built into the thickness of the wall, and doors and windows that opened up into the Beis HaMikdash. So maybe the Gemara saying like this: the area of 137 by 185 by 187 is this area over here. Right? Is this. So perhaps again, areas built into the thicknesses of the wall, like for that matter again, chambers, like this black around here. Is a wall. This black is a secondary wall. But perhaps again, areas built into the walls over here. Chambers built into the walls over here. Windows or doors that open up into the Mikdash. Perhaps there's no problem entering into those areas. In other words, what we say is that you can't enter in a state of Tumah, not much like the wall called the Beis HaMikdash proper. But any areas in the thicknesses of the wall or in chambers that are open up into the Mikdash area, perhaps you can enter into a state of Tumah. So the Gemara says, here's the problem. So enough, we learned. Hakalonos, Ba'obi Akoma, Kilifnim. Not true. Areas that have windows, for that matter, or even areas built into the thickness of the wall, ultimately again have the status of the Mikdash itself. Interesting. So therefore, this is two important details over here. Number one, the halacha l'maisa is built into the thickness of the wall, so the wall is part of the Beis HaMikdash. And number two, you get built into the area and you only open up into the Mikdash. Ultimately, again, that is part of the Beis HaMikdash itself. And therefore, you could not enter into those areas in a state of Tumah. So the Gemara says, so you need to go ahead. Windows that are open up into the Beis HaMikdash. Here's the concept of the Gemara says, tell me that we learned this. Hakalonos Ba'obi Akoma, ultimately again, areas that have windows that open up into the Beis HaMikdash. And areas built into the thickness of the wall, ultimately again, are considered to be part of the interior of the Beis HaMikdash itself. So the Gemara says, maybe when you look at the chambers, what is it that I just point out? This surface is very good. So there's a lot more like the surface windows. The surface coming. So it's like nothing doesn't go as much.
Yo, give me 20 minutes.
But this is so the windows where I'm glad we do a lot of that's a lot of chambers. Even the column, you see most of the column, we're talking about chambers that are built inside of the unconsecrated areas. But also, again, are open up in the context. That's why open. So this is a important principle. If something is technically, because of geographically built in an unconsecrated area, but it opens into a consecrated area, it gets considered to be consecrated. So this is very important. So let's say, even for argument's sake, if you have chambers that are built into this wall. Let's say the wall, for argument's sake, is considered to be unconsecrated. But if these chambers open up into the Kodesh, we have the status of being Kodesh, which for our purposes would mean someone who is coming could not enter into these areas. Which you might realize, when we grab on us, those of us who look at us, it's about halfway down in some of the Rashi grab on us. It's what's happening to which means that if someone was coming and into those areas, most of us would not be able to lie. Okay, that's interesting. Once I can say that I said, well, is it true? Is that true? That maybe all I said, you have a chamber that is built in a geographically unconsecrated area. When it opens up into the Mikdash, that you're not liable to do the anything there for things come up. But I mean, this looks to me as the whole, that chamber that are built in an unconsecrated area is a Mikdash. When I say this, it's a temple now. Calls the Kodesh, but they open up ultimately again into the Kodesh. So united, Shakohanim, Nasa Yasham. The whole place of Kodesh Gadol, Bishvila Mincha. So this is incredible. So how do I know about that? If I have chambers, let's say built in this unconsecrated area, which is like chambers again. They build a chamber that are built into the walls. But they open up into the Kodesh. How do I know that Kohanim can come in there? They should be Kodesh Kadosh in there. They should be collected of the meaningful offerings. The last week that was a funny that was, oh, that was that chambers. And the possibly said it was proper. Concept of joining through many different concepts. So what does that come to agree? That even chambers that are potentially situated in an unconsecrated area, but open into a consecrated area, are considered part of the Mikdash. So one second, if you're allowed to use the Kodesh Kadosh there, then the Kodesh is what does that mean? What does that mean? That it's part of the Mikdash proper. If it's part of the Mikdash proper, that it sounds like Doraisa, not Rabbanah. And if it's Doraisa, not Rabbanah, then there should be liability for entering there if you're still in Tumah as well. This is the Gemara says, and the Lord area, and it must be more liability there, like this, much as we say, not necessarily. And so it's possible that halacha that ultimately the laws of Akhira and the laws of Torah will be fundamentally different. About living into below. So telling me now, so once I say what you want to doesn't meet the problem. Then halacha if you have a chamber that is situated in a geographically unconsecrated area, but opens up into the base of the Dutch, you can keep Kodesh Kadosh in there, but yet there is no Torah liability if you enter into that area. Which the Gemara says is that true? But kind of, which was having so-called if you have chambers, and technically built in an unconsecrated area of the Harabayis, they open up into the base of the proper. Kohanim נכנסים לשם, באופן לשם קודשי קדשים, ובדיוק לקודשי קדשים, ושופטים שם קודשי קלים. But you can't shut קודשי קלים, it says the קודשי קלים, although קודשי קלים can be sort of anywhere here, they have to be studied in the base of the proper. וחייבים לשום טומאה. So what does that explicitly say? Explicitly says that again, that's explicit. Chambers built in geographically unconsecrated areas that open up into the Mikdash, you can't enter there into a state of Tumah. Which the Gemara says, La Amit, a Shokim. We just said if you can't check Kachel Kalin, so let's say, remember again, if you can't check Kachel Kalin there, then what does that say? What does that say? That it's not a consecrated area. So therefore, again, Hanan is Hayabin. So those two things have to go hand in hand. If you can't check Kachel Kalin there, that means it's not a part of the Mikdash. If it's not a part of the Mikdash, then what? Now, Allah Ta'ala said it should not be liability for entering into a state of Tumah. So
Dog, it is way too fucking long. I get it. If you're in the fucking middle of the desert, I get it. If you're in a fucking shtetl, I get it. But this is 5786, baby. We gotta get a shit.
Which is a simple way of saying
chop chop, baby. All right. Now
what? But they're always opposite the entrance of the Mikdash. If you're shechting, let's say one of the chambers along here, it's not opposite an entrance.
Yeah, please tell me everything about the red heifer. And white Jews.
I understand. Why should there not be liability?
I know it's like
for entering the entire state of Tumah?
And ashes and the carbon plus and all that stuff.
Chambers built in geographically unconsecrated areas, but opening up into the Mikdash itself seemed to be Kodesh. So why would there not be Tumah liability there? According to your reasoning, in Shoktin, Milo Askin and the Shkita Kineged Pesach. So furthermore, again, I don't understand why the Rebbe would say that you can't check the touch and color there. Are we not talking about a situation where Shkita could be done opposite an entrance, right? See, it looks like if we're talking about a case of a chamber that opens up into the Kodesh, but yet doesn't face an entrance into the Mikdash, then why does the Bible need to say you can't check Kach and Kalin? That's obvious. That has nothing to do with this chamber. That has to do with the fact that you're in violation of a simple sacrificial law. Ella, let's say, watch this. Ella Abagav Bikashachet Kneged Pesach Tani Ein Shokvin Mishum Below Kaddish. So the other what it's saying is like this. No, even if you have a chamber that does open up, that does an entrance ways to the Mikdash, you still can't check Kach and Kalin there. Why not? Why not? Because the one says since it is situated in a non-consecrated area, the chamber itself, even though it opens up to the Mikdash, maybe even opens up, ultimately against what enters in the Mikdash, it is not considered a consecrated area, therefore you cannot check Kach and Kalin there. Hananami in Chayavin. Therefore, there's also not liability for entering into that space in a state of Tumah as well. Incredible. To which the Gemara says, there's no answer, for consumption of Kach and Kalin, you don't need to consume the opposite the glory entry that is on the first time we learn. But we also have you go, right? Stay hush bishim. Are you the base Halifos? Most of this was yesterday's lab. So now again, a quick review over there. This is Mulan. Right, so remember again, this is what we call Ezra's Kohanim, this entire area over here. You walk into the base of the fish. When you walk back, you enter into this massive antechamber called Mulan. Right? So remember we saw yesterday's that on the far side of the Mulan was a chamber called Beis HaKalifos. What's Beis HaKalifos? The night chamber. Quite literally where the Kohanim kept their knives. So remember again, what we saw yesterday's that. I don't know if you can see on the picture over here, there was a little entrance way, a little doorway that ultimately again led, so you get access to this coming from two ways. You can walk up the primary entrance of the Ulan, then hang the right, hang the left. There are both over also tables situated in the Ulan, which we'll discuss, or you can access it ultimately go through the doorway in the back. Okay, so what's this now? That's what we're referencing over here. This was yesterday's down. Yesterday's down. So as follows. When you go there, there were two entrance ways. By the way, Sacalitos is referring now to the back entrance ways. The back entrance ways with the Sacalitos go from Smona. It had a height of 8 arms. That was why were those entrance ways necessary? It's very interesting to say lahak she'es ha'azara la'achilas chad kadashim u'yishlitim power. So remember, the halacha is the consumption of kachin kadashim and for the shlit of kachin kadashim. Now, I want to point out, the location of shlita for kachin kadashim was much more specific. Not the shechting in very specific areas. Kachin kalim, remember, to be shechted where? Where kachin kalim? Anywhere in the Beis compound. There's just one caveat. You have to check kachin kalim opposite an entrance or proximity to an entrance of the Beis Hamikdash, which means if you're checking kachin kalim here, you're covered, right? Because the opposite entrance is over here. If you're checking here, you're good because you're checking opposite the entrance here. Where is the problem? Back here and back here. How do we take care of that issue? These two little doorways. These two little back doorways allow you to check kachin kalim over here and over here. Like this, so you're opposite an entrance over here, opposite an entrance over here. So what's it? We went in the that was the whole point of these entrances. Because there wasn't really mirrors. You could easily access the next chamber to the front over here. These back entrances were not only to allow shita of kachin kalim back here and back here. Incredible. Really incredible website. So you might say as follows. So so it allowed for the consumption of kachin kadashim. It was shlitas kachin kalim, and you see you can check kachin kalim there as well. Ravina, Sami Mikran Achilas. What says? So what is this mean? What does this mean? What you must making over here is, in order to check kachin kalim, you can only check it in the area that's opposite an entrance. If that's the case, then how would you be able to go ahead and check kachin kalim in these chambers that are situated in the chol, like in an unconsecrated area, even if halacha l'maisa they open up into the mikdash? How would you be able to do that? To which the Gemara says, you write sami mikra achila. Take out achila from here. The Gemara says the haksiv bishlu es abazar pesach olamoy the shamto. But the pasuk seems to indicate that even achilas kachin kadashim requires opposite an entrance, to which the Gemara says that was different. Why? The Gemara says kachin sha'ah shayim. That was by the miluim. That was by the inauguration of the Mishkan. And it's thing by the miluim was somewhat different than anything else. Since I looks like what's coming here is as follows. So just let's summarize this sugya. We're not finished with it yet, but at least there's a natural stopping point here. So we started over here with the statement of the union of the Shmuel, that is, the only time if you enter into the Mikdash in the state of Tumah, if you enter into the Mikdash proper. Also, one day we got the dimensions of the Mikdash. What are the dimensions? You seem to remember 187 amos or 135 amos. And if you enter into the area that is 187 by 135, that is when there's the Chiv Kares, the Chiv Karba, right? If you do intentionally Chiv Kares, if you do it unintentionally, Chiv Karba, okay? Obviously, the Gemara makes it seem like you're coming to exclude something. So the Gemara also says that the ensuing discussion ultimately again is what are you coming to exclude? So the pastors, what everyone would agree with the excluding is if you have chambers that are built into the walls, right? And when I say don't open up into the Mikdash proper, everyone will agree that if you enter into the of Tumah, you are potter. Where does the machlokas come up? If you have these chambers and you have doors or windows that open up to the Mikdash, does that make it part of the Mikdash proper itself or not? That's the machlokas. And even if you say that it is part of the Mikdash proper, what is it part of the Mikdash proper for? Perhaps it's only part of the Mikdash proper for Tumah purposes, for Tumah liability. But again, for example, can you go ahead and eat kachin kadashim there? Can you chef kachin kalim there? Well, again, chefing kachin kalim there could go ahead and create another problem. What's the other problem? That for sheet of kachin kalim, what do you need? Ultimately, again, opposite the entrance of the Beis Hamikdash. It's also possible that even for consumption of Kachin Kalin, ultimately, again, you require opposite an entrance as well. So therefore, the other side, that's a bit of focus. That's also a bit of focus. The takeaways that we have, right, the defined facts we walk away with. Number one, there's better dimensions of the Beis Hamikdash, 187 by 135. Number two, we know that Shita Kachin Kadosh, Kachin Kalin, to take place during the Beis Hamikdash. All you need is what? All you need is what? You need is an entrance. Opposite an entrance. Right? The consumption of that and that's Kachin Kalin. Consumption of Kachin Kalin to take place anywhere here as well. Shita Kachin Kadashim has its own set of halachas. Where that's done, does consumption of Sheikh Kadashim. We'll see from yesterday's dot. And again, two Pesach Halipos, two night chambers in the sides of love with two back entrances for those Pesach Halipos. What was the point of those back entrances? Really one purpose. To allow Shita of Kachin Kalin in the areas to the side and behind the Beis Hamikdash as well. That's what we need. But let's say those are facts. The machlokes is the status of those chambers that are built into the Hamikdash. Is the status Beis Hamikdash or not? That's mired in some amount of machlokes. And even if you say they are considered part of the Beis Hamikdash, what are they considered part of the Beis Hamikdash as well? Is it Tumah and Shita Kachin Kadashim, consumption of Kachin Kadashim? That's the subject of machlokes. Incredible. That's what I said. I'm going to give you about the minute. Nine of them, the Shemit Sovish Gas account. So it's a very interesting about all this. How do I know? How do I know? There was a, let's say, I'll drop a cut. And obviously, you know, there was, we go through our processes, right? Step number one is Shita, although Shita is not a voda, right? Step number one of our voda is Kabbalah, right? As number one. Step number two, right? Not voda, right? Step number two could either be holacha, if you need to transport the blood.
Yes, I do want you to do that, but also doesn't this mean that someone in Israel will always have to be impure? So that means that at no time everyone in Israel will be pure?
So now ultimately again the blood becomes puzzle. That becomes puzzle. So if you did not do Zrika before Shkir, the day that it was offered, ultimately again it's puzzle. Shneimar, the Yom HaKivah Sifo, Ye'achel. Right? Yeneda on the double zera kabanah biyom as biyom haklivo as chol yachal mimakas v'anosem ani yachal.
Well, let's go. We'll do some body back. We'll do.
Biyom haklivo as chol yachal. Biyom she'ata zobeach ata makri. So on the day ultimately again that you slaughter, that's when you have to offer up the blood. Biyom she'i ata zobeach. But on the day ultimately again that you are not slaughtering it, you do not offer up the blood, which will say is a way of saying that Zrika has to occur on the same as the Shita, the same as the Karban. Therefore, again, if you left over the blood past the day of Karban offering, ultimately, again, you cannot offer up the blood anymore. Take a look at the last Rashi before we turn the page. B'yom she'ata zobeach atamakir, b'yom she'ata zobeach atamakir, hakik b'sinah b'kulas sodya, kach ma'asimu b'v'hakik b'rusha, Yom HaKivah Sifo, Shetehakrava Uzvicha, Yom Echad. Rashi says a little bit differently. That ultimately, again, the Hakrava, let's say in this case, means the offering means the blood applications. The blood applications and the Zvicha also have to be on the same day. So Moses ultimately, again, therefore, Allah is the Shkita, right? The actual offering, the Shkita of the carbon and the Zvicha must take place in the same day. Therefore, if you shecht the carbon on Sunday, left the blood past sunset, you cannot offer up that blood anymore. So the Gemara says, 1 second, I need by the buffet. Now I need this passage to teach me the Kalach. What's the Kalach about? Rashi says in the base, the buffet, the mode or the lamed, Zman Achila Shalom B'Yom Zvikasem Atarasa. That will say, now that pasuk is there to teach me a separate halacha. What halacha? What is it talking about? That a carbon shlomer, both said, what is the window of consumption for a shlomin? It is the day that is offered and the following night. Right? That's the window of consumption. So both says, so it's Sunday. If I offer up a shlomin today, my window of consumption is today, Sunday, all of tonight, up until halos, up until dawn tomorrow morning. So that's the pasuk is coming to teach me. Somebody to teach me something else. Again, the Yom HaKrivo Es Zivko Yeachel Omi Macharas. I don't say Yeachel. So once I say on him, so therefore again, the Gemara says the pasuk is going to teach me that when you shut the Shlom, you have that day and that night until tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Our purpose is dawn of Monday morning. Dawn of Monday morning. So therefore, that's what the pasuk is teaching me. Not teaching anything about blood. To which the Gemara says, "In Cain, if that was the case, if that was only the pasuk was teaching me, in Cain, Nemakra, Biyom Zivcho Yeachel." Could have just said on the day that you slaughter it, you can eat it. Hakrivo Lamani. Why you need that lashon of Hakrivo offering it? Shmanina to teach me the halach of the blood. Biyom Sha'ata Zoveach Atamakriv. On the day that you slaughter it, ultimately that's when you could offer up the blood. Biyom Shiata Zoveach. On the day that you're not slaughtering it, ultimately you cannot offer up the blood. So we're actually telling you that it's a dual drasha. Two things learned out from the pasuk. Number one, the window of consumption, which Shabbos said, by the way, as I've said to you many times, what's so important in these gemaras is that you're keeping track of the nuggets of information that we are assimilating. Because what we're doing is we're building up our repository of sacrificial knowledge. And each of these datim, ultimately again, are these little pieces of information that we are getting. So for example, now Shlomim, we saw it before, everybody again just reinforce. What's the window of consumption? They offer the following night. So the Gemara says, since the pasuk since the Torah since Hashbach wrote the pasuk a little bit longhand, and in a Yom Krivo, it teaches me two halachas. Number one, window of consumption for a Shlomim that day and the following night. And number two, that the blood can only be offered up, only sprinkled, only applied on the day of the slaughter. But if you slaughter and you waited to apply the blood and it's past Shkia, you can't offer up the blood. I have the Damach cover up for the use of the pasuk is saying, maybe the pasuk is saying something different. Jose, let's just keep Sunday, right? So now it's Sunday. I shepherd the carbon. So maybe they're saying like this: if you apply the blood of the mizbeach today on Sunday, so then ultimately again is evening today and tomorrow the ikarev damamachar. But if you wait to apply the blood tomorrow, misachel basar ulamachar. Misachel basar ulamachar ulamachrina. Maybe something different. Maybe the window of consumption begins whenever the blood application occurs. So if I apply the blood today, good, eat the blood. I'll eat the meat, I'll eat the carbon today and tonight through tomorrow morning. And if I wait to go ahead and apply the blood till tomorrow, then what? I'll have tomorrow and the next night to eat the carbon. Maybe that's what it's saying. So again, I can apply the blood whenever I want, but just understand the window of consumption only begins when the blood is applied. To which the Gemara says, "In King Memakra, the Yom HaKrivo Yeachel." Then the pasuk could just say, on the day that you offer it, offer means the blood application. Yeachel, the carbon can be eaten. Zivcho Lamari. Why does it say Zivcho? To teach me no, Shmamina B'Yom Shata Zoveach Atamakrivo. To teach me no, it's taka on the day that you slaughter the animal that the blood application must be done. Yom Shata Zoveach, but the day when the slaughtering is not being done, ultimately, again, you cannot apply the blood. So we'll say this is a halacha l'maisa sugya. So therefore, again, with the shlomim, so two pieces of information with the shlomim. Number one, window of consumption with the shlomim is day of slaughter and the following night. So if I offer them today, we'll say you always have to understand. They say to yourself, okay, it's not halacha l'maisa. It's not true. Mashiach could come now. Mashiach could come now, and there's an opinion that says that the third base Hamikdash we're not going to build with our hands, it's going to come down from Shamayim intact, which means that it is possible that still today we could offer up a carbon shomim. Means not only possible only because most of us are tamei tumas nes, so we're probably going to need a carbon para aduma, and I have an answer for that as well. Could very well be we know that tuma hutra b'tzibur. So could very well be that Hashbach is not going to require us to ultimately do a para aduma, is going to allow us to eat today's Hamikdash immediately, which means that it is possible that we'll be davening Micha in Aribot Yerushalayim. You have to believe that. You have to believe that Micha could potentially occur. All of Klal Yisrael together in Eretz with the Beis Hamikdash. Anything is possible, which means that these always have to look at these halachas as contemporarily relevant right now. So it's good to know. Maybe you're going to be offering up a shlomim today. And you don't want to be one of those guys who offers up a shlomim like, hey, how long can I eat this for, right? You want to be that guy. You want to be that guy who knows what he's doing with the shlomim. Because everyone respects the guy who knows what he's doing with the shlomim. right? Your wife is going to respect you more. Your kids are going to respect you more. Co-workers are going to look up to you, right? If you become the shlomin guy. So now I will say, now you know that halacha l'maisa, a shlomin can be consumed for one day and one night. What else do I know? The day that the shlomin is offered, ultimately again, the srika has to be done that day. And if you fail to do the srika that day, then halacha l'maisa, you can no longer apply the blood. Incredible. Next, itmar. Let's go back. Okay, so we'll say this is very interesting. So continuing along this same idea. Okay, so we'll say, so now let's transition. There are other sug of kavanos, for example, that ultimately can be for 2 days and 1 night. 2 days and 1 night. So we'll discuss those categories in just a moment. Well, Rashi says we're going to have some Rashi. Tigas shlomin. Again, it looks like this is just combined words. So far we just saw what's with the event. That now I'm transitioning over here to a shlomin. So okay, so now first shlomin, the Gemara says, okay, you have 2 days and 1 night. So again, I checked it on Sunday. Again, discuss, and then we're going back into shlomin. We're going to see another categories of as we're going to see. So again, certain shlomin, again, 1 day, 1 night, the categories of shlomin, 2 days and 1 night. So let's go. Again, we're going to fill when we get to the next Mishnah also, but the next Mishnah is still back to Italian. We'll fill in the blanks which types of kabbalah for which nights. So it says, so now transition to a shlomin that for 2 days and 1 night. Now it's Sunday. I check my common shlomin. So I've got Sunday, Sunday night, and Monday. Wait till you can cover until nightfall Monday night. Now, what last day? So a little bit, we thought we were going with Piggle, but a little bit back to our Piggle circumstances. So this piece over here, when I'm being covered, I have a Gemara called Arshlishi. It's Arshlishi for our purpose. Arshlishi is Monday night, but you're really calling it like the night of
Fuck are these calls?
Remember again, I'm checking the Sunday on Sunday, which means I could eat it Sunday night. I remember Sunday night is really the night of the second day. Monday the second day. And here I now have in mind to eat it Monday night, which is really the beginning of the third day. So let's say, so this sounds just out of the gate, to give like a typical Chutz-Mano mindset, which is pale, the remedy of the product and down. So what is? Hamakashi is the Arshlishi, ultimately again. And if a person has to go ahead and person has in mind to go ahead and so the third night. So the remarks like this. This is Yom Kasha, covenant pressure, but we don't know if it's possible. Okay, so what's going on here? This here says it's Kasha line. Don't pick this straight up. We'll say this is Kasha, which is, but ultimately, if this here says that it's Kasha, it's not, in other words, it's not Piggle. Why? Because on what for our purposes, on what we call Monday night, the covenant is not yet fit to be burned. Now, what is that? If you look at that, you go into the Sreifa, you use my own examiner, the Leos is not Sreifa, so after Ashakra, he is not a Kamam Bishmaiti. So, let's say, now watch this. There's an interesting halacha about shlomin, which is you have 2 days and 1 night to consume it. 2 days and 1 night. But halacha l'maisa, the obligation to burn the carbon as no sar actually doesn't set in until the morning of the third day. So you have this unique carbonic detail over here. So again, I check my shlomin on Sunday. I have Sunday night, right, which is really night 2, now that's the second day, Monday, day 2, and then at the end of the day, Monday, that's on Monday, not fall on Monday, I am no longer allowed to eat the carbon. But yet, I can't burn that carbon as no sauce until Tuesday morning. So therefore, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yochanan says, technically speaking, although we can't eat the carbon on the third night, i.e. Tuesday night, you can't call that a machshavas pigul because it's not fully set aside for non-use, so to speak. So the pashtas, here's really what it comes down to. Generally, when you have a machshavas pigul, at the time you would have intended to eat the carbon would have already been no set. what's unique about this case over here is I intend to eat it on Tuesday night, but it's not really nosar. When does it become nosar? Nosar means leftover. The definition of leftover is you would burn it because you can no longer eat it. But yet, when does a shlama become nosar? What? When? Really Tuesday morning. So you have this. So you have this unique idea here. So Yochanan says you can't call that pickle. Therefore, you can't call it pickle, even though I had in mind to eat it outside of the permitted window of consumption, because that shlama doesn't actually become nosar until Tuesday morning, and I had in mind to eat it again Monday night. It's not called pickle. It's not good. Like, we don't do this. But when I say it's not pickle, which is fascinating. When Yochanan says, I know it is pickle. Why? No, it's not true. Because again, essentially, pickle means having in mind to eat it outside of the permitted window of consumption. Come Monday night, you can no longer eat it. So because you can no longer eat it, therefore, again, this machshava is absolutely pickle. Incredible. So we'll say a really fascinating machlokas. Fascinating machlokas. So the Gemara goes like, good. Next case. So we'll say, what if, now in this case, we'll say, case number one, when I'm shechting the carbon on Sunday, I literally have in mind to eat it on Monday night, the night of the third day. So in that case, again, Chizkiah says it's not pickle, right? And Rabbi Yochanan says it is pickle. Case number two is, no, when I shechted it on Sunday, I didn't have any erroneous intent. But what ends up happening over here, I actually end up eating it on Monday night, the night of the third day. So my machshava, my intention during Shechita was totally fine. Now what ends up happening over here is I actually end up eating it on the third night. So what's my liability? This is not good, but that's not called eating nosar. Why? Why is it not called eating nosar? Because the carbon only becomes nosar when you can burn it. And when can you burn leftover shlamim? When? Only Tuesday morning. So therefore, again, it's not good, but there's not liability for eating nosar. So this guy says your potter. It's not called eating nosar. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, ultimately you can't burn it. But Yochanan says you're chayiv. Why? Because you can no longer eat it. So it's the same focus, just different manifestation. Tanya Kavasid Rabbi Yochanan. There's a vice that's what's Rabbi Yochanan. I will say, and I remember it again. Rabbi Yochanan's position is a twofold position. Such Rabbi Yochanan says, once a carbon cannot be consumed, by definition it has the status of nosar, even if you can't yet burn. So therefore, again, if I'm shechting my shlamim on Sunday, halacha l'maisa again, come on Monday night, which is the night of the third day, I can't eat it anymore. Even though, again, everyone is agreeing. You can't burn it until Tuesday morning. But the Yochanan says once you can't eat it, therefore it's nosar. So therefore, that means two things. Number one, if you ate it on Tuesday night, ultimately again you're chayiv eating nosar. And if when you shechted it on Sunday, you had in mind to eat it Monday night, you're chayiv to pickle. So Monday night says there's a vice that's part of the Yochanan. What's the vice that's part of the Yochanan? Here we go. Let's finish up. So ultimately, again, it gets kachin. That can only be consumed for 1 day. For 1 day. So what's halacha? The kachin b'daman l'shekashaka hama, u'b'ksaron b'mur b'shiyala l'dashaka. Ultimately, again, so let's say if you have kachin, that can only be consumed for 1 day. So literally says if you have machshava about their blood. In Shachat Amanas Rishon, Shachat Hama, Pickle, Ubachilas Basa, Bakaras, Indian, Yushin, Shkitas, Amanas, on the Sarat, or Akmir Red. Shachat, Pickle, and the Christmas Mountain Go. So, for example, if you have a carbon, just an example, you have a couple of things that has a 1 day window of consumption. And then again, 1 day means if you have the offering and the following night. So, therefore, again, if you so let's say I'm checking this type of carbon. If I think of Shkita, I have in mind to sprinkle its blood after Shkita, after sunset, that's pickle. Or I have in mind to eat the sacrificial meat, or to offer the sacrificial part after dawn the next day, that's pickle. Let's give you an example of pickle. Next, so let's see if other countries, different type of countries have different windows. There are different customs that can be consumed for 2 days and 1 night. How do you make that carbon bagel? The chashvin bidaman shekishaka hama. That was very interesting enough. Blood remains the same either way. What do I mean by that? Blood, as we just said before in the previous video, when do you have to do the blood application? When does that have to be done? When? The day of the shkita. So therefore, anytime you have in mind to do blood application after Shia on the day that the animal was slaughtered, that's pigel. Doesn't matter how long the assumption is. I know everybody, Millennium, the Shami, the Shacha, Obit Saran, Shaka, Hama, Shashnayam. And I love the again, but if you have meant to offer up the sacrificial parts, so like before after sunrise the next day, or for that matter again, with their meat to eat it after sunset of the second day, ultimately again that makes it pigel. So I'll say, so interestingly enough, this is what the Mishnah of Yochanan. When let's say a carbon, it's a regular shaman that gets 2 days and 1 night, 2 days and 1 night. I'm checking it on Sunday. Ultimately, again, when does that carbon become? How do you make the carbon pigel? Either if I have in mind, so let's say apply the blood after sunset today, or if I have in mind to what? I have in mind to eat the sacrificial meat after sunset. What do you see from here? That halacha follows Rabbi Yochanan. That essentially a carbon becomes pigel if you have in mind to eat it after the window of consumption closes, even if it is not yet halachic nosar. That's halacha, because some doesn't become nosar until when? Until the next morning. So it seems to be much asking like Rabbi Yochanan, ultimately again, and not like Hiskia. But ultimately again, pigel and nosar are not intertwined. So you could be liable for pigel, even though again the sacrificial meat did not become nosar. Incredible space. You can do this. Shimon says as follows. Let's go back there. Let's finish up the Mishnah. Very quickly. You might have thought, let's say going with our shlamim, where the carbon could be consumed for 2 days and 1 night. I'm checking a shlamim today. I can eat it for Sunday night, Monday, and up until Monday night. I might have thought that I should be able to eat the carbon Monday night as well, second night as well. Why? Simon says, some carbonos that are eating that have a window of consumption for 1 day. I remember again, we said 1 day always means what? What does 1 day mean? 1 day and the following night until dawn. Right? So there's some carbonos that can be consumed for 1 day, but we'll just call it 1 day for our purposes. So 1 day, right, there's nothing that comes in. And then there's some carbonos that get 2 days, right, which means again, let's say Sunday night, and Monday. Just like for carbonos, that get 1 day. So what else do they get? The following night. So again, if I check the carbon today, and it's a 1 day carbon, it means I get today and tonight until dawn. So I'm going to check based on that. So if I make the same logic, that if a carbon has a 2 day window of consumption, what should it get? The night that follows each of the days. So therefore, again, if I'm checking it today, it should get Sunday and Sunday night. And if I can eat it on Monday, then what? I should also get what? Monday night. And it should become nosar as of Tuesday morning. Therefore, the passage says ultimately again, when it's left over until the yom, ultimately again, you have at yom. You get the full day of the second day the following night. Yomar says, you can eat up through the full second day, but not once you get into the evening of the third day. So if that's the case, I would say, since I can no longer eat the carb on the second night, so most of the point, I checked it Sunday, I got Sunday night, Monday, up until Monday night. So I can no longer eat it from Monday night. So I would have thought to get burn it Monday night, let it become burn it Monday night. But it's a video. So I'm saying the video is a couple of nothing that on your method is that kind of understanding. There are some carbonos that are consumed for 1 day, and some carbonos that are consumed for 2 days. Just like a carbon that has a 1 day window of consumption, which means today, through tonight, up until dawn tomorrow morning, and then almost around tomorrow morning, take a back to the straight up. burn the leftover, whatever's left over tomorrow morning. Smoking, common Restream them, so to come out that are consumed for 2 days. I would say, take a black, you will stay for them. I also be the same. And therefore, I'm going to have a 2-day carbon. I eat it today, tonight, Monday, and then come Monday night, I should burn it immediately. So it says exclusively on the 3rd day you burn it as no sar. Yom Atasafo, the Atasafo Balayla. Ultimately, again, you burn it by day, but you do not burn it by night. Those are both saying a number of very important halachas come out of it. So first of all, we see that in the world of shlamim, there are different types of shlamim. There's 1 day shlamim, 2 day shlamim. And again, we'll talk about what falls into what category. In a 1 day carbon, you that day up until 1 of the next morning. Whatever is left over the next morning is called no sar. And then halacha l'maisa is burnt immediately. Then you have 2 day kavanas. 2 day kavanas starts Hashem that I got today. Right, day number 1. Then night number 2. Then day number 2. So Sunday night, Monday. Window of consumption closes Monday night. So interestingly enough, the carbon does not become halachas no sar until when? Until Tuesday morning, and it's burnt Tuesday morning. Interestingly enough, that even though the carbon does not become no sar ultimately again until Tuesday morning, ultimately you can't eat it obviously Monday night, which means it becomes kugel with 7 Monday night. So therefore, again, if I shut that carbon on Sunday and have in mind to eat it on Monday night, that's called kugel. That's called kugel. That's going to be okay. Furthermore, again, when it comes to blood service, blood application has to take place when? As soon as when? On the day of the shechita itself, and having in mind ultimately to apply the blood at the shechita of the day that it was slaughtered, ultimately will make the cover giggle. And we'll say, what a day, what a day. What a clever day. Have a great day, everyone.
Whether Satan, Yetzirah, evil inclination still exists.
That's a matter of there's no order.
Pick your next rebel.
Happy. Okay. That's interesting. Where is this from? I put this on it. Interesting. Anyway, since we're going back to what first I guess I say it, don't want to push any but harassment.
Alright, now we're going into the deepest layer. What happens to free will? Does sin still exist? What happens to the Yetzirah, evil inclination? Does the whole world become like the Holy of Holies, Koshak and Sheep? Move step by step. Does free will continue in the Messianic era?
Alright, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for the sponsors for the month of Cheshvan. Stephen Carrington for dedicating all the show and social this month. In loving memory of Steve's father, Learning Tzvi Ben Chaim, from the Blacha Week of Learning sponsors Kili and Janine Goldberger as his host. For Muslim for their son Aaron Mishaya Ben Rich Esther, and their Hashem Shekhin, with his convalescent, continue to heal. Sponsorship to complete the tour. That Jones is for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg and Swiss. Continued help. First, Lamas Hana Bas Susha. As by a late-breaking Mazal 210 and Machine, it is not a good case the Strums don't have a grandchild. Baruch Hashem. Mazel to the Strums. 2 girls born to their children, Ezra and Mazel to great uncles and aunts, the Agencies and the Fogels, the American Family should be Zoka. Raise their daughter to become a true Bash Yisrael. And I can't survive the England on in Snake and American should just be the revenge life I've never asked Shani Kavos. What's so incredible? Mazel tov. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is $1, a really incredible and packed daf ahead of us today. We are picking up 54. We are picking up the Yer session on Yom Gimel on the days 53b. Let's just pick up from Rabbi Yishmael, which is we think we actually got a little bit further than that. Right? We get further than that? Yeah, about there. So let's see on the side, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. So once you remember again, just in terms of what we're focusing on now a little bit. So remember in yesterday's Mishnah, we were introduced, well, the second of the two Mishnahs, we were introduced to Allah, which is another part of the category of Kodesh Kadashim. And we were introduced to the idea that the tongue goes up the ramp, hangs a right onto the auxiliary ramp, and then walks around what we call the sobe, the small ledge around the mizbeach. The blood applications ultimately again in a counterclockwise fashion comes down, pours out the shirayim on what we call the yisod, the base of the mizbeach on the southern side. Now, one of the things that obviously becomes incredibly apparent over here is, if you notice, this sobe, which is this bottom ledge, the bottom ledge that was at ground level, does not go all the way around the mizbeach. Instead, you'll find it on the western side, the northern side, but nothing on the eastern side and nothing on the southern side, except for a little bit in the southwest corner. So we're going to pick up on that idea right now. So once again, just to get our terms correctly, obviously, we've got our kevesh, our ramp, our mizbeach, our altar, our sobe. Sobe is that ledge that you access through the alternate ramp. Over here, that's the sobe, and then there's the yisod. The yisod is the bottom ledge of the mizbeach on ground level that is only on 2 out of the 4 sides. It says Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Yishmael says like this. Okay, never can. It says over here by Allah. Sabit. The never lahalon sabit. So it says over here sabit by Allah, and it says over there. Remember again, I pointed out in Ash yesterday. The over there is referring to the miluim. Interesting for the inaugural offerings by the Mishnah. So the pasuk quote unquote over there is the shafat also yarachad mizbeach tzapon of Hashem. The zarko b'nei arakonim es damo al hamizbeach saviv. They will go in and sprinkle the on the mizbeach all around the booth. Mala'alon pisuk ba'arba matanos. So just like over there by the miluim, and ultimately again there are 4 blood applications. So the Gemara says afkan pisuk ba'arba matanos. So too over here. Look at Rashi says, Remember again, by the miluim, there's 4 distinct blood applications. So that's what it says subject. I would have thought over here by the Ola, it's also 4, or Michelle says it is 4 distinctions. By the way, I just want to point out that's the contrary distinction to the Mishnah. Because what does the Mishnah say about the blood applications of Ola? It's Shtayim Shem Arba. It's really only 2 primary applications that are done at the corner of the horn that then become 4. So the Gemara says, Iman Halan Arbalan Tansa Arbakaras. 1 second, are you telling me that just like by miluim, it's literally 4 distinct blood applications on 4 corners, right? On 4 horns. Afkan Arbalan Tansa Arbakaras. So over by Ola, it's actually 4 applications. Is that what you're saying? I will say, I just mentioned. Obviously, the problem is that Halal Kalamaisa. The Mishnah says it's Shtayim Shin Arba, 2 that are 4. So the Gemara says, good. So Amrat Ola to only so Akan Arba Matanos Arba Karos. So the Gemara says Ola to Una Yisod. The Karen Mizrachas Duromis Lo Haya Lo Yisod. So it says so it can't be because remember the Ola requires a pouring out on the base. Ultimately again, and remember the southeastern corner does not have a base. I will say, what I do want to point out is something very interesting over here, which is, if you notice, 3 out of the 4 corners have a yisod. Remember again, yisod is the bottom ledge. So remember again, every one, so we've got 1, 2, I'm sorry, I've over here, can't see. I'm sorry, we'll say. Sorry, Ellen's, I'm sorry, I know you probably can't see this, no matter how I structure it. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, you trust me. Okay, don't. So if you notice again, 3 out of 4 corners of the mizbeach have the ledge, the bottom ledge, what we call the yisod. The one corner that doesn't have the yisod, ultimately again, is the southeast corner. Third corner. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, Ola Tuni Yisod, the Karen Mizrakis Tronas Laha Yisod. So the Gemara is pointing out over here, so obviously it can't be that Ola literally has a lot of applications on four corners because Halacha L'Maisa Ola requires Yisod. And we know at least one corner does not have the Yisod, which means that again, that means there's not going to be a blood application by one of those corners. In my time, I'm a Loshan. So okay, by the way, now the Gemara just goes on a total tangent. Why doesn't this corner have Yisod? Like, why is there no break? Now again, remember, there's actually two sides that don't have the Yisod. But again, really it's only one corner because 1, 2, 3 out of the 4 corners actually have the Yisod. Only one corner does not. So the Gemara says, why is that, by the way? This is kind of a beautiful Gemara. See, because let's say, if you notice, I sent this out on the chat yesterday. If you go to the Daf Yomi chat, yes, sanctioned use of WhatsApp during Shir. Time sanctioned use. So okay, so remember again, if you look at the chat for just a moment, you will notice I put on there 2 images. They're both they're different angles of the same image. The first one has the English, the second one has the double picture over there. But you'll notice something interesting, which is the tribal areas of Yehuda and Binyamin bisect every kind of stuff. But now again, so okay, I want to point something out that's very interesting. Yerushalayim in general, the Gemara says, was low in the Chalko L'Shvatim. Yerushalayim does not belong to any one tribe. Yerushalayim is the capital of Klal Yisrael. It belongs to everyone. That being said, the way the tribal lines were drawn, Yerushalayim fell within the tribal areas of Yehuda and Binyamin. And interestingly enough, the technical line between Yehuda and Binyamin's portion actually went right across the courtyard place on the church, specifically right here. Right here. This was like the line between Yehuda and Binyamin. And interestingly enough, as you can see in the image, if you take a look at the second image, right? The second image is comprised of 2 images. In the second image, the top of the second image, you see over here a picture of the Mizbeach. And what you'll notice over here is that the brown area on the bottom is going east. That is the Chelek of Yehuda. And if you notice the way Yehuda's is drawn is like this is Yehuda up till here, and the rest is Binyamin. So notice what ends up happening is Yehuda's portion encroaches, like it's a straight, it's not a straight line. So if you notice, Yehuda's portion goes up a little by the ramp of the Mizbeach. There's a straight, again, an image above, right? The image above is also an aerial image. And you can see there it just has like a little snitches, like a little corner that belongs to Yehuda. Just to show you, by the way, that is this corner by the red. The red is not drawn on this image, but that's this corner. The point over here is there's a little strip that belongs to Yehuda. And if you notice again, the line almost goes out of the straight to include a portion of the Mizbeach area for Yehuda. So this is kind of like this. And the Gemara says, so by the way, if you notice, it's going to show you something very interesting. Look on this image for just a moment. Right? So this is Yehuda's area, this is Binyamin's area. But if you notice, Yehuda's area extends to include at least this, possibly even this whole thing. So what do you notice? The southwest corner, the one corner that does not have a Yisod, the one corner that does not have a base, belongs to Yehuda. The rest of the Mizbeach, which is nestled in the area of Binyamin, all of those corners have the Yisod. The one corner that does not have a leg of bottom ultimately again belongs to Yehuda. This is beautiful. So the Gemara says, so my time off. So once again, my time off. Why doesn't the southeast corner have a ledge? The Gemara says, because it wasn't in the portion of the Torah. The Torah is a reference to Binyamin. Because in Parashas Vayechi, when Yaakov Avinu gives Binyamin the bracha, what does he call him? He says, Binyamin Zev Yitro. Binyamin, you are like a Tarach means like a sort of like a wolf that counts, right? A wolf that grabs. So that's like causes no, it's also a lesson of Torah. So therefore the southeast corner is not going to tell you something. No one's talking about stuff. You got to look. He's there. All the fuck say you got. So ultimately again, you see that goes into the just Tama, which is why again, if you look at the other images, the first image is just drawn like there's just this little bit that belongs that southeast corner that belongs in the Chalek of Yehuda. So there's a small part of the Mizbeach that is in the tribal area of Yehuda. Amar Abaye, the really back Amar but ultimately again is swallowed up in the tribal area of Yehuda. It intrudes into the tribal area. And again, I just want to point out once again, remember, the Beis Hamikdash does not belong to Yehuda and Binyamin, it belongs to Klal Yisrael. Yerushalayim, as a city, is not divided up amongst the tribes. But again, the way the tribal lines were drawn is that, again, Yerushalayim is in the tribal area of Yehuda and Binyamin. So that line literally, again, goes down the middle of the Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, again, if you know this, really the way it looks like is the entire area of the Mizbeach should have been in the tribal area of Binyamin, but yet there's a little strip that belongs to Yehuda. Binyamin was not happy with this. Binyamin atzadik mitztaher aleh b'chol yom lenotlo, and Binyamin atzadik was distressed. He was distressed, and every day he wanted to figure out how can he regain that strip for himself. Shene Emar, the pasuk says on Daf Nundal 54a, Chofet alav kol hayom. Literally again, he's preoccupied. He's worried about it. He's sulking about it the whole day. So literally again, I just want to point out there's so many beautiful things about this. The Gemara says, let's finish the line. Zacha Binyamin atzadik, v'nasa ushpazicha la'kadosh baruch hu. Therefore, Binyamin was given a special merit. What's his merit? That literally again he gets to host the Why did Binyamin get to host that Kadosh Baruch Hu? Why is the Kodesh HaKadosh in his tribal area? Because he was so distressed about this strip of land that he felt should have been part of his tribal area, and ultimately again became part of Yehuda. Shneimar ubein kaseifa of shachir. Where does the Shekhinah reside? The Shekhinah resides literally again between the shoulders of Binyamin. So I want to say there is so much to say about just this particular. I just want to draw your attention to something. If you notice, look how the Gemara refers to Binyamin. How is it referred to him? Binyamin Atzadik. This is interesting. Who's usually referred to as Tzadik? Yosef Atzadik. So it's quite interesting that Binyamin is known as Binyamin Atzadik. So I want to say Gemara teaching us something so profound. What makes a person a tzaddik? What makes a person a tzaddik? A tzaddik is someone, not necessarily who just does things. Anyone can do stuff. Anyone can do mitzvahs. What makes a tzaddik is someone who earns for more. I don't know. I think you should be pretty happy with what you've got. Like, this is a pretty nice tribal area. Granted, doesn't belong to everyone, but he's going to be and bring up the map of your tribe things, and you see the Kodesh Revelation. Okay, so there's one strip of his Be'ach that's there. What makes a tzaddik is an insatiable, unquenchable thirst for Kedusha. I want more. I'm not content with what I had. So Binyamin says, yeah, but I want the whole Mizbeach in my tribal area. That's what makes a tzaddik, I will say. All too often, we just content ourselves. So this is what I do. This is how I do it. And it's enough. I don't need to push myself for more. And he's always has to push himself for more. There's no such thing. The only thing in life that you are allowed to be content with is your material.
Tomorrow we gotta do the
If you want to be content with your material wealth, that's your business. Most of us aren't content with that either. Right? But if that's your contentment time. When it comes to loveliness, insatiable, unquenchable thirst. You can never be content. You can be proud of what you have accomplished, but never be content with what you have. That's what makes a person a tzaddik. That's the Binyamin tzaddik. And what's furthermore, it's also interesting to note, if you notice, the Gemara says that he becomes the Ushpezikhe. What word does it sound like? What does it sound? Ushpezikhe means what? guest. So what does it mean that he was Zoka and therefore again, and therefore the Rebbe became his guest? It's interesting, like, what exactly does that even mean in all of this, right? It's just absolutely so interesting. Remember, again, it's like part of what's really beautiful idea is with Hashem is, someone's a guest, so there's a novelty, right? So they're probably going to live announce a time and then they're going to leave. Sometimes when relationships become long term, that's when we generally don't appreciate them as much. It's the same way that, like, who is the person generally you would speak the most disrespectfully to in the world? After Rabbi. In general, like, who is the person? Who would you do that to? Right? Respect. Right? Which is the craziest thing in the world because this is the person really, like, I need the most in the world. Actually, I need more than any other relationship in the world. So why is that? It's because I live with this person. I interact with every day because it's familiarity. With this familiarity, sometimes it leads to taking certain liberties. Beautiful that the way to Yemen view the vulnerable Owen's presence in his domain is just legitimate as a guest. Because when there's a guest, it's like, oh, for a guest, you go out of your way, you serve it. It's almost like the Malbim brings down. When David says, Achash Alpin Hashem Osha Bakesh, Shifti Beis Hashem, Kol Yimei Chayai. So ultimately, right, he says, Laxos V'dom Hashem, Ulevaker Be'en Chalo. So what does it mean, Ulevaker Be'en Chalo? I want to visit in his Heichal. Doesn't make sense. You just said, Shifti Beis Hashem, Kol Yimei Chayai. I want to dwell in Hashem from all of my days. And then you said, Ulevaker Be'en Chalo. Visit in his Heichal, in his Mikdash. Are you living or are you visiting? Which again, David says both. I want to live there, but I want to live in there to feel like this. I want the novelty. And I want to tie these two things together and it's really incredible. What makes a tzaddik a tzaddik? A tzaddik is someone who is constantly aspiring for more. I'm never content with where I am. I'm never content with what I'm doing. There always has to be more. And how do you do that? Because you see the beautiful novelty in relation to Hashem. That every day is like, I'm a guest in this world. I'm a guest in this universe. And where there is that novelty, there is excitement. And where there is excitement, ultimately, again, there's always an insatiable thirst and desire for more. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Mesa, Reza Kasha, Olas, Ha'ov, Ketzad, Haisinasis, listen to this. So it says, remember again, by the way, how do we get into all this? That was because of one important piece of information to remember. There is a yesod, there is a base, right? A ledge, a floor level ledge on 3 out of the 4 corners of the Mizbeach. The only one where it doesn't exist ultimately is this southwest corner. Why isn't it in the southwest corner? So apparently, again, it's to demarcate the fact that this wasn't in the primal tribal area of Binyamin, but rather was in Yehuda. Okay, so now the Gemara says, Mason, there is a kasha. Ola Sa'of Kitzad Hayanas. So I say, how is Ola Sa'of done? How do they go and offer up Ola Sa'of? So once again, we're going to see this. By the way, this is not the Mishnah. We're going to get to Rezo McCollum. How do they do all this? Okay, so I said, Hayamolik was showing you our top. So again, remember, Mulika, Cohen would hold the bird in his hand, and he would do Mulika. Right? So again, he would hold the bird facing away from it, and again, he would take his thumbnail, plunge it into the back of the neck of the bird, and sever the bird's head like that. So you says, Umavio, ultimately, again, he would separate the head from the body. Now, again, we'll see. Does the head fall? Does the head kind of dangle on? We'll talk about all that. But we might say Dama After and you squeeze the blood of the bird onto it. There's no Kabbalah. There's no Kabbalah by bird offerings. Instead, directly with the body of bird onto the Mizbeach. One second. The Amidol Hayalo you sold. You see that the original you sold by the southwest corner. The Avira, the Amahu, the coffee. That makes sense. What does that mean? What happens to us? Because it's very interesting. Part of the function of the soul was that when blood would be sprinkled on the wall of his back and it would drip down, pitch onto the soul. There's no soul there. And where does the blood go? On the floor. And once I know Pashtus, you might think that that's an untenable reality because that would be disrespectful to sacrificial blood. So the there's no so ultimately again, so what what I don't think that what happens again to the problem. Literally the idea of Amr because there's no you're just doing it on to the mistake and then what falls to the floor or not really start feeling like half this new ideas giving them in carpet what they each could have said was even in that southwest corner, literally translated the airspace belongs to the Yemen and the ground belongs to you. And I will say now what does that mean? What does that mean? If you take a look at Rashi says over here as follows. Rashi says, you tell them, over, sorry, Makak, it's right across, right across the Rashi, right to the right. You tell them, the non-Gimel, the last Karku, who Asli, Kuminjita, Kitana, Kinegit, Osad, Karen, the Kado Bar, all myself they had was a little suggestion, a little protrusion from the wall of the Mizbeach that was the one that Gimel talking. Because it's not Gimel talking there for what? It's not on the ground. So the green itself is a tribal area of Yudah, but the airspace ultimately again is the area of the Yemen. They had a little protrusion. That way when you would do blood applications there, it wouldn't fall to the ground, rather it would form a protrusion. Very interesting. Rav Amar B'Din, Sini Marshal, my lo Havala Yisrael. When we speak about the idea that this southwest corner did not have a base, did not have any sold, so what does that mean? Not Amar B'Din, maybe Amar B'Din. So we look at actually that Amar B'Din. The Karen longest my love is Banu Hayisol, Amar Ba'orach HaGatam. The Chadu La'an Kaladar and the Falamidra at Amar Somar for Karen Stones. So that literally says here it's talking about the actual physical structure. And Levi says, no, it's referring to the blood application. Levi says ultimately, again, Halacha said it was actually so, but they were not do blood applications in that area. Okay, Rabbi Mikhail, so Rabbi explains this, Ba'asante Tidni Midbacha. But ultimately, again, in the area of the Yamin Jerusha, that's what it is, Ba'asante Jerusha, in the area of his inheritance, they would build the Mizbeach. Maybe Mikhail, Ba'asante Yasabne Mikdasha Makom Meshudash Batam. That in this area, ultimately, again, they would build a sanctified area that would be fit, ultimately, again, for blood application. Tashma, Hayisod, Hayimahali, Afne Kala Safan, Yafne Kala Mala. So what we're doing is these sold. We go the entire north, right? The Afne Kala Mala, and the entire west. So remember again, these Mizbeach there, north and west, were the two sides of Mizbeach that he sold went the entire way. The Alpnei Kalamara. Good. So it's north and west. Now, both say that. You know, by the way, here's what's interesting. Both in the north and the south, the soul extended in Amma. Here that is. I don't know if you can see it. Right? But it extends over here. So it goes beyond the western side, a little bit protruding onto the southern area. Same thing on the north side. So there was a little of a Yesod extension on both sides. So we said, what could that be used for? What that extension be used for? That extension can be used for ultimately, again, blood applications as well. Now, again, on our side, there's no blood applications on the Yesod, right? But rather, again, what do we have on the Yesod? If you're sprinkling on those corners, what it means is when the blood drips down, it's able to drip on those. Somebody's pouring out the shit out. Good. So the party salt together. So Tashma, is very interesting. And there, I was social time on social time. There was 32 amas by 32 amas. So what's interesting is that was to take into account the Yesod. So the Gemara says, how come what's the case over here? Min Hatzad. From the side, take a look at Rashi. Min Hatzad. This Rashi is about 6 times up in the point. That's why. Lav Dharma Ravin Kakashela Mitzad Safan Haya Lamed Days. About Mizrach Bedarim Lo Haya Ela Lamed Aleph. So let's remember again, interestingly enough, that Lamed Days ultimately is a dimension that includes the Yesod. But not including the Yesod, ultimately again it would have only been 31 times. So depending on which side you're measuring from, that will determine ultimately the dimensions. What do you see from there? How come I see them in that side? Hashma, Nimsa, Poleach, Amma al Yisod the Amma. Supposed to remember again, the ram ultimately is the Yisod for that Amma. So big. Similarly, again on the Sobit. Again, I'm going to say, Sobit is the ledge, the elevated ledge that ultimately again goes down and as well. Ima Kineged Am Yisrael Al Am Yisrael. That is that the Tevesh itself ultimately overlaps or overshadows Kineged, corresponding to an Amma on Yisrael and an Amma on Yisrael. So we'll say, bottom line, what's the takeaway over here? Just remember, you're not trying to figure out the placement of everything, but remember, just so you understand for our purposes, the soulmate, which is the elevated ledge, that the coin will come up to that, hang a right, hang up, and go right to that zero, and come. The thing is that elevated ledge, right? That goes around the entire mizbeach. The soul, which is the bottom ledge, the ground floor ledge, that is only going completely around two sides, meaning again the western side and the northern side. Why? So this way again, the southern side, ultimately the eastern side, has a little bit of the solar side. Every side has at least some element of a lower, of a ground level ledge, and what's necessary because blood applications happen on the floor. You didn't want any blood applications seeping down to the floor. Therefore, ultimately, again, they are caught by the ledge. Okay, incredible. We're not finished here, but and here's actually I want to point out when we we'll go to a more detailed image of the back to show exactly where everything is. But if you are looking at it here, this is how long of a nice image. Although this image not show us an aerial view of Julia, which is you won't see that for some reason. Most of you, I don't know why this is, but those images of these images you will not see that of Julia, but it absolutely is there. All right, let's go back here. Says you might touch about. I'm telling you, keep the abundance on the gas. That's incredible. How do you build the mistake? What's halacha? Listen, Medin Melabin, Shushlosh Mishai, Shosh Mishai. If you bring a Melabin, Melabin means comes out over here a wooden frame, a wooden form. Okay, that is 32 amos by 30 grams. The Gobo Amo, and it has the height of 1 amo. We're going to see over here is there's of the mizbeach. If you think about it, right? There's the bottom part, and then remember again, there's the leg. Then there is the upper part, right? And then there's the horns, and then ultimately again we're going to see there's another part on the top where its fires were kindled. So really, it's three distinct parts as we're going to see right now. So listen to this. So the Gemara says as follows. So you bring stones. Now, what kind of stones did you bring? So Rashi points out a lot of wet. Now, interesting, it's not just again in the wet, smooth stones. Remember again, in the creation of the mizbeach. So if you want smooth stones, where do you get that from? So apparently, smooth stones would be quarried, quarry is the wrong word, collected from the ocean. Because the water naturally smooths them. So you go ahead and collect stones, big stones, little stones, and maybe sid the kunya bezetes. This is fascinating. You bring plaster. Kunya bosai is molten lead, and zepes is pitch or tar. You make this concoction. So let's say, so what do? You go ahead and so the mizbeach itself is made up of all these little stones, and then you pour this mixture, this liquid mixture of again plaster, molten lead, and pitch/tar. And what that does is it obviously you wouldn't see multiple stones in this bag, right? Because that liquid coating kind of coagulates everything together to form one surface. So it's everything comes together. That's the yisod. So this is the area of the yisod. Next, the chos arrows again. The yisod, by the way, that's the bottom ledge. That's the bottom ledge. The chosir may be melabin, and about another form, like another wooden form. Shu shloshim amma. That's 30 amas by 30 amas, or chamesh amas. And ultimately, again, with the height of 5 amas, or maybe chalukim out of the same process. So let's say second, remember again, the yisod is the widest part of the mizbeach. Then again, I will say the next part of the mizbeach, which is the area underneath the yisod, or on top of the yisod. That area is 30 amas by 30 amas with a height of 5 amas. Same process. Gather smooth stones, big stones, little coat them together with a mixture of plastic, molten lead, and /tar, right? And then they coagulate together. Next, the choser umiadin shukap chazal kafkas. Then you bring a third point. Amas, but so you see it's getting another because they're being put one on top of the other. You go from gimel amas, and ultimately again you have a height of 3 amas. Same thing. Gather up the smooth stones, coat them with this mixture. And that's the end of the Maracha. And I will say we have not touched that yet, the Maracha. The Maracha is the top part there where you had multiple pyres, Pyres, right? Fire, burning, right? Multiple fire structures. So that's called the Maracha. And we have not touched that yet because we haven't even spoken about any of those aspects. The choser umigi maradin shu amarama. Then you bring one more form. Lamino says like a wooden form, but there's one amma by one amma, or maybe chaluki abanim with lamos, maybe dollars, maybe pounds. Once again, you bring the smooth stones, big stones, little stones, or maybe zefes, the kunya, or maka, the shofet, the zel keren, the chol keren. Oh, so they'll say the fourth form, right? The fourth form, ultimately again, is the form you make for the corners, for what we call the horns. The horns. Now, also, remember again, the horns were rectangular. So how would you make them? So again, you would have this specimen. You have these forms, but I think, by the way, this is still the same way that they do concrete. What you got with concrete today? Wooden form. Right? We did it by the middle. Right? You put in these wooden forms. Try those. We had a tournament yesterday. Don't touch something. Start on it. Incredible. Yeah, just finishing it. So let's think like these wooden forms you pour in the concrete. So the last of the forms, interestingly enough, was you must have good pictures. You know? Gotta be a screensaver. Forget about the family. I want to see concrete. I do any pictures, send it out. I'll show it to the camera. Yeah, then you make the picture. That'd be good. I'm going to reframe that. I want to actually really clarify that statement. Again, take pictures of the myth of being created over here and that. Yeah. So the last one ultimately again was that they would have forms for the horns. These horns ultimately again were one amma by one amma. Same thing, how do they make the horns? Maybe Kaluki Afan with Lois, maybe those things maybe Zefes, the Kunya, or Macha, the Shofet, the Zel Keren, the they were called Keren and Keren. So this is how the Mizbeach was made. Again, what we'll do is in the history, we'll see exactly how, but this is how it was made. Each Mizbeach assembled separately as part of a different form, made with these stones and this mix. And that's the carrot. Fine. He came up. That was very interesting, but why are we doing all this? On the day, but he came up. Sorry. On the days, but he came up. This guy, I bought him slim ones. I'm saying, here's the problem, right? What's the problem? The problem is, Gemara spoke about the idea that the constructor on the bottom was what? The constructor on the bottom was? The stone. How big was it? 30 tons by 30 tons. 30 tons by 30 tons means it's a square. If it's a square, then what side, or where will you find the stone on that angle? Where will you find it? On every side. Based on what we just learned, it sounds like again that you sewed was on all 4 sides. You're saying you're taking a wood frame that is 32 amas by 32 amas, you are filling it ultimately again with some also the sewed based on what you're going to but you sewed, I don't know, the way I always thought about the sewed was in Newton's Beah, kind of you put a trim on it. That's not how you sewed base upon which things they are. Now, it says that it's a 32 about which is a square, which then tells me that the soul and everything like that, that counts everything was going up until now. Meaning that the soul really was only trying the western side and on the north side, not on the south, not on the east. But based on what we just learned, the soul is on all sides. And then you say, okay, they made these souls, and afterwards, what did they do? They cut away 2 sides. They cut away 2 sides. Gemara says that can't be. Gemara says, because why? Abanim Shlemos Sir. The Torah says exclusively that Allah the Mizbeach must be made of complete stones. You can't use cut stone as part of the Mizbeach. So what's going on over here? It's very interesting. Not a problem. The first thing you need to say, the shakula. So what they give us, if you take it actually, the month we need to say, Shalomar, Nikomo is actually quite extinct. Nikomo, Al Kapilya, Hinia, Eight, Alo, בכל יוקר המלאבי, שתניח בתוך המלאבי, ולא יוכל לחד בלתי חלוף יעבון, על ידי שחיקת המיגוי של סיר, ותניח. Stacking, what are they doing? No problem. In the wooden frame in which they did the stone, essentially what they did is, they had two additional pieces of wood. One piece of wood over here, one piece of wood over here. So in other words, what they did was, essentially, they built in two pieces of wood, two additional pieces of wood into the frame. So when holding all of the stone, when it dried, essentially it formed a stone wall. Stone is sort of here, stone is sort of here. There's two pieces of wood over here, and whenever it dried, they removed the two pieces of wood. And when they removed the two pieces of wood, what was there? So on the southern side and on the eastern side, ultimately again there was nothing there. So in other words, what do you call it? Frame? Is that what it's called? The wooden frame? The wooden frame. So the wooden frame was 30 grams and 30 grams. But on two of the sides there was an extra piece of wood over here, so that there was no stone yesod. So therefore, again, when they removed the frame, they took out these two pieces of wood. This was and beams, right southern side and beam, eastern side and beam, and sewed only on two out of the other four sides. Incredible. Because I'll tell you the raya that they constructed things this way was why. Because we'll say this is how also they made the horns. Why? The horns were hollow on the inside. Right? Again, remember, the horns were 1 amma by 1 amma horns, but they were hollow on the inside. They were not solid. They were not solid. So the horns themselves were hollow. The Sid, so I say, how exactly would you make the horns? How did you chisel it out afterwards? No. I love the markets needed to say, the shakulate, same thing. Making the horns of us, so making the horns, they had wood extend into the interior of the horns, so the stone of the horn was made around a wooden frame. And therefore, again, when the stone dried, they removed the wooden frame, and the interior was hollow. What do I do? You see that they would do this. Right, they created the frame for the concrete, but on the time, they created the frame for the stone, and wherever they did not want stone, they would put a wood pillar, wood block. That's how the horns were hollow, and that's how ultimately, again, there was not a stone on 2 of the 4 sides. Fascinating. Fascinating. You want to go like that? You want to go. How can I be the muffin? You say the shakulate, same thing in the Yisod. So here goes it's not contradiction. So the frame was 30 grams. That is true. But ultimately, again, in the stone, they had wooden pieces there, which were then removed. The rest of the Yisod dry. My good say, what's this beautiful? Okay, listen to this. Let's have a good day. So Darsh Rava, my good say by you left double Shmuel. So what does it mean? Only again, when it says that Shmuel and David and Shmuel went and they sat in Noyos. The Noyos the Rama. So you want to say the King Noyos, Eitzel Rama. So mostly there are 2 different locations. What do you mean they went to Noyos in Rama? Rama was Shmuel Hanavi lived. Noyos is a different place. What does this mean? Ella, so Yoshvin the Rama, the Oskin the Noyos Shalom. What were they doing? They were in Ramah. They were where Shmuel lived. But when they were with Shmuel, they were speaking about the beauty of the world. No, the beauty of the world. Meaning, they were contemplating how to do the base of the flesh. I say, David Hamelech was to occupy with this idea of building the base of the flesh. What he wanted more than anything was to be able to build the flesh. So he's sitting with Shmuel in Ramah, and what are they strategizing about? How can we go ahead and build this base of the flesh? So beautiful. Not only do I think that's what they used to fly. So what's the issue? Look at that. That says, so the trying to about it's quite fascinating. We're trying to figure out ultimately again, where is the base on the flesh supposed to be? Right? Again, I will say let's be clear. What does the Torah tell us about the base on the flesh? What does the Torah tell us about the base on the flesh? Va'asili mikdash, right? V'shakati b'sacham. Right? So again, the Torah doesn't tell us where the base of Mikdash is. It tells us build the Mikdash, and then it tells us talks about Aliyah L'Regel, coming up to Beis Hamikdash, going to Beis Hamikdash, but where exactly is it? So David is fascinating, which is just such a fascinating thing to contemplate, that the explicit address of the Beis Hamikdash is not stated in the Torah. It's not stated in the Torah. We kind of take it for granted that the Beis Hamikdash is in Har HaBayis, but where do I know that? So David say with Shmuel, we're trying to figure out where is the exact location that we should go to the Beis Hamikdash. On one side, it says the Kanaba Alisa Alamah. It says, don't say, what does it say? You'll get up, you'll leave your house, and you will go up to the place. So clearly, again, the Beis Hamikdash is on an elevation. The Beis Hamikdash tells us that the Beis Hamikdash is should be the highest point of Eretz Yisrael. The Eretz Yisrael the Eretz Yisrael, obviously, again, the land that says higher than all the other lands. So the Gemara says, so obviously it has to be the elevation. But where? I see Sefer Yoshua. So I'd say, brought out the Sefer Yoshua. But who would say, Vayilek Va'alad V'Vaharakol, the Shevet Yamin Va'alad Sid Vayir Loksid. So what this here's interesting. By all of the Shvatim, right, the tribal areas of the Shvatim, it says, Vayarad Va'ala. They go up, they go down. By Shevet Yamin, it just uses the Lashon of Allah and not Yara. So you're able to say, you put all these things together, right? So by the Pasuk time, it says, the comes from Ba'alisa, you have to go up, which means you have to put the Beis Hamikdash at an elevation. Eretz Yisrael is the highest of all the lands. Where should we put it? So we open up a Navi, and by all the tribal areas, it says up and down. But by the Yamin, it only says up. First thing we established is Shmami No, Pasuk Humakomo. Ultimately, again, so we'll say first thing established is Beis Hamikdash is built in the tribal area of Binyamin. Good, check. Next, near in Binyamin, Savar made the Ein Eitam Binyamin. So then they figured, let's go to Ein Eitam. Let's go to Ein Eitam. Ultimately, again, that's what we should. I will say it's interesting. There isn't Ein Eitam, it's in the Shomron now, and it's also. So I don't know if it's the same Ein Eitam or they're referring to a different Ein Eitam, but ultimately, again, so this is the highest area in the tribal area of Binyamin. Let's build it there. Only in CC Bay, Kodo to the 6 who being to say Shachni. Then on the other hand, the Beis Hamikdash has to be the elevation, but ultimately again not the highest point. Not the highest point. Why? Because the Lashon by Binyamin is quote unquote being to say Shachni. Where does the Mikdash, where does the Kadosh Baruch Hu reside in Shevet Binyamin? Between the shoulders. Remember, the shoulders is a high part of the body, but it's not the highest part of the body. It is the highest part of the body. So now we'll say, you hear this whole thing you're constructing, so it's got to be the highest part to come to the Alisa. Look for the Shevet that only has Aliyah, never has Yerida, that's Binyamin. Ein Eitam is the highest point, but it shouldn't be the highest point. They can say between the shoulders. So it's got to be high, but not highest. You see what it says? Levi Sema, the Miri is Sanhedrin, the Talcos Yehuda, Ushkin Talcos Yehuda. So what's the What's that issue? The issue is that Sanhedrin has to reside in the tribal area of Yehuda. Now, where do you know that? Because again, remember, also Parshas Vayikra, Yaakov Avinu says to Yehuda, Lo Yasser Shevet Yehuda on the Chokik Kibin Raglov. Ultimately, again, leadership resides with Yehuda. So therefore, the seat of the Sanhedrin has to be in the tribal area of Yehuda. Fine. Which Shina Betelkos Riyam. And ultimately, the Shina, as Mark, resides in the tribal area of Binyamin. So you might say, Lima Dalina Rein is founded too. But now, say that obviously, just from like a national perspective, you want the seat of judicial leadership and spiritual leadership to reside side by side. We don't want to have a perceived competition between those two things. So therefore, again, I need the Sanhedrin in the tribal area of Yehuda, the Shekhinah to be in the tribal area ultimately again of Binyamin. So that's another factor over here in terms of deciding location. Even Dalina, where it is probably Tuba. And if we put the Beis Hamikdash in Ein Eitam, then what? Then ultimately again the seat of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the seat of the Sanhedrin are going to be far apart. So what should we do? Mutav in the CC Bay Porta, in the Sibu Bay St. Shachni. So better to go ahead, we want them to be together, and ultimately again, better to go ahead and have them close together. They say Shachni. Now, so what happened? So where do they choose? Ultimately, again, they chose the area ultimately of Yerushalayim, of the Harabayis. Because first, again, also going back, this is also the Harabayis, the base of Mikdash area. Well, what would become the Harabayis? What is the Harabayis? Ultimately, it's also the area in which the tribal areas of Yehuda and the tribal areas of Binyamin ultimately again meet. And by the way, we're going to see, interestingly enough, remember, where was this Sanhedrin located? The Sanhedrin was located ultimately in the Lishkas Hagotzis, which is down here. Right here's the Lishkas Hagotzis. So just fascinatingly enough, remember again, this is exactly the line between Yehuda and Binyamin. Sanhedrin is situated over here. Kodesh Kadashim is over here. Everything you need to accomplish is done. So remember again, it's on a high area, on the Harabayis, but ultimately again, not in the highest area, say about Shachim. It's in the tribal area of Binyamin, where only Aliyah, no Yehuda is mentioned, and it's next to the Sanhedrin. And ultimately again, about this, what's the this? The this ultimately again was the base was the fact that David was able to identify the correct area for the Mikdash. Joey Kadomi was the closest advisor to Shaul, became best over this to the Sid, to Kinesa, Eska Akapanis. Sid, Zachor Hashem Kol, Asa Hashem Nishbal Hashem. And above all of this, in entering Shna Inayla Tabai Tima, and some Makom Rasha. It's actually quite beautiful, actually, just quickly, because the time, David Amalek essentially says, I cannot rest until I find a home for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I must find a home for the Rimon. There'll be no rest for my eyes. I then some Makom Rasha. Here Shanu Ba'Kasa, Mitzvot Yisrael Ba'Kasa, Yoshua passing that fight. Ultimately, again, so David Amalek makes reference ultimately to the Yah. In fact, who is that? That Yoshua affects the Friday. Because Yoshua comes and says it's a Friday. Mitzvot Yisrael Ya'ar, we found ultimately the place HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the forest. Zev Binyamin, that refers to tribal areas. Zev Binyamin is a ritual. Ultimately, again, Binyamin is like a pouncing animal that cares about its prey. So again, all of these things together, it's just a reference to the fact that they found the scriptural allusion to where they think it should be in Sefer Yeshua, and ultimately ends up being in a tribal area of Binyamin. Just to end off, this is the most riveting and incredible Gemara. Why, out of all the things, why not give us an explicit location where the Beis Hamikdash is? Just tell us. We have to figure out exactly where the Beis Hamikdash is. It seems so profoundly counterintuitive. Because also, remember again, we've seen this thing before. The Baruch Hu perhaps would have given an exact location for the Beis Hamikdash. You would have thought like this. There is one address in which one could have a communion with God. There is one address in which one could have a location with God. Here it is, right? Harabayis is, and that is the only place. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is purposely ambiguous about the location of the Beis Hamikdash to tell us why. Because we'll say, where is the Beis Hamikdash? Where's the Beis Hamikdash? Wherever you are is where the Beis Hamikdash is. Va'asu li mikdash v'shachanti b'socha. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, make for me a mikdash, I will dwell within you. Right? Within you. Not I will dwell within it. The Shekhinah for this Hamikdash is an incredible place. But the Shekhinah doesn't just dwell there. The Shekhinah dwells wherever we are. So there is purposely address ambiguity to show us that yes, the Beis Hamikdash has location. Don't figure it is. But lest you think that that is the only place where meaningful and passionate and incredible connection with the Baruch Hu can occur. I'm not even giving you the address. Why? Because ultimately, again, where's the Mishkan? We're above the Mishkan, Edna. Where's the Mishkan? Where's the Beis Hamikdash? Ultimately, wherever a Yid is, that's where the Kodesh HaKadoshim is. Wherever a Yid is, that's where HaKadosh Baruch Hu is. Wherever a Jew is, that's where there's the ultimate opportunity for a beautiful, lasting, enduring, holy, and passionate literature like HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rosh Hashanah, Shabbos, very tremendously.
I was talking about that in 1989. He said the people that work on metallurgy got in contact with people who were these like science. And you have a bunch of people that are sharing information, you get a much more comprehensive understanding of what this thing is.
Yeah, we all benefit from communication.
It could be something involved in the actual structure of it that lends to its ability to do something. It might not be simple, just structure. It might be structure with some sort of
Yeah, you can't force the trust in situations, and it's unfortunate that they made this dog is that we're putting ourselves in this because other countries
describing the particulars related to them. And we learned from this now that we've moved on now from, we're talking about two categories of carbonic. One is the zip-based salmon people, which is the smuggling that are brought by the people, by the whole community, and the Asama. Described in the Mishnah what the different Asamas are. Zip-based salmon people were as I mentioned yesterday, the two animals that were brought along with the Se'alatem, as well as other carbonates, including Tatas. In a moment, I referenced Tatas. But in any event, this begins and wants to know Minol on the Bayit Sapa. How do I know that it needs to be done in the north? The Mishnah says, from the Damu, people Stefan, people know him, but we started to Stefan the Bautista and the Kabbalah in the north. Now, as you will recall, at the beginning, we spent a lot of time at the beginning of the parak talking about the obligation of the north. And in fact, we learned the obligation of the north as relates to what the Gemara is asking now is how do I know by the Shalmei Tzibor, which means the question that is by the Se'alatem on Shavuot. So the Gemara says, Titani, Rabba Bar Kanam, Kamed Rabba, the Rabba Bar Kanam, Sisem, Seir, Edom, Echad, Lakatas. So this pasuk is this pasuk in Vayikra Chav Gimel says, Sisem, Seir, Edom, Echad, Lakatas, Ushmei, Kavasim, for the Shlamim. So you see, between the same talks about the thought year that was a katas, and also talks about these two animals that were brought as the Shalmei Tzibor. So ma katas b'tzafon, Shalmei Tzibor b'tzafon. So since we have a hekesh between the thought year and the vasim, that you see that just like the katas. Or the Sire, which was a Chatzah, needs to be in the north, so too does the Shalmei Tzibor need to be in the north. So hopefully all of you should have an immediate question, which the Gemara asks next. I'm going to lay Rabba. The Chatzah Mehefan Lamda. So where did we know that a Chatzah needed to be in the north? Me'olah. We learned that from Olah. Olah is the place where it expressly says the north, and the Chatzah was learned from that. And we know, because we're experts in this, Davar Lamed Behekes, Kozim Lamed Behekes. Well, this is actually an initial question. Can you say that something that will go with a Hekes, you can go unattended with another Hekes? We went through the 16 categories, and we knew the first one, and time on even before the 16 was that you cannot learn from God from a double Hekes. So here, what do you have? You have a key of Avtafon, the requirement of north that's written by an Ola, and it's extended from Ola to Chatas by a Hekes. We're trying to use a Hekes to extend it from Chatas to from the start year that was a Chatas from Shur to the two Kavasim that we're talking about now. So you have a double Hekes, and double Hekes doesn't work. Okay, element of Mari, Breaker of Kahana. So that, instead of learning it out from a Hekes between Chatas and these two animals brought with the tail. Let them rather learn it out more directly. So where do they learn it out? In the pasuk says, when it says, "Oh, this and they'll just say salvation." Actually, this is a pasuk in the Midbar, which all of you are familiar with, although you might not remember why. Because this is the pasuk that we say on Shana in Surplus, I think. We say, "Yom Kippur U'Mo'adeichem, U'Rakeh Hashem." That when it's your age of joy and your holidays and your Hashgatim, you should happen the Chatzot Al-Oroseitim Al-Jusei Kalmeitem. So it says that you blow the Chatzot, we'll see the significance of that in a moment. Al-Oroseitim Al-Jusei Kalmeitem. On your Olos and on your Shlamim, right? So now the question is, so how do we know that that's talking to either a Hekes between an Ola and a Shlamim? Al Oloseh, that you have a hekesh there, which is direct hekesh between the Ola and Shlamim. So therefore, instead of what we were doing, is we were learning Shlamim from Kata and Kata from Ola, we're now learning Shlamim from Ola. But how do we know that this Shlamim is a reference to these two animals that we brought on Shavuot? So Rashi explains that when it says that you're going to blow on your trumpet. So what was this about trumpets? Because trumpets were used in the seer that accompanied Karbanis. And Rashi, starting at the end of the second line, says he says it actually talking about our two animals. The ain't carbon yachid here. They know here on carbon yachid. It's we learned in the morning that the only time that they put here on a carbon was when it was a carbon of the tzipor, not one of the carbon of the yachid. And we finished talking about before that was the only case in which that we have the shlamim that belongs to the tzipor is the two animals that was brought on foot. So the fact that it talks about a shlamim, in the context of the pasuk has place here that has musical instruments. We know that we're talking about the two philosophies of Shavuot, and we see that there's a hekesh because it says Al Olosechem Yal Zifkei Shamechem. So you see a hekesh between Ola Kadsei Kadishim and Zifkei Shamechem Kadsei Kadishim. Just like since we have a hekesh between the Ola and these Zifkei Shamechem, we're going to say that just like the Ola is Kadsei Kadishim, so here these two animals are in Shavuot. Continue to Lima. Ola the Tafan as Zifkei Shamechem, and just like the carbon Ola is brought in the north, because that's actually, as we said before, the primary source for learning out that it has to be shechted in the north. From the hekesh, the direct hekesh between the two animals of Shavuot, to the halachas of Ola, which is where we know the source of the. That's how we know that the Zifkei Shamechem has to be shechted in the north. Okay, so the Gemara. Fine. So you ended up making a hekesh between Ola and the Zifkei Shamechem. But before that, we had made a hekesh between the Kata and the Zifkei Shamechem, and we initially used that in a two-step hekesh, which we discredited. But the Gemara now wants, okay, but there's still the pasuk, the hekesh, by talking about the season, F of Makata. That there's a hekesh between Kata and Shlamim. We didn't need it for what we brought it for before. So what, in fact, do you do? The Gemara says, what do you use that first hekesh for? The Gemara says, it's coming to tell you, Kata, that Shlamim, the Zifkei Shamechem, the two animals that were brought together with the She'elechem, are like a Kata. Ma Kata is in the tell us of Zifkei Kahuna, of Zifkei Shamechem, or Zifkei Kahuna. So it's coming to tell you, just like a Kata that we know is eaten by the Zifkei Kahuna, by the male Kohanim. So too, Zifkei Shamechem are brought by the male Kohanim. Amalei Abaye says, I have a problem with that limud. He says, if that's a valid limud of a hekesh, you're going to say that when you have a kata compared to a shlamim, then you should learn from there that it has to be eaten by the Kohanim and by the male Kohanim. So he says it's so. I should apply similar language by the El Nazir, by a Nazir. So we know, as we're about to bring in the pasuk, that a Nazir, when he completed his Nazirah, he would bring 3 karbanos. He would bring a Ola, a Kata, and the El Nazir, which was a Shlamim. It's it, because it's written, Hitler as Karbanol Hashem. You would bring his carbon Hashem. Keves ben Shnasol Samim Echad Ola, that he would bring a Keves for an Ola, the Chavsa Achas Bas Nasa Tamim Olachados. So there would be, and there would be one animal brought as a Kata, so we have an Ola and a Kata. The El Eslas Tamim Lislamim. That you would have, the ILS that you would have also an IL, that you would bring a ram for Shlamim. So you have 3 karbanos. Now what happens? You have now in the same pasuk a reference to katos, the katos that's brought by the nazir. We also have a reference to the shlamim. It says as follows: Hachanami name Hachinami name that hekish akatos of katos. So why not say that just like we saw that if you have a katos and the shlamim are brought together, that you should learn hekish and say ma katos in the nafel el zefer kuhuna el nazir nami in the nafel zefer kuhuna. So say just like akatas, regular akatas get eaten by the kohanim, so too shlamim the el nazir get eaten by the kuhuna. Well, what's the problem with that? So you can give you a little preview. You look down a few lines, the first wide line, which learns Hakoda El Nazir, so talking about the El Nazir, and then it says, when the Cholim b'chol year, the whole other. It can be eaten anywhere in Yerushalayim by any person. So we see in the Mishnah that that's not true. And El Nazir is not eaten only by the Zikr community. So this is a valid form of hekish, and when you see a katas and a shlamim together, you should learn that the shlamim has to be eaten by the Zikr community. If so, we should conclude that the El Nazir needs to be eaten by the Zikr community, but yet the Mishnah says it's eaten by anyone. So this doesn't appear to be a good hekish. Where it says, how can you compare? Even this is so it says that this is a pasuk in Bamidbar Perek Vav. It says that the Kohen takes the cook, the draw of the shelo, the cook draw. So this is the front leg of the animal that they would cook it and give it to the Kohen. Miklal, the kulei bailam achli leg. So the Gemara says as follows: it's not a problem if I learn out, generally speaking, when a kata and a shlamim are put together, that I should learn just like the kata is eaten by the Zikr Kohuna, so too the shlamim. But why don't I do that by El Nazir? Why by El Nazir do you say that it can get eaten by anyone? It's not because my hekish is wrong. It's because there's a specific pasuk which says that by an El Nazir that you would give the cooked leg to the Kohen. So the Gemara is saying the implication of that is everything else other than cooked front leg, besides the things that Murim or besides the front of the choke that get given to the Kohen. But in order you basically see that the Torah is saying this specific thing, the draw of the Shelah gets given to the Kohen. It implies that everything else is not given to the Kohen, and therefore goes to individuals. So there's nothing wrong with my hekish. It's just that in the case of El Nazir, the Torah came and overrode that hekish by saying, in fact, it should not be limited to the Zikr Kohuna, but rather should be or could be eaten by anyone. So the Gemara says, if you're right, so fine. So tell me that the Torah excluded the rest of the carbon and said that needs to be eaten by that could be eaten by anyone. But yet the Torah signs it says, but draw b'shela mia lola hisacha o zikr kuna. He said. But, okay, so fine. You're saying most carbon goes to regular people. That's what the Torah comes to tell you. But if you're right, then when you're having lots of the katas and the shlamim together, you can learn that the shlamim is only by the Zikr Kohuna. So why not say that this draw of the El Nazir, which does get given to the Kohen, to say at least that which is given to the Kohen should be able to be eaten only by the male Kohanim and not by the family of the Kohanim. Kasha, that's a good kasha. As we've learned many times, most people understand that kasha means that's a challenging question, which we don't, but it's not the same as a tiyuk, so it doesn't help. Okay, the Gemara says, by aim of, or I'll tell you another answer. It says, Chachi, Ikri, Kadashim, Lois. So it says, it follows that you see that the El Nazir is referred to, it says, Chachi, Ikri, Zoy, B'Shem. It says, this cooked front leg is called with the log says Kachi Kadashim, Rashi says since it's not written Kachi Kadashim, it's not in a log special chatos. Allah they can have a like full mega Kachi Kadashim. He says that the head name is Siv Kadash like Siv Kadash. He says as follows that from the fact that the Torah literally refers something that's Kadosh Kadashim by that term, and here it only calls it Kadosh, so you cannot learn from there that it should be treated like touching. Now Rashi, not Rashi actually brings. He says, well, that's interesting. He says, but if so, then by the Shamay Tzibor, which we do learn out, it's also written Kodesh, and it's not written Kodesh Kodeshim. So Rashi says that's different because it's written Kodesh Lashem. Kodesh Lashem, perhaps, or is perhaps different than is more similar to Kodesh Kodeshim than it is to Kodesh. So in any event, our first answer to why this row of the Shela doesn't get limited to different kahuna shouldn't be because of the package. The second answer is saying no, because the Torah, by referring to it as Kodesh, as opposed to Katsei Kodeshim, was coming specifically to tell you that it doesn't have that limitation generally associated with Katsei Kodeshim, that it needs to be used by the Zifrei Kohuna. There's two answers to that question. The Gemara says, "Hello, Lamai Ochensar is this." So then, fine. You're telling me that I do not use that package of the El Nazir, which was a shlamim to the Chata, to teach us this halakha, because the Torah is specifically telling us that I don't use the El Nazir because the Torah is specifically telling us to do with that package that we have the same part that brings the El Nazir together with the Chata. Rava says in Bila al Ata Shlashtan Yata that if he puts his head on one of the three, he's Yosef. What is this thought? It's probably useful to look at Rashi, the last Rashi, a little bit of Rashi before tomorrow, before the next Mishnah. Says in Bila Chadachas Shlashtan Yata. It says the Chassid is the Yalpin Shlamim. It says what we were thinking until now, the Shlamim was learning something from the Chatas. Because now it's actually the other way. The Chatas is learning something from the Shidi below Chatas. Below Chatas for Ola. So it says as well that the Nazir would bring 3 korbanos, and he would also shave his head as part of the process. That if he brought only the woman and he did not practice an Ola, at that point he can cut his sieve because it's written there used to have another guy. In other words, the other is wine, Rama Rabbis the free after one single action. Behind the Shlomim says that the Torah learns that after the Shlomim has been brought, so at that point the Nazir still needs to bring other karbanos, but he can then proceed. It's the only karban that precludes him from moving forward, or that was how we would learn initially. So Ikar Taglachtos another Tluya B'Shlomo, Kari Hutzkutu Lo, L'Shalach Sa'aro Takas Haguz. He says, what's the connection? Why specifically the Shlomim needs to be done before everything else? Because before cutting the hair, because in fact you see that you're supposed to check the Shlomim, and then you use the hair, the hair of the Nazir goes into the fire under the pot. So you see that the Shlomim needs to be brought, it should be brought before in connection with the hair. So he says as follows: there's a connection between the hair and between the hair and the Shlomim. The Tanya is so he says as follows, that it says that the Nazir, the way the pasuk sounds is that the Nazir should cut his hair at the Pesach Ol Moed. That was written by the Shlomim. He says, he says that's really a reference to the Shlomim when it talks about cutting the hair. Why? Because by its reference it sounds like you should cut the hair at the Pesach Ol Moed. What we learn in this, no, what it means is that you should cut the hair in connection with the carbon that is brought Pesach Ol Moed. So, maybe it means literally you should cut the hair at the Pesach Ol Moed. So the Mamre came there. It's not nice to do haircuts at the Pesach Ol Moed. So what do we see? We see that first of all, there's a connection between the Shlomim and cutting the hair because the Shlomim is supposed to get the hair in the fire underneath it. And we see that the cutting of the hair is connected to the carbon of the Pesach Ol Moed. So from that, the Gemara learned that once the common is brought, that you can then cut the hair and do the remaining process. And in fact, the Prophet said you could drink wine. But in any event, you see that the shlomim is the critical first step. So now the Gemara is saying, once I knew that the shlomim was the critical first step, and after the shlomim you could do these others have to follow, not ma'akiv. It's from this fact that there's a hekef between the shlomim and the chatas. So then it teaches that just like by the shlomim, it's enough to do one carbon and then you'll bring the other two later, but you can cut the hair, etc. So too, if you do any one of the three carbonas, that's just like a shlomim. And in fact, you see the pasuk has written in it the shlomim and the chatas and the olah. So you see that just like the shlomim, once you finish the shlomim, you can cut the hair and do the remaining things, the things that were previously yisurim during his mitzvahs. So too, the same is true. It's not unique to shlomim, even though the lima we learned that was specifically for shlomim, that the hekef between shlomim tells you that if you bring any one of the abundance, you can then cut the hair, the wine, etc. Okay, next Mishnah. Atoda el nazir kadosh in Kalim, that atoda, which is taught for Thanksgiving, the four different things, that he was saved from something. The el nazir that we just talked about, kadosh and Kalim, they are touch and Kalim, because of the Makom Azara, they can be shafted anywhere in the Azara. And this has that two opposite diagonal corners, and you would do the two applications of dam that are like four. Then that's all here. It gets eaten in all anywhere in Yerushalayim. The Kol Adam, any person, meaning even the non-Kohanim, the Kol Machol, and any form of preparation. So we talked about this before as distinct from the Kol Pesach. The thing needs to be roasted. For 1 day and 1 night. The Rashi points out the Toshiv, the Yom Karbono Yel, or Yamiach Minenagol. So it says you should eat it on the day of the carbon, but it then proceeds to say you shouldn't leave it over to the next morning, which tells you that you have a day and a night. So Tanya, we learned from Brisa, Todah Shlamov Shamay Nugget. So it says Todah, so that is obviously how we know it for Todah. And we had earlier the Gemara talked about, we had this Gemara on Daf Lamed Vav that Todah Lamav is a hekef between the shlomim of the Nazir and the Kodesh. You see that both of these carbonates that are being discussed in this Mishnah have the 1 day and not following Chatzot. So we've learned that now we're adding a new element to this. Amura mehem yotzebehem, Amura nechalahem musayim with name Lavdem. It says as follows: that which is removed from it, which is given to the Kohen, is just like the carbonate itself. The fact that you give the Kohen his carbon doesn't then invest it with more kedusha or anything, and rather it can be eaten by him in the same places as long as it's in the Shalayim, it's prepared anyway. The only difference is that which is separated to the Kohanim is limited to eaten by the Kohen and his wife and his children, Lavdam and his Evet Kanani, part of his property. Okay, says the Gemara, Tana Rabbanan. So what we're going to talk about here is how these things can be brought in Jerusalem or Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, Tana Rabbanan. That the breath that gets waved, so there's a process. Yes, the Kohen and they wave. They wave the breast of the animal, the katsuma, and the thigh given to the Kohen. In a place that's hot. Okay, so now this puzzle is written as Rashi points out. The Parshas by Yom Shmini. What was going on in Parshas Shmini was talking about the Sanuka of the Mishkan. So basically, they were on the end of the dedication of the Mishkan. They put certain karbanos, and it says that the Tanufa, the Chaza, the Shok, the Makom Tahar. or when you say it should be eaten in a tar place, is that implying that the carbonates that were brought before, for example, the mincha, which we're going to see in a minute, does that mean that was in the Torah? Tahar, Muklau, Surut Kameh. It says, so the fact that it says Tahar tells you that it's Kameh, which is a lima that only a Kameh should love, right? It says Tahar means Kameh. What's going on? Pasuk is written, right, by the mincha, and here it's saying it's tahar. So tahar implies that it is holy, but it is not kodesh, which implies that there's some element of tuma here. It still has, there's still tahar at some level, but it's also tuma at some level. Where it says tahar mikuma ra, the tuma mikuma zav. That is tahar in as much as a Torah can't be in this area, but it's tame. This area would have to be in this tar that I'm sure can't be there, but it's tame in the sense that a zav is allowed to be there. The Azaz says that what area is this that cannot have a Matorah but have a zav? Then Machane Yisrael. This is the Machane Yisrael. So we're saying as follows. So the pasuk tells us of people that shouldn't be that should be in the kadosh, which is someone who's coming to make, someone who's a dove, and someone who's a mitzvah, right? And so we learn as follows: that in the time of the body saw within the midbar, we talked about this before. So you had basically the Mishkan area was you had the Mishkan area, which was the center. Around it, you had the Machna Levia, which was where the Levium were, who were surrounding. And then you had Klal Yisrael, who were camped all around. And then you had outside of that, right? And so we learned as follows: that Mitzorah says he has to be entirely outside. He was outside camp altogether. And then we learned that a Zav, who's the next level of the most serious separation, he was allowed to be in the Machane Yisrael, but he couldn't be in the Machane Levia. And then someone was coming to me. We see from Atzmos Yosef that Moshe Rabbeinu had the bones of Yosef together with him, and where Moshe Rabbeinu resided, he resided in the Machane Levia. See, Machane Levia can have a base, but it can't have Mazav. Okay, now in the so that was in the midbar. What about what's the parallels in the Beis Hamikdash? So the Heichal was the Kodesh, just like the Oamoy. Then the Beis Hamikdash complex was the equivalent of the Machane Levia, and Yerushalayim was the equivalent of the Machane Yisrael, right? So now, if we're looking for the area that is both Tameh and Tahar, where it is Tameh in as much as a Zav is able to be there, but I'm sorry, it's Tameh that a Zav can be there, but it's Tahar in as much as the Matorah can't be there, because the Matorah has to be outside. So that was the Machane Yisrael. The Matorah has to be outside altogether, but the Zav come into the Machane Yisrael. Okay, so we see that we're talking about an area that's okay for a Zav and not okay for a Matorah. What was that? That was Machane Yisrael. Now, what's the parallel to Machane Yisrael in the Beis Hamikdash? Was Yerushalayim. So therefore, that a shlamim can be eaten in Yerushalayim, because you see that when Aaron was told to eat a makom tahar, it meant to eat it in Machane Yisrael. So the Gemara says the aim of tahar is tumas zav, the tamim is tumas meis. The aim says that Machane Levia. He said, well, wait, maybe a shlamim be eaten in the Beis Hamikdash complex. Why? Because you're telling me that it says the tahar in a place that's tahar, which means it is tahar in one sense and tameh in another. So why not say that it's talking about a machnalabiyah, which is tameh in the sense that a tameh mace can be there, but it is tahar in the sense that neither a zav nor a mitzvah could be there. In other words, if you're saying you have a limud that says a place that's close, so how do you know that how do you know to be machnalabiyah? Be machnalabiyah. It says on my the pasuk says Yachal also from Makam Kadosh. So it's you can eat it. Osa, it, the Makam Kadosh. What is this referring to? This is the mincha that they had brought earlier. So that implies that you have a flour offering. This flour offering is eaten Kadosh and Kadosh. Osa from Makam Kadosh. This tells you that this bread offering of the mincha or the flour offering of the mincha to be brought in the Makam Kadosh, the other one did not. So therefore, the kind of flour offerings, which is true, the Todah brought its 4 loaves of bread, and the El Nugget brought 20 loaves of bread. So that implies that the Todah and the El Nugget cannot be in the Beis Hamikdash. I'm sorry, in the Kodesh. So that has to go out to the Manalabiyah. So okay, now without having put it to the pasuk that says Matzahar, just for the fact that says that you can eat the mincha in a Makam Kadosh, I know that the mincha that you eat in the Makam Kadosh, that the Todah and the El Nazir get eaten in the Manalabiyah, right? That's I know that. The pasuk we are talking about the other pasuk is but then it's subsequently written the Makam Har, which tells you that the level beneath. So there's before that Har means Har coming in loosening the restriction. The pasuk we are talking about the other in the Maknalabiyah. Now that you add in the words from Makam Har, takes it out one more level. The map asking the Makam install takes it out the Makam. That's a bias limud. That's how he learned that it gets eaten, that Todah and El Nugget can be eaten, and for that matter, all slumming and all cuts and columns by his foot. Rav said, so it says by the mincha understands that after the gamin. So therefore, when that pasuk in the Makam Kadosh and everything else, including the Todah and the El Nugget, anywhere you what? Other Rahmana from Makom Tahor, I will Makom himself. So he's not arguing on the sin, he's saying you can learn everything else is outside entirely. But since it says get to there in a different place, I guess that Rava felt it's kind of funny the level, since he's kind of taking up a level. These things, the negative impact of Kadosh puts it outside entirely, and Makom Tahor brings it into Makom himself. The Gemara says, he says, okay, but if you have Makom Tahor, let's say you're right. That Kadosh, the negative influence, puts the Todah and the El Nugget outside altogether, meaning outside Yerushalayim, and then Makom brings it back in. But why are you saying it brings it back into Makom Yisrael? Maybe you should bring it into Makom Radia, and you have to eat it in the Beis Hamikdash complex, and not just in Yerushalayim. Gemara says, "But for the Ma'ali on my on the type of Loma Lina, it follows that you can bring it up one level, but not two levels. So therefore, it works. He says, if you're telling me that a limit of a process can only move you one level, you have a problem because you have Kadosh, you said the mincha is Kadosh, and I'm going to exclude the Todah and El Nugget to put outside altogether, right? So where can you jump multiple levels there to take it out? So why are you saying that when Makom Tahor brings it back in, only move one level? That's the first problem. So this is written by the Psukim And by that all of them, it says eat them in your gate because you have to eat them in Yerushalayim. So you see, what was the hammer that you had in order to think Kadosh tells you that it takes it outside altogether. You see from the pasuk that you cannot eat it outside. We know it can't keep going outside of Yerushalayim, and we would know it's Yerushalayim. We wouldn't need the pasuk of El Machlarsa to the these two questions. A, that if you're telling two levels to go up an idea, why was it able to jump multiple levels? And also, what was the hamina that you needed a pasuk to take it out of the area outside of Yerushalayim? Go with Abaya's version and others. Says the Mishnah, Shlamim Kachik brings so we're not talking anymore about Zara to check it anywhere in the Azar, not just in the north. It's only Matanis in Arba. It has the blood applications, Kolam Chala'ir. It's eaten in all of the city of Yerushalayim. Food preparation was Shnei Yamim B'Layim. So the pasuk is very clear by a shlamim. Unlike everything we base, you have the following day as well. So if someone brought it on a Monday till the end of the day, Tuesday, but not Tuesday night. Amur Mehem, that which is separated from the shlamim and given to the Kohen, Yosef Behem has similar rules as the regular shlamim. Ela Shamurim, Nafel Kohanim, and Shem Renem Labdam. But the distinction of that which is separated to the Kohen is that since it's given to the Kohen, it can only be eaten by him and his wife, his children, and his Bakim Kanan. Says the Gemara. The So basically, you have, as we've encountered multiple times, that there's multiple parties written by the Shlamim. So Rashi says, there's three parties written by Shlamim. One is a group of Ben Bakar, the Chada, the Ben Kesef, the Chada, the A's, the goat. So, so he's saying three times it's written that you should bring the carbon, you should shecht it by the Oral Moed. But the distinction is, by the first one, it says the Shafat to Pesach Oral Moed. You should do it at the doorway of the Oral Moed. The next two say the Shafat also Lefnei Oral Moed, the Shafat also Lefnei Oral Moed. So it switches the language from Pesach Oral Moed to Lefnei Oral Moed. The Gemara says, the Brisa says, Lahachshir Eskola Ruchos the Kachim Kalim. He says, this is coming to tell you that by Kachim Kalim, that you can go in every direction. Now, what is this going to mean? We're going to see this in more detail, but it means that when let's say you were standing at the Heichal looking out to the Mizbeach, anything you could see, which is basically everything from the front of the Ulam to the other side, till you got to Desert Nashim, I guess, that you would, anywhere that's within sight of the Ulam, you can bring the carbon that's a shlamim. Because remember, you don't wire north by shlamim because it's touching column. All right, we're going to get into this in more detail in the Gemara, but okay, so let's go. And then he says kavachomer. He says kavachomer litzafon. He says now he's going to try and prove that are able to bring Kachin Kalam in the north. He says if Kachin Kalam, which could not be, could not be 40 times anywhere in the area over there other than the north, up in the north part, because Kachin Kalam to hook through the Palaruchas and the Vintage through the Kalam. He says, so if there's more Kedusha of the north, that's the only place you can bring Kachin Kalam in, right? And you cannot bring Kachin in any other part. So then, if Kachin Kalam can be brought in any other part, for sure they should be able to be brought even in that place that has more Kedusha. Now, why doesn't he even bring a Kalachoma at all? So, Rashi says because he's trying to foreclose what Rabbi Eliezer is about to say. Rabbi Eliezer says, well, Nama Tasu El Ahakshir Safa. He says the reason you have that extra Tasu is in order to say that you can actually step in the north. Okay? So, what's the difference so far? Is that the Tanakama was saying, I know from the Kavachomer that you can step in the north, and I'm using the Pasuk Pesach Oral Moed to tell me anything that's in front of the Oral Moed. Rabbi Eliezer was agreeing that you can step anywhere in front of the Oral Moed, including the Tzafon, but he requires a Pasuk to tell him. He doesn't buy the Kavachomer. So what's the reason? Because he had a Kavakomer which would have told him that he cannot cast custom talent in the north, so therefore he needed the pasuk to tell you you can. And this is going to become more clear when we get to Amdei. Because Baladinu, it's a Kavakomer. The Mat custom talent to help you the Balalut, so help them come on, it's a custom tradition. He said that he understands that it is not that the area that's north is more covered. Rashi said he's on a he said, who said? Where is this idea that the north is more covered? Rather, the way he understands it is that there is space designated
I only have all
the
this shit
There's
going.
a space that's made for cuts and cuts. There's a space that's made for cuts and talent. Which is more, which happens more in the Beit HaMikdash? Cuts and talent. So they assign more space to cuts and talent and less space to cuts and cuts. So what he's saying is as follows. I might think that if cuts and talent have all of this space that is given lo hosher makom on of cuts and cuts that so he says cuts and cuts to lo hosher all the kavon in addition to lo hosher makom on of cuts and talent. He says as follows that if I designated space for cuts and talent, if you see cuts and cuts are not allowed to be captured there because you see the country can only be captured in the north and it can't be captured in the area that's been designated for the cuts and column. So then he says that for sure the much smaller space that's been designated for the cuts and covering, you should not be able to catch cuts and column there. So he understands that there's nothing to do with added producer, it has to do with making space for everything. So there's a certain amount of space, a smaller amount of space for cuts and covering, and you see the cuts and covering aren't allowed to go into the cuts and column space. So then the cuts and column clearly should not be able to go into the smaller cuts and covering place. So that the Eliezer is basically saying, I have a Kavakomer that would tell me I'm not allowed to bring cuts and column in the north, and I bring one of these two scriptures to tell me I can't. Versus the Tanakama took it for granted that of course you can do it in the north, and therefore he needed the pasuk to say that it covers the whole area. We'll see that they don't actually disagree in halacha, just in how they learn things. Okay. Because I might make that Kavaloma, that it says to tell me that I can in fact bring it even in the north. All right, so what's going on here? The Gemara says, what's going on in this cycle? He says, Tanakama cover, the Tanakama hold, plus a tried CV. He says there's things such a written, that's a whole right? That's before, right? The Catholic will say, to be body Pesach Moed. One is coming to tell you that you need a Pesach Moed. That's why he uses the language of Pesach Moed instead of Ofei Moed. What's he telling you? He's telling you if there's no door to the Beit HaMikdash, then you can't bring the carbon. Why? What does it mean to be no door? So Rashi says three instances. One is by the Beit HaMikdash if the door is closed. One is in the Mishkan if the Kohanim haven't set it up yet. And one is in the Mishkan before the camel is the Kohanim are taking it down already. So basically it's telling you if there's no Pesach or Moed, then there's no carbon slumming brought. The Kav Lahashir Stadin, the Tanakama understands that one part comes to tell you everything. If you're standing at the Ulam door, everything in front of you is area that you can set the second column. The Kav L'Sul Stadin. And one is coming to say that you can't have a two-day study. What is the size of the size? And you look out from the way Rashi understands it, different versions of this, but the way Rashi understands, even Rashi himself, Rashi is different version, but if you're standing in the room and looking out, so you see everything, the area you're able to catch it. But if you look along the walls, there were rooms that came off of that area. So you might think that takes Pesach Ol Moed literally, which means that only what's immediately in front of the Pesach, but rather you say it's for everything you can see. So I think it might include also those rooms. It says the third Pesach, no, you can't go in those rooms, and you can only area in front of the Ummah. It's the truck. And he don't need a Pesach for the north because that's the Kavakomer. Because he understands that it's Kedusha, that it's limited because of the Kedusha of Kaddish, and has to be limited to the north. But the country column, which has less Kedusha, can be anywhere. Rabbi Eliezer, we usually repeat something as follows. God would say that if I got Pesach Ol Moed, one comes to tell you you need a door to the Ol Moed, and if you don't have a door, nothing doing, the carbon doesn't work. But God one, as we said before, he needed a pasuk to teach you that you could bring it in the north, because otherwise he would have applied his Kavakomer to say you can't bring them anymore. The Kavahat is stubborn. I'm sorry, the Kavahat is stubborn. And the other one, the third pasuk, comes to tell you everything you see in front of you when you're standing at the door of the Ulah. If he did stubborn, it's the cross. So because he used an extra pasuk, the Tanakhama had a pasuk that don't see the stubborn, those little chambers. He used that pasuk to tell you to the supper. So he says, I didn't use pasuk to tell you to those chambers. Because that's not considered in the courtyard of Pesach Olamoy. So what do you have? So what you have here? You have that they're agreeing halacha. They're just arguing how you get there. Ma'ishna Hasid Pesach Olamoy. The Ma'ishna Hasid Pesach Olamoy. He says, what's the difference? Why did it say Pesach Olamoy by one and Lefnei Olamoy by the other two? So it really comes to tell you what I just told you. So my Lord, the fact that it says Pesach Olamoy is coming to tell you that there needs to be a Pesach, which is what Rabbi Yehuda said in the Shmuel. Not Rabbi Yehuda Mishmuel, Rabbi Yehuda said in the Shmuel. Shlamim should come from Kodesh to Yishmael. The one that if you check Shlamim before you open the door to the Heichal, the Kodesh is puzzle. Remember the Pesach with Pesach Olamoy. The Rav who pursue us will be going through know that you have to bring the Kodesh when there's a Pesach. When a Pesach is an opening. It's not enough to be a doorway with a door because that would be a dwelling. If it says something is Pesach Olamoy, you have to be reflecting it in an opening of the Olamoy, which means that the door to the Olamoy needs to be open. It couldn't be closed. And that's why it says Pesach Olamoy to tell you that it wasn't no good if you're not Pesach Olamoy. Hitler Nami, this is to help you that Hitler Nami, Omer Marokko, Barhama, Omer Joseph, and Kamina, Shlamim, and Kafaka, and Kodesh, and Yusuf, and Wafa, and Haifa, and Tulum, the Shlamim that you set before you open the doors of the Haifa, are Kodesh, and now you set it at Olamoy, and you set it at the doorway of Olamoy, but not Pesach Haifa, the Shua, the Lord, and not Pesach to whom no, and not when they when it's open, not when it's closed. The exact same thing he's saying. Now, if you help me further, in my Rabbi Matthew, help me under Rav Yaakov by Asaf, under Rav Ashi, one of the best and public communities was the head of the that if you sat the problem before the doors get open, the trouble is in this gun, and in this gun, this is the last thing you said before. Holding the Hamidu, the demons of this gun, the last of the discipline, the demons of this gun, before the Muslim built or constructing the gun, before they assembled it, if you brought a couple of okay, there we are. Says the Gemara. Shita Mugot Shinokodom. Elon Musk. There's a word that is concept to me that if the door is closed, it's like it's locked. It's a very interesting application for a lot of users. So that when the door is locked or not, obviously no time. So the word says it's clear to me that if the door is closed, it's like it's locked. Well, what about if you have a curtain there? And in fact, in the there was a curtain. And the door is too operating not to that's a so he says that he says no, that's a curtain is really just there. You need to have a door on your face. That's like the door. The curtain is just like a privacy. That's not really, or that's not really a door. Now the word answer follows. What happens if there's something blocking the entrance way? You have a Pesach Olamoy. If there's something in front of it that's blocking, what's that look? Coming here for the vice and follow. The Sunday is Yosef with the Gomer. Yosef with the set. They pitched this in part of the base of Halima. They were happy to go through a what's going on here? So if you look at if you look at that little graph in the mirror, you'll see that when you go into the Ulam went to the right and 15 hours direction, that's called the Hamad, direction before you got to the Heichal. So the Heichal was much narrower than the Ulam, right? Now, the way we're going to talk is shows on top of those extensions out of the Ulam, there's something called the pitch page. The pitch page was basically a little opening that went up things that are on the right of the Heichal, right? So what was the point of that? That was how you know that's the guy who's checked. You say he has the power, right? So the point was as follows. They had two little doors there. What was the purpose of those doors? Because they wanted to make the area on the right and left of the Heichal somewhere where you were allowed to check and call it Pesach Olamoy. How did that work? Because Rashi points out, according to this one, the Ulam is counted as the Olamoy, and therefore, if you open up two little entryways there at the back of where it says pitch page, so then it covers all of those areas behind the Olamoy, point where we were talking about before, because there's an opening, and therefore the disk space, the little windows were okay, but it says that the disk space has 8 amot. So the Gemara is saying, my logic is for my Mona. Doesn't that mean that, I'm sorry, so that's what the Gemara is saying. That's how you're able to cut your country, the check cutting power there, because that's considered Pesach or Avoid, because it has an opening through this disk space. My logic is for my Mona. Doesn't that mean that there was 8, that there was a pile or something, 8 amot in front of those doors, and yes, we say that it counts to make it Pesach or Avoid. I said, well, the double meaning Mona. That the doorways themselves were 8 amot tall, not that there was something blocking, so no liar. How can you tell me that the doorways themselves were amot tall? We see that all the doorways in the base of is 20 by 10. You might say, it says that these doors were different because the purpose was to be a doorway. The purpose was to open up those space in order to say that we should be able to call that Pesach all more.
And nobody's helping you take your own personal razor speed walk away from you. I've been doing it recently. I go really fast in the airports. I was flying in Chicago recently, Tony. So you use that as your carry-on. Yes, I have another razor speed. You can go.
I was coming to 7 months of student housing. We get into ocean and pressure this month. And then we are fathers in any season. I know so what's now the whole? So the Gemara says, so it seems like the Mishnah says, what are some examples of communal factors offerings? Session Hadashim, so these are the results that are put up on the Rosh Chodesh, as well as the fact that are brought on the Yom. If you take a look at Rashi, that over here, speaking of Silam, Shayachim, so remember, this podcast speaks extensively about communal factors in Hataswachim by Abdullah. So that I haven't done that sequel. I find it here. That will be Zara. How are you deeper seriously? That is spoken by expense. Now, it's transition over to communal factors that are offered up to humans. And what are those again? So alright, so again, the factors offering that is offered up on Kodesh, as well as the communal factors offerings that are offered up on the Yom Tov. Good. So what is the halacha? What is the halacha? So the Gemara says, good. So the halacha is, because it's Safon, the people don't do transport. What's the meaning of that? 2 hours. It's a mixture. So remember, we're talking about all of the Kabbalah here are offered up on this experience. When we speak about Safon, we speak of North. This is here. Right now, again, we have to go back to the general and more general discussion about North. This year, or we said this over here. Because what doesn't have already the choice? Like at least on this page now, again, it's not beautiful. Goes in the Daman, totally either my colors or other colors. And again, interestingly enough, for the color chakras, actually shown in other chakras, there is a blood apple on the 4 horns of the back. One of the 4 horns is there. So again, this is another, this is an aerial image, obviously. And I don't know if you can see the coloration. If you notice on the video, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 horns. The horns are rectangular protrusions that were at the corners of the head. You notice on the one side, you really need to stop your mouth out. It's good how you look. The slides are like, we're going to get someone looking like that. Maybe someone is like that. We're going to get someone. We're going to get someone. Listen, so if you take a look, I actually put this on the WhatsApp chat yesterday. If you take a quick look, I'm actually now sanctioning use of WhatsApp.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, they're doing it anyway for the last 5 minutes. Now after some of you answered this, you already started, right? Even if I said it. So now if you take a look at the chat yesterday, so I sent you over here, you can see there's 2 pictures over here. If you even take a look at the second picture, which actually is from the Artspoken Gemara, from volume 1, the intro of the Artspoken Gemara, this is also an aerial view, but you can see on that image that there are 4 horns, 4 protruding corners on his back. So therefore, again, back to the Mishnah, so we're going to come back, keep these images up, so we're going to come back to them just a little bit, you know what I'm saying? So I love the nice to do that. So communal pathos, ultimately is shifted on the other Mizbeach, and halacha l'maisa blood application on the 4 points. Double point so that again, interestingly enough, how are these applications done? Happen in Gimel 53a. And also remember again, these learned the activity living because right now, essentially, what you can imagine is you're the Kohen, you're literally walking through the base of the fish. So here we go. So how are those blood applications done? So Gimel 53a. All of the guys. The first thing we'll say is, remember, let's just take a look at this image first. Kohen is going up to the head. Right? Remember again, Shkita, Kabbalah is done over here. So Kohen is going ahead and going up to the head. When he goes up the red, all of the guys, we follow the funnel, the soldier. So we'll say, if you go back and you reference the image I just sent you in the WhatsApp chat, right? So go back and take a look at that image for just a moment. I'm sorry, I'm going to get more organized in the presentation. Keep everything somehow in one place. But just take a look at the image. If you look at the first image that I sent you, so you notice something very interesting, which is on the right of the Mizbeach, there is a side rail. You can't actually, that is not, you can't see it, but just to show you where it would be, over here on this image, Kohen would come up the red, there's the side red coming over here. That side red would then lead to a ledge. There was a narrow ledge, a 1-arm ledge, the entire perimeter of the Mizbeach. So if you go back to the one for just a moment, so just imagine for a moment, Kohen is going up the major ramp, then takes a detour, a right detour, goes to that smaller ramp, and if you notice that smaller ramp leads to a small ledge. Now I say that is the thing that is only armor wide, putting them off wide, and armor wide, and that small ledge is around the entire perimeter of the Mizbeach. Okay? By the way, that's how he's axing the horns. That's how he's putting the blood ultimately around the horns. Now let's say, you need to step back for just a second because what I'm showing you, what you're going to begin to notice as we go through this is, there's different ways, well, there's more than 2, but there's a couple of ways that the Kohen would do blood applications on his back. Sometimes the Kohen is just standing on the ground, standing up floor level, and doing application on the side of his back, above the red line, below line. This is unique because for communal Santos offerings, he is walking up the left, a few to the right, on the side, which going on to what we call the soul ridge, which was the side left, I should say, side left to a small narrow ledge along the perimeter. of these there and doing the blood applications on each of the horns like that. Okay, so go back to this one now. So Oliver Keller, the funnel was so big, so he goes up the red, and then change onto the side rack. Side rack, which is sorry, so big, little side, is made of the narrow ledge that goes around in his gap. It's so big like suckers, like around. So that thing with a narrow ledge that goes around in his gap. If you take a look, a moment ago, right? Rashi says, "All of the cabbage for one of the soldiers, שגם הניצה למעלה על הקורס כדאפשרת לנו על בסובר. About the question again, why does that do this? Let's understand. The blood application, or if the pathos was on the horns, and again, there was some height in the jet. We'll talk about the dimensions. He would not be able to essentially reach the horns if he was walking on ground level. So because the blood application has finger, again, this is not the sprinkling, but rather again, we're going to see his finger, his index finger, right in between the blood, and literally you're going to apply it on the horns to be elevated. So that's why I say he's working on this round his there. Around his there. So you might say, this one is outside. So that's the better. So that actually says, about the coach Sean had done in shade at you're not put to him out. And sometimes there. Only on that heat spot, there's everything that put in it when you come up with here in the gap concept. Those are the things to see. This is as opposed to on the blood application. It's a blood application. We don't need that on the floor. Other blood applications, what we're looking for, above the red line, below the red line. So what would he do? He just stand on ground level and sprinkle. And it works with two things different. Number one, on general blood applications, he's taking it from the cream and he's sprinkling it. Here we're going to see by the communal pathos, there's an application. He's actually taking it and actually shearing it, applying it on his graph himself. So again, what I'm saying? So again, so far what do we have? Communal pathos offerings offered up on the he's coming up the front and then hangs again with just from the corner's perspective. He hangs the right onto a smaller ramp and comes to the shoulder, the ledge, which goes around his back. Okay, that's where our piece. Back to the back to Mishnah. In Barlow, you're carrying Dionis Mizrachis. So let's say this is corner back to this. It's ultimately again the southeast corner. Again, just the followers. Coming up over here, this, and again, and then I can't unsee it, that's the next. As with the orientation, this out, this is north, this is, I don't want to put it because the truth is, the Hebrew of it is actually doing this, right? These are the studies, which is like recycled. So I'm stuck, I'm sorry, you're stuck, I'm stuck, we're all stuck. But it's okay, we're going to do this together. So it's remember again, we've got south, north, east, west. So right, so the Kohen is on the southern side. He comes up over here. He hangs a right. Remember, we're looking from the Kohen's perspective. He hangs a right onto the smaller end. The first corner he comes to, southeast. That's the southeast left. Good. Yeah. All of the guys are going to do. So everybody, southeast corner. Next, Mizrachis Tzifonis. Northeast corner. That's the northeast corner there. So also, the same thing going to see. He goes counterclockwise around these. This remember this is in the base center running down. Always go right. Always go right. It's the right. Then you look into this again. Again, always go right? So again, always so therefore it's coming up. He hangs right, southeast. You go from southeast then to the east. You rough this Siphonis. Next, Siphonis Ma'arabis. Northwest. That's over here, right? And then lastly, Ma'arabis Dorona, southwest. Which is going to be over here. So that looks like, so that is the entirety of the blood application for, this is for communal pathos. Good, beautiful. Looks like that, listen, you have to admit, there's something ridiculously exciting about being able to know basically about it. A lot of times it's like a sort of test. But now literally again, if somebody was to ask me, leftover how you sold yours, leftover butter, we'll say, would be poured out at the southern base. Now, this is very important. We'll say, here is the southern base, over here, over here. That's the southern base. Now, remember again, I'm trying to point out, up until now, we have, right, when we're speaking about the inner tachos, where does the inner tachos have its blood spilled out? Again, on the western base, which is here. Because remember again, that's the base that you face right when you come out of the base on itself. So you're speaking about the western base. Now, interestingly enough, the outer tachos has a point on the southern base, over here. In fact, if you take a look, yes, you can see, by the way, you can see, if you notice, on the second image that I sent you, the one from Art Scroll. So if you notice on the bottom right, if you look on the mizbeach, not on the ramp, but on the bottom left, you'll notice again there's like a little L protrusion on the bottom over there. That's called the southern base, right? As opposed to the base on the western side, that's the western base. This is called the southern base. Okay, so therefore, interestingly enough, outer tachos, the cut on itself, the shnei hadan, the leftover blood is poured on the southern base. The halacha level say into the kabbalah, you can so again, furthermore, consumption. A communal tachos is eaten inside the curtains. Now, let's say, what are the curtains? Okay, listen, so this is, by the way, why the southern base? Because remember, again, the halacha is in general. You'll always pour out shirayim by the first base you encounter when you finish the avot. So think about it like this. When the coin finishes, right, so it's coming up to kind of ends the right onto the auxiliary, starts from here counterclockwise, over and then it comes down. When it comes off, the first base that he's encountering is actually the southern base. So that's why then he's going to say, again, that's the general halacha. You always pour out shirayim by the first base you're going to encounter. That's actually points that out. That's what it out. He goes on and says, fine. The meat of the communal tachos is eaten inside of the curtains. I will say, once the curtains were there in the base of the tachos, there were no curtains in the base of the tachos. Where does the Russian of shirayim come from? That is a Russian ultimately again from the Mishkan. It actually says, the Kinder HaKirayim, the Bishop of the Mishkan, Hayu Kirayim, Hekit Lafasha Olamot. Remember again, Mishkan, which had certain permanent walls, but also had curtains in a permanent wall, but movable walls, had curtains which demarcated the various areas. So the Russian ultimately again of the Kinder HaKirayim is a Russian bar from the Mishkan, which means you have to eat these kabbalas within the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, which means essentially anything within these walls. This is called the Kinder HaKirayim, which means really kabbalas in this world. We hear that's what they do. So inside the curtains, it means within the walls of the Beis Hamikdash itself. But who eats it? Does it like it's eaten by the Neo Kohanim. The Chomai community can prepare the meat however you want. Why does the Mishnah say? So actually points out, as opposed to carbon Pesach, which has to be roasted, ultimately again the meat of a communal tachos can be prepared however you like it. The Mishnah says, what's the window of consumption? 1 day, and 1 night until midnight. Now again, actually points out, interestingly enough, you actually have capacity. In fact, for Tachos Hatzibor, you actually have until of the next day. But this is actually the first meeting of the second breakfast. That any time you have until dawn to Mazalhu, the rabbis backed it up until midnight. Right? Why? They wanted to take it as the boundaries. So technically, you have until dawn to be able to eat the meat of the communal tachos, and Chazal said really only do it until midnight. You can go afterwards and put in what in Mishnah. Says the Gemara, if the other, the second Mishnah ultimately, and so it's now, what we're going to be focusing on a lot for the next little bit is the actual blood application itself on the horn. And what does it where exactly on the horn is that blood? So maybe others, and you'll remember the law. My focus, Kat Amar, Nosin, Amar, Elia, the Amar, Elia, the Kat should be noticed, connected to those. Okay, so let's listen to this. אני חושב מהחלוטים, זה המעלה, כשהוא only thinks it's not going to get nothing, how much from it, so the easy rushing it. You got them only mission, what's this again? We talk about putting it on the corner, right? So let me get very much in here on the corner to that one. So the first thing he says, as long as you're within one power of the corner, you're good to go. Like, in other words, it doesn't have to be on the corner. When you think about corner literally means like a corner, right? Because remember, also the Russian over here is ultimately probably the Karen learns horn, so horn, Karen means the horn, Karen also means the horn. So it's interesting. So it's almost like the visualization of this is that I'm putting it like on actually the corner of the horn, right? Like where the each side meet. So is that a problem? The first thing is like, no. It has to be within proximity to what I call the corner of the horn. As long as you're saying I'm of the corner, listen, I'm on the end of the I'm on the end. I'm on the end of the no, I think you're connected to no, that kind of supply is not ultimately where on the actual corner. The actual corner itself. Okay, Salih is the writer, and she means the Amarki Axman is kind of a good shot. The Korea Avalok is I'm going to ask you guys, but what application itself has to be done on the corner itself. And when you say corner, I have to say point. It has to be done on the corner itself. There's no matter what it's between you. The left side. The left. Nice sober ama ela to ama ela. So once the focus ultimately again is according to the level. Now let me interestingly enough, if you look at Rashi, it's in the third line of Rashi. The first one before that is the Kiyama of the youth. The Lord got even people to try and see the ama and also the also this performance about the first opinion. As long as you're getting it on the whole, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't have to be exactly on the corner. Where does the focus come up? Well, it comes up according to Rebbe. Why? She says, it's very interesting. The Machshul has secret ulamala, the Abra Bonitari. You have to understand that essentially, when the Torah says you have to place the blood on the horn, it means on the upper part of his death. Which means, as long as that blood is going somewhere above the red line, you're good to go. Which is fascinating. So when that's according to Rebbe, that's not focus. The Machshul Ama Ela, the Ama Ela, the negative Karen. One of the things says that ultimately again, it doesn't have to be exactly on the corner, but also you can number of the corner. Match of it to make it either in stable. The other thing is that as long as it is somehow corresponding to the horn, even if it's below the horn, as long as it's above the red line, ultimately again it's going to be the horn. Most states, whereas the practice has to go to Hayashi. Kids are not going to keep on. How do they do the one applications of the Elon Media Conference? I over the Kedas, the primary source, even the Kedas, what happened? Close the door, the primary lab, and then you take the auxiliary lab on the lab. Go to the narrow lab, and follow the carrier on this instructions, and come to this corner. And listen to this. This is the right stuff. The cover and Tziba'o, how you manage should be yamin, you have that should be this. What will you do? You will take his right index finger, and you put it in the blood that was in the bowl. Right? This was the blood, and you cover it. You put it in the blood. The chomer, the good one, the mala, the export is hand in the mouth. And what's very interesting. So what you do is you take the blood with his index finger, and then you wanted to ensure that the blood was on the tip of his finger. So if it's pinky and it was thumb, he would push the blood to the top. Now, you don't have to do that. No, that's not unnecessary. What you do is, blood obviously is liquid, so it can run down his finger. You want to make sure the maximum amount of blood was by the corner of his finger. And what would he do? To make it through blood shelter. And he would go ahead and apply it, and then he would start at the top of the corner of the horn and extend his fingers down. Until you say there's no more blood left on the gun. The thing called and this is what you do every single corner. So listen, so ultimately, again, it sounds like we should reveal that how is the blood being applied? How's it being applied? On the horn itself, and on the corner of the horn. So it creates this. This is the message you have to come out. Mitzvah b'chudah. So I said, the most conclusion is your life. Ideally, where should the blood be? placed, the gloves to be placed on the horn. In other words, what's the ideal form of the avoda is you take your finger, you start at the top corner of the horn and smear downwards. That is the idea. However, the Gemara says but as long as you are within an amma of the corner, which is a pretty flexibility, amma is it that extra the course, you're good to go. Good to go. And I was like, that is indeed, by the way, how the Rambam himself tested. I just quote to you. The Rambam says, he says over here.
So good. You guys ever take a hit? Okay.
The Rambam says, the Soviet Network is only kind of going to and fact that the only thing is Buddhist of that, actually, you look for that. النصر الصمت مقارن كأما آخر مقارن كان كذا. زاد أنا بس خلاص وما يساعد جري ولا potential again. Start put your finger, start the half of the corner of the horn, make your way down, and as long as you got it set in amma of the corner itself, you're good to go. You kind of go, okay, so what's like that is our first tremendous nugget of Allah Salamais. Let's go back there. Say Gemara, my resolution. What's it now? In the recording. Nothing the resolution. What are exactly the respective opinions? Here we go. Coming out of your so let's say anytime you put that sickle in your mind. So you know, let's say now we're transitioning back. Remember again, what was unique about Fatwas, unit Fatwas and the individual Fatwas is that these blood applications have been done on the corners of the Mizrah. Up until the time that we didn't see any blood applications on the corners, all blood applications were being done where? On the side of the Mizrah, and ultimately again, you're going to put a sickle. Yes, so once by the way, in the image that I sent you, the first set of images, you can literally see again that light line on the side of the Mizrah. You can see that it's there. So again, so up until today, we've always been talking about the idea of blood application on the side of the Mizrah, above the red line, below the red line. So the Gemara says, Nisanya, so let's get the rest of the referencing before. Here we go, Nisanya. Common power yoning, one has to be a part of the top of the Mizrah, meaning if you put that sickle in our law, you put above the red line, you must say, I went with lower blood, meaning you put that sickle over my front to the very ready. Ultimately, again, you're right below the red line. So the laws are machine on red number, when is this? But only when it comes to the offering, about the first Behemah, and Atzma'in Nazis, Ella, the Zipa Shokara. What's looking into the Chatos, so usually the laws are the only time that we're going to help the red line of the Lord is by her offering. Never again by any other offering, say Chatos, about Chatos Behemah. Ultimately, again, the blood applications are done on the corners. I'm going to be about, my time to Rabbi, what's Rabbi's life? The Ha'el, Arba Amos, and the Ha'el Limos. Let's say, not going to play in buses, from the custom. But interesting enough, the Ha'el is a reference to these there. So the Gemara says, the Arba Amos, the Mizbeach is obviously, the Mizbeach is much more than 4 hours, right? The corners are much more than 4 hours, and then Arba, Makom Kronos Arba. The area of the Kronos ultimately is 4 hours. You must have Kronos Dalit Arba, and the Imam is just Kronos Dalit. So you must have, no. The Kronos themselves, even though they say the right dimensions are not 4 hours, what does it mean? The area of the Kronos ultimately is 4 hours. So we'll say, and think about it means that, remember, we just said before, I'm not going to say, where are you supposed to apply the blood on the corners, where? On the horns, on the corners. But what can you do? You get an amma on each side, this 4th side. That's why it calls ultimately, again, calls it 4 ammas, because you could go up to an amma away from each of the corners. And so you will say, with the blood. You gotta go, good. Tanasim, Butcha Sikla, holding the end. So that has to be done by your own Torah. Also, remember, against back to that red line. Even again, it's not the sugya. Where is the red line applicable? Where is it? At least for now, everyone agrees it's applicable where? That's Hakas Ha'os. By God offering. So first of all, you might say, where does this red line come from? Which is up, over the ends of the handle and the motor and the Rakakoni. You know how do you read it? I will say, if you want to understand, the Torah makes absolutely no reference to any red line. No reference to like you cannot find a project that says anything about a red line. Somebody says, obviously, we're talking about it, obviously, part of it is there. Where did this come from? You know, it's the Umar of Akhabar of Kedina, Shirama Bahaisa, Halashis, and Hakim is there. So, what's the reference by the Mishkan? By the Mishkan, when the Torah speaks about the destruction of the altar, of the large animal sacrifice for it. When you point down to the Mishkan, so the Mishkan talks about creating the Reshus. Reshus literally means like a netting. It was like a proper netting. You would think when reading the Pasuk that it's almost like a decorative type border that went around the middle of the Mizbeach. So it's interesting enough that, by the way, I want to point out, if you notice, in the base of Mikdash, there was no Reshus. Right? In the images of the Mizbeach, you do not have any type of metal border around the Mizbeach. So what's it? But what do you do with this border? I've told you, if you have the pizza, you have to do the Damiyoni, it doesn't have to. So it's interesting, you know, even though that Reshus is not replicated in the base of Mikdash, you understand why did the Torah mention the Reshus? Why? To create a line of demarcation on the Mizbeach. Although in the base of Mikdash, ultimately, again, there was no. But being there, the unfortunately wanted us to do is keep a line between the Mizbeach and the Lord. In the base of Mikdash, that line becomes known as put a secret that levitate actually on the Mizbeach itself. Incredible. I don't know if that's good like this. Yeah, I guess. This website, again, we're wrapping up our information as we go along over here. The next piece, remember again, when the point came down, so remember again, so far we established, we went up from there, she went right under the Torah, took that to the soap and narrow left around, did the blood applications counterclockwise. He would then come down. He would come down, the mission says, he pours out the Shirayim where? By the southern base of the Mizbeach, which is this little zap over here, right? Southern base of the Mizbeach. So let's say, I'm going to point out, okay, it's interesting. The face actually wrapped around a little bit. It actually got, you can see it in the image that I sent you. Yeah, you can see on the second image that I sent. Yes, the ArtScope image, you can see that the face wraps a little bit around the southern side. Right, so that's where he would pour out. That's where he pours out ultimately again this Shirayim. And I will say, even a little bit more on the first image, you could see, by the way, interestingly enough, you could see on the first set of images, the second set, and the first set of images, you can see that there's a little bit of a basement over here on the bottom as well. It says the number 10 over here. All right, let's go like it. It says the Gemara. So when we have the Shirayim down, you would pull out the memory ultimate in the southern bit. So we'll say, so again, just want to point out what we're getting set up for over here. We're talking about the Katas Hapnimi, the inner Katas, right? Which again, Sir Keeper, Paladin Keeper, Paladin Governor of Sira, Sira Zara. Remember, he came out with the Lebanon's one. Where is that port? Where is that port? Western base. Western base. Now we're saying outer Katas is poured on the southern base. He said, really much more. Are you so used back? Is that you so good? So what's saying? The Torah says that you pour out the remnant blood of the Katas onto the base of the Mizbeach. What is that referring to? The southern base. Mar says, hold on. Why? Why not say that the outer Katas is also poured on the southern base? Right? So on the western base, right? On this base. And I will say, why would I say that is the Lamed Sasim Minan Flesh. So I will say, watch how exciting this is. So remember, it is important to understand, all the Torah tells you by the outer Katas is that you pour the Shirayim, you pour the leftover blood on the base of the Mizbeach. What doesn't it tell me? It doesn't tell me where. Now, that is as opposed to the inner Katas meaning, the Torah does tell me which place. Now, again, it's not explicit. Remember, what does the Torah tell me? Right? So it tells me poured out on the base, Asher al Pesach Olel Moed. Poured out on the base that you are going to encounter when you exit the base of Mikdash. So when you exit the base of Mikdash, I'm going to encounter the western base first. So the Gemara says, well, what's happening? If the Torah doesn't say anything about Chata Sachitzon, does say something about Chata Spini, maybe I should learn out a little bit maybe from the reveal, which means not just say that all Chatas inside and outside is poured out on the western base. Because that's the one thing that so it doesn't tell me anything other than that. To which the Gemara says, Bilam it says Mirakulish. On it, the Gemara says, no. You might be that's the Mirakulish, it's not going to be because also we have to equate the exit of the earth by the Chata Sachitzon to the exit from the Heva by the Chata Spini. How so? Now it says the Mirakulish of the summer flow, after it does the Mirakulish the summer flow. Because once it's shift paradigm, what's the paradigm? Where do you pour out the remnant blood? On the part of the base that you encounter first when you have rolled the Israel. So when it's a Chata Spini in a Chata, again, you pour out the base in the first base you're going to encounter is the western base. And when you're doing a Chata Sachitzon in other Chatas, when you come off around, the first base you're going to encounter is the southern one. That makes the most sense. But I'm not finished yet. But the Tanya, that's how I like slowly for Tanya. But you show them that Zeh is some Arabi. Ooh. And you show that both Chata Spini and Chata Sachitzon are both poured out by the southern base. Sorry, western base, excuse me. Western base. When you show me the high on that, Zeh is so strong. So Rashbi says no, both are by the southern base. So let's say, I'm trying to point out over here, the common denominator amongst these two opinions is either 14 of Shilai. Right? So we're disagreeing on the quantity, but we're both agreeing ultimately again that there's one base for all Chatas offerings. So again, Rabbi Shmuel, western base, Rabbi Yochai, southern base. So before Amanda Yisod Ma'arabi, so according to the opinion that says that we pour everything out by the western base, that actually makes a lot of sense. Why Chasava, Yilmad Sasam and Amapurash. He says, learn out literally again the hidden from the reveal. In other words, the Torah tells me that by Chata Spini, everything is poured out by the western base. The Torah doesn't say anything about Chata Sachitzon. So therefore, again, just say everything follows Chata Spini, therefore poured out by the western base. And we're not going to show the only right time. And what would be the logic of saying that everything is poured out by the southern base? What's the logic of that? I mean, obviously, Kasava, this was like, he's actually pretty amazing. Kasava, Haikana, Kula is there, it's suffering. Okay, so let's say now watch this. Mishnah, Kula Pesach Kedalam. So let's say now, we're just saying the same thing. But let's say, I want to point out some other reasons. And this image, if you notice, so this is so exciting. This is so exciting. So understand when this image is what we do often you can put this point in time, and you get this tree like this, that when you walk out of this Mikdash, you are hitting the western side of the Mikdash. This is a fundamental progress as to how the base Mikdash, as to how the Mikdash was actually situated. So we're going to see there is a opinion of that the entire Mikdash was situated in the north, which means, if you imagine on the image over here, the distance there was actually much further. Remember again, this is north is down over here in this image. His gap was actually much further down. Now again, what that when this image gap was north, what it means is like this. This area, what is called the square up in this gap, was situated in the north, or better stated, was not situated at all opposite the entrance where the Hechal, which would then mean that when you would come out of the Hechal, the first area that actually would hit, which you would see, would be this southern area. So remember again, let's take a step back for just a second. The one piece we know about the pouring out of Shirayim when it comes to Chassid, what piece of information we have, the Torah tells us, pour out the Shirayim where? By the part of the soul that is Pesach Oel Moed. So the part of the Mizbeach, the part of the soul that is Pesach Oel Moed is fundamentally dependent on the position of Mizbeach. So if the position of Mizbeach is as it's an image that I get, then still Sod is Pesach Oel. But if you imagine the entire Mizbeach moved here. So that let's imagine for a moment the ramp starts over here. That means when you leave the Islamic Church, the first area you see that you are encountering is actually the southern area. That's my focus. That's my focus. So again, the common denominator over here, both these things are presupposing that there is one area of Shirayim disposal, blood disposal, or profits. So we're not already saying the countries for this schema. And then the focus is the position of the Mizbeach. If you open the Mizbeach is over here, then all blood is poured out on the western side. But if you hold up the Mizbeach, which was fundamentally down northward, then Allah provides the first area we encounter is the southern base, and that's will be poured out. Incredible, almost like, take a look at our base. Target is small, so target is small, and the Shem and the Chai. So target is small, and the Shem and the Chai. Only that is that you saw now. They say that all of the blood, Katas Kini, Katas Tisam, ultimately again is put out by the southern entrance to the Simonot. So we determine this is much food that we would not lost. From one person to the other person. But everything ultimately again by the southern entrance. That's much Gavin Baba, and we got the Shema Shem the Lubin, much person the Shimon, Romakin Rabbi. So apparently again, the Shema had a larger following. And the 12 poses that we should ultimately again to his side. So we'll say, how do we test it? So the Rambam testing is just as it said in the Mishnah. There are actually two different halachas. For Takas, for inner Takas, the men blood is drying is poured out the western side, and for Takas pizza, for the outer Takas, the lemon blood is poured out on the southern side, over here. Just as it's almost like that is what's stated in the Mishnah, right? The Mishnah itself says, Shiyari Hadan, Hayishofek, Hayisod Zilonus. That's how you test it. So I love when I say so again. After the process, blood pouring out ultimately again on the southern side, the western side, and out of the process, blood pouring out on the southern side. Incredible. So inshallah, next, Mishnah. Ola. Kodesh Kadashim was an Ola. Ola is Kodesh Kadashim. Kodesh Kadashim. And what's it actually points out that we are. What does it mean when you say that Ola is Kodesh Kadashim? What does it mean? She says, we possibly Yotzi, it's going on the Kodesh Kadashim. I must remember again, in general, the higher essentially something has, the more receptive it is to some of these qualifications. So let's say for instance, touching powder, which is lower forms of Kavan, again, subject to certain things, but touching Kadashim actually points out if the Kodesh Kadashim, ultimately again, you don't want to get possibly Yotzi to keep it out of your prescribed areas. Goyom touches it, but Goyom eats it, obviously prohibited. Somebody missing the Kabbalah, so like that, or more, some people do it. So, we're not worried about the same, but again, that's the mission. Ola, and Ola is Kodesh Kadashim, highest order of Kabbalah. So, let's talk about Ola, and then we're saying Ola is totally burnt on his head. Right, so no part of it is consumed. So what's halacha? Shlitas mitzahon, the kibul dama kushai mitzahon. So first of all, shlitas in the north, the also we see coming down the over there. Almost all shlitas in the north. Shlitas in the north, kabbalah, except the blood is in the north as well. The kibul dama kushai mitzahon. The dama, here we go. Shtei matchanos shehein arabim. So again, this we reminiscent of the beginning of the Masechta. So interestingly, as opposed to chatos, which has blood applications ultimately on all four corners, as we're going to see, Ola only has blood application on two corners. But when you did the application on those two corners is what we call shtayim shehein arba, which is what means what? You sprinkle it on the corner, but you understand what's going to happen. It actually goes on two sides. So again, I want to point out these distinction. So the chatas really looks like how is the chatas modified? Right, it's sheer, right, it's physical, right, and again, ideally, the corner of the corner goes down. Here, if you notice by Ola, it's a sprinkling. Right, and again, it sprinkles over the corner. So two acts of sprinkling, which turn out to four blood applications, because when you sprinkle it over the corner, it goes on two sides. Alright, you must be done with Arba, and you must say which two corners we're going to have to see. Actually, actually, we're carrying these Rakis Tziponis. So the first thing we're going to do is in the northeast corner. So we're going to go to where is the northeast corner? That is over here. So the northeast corner has some Rakis Tziponis and Ma'aravis Duronis, southwest corner. So it's actually two diagonal corners. So again, we're going to see exactly how this is done as the same thing is coming up there. But we'll cover all this. But again, corner 1, northeast, corner 2, southeast. These are the two corners in the southwest, sorry. Northeast, southwest. Two opposite corners. Good. Actually points out that this is often found in some family. Follow the pattern of the no sitting is up to suppose my upside to so people let me get something. The double times came across me. I want the two blood applications which are really become more. Between a hash shape, the two of the color across. The most size for the mark is the department requires hash. Hash means it's flayed, it's stiff, because we're going to see as much as no one keeps the meat of the Allah for how many get the height. They get the height. No meat, but they get the height. So therefore, again, the animal is flayed, it's skinned, put to out, and ultimately it's cut up into parts. The color illusion, which means it's fully burnt on his head. Incredible. Essentially, the Gemara asks the single guy. The Gemara says, oh Lord, my kind of touch of addition. Why did you have to say that oldest Kodesh Kadosh? We know that oldest Kodesh Kadosh. Why did you actually say this? Eventually, Gemara says, we will see about Kodesh Kadosh. We will see interesting by other Kabbalahs. That's who points out that we have, let's say, that Chatras and the Torah says that it's Kodesh Kadosh. The Torah makes no such reference when it comes to Olam. So again, you might have thought that because there's no biblical indication that it's Kodesh Kadosh. When I saw it's not Kadosh, Kadosh, well, I know the Mishnah wants to just kind of make sure that you know where Olam is, two corners again, northeast corner, southwest corner. We must just make the office over again to us how exactly are these blood applications. So you have no set from the so I'm sorry. Coming out, Rob says, no saying the close up in no saying. So let's see, look at that. That's the thing of the intermediate one. No saying the close up in no saying. Very quickly, right from this back, the rock to Shakaren, the thing about Hashner Shakaren, the thing the Karen Shakaren, the Araxon. So it's interesting enough. Rashi says over here, Mark says over here that literally again it's a blood application, no seeing the close of it, say ultimately again that literally you're doing it on every corner. Right? You do in 15 to every question, you're going to do that. So definitely, you spirit and the people in this gas, so you have to shut down, the thing you have shut down, the thing you can't. So again, according to that, point out what you're doing is like this. So let's say, so remember, the long goes to two corners, right? East and southwest. But Joe, two corners of each corner. You do explicit blood application on each of the two sides. So I go from, I come over again to the northeast corner, and I do one blood application over here, one blood application over here. So you're literally doing two applications on each corner. That's that. So no, not going to help us. You're not no. You do one blood application towards the corner, and ultimately again that one application becomes like the Roman letter in gamma. Actually points out what is a gamma looks like a cup, which essentially means you sprint with what we call in Mishnah. You sprint it towards the corner, and then by definition it kind of, I don't want to use the word splatter, just splatter is not a nice word, but it extends over two sides, right? So again, according to some of the focus of it, according to that, there's two intentional placements on each horn, on each corner, right? One on each side of the horn. According to Shmuel, there's one act of sprinkling, and then one act of sprinkling splashes on two sides. So that's not all this. So the Gemara says, it's not all this time. The Gemara says, so Yaakov is the thing with the Abbas. You might have thought that there's only one zrika, like one act of application, like maybe like what Shmuel says, and that one act of application goes on two sides. I would almost sub it, therefore the positive has to go around each subject, Yaakov Yaakov. It's like something you might have felt when you have to fly it around the corner like a string. It's not maybe like one big application along the whole way. I will not be Sarko, but for the project said you can sprinkle it. Sarki said, how do you reconcile this? How can you Gemma stay back on us Shanka? You go ahead and sprinkle it like the letter Gemma, like a cup, which means also, as you said before in the one action towards the corner of the hole, which ultimately again extends on two sides. Incredible. the says, "Inama Khan Sabid, Inama Lahman Sabid." Listen to this. So the Shah says like this. It says over here is by Allah, because that's a topic. And it says Lahalon. It actually says over here. Now listen, interestingly enough, this is by the Fakas Hamili. So remember again, this is by the dedication and consecration of the Beis Hamikdash. There are all of these additional kaparas as well. So it says Sabid by Allah, and it says Sabid ultimately again by the Milir. Ma Lahalon, Kisuk, Ba'ad Mataros, Akon Kisuk, Ba'ad Mataros. So once you look at that, you have to know that we are Ma Lahalon, Kisuk, Ba'ad Mataros. Gabi Yitzapos Zuzu. So let's actually we're going to stop over quickly. We'll pick up in Yom Hashem with this piece tomorrow. But also tremendous. No, is this not absolutely yes. No, this is a lot of people were intimidated by these cities. So you're trying to have a young be intimidated about. We got this incredible girl, so what's saying? And think about this morning when you say it's in the command, as now we go through these scenarios, again we're up to only number 3. And it's in the command, and how much more incredible, beautiful, and halakhic, holy, red, and relevant. As for us, journey continues tomorrow, step away. We're going to have a good day. All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin by thanking. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. I will have in just a moment. Today, our comic sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Garizin, for dedicating all the Shuman Zashos this month. There's a quote for the name of your son, Aleph, and Rivka Esther. And that's what we start today at Alan Sarah Steinberg, and specifically Team Yifua for Shulamis Hana Bas Susha. And that's what you look at in the American Comic Law, all of the Nisham Sagan Ali, the families in the Kama, all of those who need to push up into the cold for them. So we should continue to shower, so it's troubles and all of that. With that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. I really believe that ahead of us, Baruch Hashem. So that is 1 day, 52. We're picking up actually on 1 days. With Aleph. Thank you Hashem for a short on the days yesterday. So also we're picking up with Amar Bishma, which is actually we did that in the say. Yeah. We did Amar Kiva. Amar Kiva. Incredible. So which is 2, 4, 6, 8. I mean easy side. We're 10 lines down from the top. Amar Kiva. Simar says, Kuma Shiyar Chaka Shem Chaka Ding Ban Chaka to Gad. So remember again, we do this like this. When it comes to us, remember again, we're still very much in an ongoing discussion about Shirayim. About trying to remember again the leftover residual blood, which is poured out on the base. So they give us like this. When it comes to Shiyarei, the leftover blood from the Chakos, which does not provide kapara, right? They must say again, that we're going to be focusing today, we have been focusing on up until now as well, is the status of Shirayim. Shirayim Ma'akev, not Ma'akev. Do you need to plant the Shirayim on the base? Don't you plant on the base? So I won't comment on people's like this. One thing is clear, which is everyone agrees that Shirayim do not provide para. Shirayim don't provide it. So the Gemara says, so Shirayim Kapos provide kapara and do not provide kapara to God Yisod. Ultimately, again, requires us, and we saw this at the end of yesterday, that when you point the blood on the base, you point on the God. God is not the vertical part, but the horizontal part of the base. So, Tilas Shemechataras would go on the Chakar, and being shifted to God Yisod. So, again, when it comes to the actual blood applications of the Olah, those also have to be applied on the horizontal part and not on the vertical part. In vain, not on the Rama El Yisod Mizbach HaOlah. If that's the case, ultimately, why does the Pasuk have to say to the Yisod Mizbach HaOlah? To which the Gemara says, "Tin Yisod is Mizbach Shel Ola." So wants to teach us once again that halacha l'maisa, we saw this many times, that anything offered up on Mizbach Ha'olah ultimately again has a din of shirayim poured out on the Yisod. Okay, to which the Gemara says effectively that the Akiva and the Bishla that we spoke about yesterday's daf are essentially saying the same thing. So my ben Halas practically we see them. We'll see when we go to the other Abba, shirayim ma'akrim ika b'mayim. The practical difference will be ultimately again the shirayim ma'akrim. So we'll say, so is the performance, or better stated, the pouring of shirayim on the Mizbeach, is this a banic necessity or not? That's my focus. No, right about shirayim, that's my focus. One opinion says that the pouring out of the remnant blood on the base of the Mizbeach is ma'akif, and ultimately again, one says that it is not ma'akif. The Papa says no. The Kuli Alma shirayim is ma'akif. The Papa says that is not. Everyone agrees that it is not ma'akif. And I both say, I just want to highlight this for a moment because this is just you can underline this line. This is actually incredibly important because this is really the conclusion of the sugya, which is that it is a mitzvah to pour out shirayim on the base of the mizbeach. Remember again, what does that apply to? That pretty much applies to all korbanos. Whether it is a korban that is offered up on the mizbeach, all of the outer mizbeach, or it is a korban that is offered up ultimately again on the or that has its blood out at the clean. That's still on the inside of the base of the mikdash. It is a mitzvah to pour out all of the remnant blood, ultimately again on the base of the mizbeach. Again, specifically the base that you encounter, as we saw yesterday's daf, right when you walk out of the Oran Moed, which is the western side of the mizbeach. That's the mitzvah. However, if you did not do that, the korban is still effective. Even if you didn't do so, ultimately again your car is still valid. That's what we mean by shirayim in ma'akif. Good. But also just pick hazara, as opposed to, by the way, for a korban offered up on the mizbeach or the outer mizbeach. What is ma'akif? What is ma'akif? One blood application on the mizbeach. All you need is one. And chatas pnimi on the mizbeach. What do you need? Everything. Everything. Right? All blood applications on the inside must be done. But whatever your korban is, pouring out of the base of the mizbeach, ultimately again, is not ma'akif. Incredible. You might say, what's my focus? So it's strange in the haka, the mitzvah chatas ha'olf kamif. So we'll say, what's my focus over here? The mitzvah chatas ha'olf. So we'll say, okay, so let's talk about this for just a minute because it's actually quite interesting. Where chatas ha'olf works as follows. You actually mentioned this yesterday, 2 days ago, 3.5 years ago. I'm not sure, one of those. Right? So I mentioned this, that remember again, chatas ha'olf is unique. Number one, that it doesn't have shlita. It has malika. That's number one. Number two, what else is unique? Chatas ha'olf, generally, whenever you have shlita, whatever that, what's that shlita? That's shlita? Kabbalah. There is no Kabbalah by an oath. You do not receive the blood, the oath of a bird in the fish. Instead, what happens? The bird itself is shaking. Like shaking it, right? It is right. It is shuffled, right? It is waved towards the mizbeach, right? So there is no Kabbalah. There is no Kabbalah. Instead, the blood application is done from the body of the bird itself. After the blood application, we'll discuss what those blood applications are. Then the residual blood in the bird is literally you press the bird against the mizbeach. That's the shirayim, or whatever blood is left in the bird, is a part of the mizbeach blood. That's called mitzvah. That's called mitzvah. Or like a pressing of the rest of the bird to get the rest of the blood out. So we'll say, so essentially, what the pouring of shirayim blood is for regular korban, mitzvah, pressing of the rest of the blood, that's what you do by oath. It's the same idea. Shirayim, Papa says, everyone agrees that shirayim is not ma'akif. Everyone agrees with it. So let's not focus over here. The mitzvah chatas ha'olf ma'akif kamifli. Sorry, here's my focus ultimately is after you shake the blood from the bird onto the mizbeach, is the obligation to squeeze out of the blood on the mizbeach, on the side of the mizbeach. Is that ma'akif? Is that necessary or not? Marsa or ma'akif, one says yes, and Marsa or ma'akif says no, it's not ma'akif. That's how my focus. That's how my focus. So one says, that's interesting, and this is a very important piece of it. I thought was interesting is in this month, everyone is agreeing Shirai. So pouring out the residual blood on the base of his death is a mitzvah. But if you did it to do it, your carbon is still effective. What is Machlokas? The pressing out of the remainder blood in the bird offering onto the Mizrach, even the ashes of that focus. That's Machlokas. So tell you how much we get out of Raisa. Raisa, that's supposed to be a papa. Here we go. The Gemara says, all right, this is coin in Adam, Atos, the Mizrach HaTzoros, Sedam HaTart, Yishpok al-Yisod Mizrach HaOlah. So also, remember again, this is talking about the part of the coin gadol. It actually turns out to be a part coin Mashiach, which remember again is done where inside of the armor. So this is a practice night. And the pasuk says, when you finish all of your blood service inside, what should you do? Take the blood out. That's called dan hakar, the remaining blood. Yishpok al-Yisod Mizrach HaOlah Shepesach Armor. This is the pasuk that we spoke about yesterday. Take all of the remaining blood, pour it out by the base. Which base? The base you encounter, and walk out of the armor, the base on the western side. Okay. So the Gemara says, not coming Romer Hapar. Why does it have to say Hapar? Like Zepar. Why doesn't it just say ultimately again Par? That's called Dan Par. Why Hapar? Hapar is like very good. It's very powerful. Why do I have that? We made Par Yom Kippurim Sheta'on Matan Damin Yisod. But even though again this pasuk is actually talking about Par Kohen Mashiach, we also learn from this pasuk about the Par of Yom Kippur, but ultimately that also requires the pouring out of many men's blood on the base of the Mizrach. So again, even on the topic of this pasuk, the Hapar says essentially any time the coin is opening up a heart, including on Yom Kippur, there's an obligation to put a residual blood, the Shirayim, on the base of the Mizrach. Did it ready? Already small. Kavachomer. The Mishnah says the truth is, it's a cup. Actually, it's a kavachomer. What's the kavachomer? There we go. Says the Gemara. So we'll say, if you have a carbon where there is no obligation to bring the blood or to do any of the blood on the interior. Now let's see, now what does this mean? Now what does this mean about Chova? The first wide line in that, we should get us the most in Chova. We go into Harkoi Mashiach, Knisas the Molekhin in a Chova Kua, Shavahaya Mitzvah, Lachto, Ulahabitaka. Let's remember again. When did the coin bring the Harkoi Mashiach? This is when we delivered an erroneous ruling. Now let's say you can see, the Gemara says, this carbon is not obligatory. What does it mean it's not obligatory? It's a reactive carbon. Incorrect. If the coin makes a mistake, you bring the carbon. It's no even better than bringing the carbon. It's no better than making a mistake. So again, if you have carbon Mashiach, which is quote unquote not obligatory, plus on the inside, but not obligatory, yet totally is so, and it requires pouring out of the remaining blood on the base of his back, then you should lift us down with the Chova, ain't no ditches on yourself. There's certainly a carbon which must be bring, right, which is obligatory to bring it on the inside. This one is that referring to the power of Yom Kippur, which is an obligation, certainly require pouring out of the remaining blood on the base. So, I interesting how there's one on a kiva, the money is, what's a step? That's, I'm sorry, maybe being a little small. No, sorry, very small. So we're showing this kavachomer. So you want to say, I'm going to give you a man who has his own kavachomer. The man is showing the one which must be tried within the Chova in the mitzvah totally. So if blood, you can enter into the body either for obligation or for discussion. Now, what is that referring to? That's referring to the Harkoi Mashiach. So number one, it's not obligatory. Never enters into the Kodesh HaKadosh. Yet it requires Shirayim on the Yisod. Mishenichnas Demova, the friends of the kid, should tell you so. So certainly, blood, carbon does enter into the Kodesh HaKadosh in an obligatory fashion. What is that referring to? Out of the remaining blood on the basis of that. Beautiful kavachomer. So let's say, so again, the Shema Kiva, they're saying the same thing. They're saying the same thing. The point that we get is that they're saying, Halacha L'Meisha, I could have learned out the obligation to the Chal of Yom Kippur, ultimately, again, from a kavachomer, I didn't necessarily need the passage. Actually, let's see, Yachol Yach Bedu, there was a highlight of thought, that the pouring out of remnant blood on the base of the Mizbeach is ma'akev, that you must have this in order for the covenant to be effective. The Pasuk says, really again, even the what does this mean? Shamu kol kaparos kulam divrei Rabbi Yishmael. That ultimately anything you need for kapara occurs in the Kodesh, and anything else is nice but not a necessity. So that's another thing. July and understanding what doesn't occur in Kodesh, it occurs outside. And therefore the Gemara understands that it's not ma'akev. You should have it, but if you didn't have it, ultimately again it does not compromise the effectiveness of the Kodesh. Incredible. So the so Shalom give Rabbi Yishmael. Kavachomer Mekar Kohen Mashiach. So you say Nasi, you can make a Kavachomer the Kar Kohen Mashiach. Nasi, yeah. Uman Misha in the Kamogif name Lochov V'Lo Mitzvah. So if I look again a carbon which is not obligatory. Now once another day, keep saying when you say not obligatory, what does that mean? It means that Halakha said don't sin and you won't have the obligation. And yet again the Halakha requires remnant blood. You should not done with me, ain't no Kova being the mitzvah, ain't no din shekah in so again, a carbon, which is obligatory, will require the pouring out of remnant blood, ultimately on the soul. Most like interesting that so many of the Kavachomer is different from other Kavachomer, which pour out remnant blood on the base of the grass. And then they go, it's just a circle. You might have thought that this is ma'akev, and if you don't do it, the carbon is cauterized. Let's call it down Hapaz Mishpon. The Pasuk says, pour out the remnant blood of the Hadizim Bachar Mashiach, which is God. Torah says, now after you finish everything on the inside of the Kodesh, and we all know it, take it out and pour out the remnant blood. You want to say, Nisko HaKosov La'aseh, La'asal Shiyarei Mitzvah. So interesting enough, it looks like the pouring out of the remnant blood on the soul is actually framed as a mitzvah's asay. So we call this a mitzvah's asay, we're moving it a little bit like the rest of combined service to teach us that what? To teach us about association. There's a lot of before Shirayim and Math. And to teach us that obviously again, although there is an obligation to pour out remnant blood on the base of the Mizbeach, and that is true for our Kabbanos, whether it's a carbon offered on the inside or on the outside. Inside, it's not ma'akev. So let's say the same thing that Papa said about the Gemara is just reinforcing over here that Shirayim is a mitzvah, pouring out of the remnant blood on the Mizbeach is a mitzvah, and it is not ma'akev. Incredible. Again, it's like, good. That only get one little details. Really exciting. So Rabbi Yishmael needs to fight ourselves ma'akev. Now let's remember again. Let's go back to just a second. So let's go back to our bird offering, our bird cover, right? Fight ourselves. Remember again, what do you do? Well, we go ahead, take off that with right from the back with the thumbnail. Then literally shake the bird back as you go. You shake the blood onto his back, and then when you finish that, you press the bird against his back, and then his blood comes out. That's going to take right? But ultimately, the remnant blood comes out. So that Yishmael says, so Yishmael holds that mitzvah using also the remnant blood is not good. That's the other part, Tanya Bat, kind of really which is Misha Bidam. So the Pasuk says, really again, he's then going to find us after it goes, it's incredible. It's incredible, it's just that. The reality is when often when you learn these super English, that's what they're saying as well. You can't really don't pay attention to any of the deep process. So that's fascinating how that people come across the super and you hear phrases that don't sound familiar, which is such a strange thing that a phrase from Polish wouldn't sound familiar. And because generally, most of us, when we come to just cover this and get more access to this, we're generally not paying attention so much to the details. So sometimes you get phrases don't sound familiar. So you realize that we're getting acquainted with all of this. So, he's in the Tamachatas, our here on his back. Nisha Bagan Yimatse on the soul on his back. So on his back, Chatos. So what's that show again? So the Pasuk says, but Banisha Bedam, so the Pasuk says, I'm sorry, you read the wrong Pasuk. Banisha Bedam, Yimatse on the soul on his back. So the Gemara says, Banisha Bedam Yimatse, Banisha Yimatse, anything left over in the bird. So let's say Yimatse means is pressed, Yimatse means pressed. He's pressed against the Mizbeach on the days. Yisha'inu Rishar, Lo Yimatze, But ultimately, again, anything that's not left over is not pressed out. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, "K'lomar, v'yatzav kol adam ba'azah inside mitzvah." Let's say, for example, like this. Let's say you have a very vigorous head. What happens when he's shooting the bird from his zrika? All of the blood comes out. And now it turns out that by the time he gets to the mitzvah, which is the testing out of the bird, ultimately again there's no blood left. So what happens there? What happens? So the Gemara says, okay, there's no blood left. What does that show you? That mitzvah is not ma'afiz. That is also explained. Let me just take one step back over just so we're crystal clear with the processes for a bird. First thing is by a bird, there's no shita, there's no lika. When he holds the bird in his hand, right with the neck facing the collar. When you insert, you're going to see all this. Inserts his thumbnail into the back of the neck. So right, slows the bird like that, flicks off the head. The head you're going to see really still part of a flap of skin, right? Right? Then what happens is the coin shakes the bird towards the mizbeach. That's the zrika. Then after that's finished, again, where zrika's done, we're going to see. After that, the coin takes the bird and presses it against the mizbeach. That's essentially the shirai. The leftover blood, that's called mitzvah. So now, the Gemara said that Yishmael said that mitzvah is ma'akel, which means if you don't do mitzvah, your cut is affected. It's ineffective. The Gemara now challenges that and says, is that true? The pasuk says that Mishnah says whatever blood is left over, you should press up the mizbeach. What can you infer from that? If there's leftover blood, good. And if there's no leftover blood, good also. Which indicates to us that what? That mitzvah, the pressing of the bird to get out the residual blood, not ma'akel. It's not us. It's contradict that which Rabbi Yishmael said before. Incredible. Which says, no problem. Trace Tanoi Valim Yishmael. The thing is, but hold this about Rabbi Yishmael said. One of the things that Rabbi Yishmael that even after one says ultimately again that it's good. When it's almost running back home. I kind of summer. She like. So Rabbi Nakam says, the following kind of holds the halacha Shilai altogether is not. The sign you're calling it Hamnefata. So there was a possibility of so when the Makom follows the Achal, the Fatsa or Amor. So they will say, this is a continuation. This is the previous from the Kaka Hasal. So the Pasuk says, almost again, the Kaka Hasal, also, Shiritan Gama Lumala. So this is referring to, this is referring to the bird whose blood application was done above. Alright, so what are we talking about? What are we Rashi? And the Kaka also, Rashi says, and so it as Dama, the Yukmala, the Zosh Parasahak is said, also you could use in the Kaka Astamaki Pasash, Saki Hall. But the higher level, who got the people in their forest in low low. So let's listen to this. So the pasuk says that the prayer of the Chata also. Now, in the Chata in this case means ultimately again sprinkling of the blood. So the Kohen that does the sprinkling of the blood of the bird, ultimately again is the one who is able to consume it. It's going on a little. That's why you're mentioning. So it says, so also Shenitin Dama Limnala, but also Shenitin Dama. So what is this referring to? This is referring to the bird whose blood application is done of and not below. Let's talk about this in a moment. So you have to one passage on the other. It is there, ultimately again, kind of red line that went across it. That line is called the foot hasik. We're going to talk about that more in the coming days. So the halacha was certain kavanas required blood application above the red line, certain required below the red line. Factors holds required above the blood application above the red line. So that's what that's coming out of here. And the Chata also actually said, the Mala, through the Habit, in our summer too low. If the blood application is done above the red line, then ultimately again the carbon is consuming by the coin. Below the red line, it won't be. And that's it. We're only 6 weeks and double the Mala. Also, I'm going to 62 days based on the days 4 lines down. Also, you should be done with my lot, but also should be done at all. So we might say, if you are where you live, like you from, like this, with Welsh, and I began to do that all. Yishbon Amzak. That's because what it says. The Zak is about Pecha. You say, you shall face Amzak Hashemah. You will face the blood of your covenant. You shall pour it on Mizbeach. Lamanu, what does this mean? Lamanu, determine the Matan Hazam. This teaches us ultimately again that any covenant that has 4 blood applications. What's an example of a covenant that has 4 blood applications? The example of this? Even right there, I give you supposed to do blood applications. This is the 4th one. Lamanu, when he's trying to run it, should listen to Matana Atas Kika. This is what we just mentioned before. Let's see a typical katas, which is offered up on the outer Mizbeach. So what's the halacha? Ultimately, again, it should have 4 blood applications. If you only do one, halacha l'main. So again, Mechaka, Yoko Ak, Hani Lamalo, Shinas Lamata Kika. So let's listen to this. You might have thought like this. The same way that when you have a covenant that requires 4 blood applications, it's coming up and getting a covenant on the outside. A covenant that requires 4 blood applications, if you just did one, ultimately you're guilty. That's not what we mentioned that before. So I'm going to put the same halacha applies ultimately again to a burnt offering, or to any covenant, for example, again, where there are specific obligations about blood application of the red line, of the red line. I would have thought, Yoko Akon, turn the Malo, Shinaso Nakakita, if you have a covenant with the blood application is supposed to go above, but instead, you go and you put it below the red line, I'm going to put that you can chapter as well. But listen, you hear from logic, the same way that when a covenant applies, it's like 4 blood applications. Like anytime you do that on the other is gap, and you only do one, it's Makata. I'm going to put same halacha applies again. If you're supposed to apply the blood above the red line and drip below the red line, it didn't. You must have on there. Yeah, you come in the Mala and the Mata. It says, come in the Mala and come in the Mata. What does this mean? It actually, yeah, you come in the Mata. It actually says, you put that sick, right? So it talks about what applications above the red line, what applications below the red line. So the Gemara says, Mat, come in the Mata, Shimmy, the Mala, no keep that. So if I get what's that, the same way you get a blood is supposed to be applied below the red line, and you get above. It does not work. The blood application is inside. So if you any blood applications are supposed to be done above the red line, like for example, the phone. If you did it below the red line, you might keep that. Ultimately, it's not Not Makata, to the ones that you low. In Amrit B'Tachtoner, Shemitah B'Neshino, Sina Lamalo, Shemitah Lamalo Lokita. Maybe not, maybe you can't compare why, but if blood is supposed to be below the red line, I'm not talking about so it's not shallow above that line, right? There's no shallow line because that carbonic blood is going to come in above it. Watch this. Hold on, what's it? Perhaps that should be the Evid Kasher. That was a lot of the Evid Kasher. Because any blood that is being applied above the red line ultimately is going to come below at some point. Then will it come below at some point? That's it. First of all, it can trickle down, but even more than that, is blood applications on the soul. There's blood applications on the body's back. So even a carbon that has a 9-1 has shapeless, has connection below the red line. So that instant distinction. So if you have a carbon that is 9 blood application on below the red line, it's not shy at all to above. There's never going to be sprinkling above. But any carbon has a sprinkling above, still the shyness ultimately again below, because often there's some of the shirayu, which is always applied on the bottom part of it together. So the Gemara says, so the truth is blood source is ultimately again from carbonates offered up on the inside. Ultimately again we prove this point. Why? Shiyishmi and Parabokot was ultimately again good enough for the two because we'll keep that. So let's say another example. Let's say Kakas community. Kakas community, let's not about Kakas community, inside of the base of the bush. The blood applications are done inside of the base of the bush. But even the Kakas community, there's always an outside service as well. What's the outside service? Shirayim. Like, remember again, even the other Kakas community, ultimately you're always taking the residual leftover blood and pouring out 5 units of pizza. So let's say, so now you have a carbon community that has a chutz component, an outdoor component. Yet what's Tavaho? Don't be your people. She ain't because there is some element of it that occurs on the outside, i.e. the Shina you point out on the so in Western, the Tila before it's looking there. Yet Halakha Lamesa, if you initially did the blood applications outside, the cover is not effective. Stephen says, then listen, so what do you see from this? What do you see from this? Even if the cover has a shaykhus to some element of sacrificial service, if you do it out of order, it doesn't work. Right? So here's a perfect example. Katas Kamini has shaykhus, has connection to avoid the outside. I would point out the shirai. Yet if you mess up the order and you do the blood applications outside first, you have to compromise the carbon. So if you must know, in Akhaminian, Sha'in is there, Hakini Marata. So I'll say that the say is a little different. Why? Because when it comes to the inner katas, ultimately again, in the Gert Hakini does not fully affect the surface. Does not compete. I'll see what that means in just a moment. Come on, a woman, Shinkranas Marakas also. Ultimately, again, with when the blood is applied on top, ultimately, again, that blood application takes care of everything. Says, therefore, Muslim and not like shooting. If Allah Lamasi ended up placing it below the red line, it should technically be partial. I'm going to go by there. The Pasuk says, Osa. The Pasuk says, Osa Shemiti Damar Lamalo, but no Shemiti Damar Lamata. So that was I love when I said this is why it's going to come full circle. The Torah uses the Russian ultimately again, Osa. So keep that the application of the blood application souls are very specific. And again, I love when I saw the blood application must take place above the red line, and if it occurs below the red line, ultimately the carbon is going to be rendered ineffective. Incredible. So we have some nice first of all, let's go back, because the Gemara sees a kind of very interesting phrase. The Gemara says that when you offer off a Chata Sakini, so ultimately, again, you avoid the gun on the interior. That Morocco means like a tone or complete. So somehow that service on the inner gap doesn't need the carbonic right. What does that mean? So much in that actually done. Lot is this may refer to what? The Shiraya. And what was it saying? That even after you do all the blood applications on the inside, that top surface is not complete until you put the Shiraya on the base of the item as well. Say, now but what more would that tell you? The Shiraya is tucked. Right, that you need Shirayim for the carbonic surface, but yet pretty much we just got finished saying that Shirayim is a mitzvah, but you need not have it to affect carbonic effectiveness. On the level, he's the California. Well, that's the case. Very often California, happening just so if Shirayim from an inner carbon effect ultimately result in an outer obligation of Shirayim on the base, and yet, Asar in the Tila Chutzlokita, if you went ahead and you did the initial blood applications of a Katas community outside, the cover is not effective. So it is true that Shirayim on the Akhi, the cover in California, if for a Katas community which has an obligation of outdoor Shirayim, yes, if you did the initial blood application on the outside, the carbon is, and all the more so, kind of turning them out when it comes to a bird offering, where the initial blood, the blood application has to be done above the red line. Turning them out, is so far about Lamata, which is never an obligation to blood below the red line. Aside the few Lamata, if you like to do the initial blood applications below the red line, certainly does not affect that. That's a kind of comment. Hello, that verse says, Hello, English death has been relaxed and purified. Hello, meaning what it means is like this. That the certain kabbalas offered up on the inside, a good example of this would be, let's say, Hanadim Kippur, Syrian Kippur, where halacha even if you do blood applications ultimately again on the inner's death, it's not complete. What does it mean inner's death does not complete effectiveness? There's a set of blood applications. Where is that? In the direction, ultimately, again, of the halachic of the person. That's what in the Kratos does not, sorry, that the team is there does not fully affect Kapara. The murder is like it. The Kilo Machata, so let's say we actually saw this structure before. The Pasuk says the Kilo Machata is not Kodesh. So next the Pasuk says the Kilo Machata is not Kodesh. That's on the death. This is Bashacharis. This is the idea of Yom Kippur. Right? So you guys going to see them as the Kilo Machata. So let's say the way that they translate the Kilo means to complete. Like something is completed, Machata is a total. So you might like listen to this. We have to see this before. The Kilo Machata. In Kilo, I'm sorry. In Kippur, Kala. If you have affected atonement, if the atonement has been achieved, then ultimately again it is done. If the atonement has not been achieved, then ultimately again this is not done. These are the words of the Akida. And we just said like this, so why not just say that? Why doesn't it just say that? If you complete the service, and ultimately again, then Kapara is going to, when you keep it saying like this, right? Ultimately again, if Kapara is achieved, then the service is done. If Kapara is not achieved, then the service is not done. So ultimately again, so the reader says to the repeater, so why doesn't the Pasuk just say that? Which the Gemara says, Shemfisha Achas Mikalamataras, no Asakun. This Pasuk comes to highlight to us ultimately that if you left out any of the blood application, ultimately again, then the service is rendered ineffective. Rendered ineffective. Okay? Now I want to point out, they're essentially saying the same exact thing. Like, in other words, what is it we keep coming to say? That if you've achieved Kapara, you're finished, because is another way of saying, when it comes to a Chagas Hachini, all of the blood applications are if you omit any one, ultimately again the Kapara is ineffective. That is what the is coming to say. Right? It just phrases it as, if you affect the atonement, i.e. you did all of our applications, you're done. And if you didn't affect the atonement, i.e. you did not do all of our applications, you're not done. Ultimately, again, if you become wrong, it says, you're right, what is trying to teach you? That if you left out any of the blood applications, Chagas Hachini, ultimately your Kapara is ineffective. So when it says, whether you keep it or you do this, you're saying the same exact thing. Right? That's not the difference. So when you're probably sure that maybe Kat Amar, Mashma is Gershon, you can know it. So ultimately, again, what if you read, you're not focused, it's just about how to interpret the Pasuk. But it's really just to interpret the Pasuk, yes? The Kat Amar, no, Shirayim Ma'at Oh. Other things are no. But when you do that, you can get to my financial focus, which is Shirayim. If you're pouring out the blood on the base of the experience that is that not even I will say, take a quick look at that. He says, actually, no, like, Shirayim actually put it out. It's in the wide lines, like 2, 4, 6, into that 8 lines into the wide lines, and the 8th line there. Shirayim actually put it out. It actually says, Akiva, no Ma'aki, not the Kama, and Kiva, Nashama, the Ian Kala, Kiva, but Sikuba. So it's like the Akiva ultimately again, we'll say like this, we won't Shirayim and not Ma'aki. And that's why the Akiva says the Kima, which means as long as you've done what is not given upon you inside of the nation, which i.e. the blood applications, inside of the nation, you're good to go. You have a mitzvah kapara residual blood, but if you do not do it, ultimately again it's not to happen. And that Yehuda comes along, and that Yehuda says, everything that is part of the Quranic process is including what? Including Shirayim pouring out of the residual blood of the base of the blood. So this is the focus of the Kibbutz of Yehuda. This is what it's styling from Yeshua and maybe the Amar Shirayim Na'achi. So it would appear to be that the Shirayim result from the Shirayim ultimately again is Na'achi. Why would we see this? Very similar maybe. So he says like this. The different Amar Shirayim Na'achi, according to me, whereas that Shirayim are Na'achi, which means the most again that the pouring out of the leftover blood by the base of his death is an indispensable part of Kabbalic service. Listen to this. Maybe unless you're in Tchila, ultimately, you're bringing another part and then you're going to get it. What is time? We're going to get Rashi again. The different of Mishnah after is very interesting. Rashi says, "You go around my Torah school, Mishpach Hadam." So let's say like this, like you're offering up a Chatas Prim, like Hard Kippur. And what happens? The Kohen did over the blood applications, and then the rest of the blood spilled out. The blood, it's not the blood spilled. Maybe Har Acher, the Maskil Benachal, could be Shiva Shirai, unless it's pretty wild. He's going to say this. So that's the following case. It's in Kippur, the Kohen did over the blood applications. For the top point level, Friday and Kippur. Then what happens? So what left is the Shirai leftover blood. So the blood spills all over the place. So Shimon then said, what should you do? I don't know. So you bring in hard, and you check it, and you collect the blood. This way you have Shirai in the blood. So now pour out on his back. Right? All of the blood applications have been done. So Shimon says, you need to check the other animals that you have Shirai in the blood. That's just, but the Apagat Ramina, Rama Khalif in the frame, Mishpach Adam Bidikar Acher, yes, you're in the Parochas, so again, that was no process. What do you see from it? But then, Shirayim is not active. Right? Shirayim are not active. Because remember, again, it was supposed to be not here. All of the blood applications. Also, example, the following stuff. Rabbi Yochanan, Hana, and Nefeya, he did not only Shirayim active. He also going to be a great Rabbi Nefeya holds, like the team that says that Shirayim are not active. Ella, he did not Omer, alone in the Hani Hanoi. Rather again, there's an ultimately again, there is this opinion that holds that Shirayim are not active, but it's not necessarily subscribed to God the probably better. Apparently, the Jibria Omer, below the lot, Hanoi. So the idea ultimately is also that what? There is this opinion that Shem on Aki, but ultimately again, it is not held by this particular context. So like I said, it turns out that the Gemara says that it's a funny my focus. Do we say Shirayim Ma'akim or not? Right? So let's go back to everybody that agrees here. What does everybody agree with? There is a mitzvah of Shirayim. Everybody agrees with it. What does the mitzvah of Shirayim apply to? What does it apply to? Everything. Like whether again, right? All animal sacrifices, right? Leaving aside Kakasal. So all animal sacrifices is mitzvah of Shirayim. So again, it's all about the outside. There is a mitzvah to take residual blood and ultimately pour it out by the base of the mizbeach. That is a bird offering. A bird offering is going to be different. That's not classic Shirayim. What does a bird offering have? Mitzu, right? So again, the spring leaves after the bird is up, but then after you use Rito, ultimately you will squeeze the body of the bird again. Like that, and the blood comes out. I'm also a nice mitzvah of Shirayim Ma'atri or not, we're not focused. So clearly again, we see opinions go both ways, but I'm not going to focus earlier this year, but I'm not asking that Shirayim Ma'atri, it is a mitzvah of Shirayim, but I'm not going to you didn't do it. Either you didn't do it, because that's it, because you just mentioned. After you did all the blood application, rest of the blood, spilled the floor, you don't have anything else, or for that matter, you just omitted doing it, the carbon is not compromised, it is a mitzvah, but not happy. So one should put out Shirayim on the western base of the Mizbeach, but failure to do so does not compromise the effectiveness of the carbon. Now, right, the question is by bird, does Mitzvah, if you didn't squeeze out the residual blood, does that compromise the carbon? That's coming aside. And the other person who has the back, that's the other side. Straight up, very exciting tomorrow. Get two Mishnah. two Mishnah plans. Yes, two Mishnahs. In tomorrow's daf, it's going to be ridiculously amazing. Shkai, when the journey continues, great job. Shkai. All right, that's it. It's like a record-breaking crowd today on Zoom. Let's, we're giving out free stuff. Oh, so you're not going to check that, right? By the way, there might be Israel on the Zoom, which is a tremendous process. Tremendous. Right, you won't cut for this day. All right, let's have one of the other ones tomorrow. All right, Rosa, good morning. Good morning. What is this about Hashem? So we are near Hashem. It's supposed to be back in the second spot. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our Hanukkah sponsors for the month of Eshman Abad in the October, Stephen Parizin, Loving Richie's Father Albert Jim, William C. Gordon Hines, William Inclusion of the Yard Site. Our week of learning sponsors, Kim Joey Goldberger, as discussed, for easy and successful surgery for Aaron. So Aaron Yeshaya done the best of Baruch Hashem. Aaron did have a very successful surgery. Baruch Hashem has a long recovery ahead of him. But Baruch Hashem will have many years of refuah and sloth and simcha never as Hashem told us. And we have learning sponsors, 20 minutes. In this first couple of first name for Aaron Yeshaya, and with Basket. Great, beautiful. I got learning sponsors for today. Aaron Steinberg, and the switch that continued with the help for Shalanis Susha, and for continuing with for Shalima. Got learning sponsored by Tzipor Figure, the sister for Shalima, for Yaakov, Ben Aaron Matra. We don't get in the merits. In America, I found for all of the Shalom Stock now, the families in the cover, all those new refuah. Step on the good with cold, all the strong days, you should be zilted to continue to show struggles for all of us. Most of that first note of immediately thinking back ahead of us today, we're going to close at what we call our exegetical, and then America Hashem position back into the literally again, the kishkas, quite literally, the kishkas of the bonus. So with that, let's begin. Today's daf is around 51. We are picking up the Yom Hashem on the base 50. Governor, has it already, but it is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines up from the bottom of the graph of 50B, last foot on the line. So now ask a couple of exegetical questions. Never how long the Kavakol that. Now it's going to be enough. Ultimately, okay, seminaries end up by Kappa. What's it? But it's going to point out that Jebu Daniel, who is now Baruch Hashem, joining us on Zoom. And Eretz Yisrael Kabra, the guy is still sitting in a sukkah. That's Zevi Daniel. He's in Eretz Yisrael, so make sure you get to know him. So Zevi Daniel, he's like, I understand. In general, we'll say we believe that Kavachol marriage, zero Shabbat, like, you can't just make this stuff up. You can't just make this up. In other words, these have to be part of yourself. You actually do it as a first about that. So what is the amount like spending all of this time asking, can you know this, either we have in the soil report or we don't have in the soil report. So it's important to understand that sometimes it can mean that there is ambiguity or questions about what exactly the Masorah is. We have questions about that, or sometimes there are conflicting transmissions of things. So what the Gemara is trying to do is outline principles. Because, for example, let's take the argument and say somebody comes and says, I heard from my Rebbe that espouses a lord, and that lord is based on a Kavachomer, on a Kavachomer that is being used as a sort of a hektish. For argument's sake. If we know that principle is that you can't do that is not exegetically, that does not work, that's an indication that perhaps there is some type of flaw in that transmission. So we're not using necessarily these principles, we're not using principles to invent new media, but we are using them ultimately again to be able to kind of measure things that come up in the base language. does this statement fit within our established exegetical framework? If it does, okay, then we can analyze it. But in the event that for some reason it doesn't fit inside the established exegetical framework, that might be a good indication that someone got something mixed up or someone got something wrong along the transmission process. Good. So government where I saw it. So government come from, right? So it says, what happens? I'm not for myself. What happens if something's going on, right? He is going up from a cover right? He is going up from a cover today. Not sure being that. The key then says it being that. When it was a being that, I carry that. It said right now it's for C. Yeah, touch on the same like just something they said. Mother, it's just straight up. What's it? We're going to talk about this obviously much later, yeah? But we're going to say again, we don't have streets of everybody is illegal. So what happens if we don't put holes? The bird with the neck facing the bird takes his thumbnail, then goes out and drives it into the back of the neck of the bird, flips off the head. So if it turns out that according to Marika, and it turns out that the bird is straight up, what is the halakha? What is the status? I'm sure the mayor is a idea. The mayor says to prevent when you swallow it. Now what is that talking about? Because look at Rashi. Rashi is right about the time is abiyah. Begin in the Vegas of time. So let's say, so the halakha is in general. If you were to eat a bird that did not have proper slaughter, right? Or for that matter, again, a bird that was slaughtered properly, but turned out to be a straight up. Because remember again, that's a lot. And the way that trans tumah, there is a unique halakha by a bird, that the way you inject tumah from a bird in the vela is when you swallow it. You eat it. You have to eat it, and you swallow the moment that it's placed in your throat is the moment that it transmits tumah. Why that is, we're not going into right now. Please tell me there. Please tell us so the name is as follows. But I look for myself. With a bird, the bird had proper malika, right? Even though it turns out that the bird is a treifa, it can no longer be categorized as an avela. Why? Because by definition, an avela is an animal which died without proper shita. Once you do shita on an animal, even if you can't consume it, let's say because it's a treifa, shita helps in that it removes it from the status of an avela. What's the name of Spanish? That malika has the same status as shita. Malika shita, and therefore again, even if in this case the malika won't allow consumption of the bird because it's a treifa, malika will act as shita, removing the avela status from the animal, and because of that, the bird will not transmit tumah if it is consumed by the kohen. So let's finish up that actually. He says, "Yitani Nesavio, he did the avela spontar." The malika treifa. In the shape of a country, I was actually the next thing. Like, this show, you would say from the time that this was, so there's a minute, but you go back to the time is something. But even says no, and it's not true. Malika is not shita. Malika is not shita. Or ultimately, again, even if Malika is shita, ultimately, again, he holds the halakha l'manisa, Malika or shita, does not take away the different way that the time that the animal is shita. Okay, so let's say it's not like this. So we have Kohen does Malika, turns out that the animal is a shita, but he ends up eating it. Does it become Kohen as a result of the Malika? That we may absolutely not, because Malika works like shita and Malika won't necessarily allow the animal to be edible, but will remove the Malika. The Malika, no, the animal removes the Malika, even though shita or Malika has been done. Over there. So now it says, Homer. I think the two of these things are like what's the Kavachomer? Uma, Nibiras, Behema, Shimik, Mabama, Gumara, Shtikas in the Thailand, makes it like this. When you take a regular in the middle of an animal, like a regular in the middle. So what's the halakha? And a regular in the middle, when you go ahead and you do shtika on that map of it, so a regular in the middle of an animal, which is a kind of maglobanas, which means what? I will say, if you go ahead, you see that you have animal, which is great. If you go and you kill animals, that's called the regular. You touch that animal, that's maga, or you tie the animal, that's masa, you become covered. Right? So already an animal has a chumrah over a bird, because an animal is mekamed the maga, contact, masa, carriers. A bird is only mekamed how? The base habio. So by the way, these are the kinds of big facts. One of the most beautiful things about Dafyomi is that on any general day, there's just some fantastically amazing information that you pick up. And the incredible part is just keep track of these little like nugget of information. You build up a tremendous repository of knowledge, which is really incredible. Also, the Vela transmits Tumah through Maga and Nasa. Yet, the Vela only transmits Tumah through the Sabia. And here's a like this. When it came up, which is in kind of Nasa, yeah, if you do animal before it dies, you sleep on the animal, that removes it from the Vela and no longer transmits Tumah. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, so Shlichas Megav Shechasa Mitumas Neveva. Or Shlichas Megav, therefore, it's certainly again a bird, which does not transmit Tumah through Maga and Nasa, but only through Yesavlia, through swallowing it. Einokim Shekeish Tikasa Megaras. Shechasa Mitumasa. It goes without saying that, but again, Shlicha, or in this case, again, that bird, it's Malika, should certainly remove its Tumah status. So the Gemara says, in which they shut in Gaius, Shefasa, Mutumah, Samana, Tinabishika, Shanaksha, Samanakiasa, so you must in the Gaius, Shefasa, Mutumasa, I'm sorry, we go back. So they end of the note, look at again, and then it says, Namatsu, the Shika, so you're going to say, so remember, there's two steps over there. First, there's a Kavachomer. So that's like this. So if an animal, this is his Kavachomer, you do one, if a Belima, this is the time, without Shika, it is a Bela. And conveys Tumah and Maga Upanasa, and if you shut it, it no longer conveys that Tumah. Then all the more so a bird, which does not convey Tumah Maga Upanasa. Rather, how does a bird convey Tumah? How does a bird convey Tumah? Only if it's who's swallowing it. Certain Shita should prevent it from transmitting any Tumah. That's the Kavachomer. That again, I will say never again. The cow is the bird. The hammer is animal. Both are talking about Shita. Get ready for it. Now comes the Namatzin. Now, it's like this. Namatzin the Shita. Shemakshira Sabachila. So let's say now, watch this. So now, obviously, up until now, our conversation about Shita. So what does Shita do? Shita has the ability, number one, to ready something for consumption. In general sense, right? Shemakshira Sabachila. Top of the 51A. Nikahayas. So that same Shita, which readies something for consumption, also removes the possibility of Tumah. So to again Malika, which you're going to both say is essentially the same thing as Shita for a bird. So Malika, which allows the animal to be consumed, ultimately again should also remove any type of Tumah status. What says what I just did? He made a Kavachomer between the bird and the Vela, and then based on that made a Namatzin. Ultimately again, he made almost like a Kamiyam with it. Actually, that Kamiyam with it, he says essentially what is Shita? Shita is a process through which something is ready for consumption.
It's Aquarius.
So to me, it's a process which allows something to allow consumption, and it also removes Tumah. So he says, so Yossi kind of shuts down the evolution of the comparison. At most, what you can get is that Shita of a bird should be like Shita of a bird. I agree with you that renders something for consumption. So to again, Shita can remove Tumah, but you can't necessarily make the jump to Malika. Right? Malika might just be a separate parasha. So that you can read as Hema, which which the Lord says does not necessarily include ultimately again why I was saying because at the end of the day, remember Shita that you're talking about it's not Shita schooling. So we're going to say this whole discussion that we're involved in is all about using more deep level exegetical methodology there by Kachik. That's where this all is. So the truth is, the conversation you brought up beforehand is not really so relevant because you're not, at least when it comes to Shvita, you're talking about Shvita Tefillin, not Shvita Kach. Okay, so what's the difference with that? Next,
He's at rest. No longer has to struggle.
There's something that they're not going to end with the food. Ultimately, it's a source for a hakish, a zir shalom, a kavachomer, or another dinner. Is that possible? To which the Gemara says, Pasha. So let's at least answer one of these questions. It says, Ma Amruvan, the Gam Pasha, let's listen to this. As the Ma Amru, one, the Gam Pasha. So what's that? There's a concept of Lina. What's the Lina? So Lina is sacrificial blood that has been left over in the Azara after Shkia, after the right? When the sacrificial service is supposed to happen by day. The only things that happen by night is the burning of sacrificial blood and ribs. So let's say that sacrificial blood, you left it over. It was just left in the Azara. So I will say, why do we say, but ultimately again, even if you left over blood will kosher. Now what is that mean? When you look at Rashi, Rashi actually pretty much right across. So it's as follows. Let's define scenario. You left blood in the Azara, in the courtyard, past nightfall. You gotta fill that. So we'll say, so clearly the blood is disqualified. Like leaving something, really means overnight. If you leave something past this prescribed time, it's invalid. But let's say then you accidentally put the blood on his hair. He applied it. So it actually says over here, how do I know that happened?
Take your time, Mr. Take your time.
Like you leave it up. Someone says, Shahari Kasher Be'imurin in Imurin always yet. How do I know? How do I know that even if blood, technically speaking, became disqualified through Lina, but if you put it on the Mizbeah, you don't take it down. Someone says, Shahari, Long Be'imurin, Sharon. So once again, ultimately, again, we know that if you ended up doing this by sacrificial parts, if you left them overnight and did not put them on the Mizbeah, you should have put them on the Mizbeah. But if you accidentally did put them on the Mizbeah, they remain kosher. So the Gemara says, Run the Imurin kosher, Shahari Run the Imurin kosher, Shahari Run the Basa kosher. And I'll say, ultimately, again, how do I know that ultimately Lina by Imurin is kosher? Because same thing with the sacrificial meat. If you went ahead and you left it over, that's the prescribed time, and you put it on his back, you don't take it down. So like, when we say kosher, all of these circumstances are talking about the same case, which is something became disqualified, you should not have put it on his back. But you did. Ultimately, again, you don't take it down. That's the reason it says kosher. So let's say, so let's see happening over here. You see, interestingly enough, that things are being learned out from the being out from the husband, and they're being applied to other
How are you?
application. So similarly again, Yotze.
I'm chilling.
Yeah, so what's it, by the way, is a tremendous one. So I like this stuff. He says, so what you doing? Yotze is the
Oh, I'm about to play a game with a friend. What are you doing?
Outside of this permitted area. So see right here, Yotze.
Chilling.
All over Yotze, Masha, the Baha.
Enjoy.
I'm not going to touch it when someone is taking it out. And then brought back in front of his back. That's halacha. You don't take it down. Why? Because technically speaking, there is a form of Yotze that is kosher. What's the one that says kosher? By a bama.
Do you ever watch
Kiltoni? Private altars were in use. So I'm not for myself.
Kiltoni, yeah, I know you're into that.
So
there's a new one tonight.
That's kosher.
Matt Rife and Adam Ray are on it.
You don't take it down. Tame, this is very interesting. What about Tame? So again,
We're Doug every Monday.
You have Rashi points out that you have limbs of an old
tickets, bro.
limbs of an old Tame.
I think they're like
let's say you
$70, something like that.
You leave it off. Why? Why? Because once I see it, technically speaking, there is
They're coming to LA May 7th.
coming to be offered up. How does that happen?
I've thought about it, but there, so no.
So you know what I say? Since it's like a mechanism through which there's
Usually they're
reality. And it's something that's kind of offered up. Therefore,
correct. They lock up your devices.
You don't take it down. Next,
Nice spare, Mr. Aquarius.
Yeah, I think they, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, they have phone lockers. It's pretty common at stand-up shows nowadays.
Interestingly enough, the only time someone really becomes Pigo is when is if
Yeah, flappers does.
So
flappers. I know some comedians there.
It's completely different.
Do you know Brendan Cooney? Yeah. Jay Leno's there all the time. Poor dog.
All these cases are you accidentally put up these invalid sacrificial parts on his
There we go, Mr. Aquarius.
Don't take it
2
down.
for 2.
You offered up a karma. And you did it with the intention to eat it out of this permitted area. So I really should have offered up a
Nice drive.
If you did so,
Excellent. All right, that's cool. Give it to me.
Let's say, get a karma and come on with
Most certainly, usually in Beverly Hills.
And it gives week off. Of course. How do I know that I still leave them up there? The Hana, soon the Kozlab on the seaboard. Because the kind of people who technically speaking, they might be possible for this Abona, but they would be fit for
Nice track, Mr. Aquarius. Hey, my man, I'm playing a game with my friend. So apologies, I can't talk right now, but I need to focus on this. We play every night. Excellent. Mr. Aquarius, I'm putting up a big score.
That is in an unfit state.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Get
it. Alright, get these. Yes, you could. Yes, you could. You get the hit. Oh, almost. Great. You knocked that one over. That was big time. Oh, big. This is a big score, Mr. Aquarius. Yes, ma'am. Broke 100. Give it to me. Excellent.
These are all circumstances which should not have been.
All right. Reload. You too, buddy. Take care.
Sorry, y'all. Let me look up real quick.
You're good. Just decisions I've made, things I've done right, really compromised myself. And the truth is, I'm not fit to go on this path. So sometimes, even if you're not fit to go on this path, what do? Get on it anyway. Get on it anyway. Don't worry about whether or not. Don't worry about whether you're spiritually. Don't worry about whether or not you're responsible. It's going to accept you're not going to accept it doesn't matter. Sometimes like you just have to figure that afterwards. You're on the right spot, not in the right spot. I'm not worried. Just get yourself on this path. Just get yourself on this path of Avodas Hashem. Because the beautiful part is, once something that is possible is put on this path, what happens? We don't take it down. We spend so much to figure out, are we good, are we not good, are we fit, are we not fit, does it matter. It doesn't matter. Just do what you're supposed to do. Get yourself on the path of Avodas Hashem, and once you're there, there's only one direction, and that's forward. Incredible. Let's go back there. So again, I want to point out, we still definitely appears from the Gemara.
When are
going to be open on? Going to be open in a couple of days.
Easy strike. Almost.
But the Yochanan was the opinion that said that in general,
All I need are these four. Give them to me. Whoa.
Out something that is extrapolated from something else. He says, except by touch. Right? So Yochanan's whole model was by touching. If B is learned out from A, you sometimes the exegetical method, it cannot be use as a source for C. It would appear that the Gemara clearly rejects that. Right, because we just spent the last 2 days focusing on how to use the exegetical methods, or what is the extent of use of exegetical methods to learn out after by country. So it appears that the Gemara rejects that, although again, we're pausing over here in the Sugya.
All right, here we go.
Okay, let's go back.
Easy strike. Nope, not even close. Not in a million years. All right, but this for sure.
These are inner katos. So let's say, remember again, even with the inner katos, remember again, there's not something actually inner katos. What happens? It depends on what type of company. Let's say by Yom Kippur, you have blood applications inside the Kodesh HaKodeshim. You have blood applications outside of the Kodesh HaKodeshim in the Kodesh towards the curtain. You have blood applications on the inner Mizbeach. And then when you finish everything, what do you do with the blood? The Shia Adam. You take it outside, and ultimately again pour it on the base of the Mizbeach. So it's my time. What's the reason for this one? As the soul is back home, Hashem has an armor. So it's actually quite incredible. Because the Pasuk says, what do you do with the residual blood? You pour it out at the Mizbeach.
Give it to me.
That is at the entranceway of the armor. So here's what I want to point out to you. Right? So remember again. I'm just, you only need one picture more time over there. Coming out, you do the inner kapas. You're coming out, right? Now, when you come out, the first thing you see is in Mizbeach. Now, interestingly enough, the first thing that you see over here really is what we call like the southwestern side.
Give it to me. What a strike.
One
of the best strikes.
Interestingly enough, I mentioned this before, the Mizbeach does not have the yesod. It does not have a base around all of it. It actually only has a base if you want it.
All right, good job. You
Ooh.
win.
I win, you win, Mr. Burris. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yeah, right.
Thank you so much.
Give my bag because I go lay down.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay?
God willing, take care, Mr. Burris.
Thank you. So when you come out, right, so again, forgot this meeting. I don't know if you hope you can see this. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Good, better?
Sweet dreams.
Thank you, man. You as well.
Positive encouragement. Good hell, you know? Right.
Thank you, Anthony.
So remember, when you do the practice at the meeting in here, so you come out. So the Gemara, notice very interesting. If you look at the drasha, so the Gemara says, the drasha of the Gemara is, I'm sorry, you said Mizbeach HaOlah. What do you do with the shira? Are you going to do with the leftover blood? The next time I point me that down, I don't say, let's cut down my power. You spoke, and you sold Mizbeach HaOlah, Asher Pesach HaOlah. So it's interesting. So the Torah spill out the blood, remnant blood, by the base of the Mizbeach, Pesach or Moed. Spill out the blood by the base of the Mizbeach, that is the entrance of the Moed. Now, also, there's only one Mizbeach HaOlah. Right? There's only one Mizbeach, which almost this Mizbeach over here, then again this, that little Mizbeach over here, that's what the Torah says for incense. There's no animal offering on that. So it's interesting. So Mizbeach HaOlah, that's this. Why does the Torah have to say that this Mizbeach HaOlah is Pesach or Moed? That's obvious. That's obvious. When you walk out of the Moed and you're in the brush, you're talking about the Mizbeach. What you're going to do is that. So to teach you that where
It's a guy with the thing.
The pouring of the remnant blood has to be, the entrance of the Moed. It has to be on the Mizbeach HaOlah that you encounter at the entrance of the Moed, which is right here. Right here, on this side of the wood. So this will look like this western side. This western side of the Mizbeach, ultimately again, that's where you're going to put the remnant blood. So it's generally speaking, even if you put it on this tool over here, it would also work. It would also work. But this one I said, I has that support on Zahaola, I should pass up or incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. So the Gemara says, I read the Pagam Avarisha. So ultimately, again, you do it on the side of the Mizbeach, which then comes first upon exit or Amoy. Turn up on it. Turn up on it. You saw the Mizbeach Allah. The road you saw the Mizbeach happening. So first of all, the Gemara makes another drasha. Why does it say you pour out the blood, die the base of the Mizbeach of the Allah? To teach you that you get the Mizbeach of the Mizbeach Allah, and that it base of the Mizbeach, not the base ultimately again of the interior altar, which was 40 Torahs. All you saw is Mizbeach Allah, and all you saw in the Bini Atzma. Furthermore, again, the Gemara also suggests that there's only a base for the external Mizbeach. There is no base for the internal Ketoris inside the Mizbeach. On this guy's also just a lot of justice in the same passage. All you saw is Mizbeach Allah. He sold the Mizbeach Allah, and he sold the Mizbeach Shal Allah. So this is another important detail. All of this is being extrapolated from the same pasuk. So what does it mean? You should part with lemon and blood, right at the base of the Mizbeach Allah. So listen to this phrase: he sold the Mizbeach Shal Allah, which means any carbon that is brought on this Mizbeach Allah, as the same halacha, take the shirayim, take the residual blood, and pour it out at the base. At least so, one of these two sides. So anything that is brought on the Mizbeach Allah has this din of shirayim. Oh, in the Allah, Mizbeach Shal Allah, you really sold, and maybe it's going to teach me. Ultimately, again, actually says, yeah, this is actually the best thing about it. Oh, in the Allah, Mizbeach Shal Allah, shirayim sold. Listen, it's going to teach you something different. Here's going to teach you, remember again, there were blood applications, we're going to talk about this. I don't know if you could see it, but if you see the image over here, there are these four little boxes, these four little squares. Those are supposed to represent products, what we call the players of the horns, which preceded on the top of the Mizbeach. I might have thought that maybe when the coins of blood applications, the only do applications on the horns that are opposite sides. Ultimately, you're going to lose the base. Maybe again, blood applications only have it on corners that is on one of the sides where there is a soul space. So you smell like have a corner. Always have a corner. Nine, chain, the pathway, so Shem associations of the residual blood. You know, if you don't affect, like the regular book said, what happens at the struggle? What happens if you don't residual blood at all? What's the problem? The problem is totally fine. So they slightly still affect kapara, like after part of the base. Realize Allah, Shem kaparas, in addition to yourself, and perhaps you're going to have for blood applications yourself, which halakha lemaisa again, do affect kapara. Maybe those require you. So again, I want to point out when the Gemara says that the blood applications should require you, so should require the base. So remember again, you might as well suggest that you actually pour out the initial blood application on the base, but it means on the corners opposite the base. Maybe that's where you should do the blood applications. So it's the Gemara Kiva, not shirayim shouldn't happen, but in one of the kapara to the soil, you lost over. Shouldn't the kapara is one of the kapara. English things, and the Kiva for further, this is furthermore shirayim. Right, so shirayim itself, right, the point of residual blood, which does not affect atonement, doesn't come for purposes of atonement, yet halakha l'maisa must be poured out on the base. For again, chilasa, which initial blood applications that are on the kapara and ultimately come for kapara, perhaps we should require application on the horns only opposite the side of the base. In case, not hamaloma al-yis. So ultimately, again, classification, why does it say to the base? I mean, Allah, King Solom's base of Shemaiah. Come and teach me ultimately that what? The Allah Kalamaisa, any carbon, ultimately the rock on the exterior of the Mizbeach hasn't been a Shilai, which means it's very important. And the Mizbeach Ha'olah means anything brought on the Mizbeach Ha'olah has a similar halacha, which is residual blood poured out along the base. The base of the Mizbeach, incredible. On the map, you saw the Mizbeach, below you saw the Mizbeach happening. So So again, what's another drasha? And again, we spoke to the best as well, so it's just point out what happened over here. There's a lot of things that really happen. Remember, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said that halacha is, the Mishnah was speaking about specifically chakras inner chakras. And the Mishnah said that halacha l'meisa, that halacha l'meisa, if you go ahead and you offer up chakras community, you take the residual blood, right, the leftover blood, and you go ahead and you pour it out by the base of the mizbeach. How do I know that? Because the pasuk says, "You sowed mizbeach ha'ola shepesach oil moed." You go ahead and you pour out opposite the mizbeach that you hit when you come out of the oil moed. So that teaches me again that I pour out shirayim on the side that I encounter when I come out of the oil moed. Incredible, that's here. But you might not took that pasuk and just used it to lay out a number of additional halachas as well. Now the Brisa is going to the Brisa is going to go through those halachas one by one. So let's go. So you know, Amanar, how you sold mizbeach, how old of the one you sold mizbeach happened to me. So one of the halachas that taught me is it is only the outer mizbeach. Remember again, this mizbeach over here that has a base, right? But not this mizbeach, not the inner mizbeach. So the Gemara says, what do I see from here? The Gemara says, how many bars do you say? What does that mean? How can you use that pasuk for a drasha? I need that pasuk ultimately again to teach you the halacha. Me'asher pesach or moed. That teaches me that again the blood application is done on the side ultimately again that you encounter when you come out of the moed. Incredible. How you saw mizbeach ha'olah. So next to what's the pasuk? The pasuk said, "What of the mizbeach?" So mizbeach ha'olah. On the days you will say, so great, so stupid. Right. This is one of those data. This is one of those data where I couldn't finish the data. I need to quit my data. Like this is like you don't know. Say, oh, gosh, I'm good. We got this. So you want to say, so what? Next structure. I'll be serving this data. Ultimately, again, covering this data. Whatever it is. Can you sow in this gap shalom? So what does this teach me? It teaches you that halacha l'maisa again, quite literally. Give a base to the mizbeach of the olah, which is not saying any cut effort on the exterior altar has a din of pouring out the shirayim on the base. That's what it means. So the Gemara says, weak side I thought you would see is ultimately again, if you cross ultimately again the halacha l'maisa, that it's just as the pasuk is written, which means that the shirayim are the purpose of the nasi, because that's the context. Should be poured out on the soul, ultimately again, then why would the concept be necessary? The shirayim are below coverage. So the shrine ultimately again on the outside, if you take it's just passion shot, then why is the concept necessary? It's that shirayim, everyone knows that shirayim is poured out on the outer mizbeach. So this is very interesting. If you came out, I'm not a fraud, listen to this. The Atik Mefa. So let's say this is very interesting. Let me take this outside all over the inside. So remember again, both say even in our limited exposure to Kabbalos. So remember again, there's two different types of Kabbalos, right? There's what we call the community's Kabbalos. Kabbalos done primarily on the inside. And if you go on the inside, remember again, your primary blood applications are done where? They're done on the inner mizbeach. Versus Kabbalos done on the outside. In which case, again, your primary blood applications are done on this mizbeach. So the most is very interesting. I might have thought that maybe there's like a little bit of a reversal going on. Meanwhile, maybe the halacha is like this: that if your primary service occurs inside, then pouring out the shirayim occurs outside. Primary service occurs outside, then pouring out the shirayim occurs inside. That's the Havamim. And when it says, Dr. Make of Kaplan in days 52a, I would have thought, you're right with that, you're right. So ultimately, again, stuff that is done on the outside should go inside. Stuff and items done on the inside should go outside. In other words, if your primary avoda is done inside, that's when you part the shirayim outside. And if your primary avoda is done outside, that's when you part the shirayim inside. That's what I thought. So the Gemara says, well, 1 second, how could that be? In mode we sold between the atzma. So here's one problem. The enemy's there has more you sold. And we're going to get more interest. But remember, we're going to say 30% of them has a red, the base, but there's a drainage system over here also. That does not exist by this Yachapim. So how would you have a Havamina that you're pouring out shirayim by the enemy's death? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, "Oh, in the Allah is back to already when you sell." Or maybe you know, as you just said before, that Allah when I say that what's the limit? The limit is anything offered up on that exterior is bad. Ultimately, again, ultimately again odds. And maybe halacha l'maisa, what it's saying is whenever you do blood applications have to be done on a corner, ultimately again, that is opposite to the base. Maybe that's what's happening over here. To which the Gemara says, mixing how you say ha'olah, does the pasuk say do it by the base of the olah, which it seems to indicate that the blood applications themselves have to be done on corners that are opposite to the base. Whereas I saw mizbach ha'olah, it says mizbach yisod ha'olah. So that's right, I saw mizbach ha'olah. Hava said, yisod ha'olah, because the pasuk just said yisod ha'olah, hava amina b'zikipa shal yisod. It's very useful. Usually the Gemara says like this. If you would have said you sold the oil, I would have thought that actually blood applications would go like on the face, like on the vertical, on the face of the ledge. Ultimately, again, the Hashi would say, are you certain is Baha Olah? Now that it's actually interesting, but you shall place it at the base of Mizbaha Olah, to prepare the base, ultimately again, to the Mizbeach. Also, so we must do so. Ultimately, again, just like halacha l'maisa. Just like halacha l'maisa, when you do blood applications on the gap, it's done on the top of the back of the gap. So again, when you go and you do blood applications on the sole, ultimately again, it's done on the top of the sole, the top of the base, the horizontal part, not the vertical part. I mean, smile. That is so down the cross. So why do I need a classification that you put the blood applications on the top part? Right, so on the roof, so to speak, on the horizontal part of the sole. So ultimately, again, the kind of kakos, which ultimately do not provide kapara. Yet, halacha we place them on the top of the sole. So ultimately, again, tchilas odish in the kaparas, in a din shetu'inan bad yisod. Or the more so, ultimately, again, so the tchilas olah, the zikah of the olah, which is in the kapar, certainly again, it should require the bad of the yisod. I will say, stop with this for today. We're going to pick up so many of them. All the ones doing over here, and we'll pick up more of this tomorrow, is the Gemara quoted the pasuk. The pasuk was necessary to teach us the halacha l'maisa. Blood application done on the side of this gap that you encounter right when you leave the Oramoy. And now what we're doing is we're taking that same pasuk, making multiple drushes from it, and that's just something we continue tomorrow. Shkoyach. Right, so we never gave everyone. All right, so I said good morning, let us begin. So good to be back out of so we have sometimes how much you miss something until you have it fast. Okay, so anyway, so let's go back to the beginning by saying all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our Comic-Con sponsors for the month of festival, Stephen Harizim, 11-year-old Steve's father, Al Brizin, Steve, Ben Hines, for his record, and the teaching of his supposed website. Learning sponsors, Kiwi and Julian Goldberger, as we discuss an easy and successful surgery for Kyle. Kyle is shy, done with the Esther. Kyle is having surgery right now at the little boy. And surgery should be successful. And for start, we should examine in one right. We'll get Atlafa, Yeshua, and Nama. I've got few matches for today, and now this leadership in the Swiss of the Sarah Stavros and the healthy mother and baby for Sarah Miriam Bass Shinamis Chano, and Bishop Ayala Sarah Steinberg, who is supposed to continued health, Manas Harabas Sushi, for an ultimate annual refuel. And of course, dedicated our government, especially one of God's well, to our should continue to shower us with drop off and slop off the shoe in the phone, the solar stars, the Amistar, and the Arabs. Those who got for us when we were watching today, seem to be not for us, so we got a little bit of trouble. So today's gap is new. We are picking up the Yes Hashem on Memphis 100 days, and we literally wrapped off last line on Memphis 100 days, 49b last night. So remember again, the Gemara yesterday went on an interesting, not a tangent, but a side discussion. That side discussion is going to be the primary discussion for today's back, which is normally also what we established in yesterday's back was we established that Allah myself and Ola has Shvita and Kabbalah in the north, the Kapos has Shvita and Kabbalah in the north, and then Asham has Shvita and Kabbalah in the north. Now, interestingly enough, what else we saw was that the din of Safran, the din of north, was actually brought down in the context of Ola, and everything else is extrapolated from there. That then led the Gemara on an interesting discussion about when you learn something out from a drasha, can that then serve as the source for another drasha? So this is very funny because remember the way we were doing this, we don't have, for example, katas from Ola, right? So Ola has to be shown in the north, so if we learn out katas from that, then katas then serve as a source for something else. So this led actually to put involved conversations where was going to get multiple iterations of this process. That's what we're coming up with today. So last one. Plus our days 49b. That was, for example, the item, the derived item, can serve as the source of a power source. So just remember using ABC much less really that. So for example, A with the hectic, so halachic comparison. When I then use P in a kavachomer with C. Right? Now what's the underlying question? The underlying question is, can something which is a derivative at any point serve as a source for another halacha? That's really the fundamental underlying question. You might just get asked it in a million different ways, depending on a synthetical or derivative method that you are using. Right? So therefore, if I look out the halacha of B from A by dint of a hadish of a comparison, can E then be used with C as part of a kavachomer? That's the shaila. So the Gemara said, well, let's take a look at the top of the 58. It's the time very slow. So before I say, right, there's a thought that come very slow. Never how long is the hadish? Now we see how long is the din and ad. So tell me what's also about the different questions. So if someone's going out for the hadish, some B is going out from A with the hadish for the comparison. Can B then go ahead and serve as what we call a din and ad? Din and ad, I'm going to say, is the question of a paradigm. It's not easy to translate. The paradigm can be then served as a paradigm, ultimately again for C. I'm going to be up, so well, let's analyze this. Name with both Sapora Ba'asham, the Tisim Binyan Ab Hekatos. On one hand, you could have said like this: the Torah didn't have to write something, you could have anything about this book when it comes to Asham. And go ahead and learn it out from the Binyan Ab from Chatos. Okay, so you might say, the Bible says like this, it's what's good today. So the Torah didn't have to say Sapora Ba'asham. Wasn't necessary. And I could have learned it out of a Binyan Ab of a paradigm from Chatos. Then what would be the Binyan Ab? It would have been just like Chatos, which ultimately again atonement is a sin offering, requires Safon, so to every sin offering requires Safon. And that would have included Hashem, and it would have been no use to the Torah to write anything by Hashem. But it reminds me of the Hashem. So why did the Torah write the Safon obligation by Hashem? Remember, must be to teach us, remember how many the Hektish aid closer to the land of the It must be to teach us that something that is learned out through a comparison ultimately can't serve as a source for a opinion out. As well as that's a very interesting logic. Had the Torah not written anything by Hashem, I would have said like this. Just like Chatos requires Safon, So Chatos is a paradigm. Paradigm, any sin offering requires Safon. What else is included in sin offerings? What is included in sin offerings? Asham. That one says, now how did I bring that up? Where do I know that Chatos is carried in Safon? Where do I know that from? Where do I know that from? Ultimately, Hektish to Olam. So therefore, again, that would have effectively been Chatos, which is when that is from a Hektish in comparison to Olam that requires Safon. And now, Chatos comes to being of the paradigm ultimately for Asham. So had the Torah not really worked requiring 5 Asham, I could have learned it out from Chatos to Asham. Chatos learned out from Olam to a Hektish, and then Chatos is a bringing out the paradigm to Asham. Now, the fact that the Torah realized the word obligation by Hashem. Why did the Torah do that? It must be to teach you Lamayra Pasakaste. So what first was the first line down on 58. So why did the Torah write the word obligation ultimately began by us to teach me Zapach the Hakish, in Oza, in Moran, in giving in our only reason that the Torah included obligation by Hashem to teach me that halacha myself, something that we learned out by a Hakish, cannot serve as a paradigm for something. Okay, that seems the question. Someone says, once I hold up, we're done it. He seems to be like, I don't understand. He just wants to press on a detail. So he wants to understand, if the situation, why can't you just, why do you bring practice at all? Why can't you ultimately just bring out Asham from a opinion of, from a paradigm, ultimately again, of Ola, which the Gemara says, just like Ola requires Safo. So to Asham requires Safo, nighttime Allah Asim, so why is it that we don't learn all? Why is it that we don't bring out Asham from Ola? We shouldn't be for the mitzvah. Ultimately, I think because there's a clear thought. What's the clear thought? What's the question on the package? Malo Bishop and Kolo. Ola can't serve as the paradigm ultimately again for Asham. Why? Because Ola is a separate and distinct paradigm. What's unique about Ola? It's totally consumed by Israel. That stands in contradistinction ultimately again to Asham, which is not. I give you for 1 second. So why do you make it any better from out Asham from Katos? Katos not really from the front. I can ask the Pirkan Katos also. What's the Pirkan? Mala Katos, Shekin Nefayevas, Shekin Nefayevas, Katos. Katos was the keeper in the Sabbath. Katos is unique. What makes Katos unique? Katos is Metaper. Uncovered pieces. Or if you do something that was from again, what is a Katos Metaper for? Any infraction which is done intentionally would be high Karis. If done unintentionally, you bring a Katos. So that's a pretty powerful problem. So perhaps again, Katos can serve as the paradigm for anything. Which the Gemara says you're right. Kata Mekada Lo Asya. The truth is, I just want to point out just what happened with it. Just to follow the chain of thought, things actually not complex. Just a lot of steps. We're asking an exegetical question. But what's the exegetical question? If B is named out from A by means of a headless comparison, can B serve as the source of the Kabbalah for C? Right? That's what we're asking. You might say, well, we have a different question. Conjuring Yisrael said, let's say it differently. If B learned out from A by way of a Hekish, can B then serve as a bringing out as a paradigm for C? He's already got a different question, but same basic idea that if B is a derivative, can B serve as a source? So the Gemara says, well, let's take a look at this case. Right? The Gemara says, let's bring out that there's an obligation of Asham ultimately again from Katos. Just like Katos is like there's an obligation of someone. Obligation of work. Just like Katos ultimately again has an obligation of work. So you also have an obligation of work as well. You ultimately are going to bring it out. Now where's Katos itself going out from? Katos is going out from Olam. So the Katos going out from Olam by means of the Hadish, and then Katos also ultimately serves as a bringing out for Asham. Now the fact that the Torah goes out of its way to write and your obligation by Asham indicates to us that we don't want to use that method. Like because otherwise the Torah would have omitted and the other is taken by Asham and the out by means of this limit. The fact that the Torah goes ahead of its way to state your obligation by Asham indicates to us that we do not want to use Katos as a bringing out, because Katos is going out from a Hekish to Olam. Which the Gemara just essentially answers, well, maybe not. Maybe at the end of the day, Katos is just unique because it's the Katos ultimately again has a thesis. Torah is unique ultimately because it's totally contained in Mizbeach. That's why the Torah has to go out of the tree to write support on your obligation by us. Which we wasn't okay. So now I'm saying, essentially what we have over here in front of us, a free cover us, ultimately again with the North obligation of the and that Allah plus Hashem. All of them have the same North obligation. So the Gemara says, Covenant Hadallah Asla. No one of these could have been directly derived from one other. Like, was it like you can't derive Chatas from Olah, Hashem from Olah, Hashem from Chatas, or Hashem from Olah. Right? So I can't, I don't need to derive anything. Remember again, Olah, the Torah writes it explicitly over there. So I can't derive one from one. And the Gemara says, maybe, maybe instead of going ahead and having to learn out all three, we just going to learn out two, third, ultimate from the two that are dashing. So we want to hate this. So we need to actually do this. We need to Rahman Allah. So let the Torah not make any mention of Allah, of itself, of a northern obligation by Allah. The TC may track us for Hashem. And I would have said instead, once we know that Chatas and Hashem have a north obligation, then I would say that Allah has itself a north obligation as well. You want to say that's not going to work, why not? Because Chatas and Hashem are unique, or I should say, what makes them unique above Allah? The Chatas, the atonement, similar things. Therefore, they set the atonement. So therefore, if you would have just learned out that self obligation by Chatas and Hashem, I would have said atonement Kabbalas have its self obligation, but not that I know it can die by Allah. So don't say anything about Chatas and learn out the northern obligation ultimately you're going to cut us from Allah and Hashem. Malach inspired. It's not going to work. Ultimately, again, because Allah and Hashem are melachos, whereas the Chatas can be male or female. The Hashem, the kissing Hana. So don't say anything about Hashem and learn it out from the Chatas and Allah. Malach can be seen to be up. There's a bunch of the first Chatas and Allah ultimately again it is a communal version of this carbon, which Hashem does not have. So that's what I want to say. So if I get one second, the Gemara says it doesn't work. This whole thing ultimately again doesn't work. So there was like interestingly enough, it does sound like halacha l'maisa. You can go ahead and take something that was left from the Hektish and go ahead and use it. It does not as extra holder, but at least ultimately again for a big out. Okay, so that's category one. I want to say, I was going to tell you the backdrop to this is the same with the Yochanan, which we ended up yesterday back. What did Yochanan say? The Yochanan said in general, the Kol HaTorah Kula, throughout the entire Torah, you're making a lamad milamad. In general, Yochanan says in Kol HaTorah Kula, you could use a derivative halacha as a source for something else. The only place you can't do this is touching. Now, our Gemara now is disagreeing with that a little bit, right? Our Gemara seems to be analyzing the possibility that halacha l'maisa you can use derivatives to use a source and bring them reconcile that in a little while. Next, let's say that sorry, point down. Well, let's go over that. So next, Shabbat is the Shabbat, Ma'ashi Lamed Hadish. Next question. We're not saying let's learn that one in Shabbat. Here, let's say B is learned out from A, is derived from A. We use it in the Shabbat, okay? What's the halacha Ma'ashi Lamed Hadish? And then B is used as a source for C with the Hadish, with the comparison. What Papa says, Zos Toras Zera Hashlamim in our Torah. So the Pasuk says, remember the Zos Toras Zera Hashlamim, this is the halacha Hashlamim, Asher Yaakov LaHashem, in our Torah Yivanim. So it says, after Torah speaks about Shlamim, the Torah next pasuk really speaks about carbon Torah. Now, Magru, listen to this, the Magru, Torah Shebanim HaMaisa. So it says, interestingly enough, the halacha is actually passing halacha that a carbon Torah can be brought from Maisa Sheni. If you have a nicer shiny animal, ultimately again you can go ahead and bring a carbon Torah from that. It is actually Lamani Torah. It's a bit of far. If you go across to the right, you can actually maybe that 10 lines up. So that's the Lamani Torah. You can't have this Shlamim, Shabbat and Amaisa. In English, Bishas Nidro. And that's the Hamas messaging. So it's interesting enough, a carbon folder can be brought from messaging. Fascinating development. Actually, here, this only works if you do it at the time, if you stipulate this at the time that you make the neder to the carbon folder. Okay, so you move back on Shlomin the Asini Meiser. So we want to say, since we find that Shlomin can be brought from a Meiser Sheni, and Shlomin, says, and remember, what was the idea? Since Shlomin can be brought from Meiser Sheni, and carbon folder is juxtaposed to Shlomin, therefore, just like Shlomin can be brought from Meiser Sheni, so too carbon folder can be brought from Meiser as well. Shlomin Bufag, how do you know that a carbon Sheni can be brought from Meiser Sheni? It's actually very interesting. Remember what Meiser Sheni looks like. Meiser Sheni is on the produce, right? So what do I produce? Well, I live in Tel Aviv. I don't want to take all of my produce because that's what I do. What do? I give it on to money. I take the money to Yerushalayim. Now what it's telling me is, watch this. I can take my money, go to Yerushalayim, and use the money to buy a carbon Shlomin. Not only that, I can also use the money to buy a carbon Toga. So why can't I, now it looks like this. Since I could use money to buy carbon Shlomin, and carbon Toga is juxtaposed ultimately again to Shlomin, that just like you can use Meiser Sheni for a Shlomin, you can use Meiser Sheni money for a Toga. Beautiful. This works in 4 seconds. How do you know that you're allowed to use Meiser Sheni money for Shlomin? Maybe you get that from. To which the Gemara says, but still, the Gemara says, Sham. Xer Shava. It's Xer Shava. Ultimately, again, it says Sham in the context of Shlomin, and it says Sham in the context, ultimately, again, of Meiser Sheni. So let's say, you see what happened over here? So the Gemara just went ahead and learned out that Shlomin can be brought from Meiser Sheni to Xer Shava. And then use Shlomin ultimately again as a hecklish, as a comparison to carbon Toga. I say it's juxtaposed to carbon Toga, just like Shlomin ultimately again can be brought from Meiser Sheni, so to Toga can be Meiser Sheni. It's incredible. So what is this an example of? This is an example ultimately again of a derivative halachas being used as an hecklish to something else. So remember, Shlomin is learned out from a Xer Shava, ultimately again from Meiser Sheni, and then the juxtaposition of Shlomin to Toga tells me that just like Shlomin can be bought with Meiser Sheni money, so Toga can be bought with Meiser Sheni money. Incredible. So just an example of using this exegetical method. How many of you read the Mari Ravina? So it's not a totally different passion, I'll tell you why. Meiser doesn't include the humble. Again, I'll say over again, we're asking this question in the context of country. Right? All these exegetical questions are exegetical questions back to us in the context of country. Which the Meiser Sheni is fluid. Right? In other words, it's a designation ultimately again on unconsecrated produce. So that's really helpful to our particular question, right? Our question at hand ultimately again is the use of derivative halachas in Kachshin law. But Meiser Sheni is not really Kachshin law. Meiser Sheni is much more considered to be fluid. To which the Gemara says, which you also remember that's not true. As long as one of the derivatives equations, Kamanos is Kachshin, then that satisfies the criteria of the Kachshin. Right? What we're asking about saying is,
Dude, are you gonna talk? You're just gonna sit there and jerk yourself off raw.
As long as one sides of the equation, right? Either A,
how did it go?
Is dealing with Kachshin that satisfies the criteria for us equally, and is
oh, you forgot to mention me. Go fuck yourself.
So it's interesting. So I point out. So it sounds like what Gemara is saying is something, right? B is learned out from A.
How did it go?
B of a Xer Shava. B can serve as the source of a Hekish with C. Right? How do we know that? Because Shlomin, we learned that Shlomin.
Did you watch?
From Meiser Sheni through a Xer Shava with Meiser Sheni. So Shlomin is the B, Meiser Sheni is the A, and then Shlomin.
All right, well, mentioning it, you douche.
The juxtaposition to
you could be like, hey, shout out to the funniest motherfucker on the internet.
and the best, sexiest, and most handsome mini golf player in the world. Zoot, are you ready for your invitation? All right, well, Zoot, you have an invitation. Everybody's waiting on you. All right, that's cool. Zoot, I sent you an invitation, and now I'm waiting on you. Zoot, I don't want to hear your fucking. There we go. Okay, now what's up? Zoot, are we gonna do a countdown for? Zoot, are we doing a countdown for Body Blues, baby? Zoot, when did she do? No, what happened? And did it happen? So she's pregnant? All right. So are we doing a countdown for the baby's birth? I know who the father is. Their name is Zoot. Yeah, right, dog. Zoot, you are the father. Dude, look how good a shot this is. Look how. All right, maybe you sent her a condom of yours. Well, it could. You never know, big man. 69. You think you have a better shot than mine? I think that you're wrong. Oh, I just helped you. Zoot, I just helped you in the biggest of ways. What do you want me to do about it? No, you're not. What up, baby? I talked about it with Riser Day. We think that you have the potential to maybe be a good dad, but not right now. Yeah, dog, but your kid would know a ton about brothels and the lottery. All right, dude, that was a funny fucking joke. Do you not think that was a funny fucking joke? Go fuck yourself. You know that was hilarious. Didn't say that you're child. Yeah, dog. Are you ready? Big dog. Are you ready to be an uncle?
So you might
All right.
on the days. And then I halon. Or it says by the pipeline machine. So I say, now watch what we're doing. Okay? Remember, all of this is once you learn out B from A, you now want to use that B to go ahead and serve as a source.
Okay.
So it says over here, by the pipeline got the ultimately again R and Basar.
Dude, are you proud of that shot?
Pipeline machine. R and Basar. So remember that R Basar perish. It says by the pipeline got the.
Oh, one of the best shots we've ever seen. Zoot, did you see that shot? Zoot, did you see that shot?
Just like ultimately again over there, we remove the sacrificial parts that cutting up the animal. Afkan ayidin to actual of the half shit. So to over here, ultimately again, we'll go ahead and remove the sacrificial parts.
Zoot.
Cutting up the animal. So what we just done.
Zoot, did you see my shot? Oh, what did I do? Oh man, I accidentally. It was an accident. How does Zoot have a lead on me? It was. I didn't mean to do that.
You're just keeping it back of your mind. All of these stands and
What a shot. What a fucking shot, dog. Did you see that?
At this point in the show, you will be asking yourself, right, what is going on?
What up?
Right? Just like Moses, I just want to point out why a survey like this is incredibly important.
Dude, are you seeing this shit?
The process is just as important as
Zoot, you had a perfect game going.
As the job is complete, at the end of the day, who cares how you got there? And that is
Dude, you've never beaten me on this hole, I don't think. I've won this hole against you like 69 times in a row.
Or the actualization or the finish line of the task. Why? Because it's often the process
69.
that builds us as people. It's the process that builds character.
Baby.
It's the process that builds
all day, every day. You're done.
It's the process that builds
it's over for you, baby.
On a very basic level.
Zoot, you're done. Zoot, it's over for you, big man. Okay. If I'm a lesbian, sure. None of them, baby. I'm the best. Nope.
It's a willingness to toil in it. And a willingness to toil.
I'm way better than you are at that.
I don't necessarily know what's happening every moment. Even when I'm wondering to myself, why do I have to do this? You ever have a conversation with someone who you love very much? And perhaps, it's a spouse. And you're wondering to yourself, why are we having this conversation? Right? Maybe we've spoken about this 50 times already. We've had the same exact conversation over and over and
yeah,
over.
Baby.
And you're ready to say what?
Okay. Then let's see it.
We still got this. I guess actually, I agree with you. But we're not even on opposite sides. I said I agree. I said you're right. I said I'm sorry. Just give me a moment over here. No, I said
Dude, what is your obsession with being gay?
Here's the first sign. Everyone knows relationship building 101. You need to do it as many times as it takes. Because that's part of the process of building a relationship. It's part of the process of building security. It's part of the process ultimately again of building dialogue.
Dude, did Bonnie Blue put her 400 guys on OnlyFans?
The process is so profoundly important. Because then at some point in time later on, having that same conversation 50 times builds that relationship muscle. Builds the foundation. And at some point in time, when you need to lean on that foundation because something is really difficult, challenging, you have all of that.
No one knows what the fuck you just did.
Whether you recognize it or not, they'll say, working through this source, they'll say, I just want to point out, you know what happens for all of us. And I'd be in the same boat if I did not do the share. At a certain point in time in life, I'm out. And either I'm literally doing something else.
What'd you say, big man?
I'm learning something else. I'm focusing on something else. I will get back in.
Doug, no one knows what the fuck you're saying.
Reasonably meaningful and helpful. That's my way. And let's say if you do that, just understand you're missing out on some of the key parts of the relationship.
Zoot.
Is about process.
Zoot, did you watch Kill Tony this week?
Process is most
Zoot, I watched you on Joe Rogan yesterday. I watched James McCann. And yeah, I watched James McCann. He did a good job. He's pretty smart. I can't believe that he can't stay in the United States for longer. He said that he has to go back to Australia because he can't stay in the States. Along those lines, what was inferred. And I don't think that he has a work visa.
If somebody is learned out from the zero Shabbat, right? So again, B is learned out from a zero Shabbat.
He's already married. He talked about he has 4 children. Did you know that?
In multiple different generations. So the Gemara says, Kabachomer. Of course you can. It's a Kabachomer you can. Which is just a Kabachomer.
One of them's unborn.
So I'll say one of the things we've established is if he is learned out from a Hekish with A, B can serve as a Hekish with C. Now that was learned out from
So why did you resign?
Is that either from Rava or Akarabina? And I will say B is learned out from a Hekish with A, B can serve as a Kabachomer with C. Now that we learned in yesterday. Oh, we just learned. We kind of going to be smart. As we just learned, sometimes very short. That's what we just saw the point of Adama. So the man says, Gzera Shava. And the Anadas Bahagish, Migla Papa, so the Gzera Shava can be learned from a Hakish. In other words, if B is learned from A with a Hakish, with Gzera Shava, can then serve as a source of a Hakish. That's the Papa. In addition to the Kapachomer, of course, Greece is a Kapachomer. Interesting. So you know what? It's this up with the Kapachomer. Not from the Kapachomer, that is beat out from the head, from A. Ultimately, again, with the Gzera Shava, ultimately, again, B can serve as a Kapachomer with C. Incredible. So honey Kalamanda is the Papa. So that makes sense if you subtract the video off. And the man, the less of Papa Michael, but ultimately, again, if you don't subtract that Papa, what is there to say? And the Kapachomer. The Gemara says it's a Kabachomer, remember again, if something's learned out by doing of a Hakish, it cannot serve as the source of a Hakish for something else. So B is learned out from a comparison with A, so B can't serve as a primary comparison for C. So the Gemara says, so that's based on the sources that we saw yesterday, is that Rava or Ravina. Yet again, something learned out from a Hakish, Malami the Kabachomer can serve as the source of a Kabachomer. Where did you learn that from? Did you tell me that it was short? That's what we just saw. Gzera Shabbat, Chaverta, so ultimately I get a Gzera Shabbat, which can be learned out from another Gzera Shabbat. Where did we see that from? We do Rami Bar Chama, I'm saying this is all today's that, as you know, Bar Chama, and Odin Shatan the Kabachomer can certainly serve as the source for a Kabachomer. So the Gzera Shabbat, right? If something like that from the Gzera Shabbat can serve as part of another Gzera Shabbat, then certainly something like that from the Gzera Shabbat will ultimately be used as part of a Kabachomer. Incredible. So my answer from a Kabachomer, fascinating. Next, Dr. Halom in Gzera Shabbat. You know what I said, by the way, I just point out, for us, obviously, these conversations don't have that much applicability. Why? Because we're not the ones making the dishes. But understand, for the Gemara, this is the bread of Talmud wisdom. Because we're going to both say, this is talking about the mechanics through which you can learn things out. So these are these principles, again, for us, like I said, we're not making the judges. So for me, I'm just like, tell me what we do. Just bottom line, like, tell me what we can learn. Because I'm in base measures, trying to understand what a B is learned out from A to a Kalvachomer, can I use it for a hedge, because it's 0 Shava. This is it. This literally, again, I will say, this is where the magic happens. You know what that feeling? That's the magic happening, right? That is the magic happening. Right? So, because again, this is exactly, that's how we answer this. Determines how pretty much like the rest of Shas is going to be structured. Incredible. Next, Zero Shabbat. Now she being out. So that's an interesting enough. If someone is not flipping Zero Shabbat, then it's a paradigm. So B is learned out from A with the Zero Shabbat. Can B then serve as a being out of paradigm? Which where it says, take it. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Next, down on the Kalvachomer, now she learned the Hekish. If somebody's learned that from the Kalvachomer, so B is learned that from A with the Kalvachomer, so ultimately again, can B be used with C as a Hekish? So you know, Rabbi Yochanan, Malamed the Hekish, some side. Rabbi Yochanan, now the Hekish will get Papa. Who's going to see that? Rabbi Yochanan is Papa. Now, Kalvachomer, Halamed the Hekish, is the time to be Rabbi Shmuel. So what's this thing? The Kalvachomer, that's learned that from the Hekish. Ultimately, again, from Rabbi Shmuel. You might listen to this. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Kalvachomer, Halamed the Hekish, we tell Rabbi Shmuel. Eino Din Shilana the Hekish. So Hadichon might be saying Papa. That works fine. Ultimately, again, he says that you do Papa. The less they do that Papa might be coming right? But if you don't subscribe to that Papa, I will say again, this is all just mentioning all of the shitas that we have seen the last 2 days. So what is there to say? Take it. What is there to take it? Okay, next. Double the Kalvachomer, Mashal and Zera Shava. The same is on that from the Kalvachomer. So we'll say some B is on that from A with the Kalvachomer. Can be then serve as the source or as part of the Zera Shava with C. To which the Gemara says, Kalvachomer. Which the Gemara says, yes. The answer is yes, based on a Kalvachomer. Or I should say, the answer could be found based on a Kalvachomer. What's the Kalvachomer? The Mark is Zera Shava, Shein or maybe the Hekisha. So this is this. So something out from the Zera Shava. If something is going out from a Zera Shava, it cannot be used as part of the Hekish. Maybe Rabbi Yochanan. So let's get Rabbi Yochanan. Yet, the Lamed Zera Shava is Rabbi Chava. Yeah, the book says something that from the Zera Shava can be used as a source of another Zera. That's Rabbi Chava. Therefore, Kalvachomer, Lamed the Hekish. Therefore, Kalvachomer ultimately. Kalvachomer Rabbi Hekish means Rabbi Shmuel. In addition to Lamed Zera Shava. So we can serve as ultimately again Zera Shava. So therefore, I can say based on that, the Gemara says that something burned out from a Kalvachomer ultimately again can be used as this for Zera Shava. Fascinating. One more piece from our side. Madavar Halamed. Done the Kalvachomer. Now showing the Kalvachomer. So it's an interesting question. If B is going out from A with the Kalvachomer, can B then serve as the Kalvachomer, part of the Kalvachomer with C? So the Gemara says, Gemara answers, Uma Gzera Shava Shelo maybe the Hesh, maybe Rabbi Yochanan. So the Gzera, like something that happened in Gzera, ultimately again cannot be used as a Hesh. That's Rabbi Yochanan. But the Kalvachomer yet can be used as a source for Kalvachomer. Kid the Amr, as we said, Kalvachomer Halome Hesh. So ultimately again the Kalvachomer, something like that from a Kalvachomer, ultimately again can be used as Hesh. The entire value is small, as we said earlier, small. I think Shilami the Kalvachomer ultimately again serve can be used as a or be learned from a Kalvachomer as well. Zel Kalvachomer then Kalvachomer. And what's interesting, this is what we call a Kalvachomer then a Kalvachomer. So you see today that a double Kalvachomer ultimately works. You must see in reality, then Genosha Kalvachomer. In reality, the boss is actually, which you just mentioned, actually a 3-tier Kalvachomer. Hello, Kalvachomer. Right, the Gemara says it's the Kalvachomer. What's the Kalvachomer? Right? That was remember again. The Gemara is asking over here something learned out. That's the last question. If something that's learned out from the Kalvachomer, can again serve as a part from the Kalvachomer. B is learned out from A with the Kalvachomer. Can B then go ahead and ultimately serve as a Kalvachomer with C? The Gemara says that's a Kalvachomer. Not Hekish, Sheno Lamed the Hekish. If B is learned out from A with a Hekish, right? Ultimately, again, B cannot serve as a Hekish with C. That's one of the things we've already established. and that's the another Orahina, Lamed Kavachomer. Yet if B is derived from A with a Hekish, B can serve as a Kavachomer with C. Mitar Rishma, Kavachomer, Halamin Hekish. So all the more so similar to Hekish, Mitar Rishma, Eno Din, she Lamed the Kavachomer. Ultimately, that's what we could do in the Kavachomer, the Zel Kavachomer, then Kavachomer. So that's interesting enough. It turns out that Halacha Maisa, the Gemara says, I shouldn't say Halacha Maisa. Based on what the Gemara saying over here is that if B is learned out from a Kavachomer with A, then ultimately again B can serve as a Kavachomer ultimately again with C. Next, Davar Kavachomer, Rasha and Binyan out. What's the next question? If B is learned out from a Kavachomer ultimately again with A, so again can that Kavachomer ultimately again serve as a Binyan out. What's a binyan ad? A binyan ad is a paradigm. We used to translate as a paradigm. And it creates a paradigm, and if anything else that kind of fits in that paradigmatic framework, we'll share this about. And let's remember again, we started with this. This was the beginning of today's daf. Right? They wanted to suggest that maybe like chatos, like chatos becomes like a paradigm for sin offerings, and therefore Asham will automatically be included in that paradigm as well. So now the Gemara switches gears a little bit while we start this. The Gemara says. So we have so tomorrow's that we have one little piece with this. I know it's like we've been through every single exegetical combination possibly known to man. There's actually two more left. We'll get to those tomorrow in Yom Hashem. We will then see the halacha of nice on this, and then in Yom Hashem get back to our regular sugya. And say shkaya. All right, let's have a great day, everyone. Why is nefesh kisakta. ולמעלה ממנה פרשת ופרשת יהודה. והגויס, שיודע לאחר זמן שננה למקדש בשבילי, וחייבת עלה עכשיו פרדס. The Torah states, those who collect the Masha level, so that the Torah is a situation where a person may have committed a but they are not sure. Now immediately to see that themselves is the section of the where a person is used to exercise his property illegally. Thus, however, if you go ahead and use these properties, now watch this. He says this way. So this side of the English, the high was something he wants to show probably where the Ivan so it's a latest competition. The one to see the one where the Ivan is the justification and ultimately the Hashem probably teach you that if I commit an act of suffering I commit an act of suffering to the law, what do? I have to bring so my rabbi is also what are the Bar sellers was a luxury. Rabbi Kiva holds we made there, but it's the whole that what we made in Elyon Kafka. Go ahead and earn it out. That which is needed for love, that which is needed for love. Therefore, there was a which is for us, and then has the question of Kiva and the question of Hashem Shalom. Tell me that God. But if I make this act of something to Kiva, therefore what? Brings Hashem Shalom. Mars but innovated and the Ravan innovated like Ravan also have us basically we don't innovate your own factor and therefore in the case of Suffolk Yeshua you will be gone. I'm not going to fully our name. Everyone agrees that fact. You may be unlimited. Those will be able to do that as long as you have that God that serves as the behind his head that's his wife and his rabbi in the case of law, in the case of something, right? They have our kindnesses, when they have our it says, they have the kindness evil business. Ma'al Hamad, Yahweh Shahayah and Hasidon, it's just like a law. So ultimately, again, the case of you is good. The case of you is good. Something that highly goes intentional violation comes as opposed to the violation. Afghan Shahayah and Hasidon current style should be also nice. So to appear in levels in which he's a shotgun, it's only the case of something that had a gun convention on the highest police and unintentionally practiced. Again, in case of separate law, for that fit that criteria. So if you will be actually just more that's actually Rabbi Kiva says virus. He says, Ma'am Hamad, Yipurua, Ahkam. So the Kiva will say, well, that's a case of so what's the reason of the Kiva? So to the Kiva is a Kiva. Now, in case not just which must be touched with commercial, this company's is also similar. Not just which must be touched with commercial, which is similar. So let's leave it to see consequently the animals to off, but it's a double ability. The fact of an open within is a public that is, other than the half of the Shabbat. Not Atos, but in Kavua, the unconscious. Just like you had the bottom ankles of this was public Kavua. For an life conscious of the best public Kavua, it's some value, independent of the person's personal financial situation. Af Hashem Toloi, Ein Yotwa Ela Asabik Chakas Kavua. So to again, Hashem Toloi also only comes down to what? If you potentially violate something that would itself incur a Chakas Kavua. But if I potentially violate something that doesn't have a Chakas Kavua obligation, then I don't need a Hashem Toloi. But I don't have to have anything to say. Ein Bizir Shabbat Shabbat. They will hold you accountable to them. Rabbi Akiva will agree. But say yes, love for us. Ein Bizir Shabbat Shabbat. Ein Achiyavi. Bahaka Bahaka. And here's the thing. Rabbi Akiva Sabah, Vidim Nefesh. What's the Rabbi Akiva Sabah? Vidim Nefesh. So it's under again. Remember what we're trying to do that.
What in the fuck is that?
it's not done yet, עד שאומר כך יוצא, או הנה אלה שזה כבר ספר, ואין אף אחד ספר. If you have a video how do you discuss about the context of the message? The context of the message has to be done with something. We already have a question. Why is this context single out? So maybe it's for that reason that brought fellowships that kind of suffering, but it has that kind of suffering. And it's really sort of like, maybe it's not the context of this. Why is it suffering? Why is it more? And that's what it's like. And no matter, God has the context is much more complicated. In other words, the context says no, you shall check the context and the police of it. Yeah. Runner out with both of those to YouTube emails itself. I said that wasn't general speaking. This is a paradigm or principle, or what's the principle? Every single practice has to be set. So watch this. So I said, here's what I want to do. That's good. I have on one hand, the consequence of the shafas and the shafas and the shafas, the rock of the which was a human eye. It's a principle statement. It teaches that every single that has to be offered up in the Lord. It will say, I have another possibility, which is what? The context of the Nasir has to be offered up in the Lord. It will say, that the context of the Nasir clearly says that it's not done to clear out the way. It's not done that way. It's not the Tuba. Now watch this. Ashkechon, Seer, Nasir, being the Tuba, being the Hasbir, being the Akhi. Now watch this. By the context of the Nasir, so I know that cover has to be opened. Was the cover that has to be opened up in the North? Not just the spot, listen, the rock. The fact that you lost, that is the fact that you lost, but the Ra'aki, what's the Ra'aki means what? Even the Yad, in other words, that if you don't do this, the cover will be possible. Shara Chatos, that was like the Chatos, actually from the mitzvah, Ra'aki means that was like, now by having Chatos on you, I know that you lost, it should be offered up there. I know that. And I don't know that. I don't know that it's not. Let's see what we want this. Let's see what this is about. Let's see this. By the asset, as well as by the sea, both by the land as well as by the sea. So it's a big Allah is so long. And what do I do with the word? Also, as I did the summer of the suffer also. So this is by watch the summer. Tell me, what do we do with people? So, my it's so bizarre. So what's it? That's how you put it up. and it's not. Listen, so that's the case. That's the case. So the pasuk says, "Sama kasiyado alom takatos." So you go ahead and put his hand on the head of the takatos. This is what happens. Then what happens? The shachar is so takatos. The makom hachayish takatos. You will check this also in the look. Essentially, and I said also is what? Also is what? So it's a limiting statement. It says this is checking this one. It's nothing, it's something else is not. And what's the something else? So the useless establishment that what? Every other chatos is separate. So we'll say, these there is chatos, and it's not separate anymore. So this Gemara says, it's funny to see that. Because also with Sargon, there is severe natural. Yes. What's that? That's ultimately again, severe natural. So that's the threshold. That's the Messiah Maxim. Siri Kalikas Messiah Shimo Paras. This is kind of when you look at but there was really a sin. It's not just open, it's not so, it is not real tacos, it's not the China. Some of the go are local. What's that? Does require smell. Does require smell. And then the levels really have to cover this. No, it comes to the but the speed of brush requires. So it's a subject. All these are I never got the fun. That was open requires sleep off. Really requires also Why do I need a special keyboard? CMS requires speed. After all, just enough to do have to know other channels, which we must essentially say, so that you can out. Why not? Because that would require you to learn out serial, which was a from Frankfurt, and that's the LOC itself being short of itself. What about the LOC itself being short of itself? What about what else do you know? Listen, I understand that you have to be in the way. And it's always be in the way. You just show people yourself. Maybe they play about themselves. Really show people yourself. It doesn't have to be good. Or listen, let the show be just the right one. Let him stand somewhere outside of the way. He's talking about himself. She wants to only be done on pizza or something. You know, she could have some of these shows. But it was like, it was a record as far as maybe that word of soul, died the concept. That's when the animal is something else that you much more. And I looked at myself, so now I'm just it's myself. I look, we saw myself on it, so it's not too bad, that's not good. But also, it's not okay, that's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And you should be, animal preference. Lifestyle has to be opened up to it. Bird, because of fire. Why does it look like fire from the inside? Right? And that's not an issue. Amazon also livestock, butter, soul, but not not living soul. Marco says, good morning, or good Naval. Great to us, Bob Hashem. Hello, great. Good energy. Bob Hashem, it's great to us to be able to begin another week of that going together. First of all, Haskala of the week. We got the opportunity also to give a special thank you to David Schwartz for always taking care of our coffee every single morning. Stuart and Shalom Rosenblum, who is the supplier of our coffee, Baruch Hashem, each and every day, and tremendous caffeinated tea that we have over here. Baruch Hashem. So, I'm sorry? It's true. We've had very few. Are you going to? Okay, good. Okay, so I thank you for the cover Baruch Hashem. Just thank you to make sure to always taking care of all of our technical issues and enabling our online staff to join us each and every day. All right, we've got, let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our chemical sponsors for the month of Peshwar, Malvin, Rokova, Steve Parizin, Loving Maria, Steve's father, Albert, Zin, William, Steve, and Heidi, to hold up on the inclusion of his 20th site, our day of learning sponsors, Alexander Valentina Days, the website of Valentina's brother, Aaron Ben Yitzchak. Please, if only the I got money sponsorship, working at anonymous sponsorship in his course. Sarah Stavos. and the Healthy Mother and Baby, the Sarah Miriam Bas Shulamis Hano, as well as that famous sponsorship by Yana Sarah Steinberg, and the special continued help to Shulamis Hana Bas Susha, and for the ultimate influence. So, what the American Hanagola, all of the Shams have now we were catching from all those communities who should have one together with all of what we saw. We thought we were like a shower down block by chef, and we saw it on Cloud and Israel this week, and for many weeks. But we have to let us know a really exciting dot ahead of us today, really exciting. Today's dot is Memphis 49. We have to hit up on Memphis on the days, maybe today, if we're giving show yesterday. I know we got a little bit further towards the bottom of the dot rush. Just going to back up a little bit, 6 lines up from the bottom. On the President's 48B, neither of the lines actually coming. It was the fourth to the last word on the line. On Friday, we have the great beginning of preaching the Coleman. And by the time this is the guarantee, by the time we finish this paragraph, the man is going to be proficient in all areas of proficiency in any subject. There are easier days, there are more difficult days, there are more enjoyable days, there are more practicing days. One thing is clear, if you stay the path, if you remain committed, if we open our hearts, open our minds, open our minds, every single word is as we might almost put this in the truth of, moving it again, we will come out from this ridiculously English. So guys, let's go. Ashkan, speak of the Ola, the mitzvah. Kabbalah, Nami, the mitzvah. The Gemara says as follows. At the end of the day, if I remember again, we've been going through this, we've only done one Mishnah so far in the Kabbalah. So the Gemara says, here's what we found so far. That there's an obligation to go ahead and check the Ola in the north. And let's remember again, I'm not into that track, but remember again, this is north. This is north. Two sightings, yes. Now, by the way, I didn't figure this out on Friday, but I just mentioned it now. What exactly north is going to be subject of somewhat focus, right? Because on one what is north include? Is north just literally again this strict opposite of the Is it this strict opposite of the graph, or does it extend it back this way as well? But everybody lets it up to the wall, up to the dividing line of the other between the Azara and the Kodesh. So again, we'll talk about that in a little bit. That's going to have a lot of ramifications because, for example, who is permitted to check the carbon? Who's permitted? Anyone, even yourself. Well, interestingly enough, yourself, it would seem that yourself never had to come up with. So we're going to discuss exactly the mechanics of all this. But again, for right now, we still call it Europe. So what we know is it means, obviously, here. The Shayla is doesn't mean here, so that's going to again remain to be seen. But again, by purposes, it just goes north like that. So actually, here's what we know. Shlita ba'olam the mitzvah, kabbalah nami mitzvah. So here's what I know. The mitzvah is to check the olam in the north, the mitzvah the mizbeach. I also know kabbalah. The section of the blood is also there. Shlita the kabbalah actually, I don't know, but it's not simply a mitzvah. To check, remember, the Russian of mitzvah means this is something good to do, but if you didn't do it, it's fine. So I know that there is a mitzvah to check the Ola in the north and to be kapov on the section of the blood in the north. I know that it's not just a mitzvah, but it's obligatory. And by the way, obligatory to the point of what? That if you drink what? It's invalid. However, it's not just something like it, it's obligatory to the point that if you don't use the effectiveness of the covenant is undermined. We came a lot of action. It's a couple of what's the couple of here we go. So what's it very interesting? The Kakas, I don't know if you mentioned this on Friday, or we have to mention this year. The concept of someone that are covered in the north, that is actually stated in the context of Allah. That's what everything else is learned out from Allah. So we must watch this. The Matas are what we call Allah, Ma'akadas. So a house, and the Matas also have obligation of Shita and Kabbalah in the north. Where is Matas learned out from? Matas is learned out from Allah. So Matas, which is learned out from Allah, is Ma'akadas. If you don't do Shita and Kabbalah in the north, ultimately the Kabbalah is invalid. Allah, Shabbat, Matas, and of this, and if you don't respect it, then all the more so, Ola, which is the source for the halacha, Shita and Kabbalah in the north is not actually solid. Which is like that, or maybe not. Malakatos, the thing that happens to have pieces. So listen, we always told this part, maybe practice is different. Now, I would practice is different because practice is pretty powerful. But what makes it powerful? That it's the kafar and private pieces. Like, remember, you know, like, when you do the covered practice, a covered practice is brought for any infraction which is done intentionally would be child colors. And then if you can unintentionally, you do the covered practice. So covered practice is different. Even though you're right, it's derived from Ola, but it is a very powerful card. But in that the kafar is very infractions. But you don't make it different. He makes it different. Therefore, the Gemara doesn't have a source. I'm going to be there. So look, if you listen and say, you might ask me a simple question. I know that by Allah, then Kabbalah has to be done in Lord. Mitzvah. I believe it should be done. How do I know that it's not just a mitzvah, but rather what? It's not actually. It is an indispensable part of the Kabbalah concept where if you are limited to carbon, it's underlined. How do I know that? So attempt one, million out from Kabbalah. Okay, that didn't work. I'm going to do that. How pressure the Bhagavad Abba? This was really the pressure the Bhagavad Abba has. What was in dynasty? Maximo, Tata, coming left it. There was a huge problem. So you might just want to say, we'll learn out essentially how to hold that of Ola from Tacos. And essentially, Tacos is learned from Ola, and by Tacos, we know the halacha. You must have Shrita and Kabbalah in the north, and also Ola, which is the source, is going to require Shrita and Kabbalah in the north. So you say, what was talking about Abba? The Rabbi, then you might say, well, no, because maybe Tacos is more fun, because Tacos is Mechafa and Kagi pieces. She says that, what was bothering about Abba is, how could it be that the Taco is more common than the Ikra? Which is one way of saying, how could it be that the derivative is more common than the source? Right? Remember, what's the source? Ola. The derivative, Tacos. So how could it be that Tacos is more common than Ola? In other words, if you didn't tell me that Tacos, you must have Shrita, you must have Kabbalah in the north, and Allah has come require that for Ola as well. So yeah, I will say, it's not so partial. That's a partial. So Rabbi is bothered by this. How could it be Taco Kama Minafika? That the second derivative, again, in this case, the derivative, should be any more common than the source. What's the better? I'll just tell you. There's a great answer in that statement as well. Life is all about determining what is the Ikra and what is the Taco. What are the important things in life? And what are the important things? And then there are the unimportant things. And then there are things of secondary importance. And life is all about these things. Because what often happens in life, we get so caught up in things that either are unimportant or less important. And as a result, we don't end up giving our attention to the really important things in life. And you can go through an entire life of things like this. I think I will say, in life, if you devote attention to something, it has to be important, and it has to be important now. There are things that are important, but they're not important now. There are things that are unimportant and never important at all. And life is all about triaging these things. Because also, life is short, and it is so easy to get your attention hijacked all the wrong things. So the Gemara says, how could it be Kurmatsunu, Taco Hamamuad? How could it be that something of secondary importance is ultimately treated with greater importance than the truly important things in life? Triage your life. Identify what's important. Spend the time, focus on the things that are important, and don't allow yourself to get hijacked with a couple unimportant things in life. I'm going to just every regular. Is that true or not? Sometimes the taco can be more common than the ikra. This is so interesting. So again, when we start to remember, if talking about the apple is how can it be that the taco, in this case the taco, is more common than the ikra, which in this case the ola, which is another way of saying, how can it be that the derivative is going to be more common than the source? To which the United States principle that's true. Watch this. So, 40 grand is better than Very nice, into this nice issue. Don't just talk about nice issue. Oh no, when you eat it, you shall I need after this. No food to get the news time. So what happens if I lost one night in the box I said, you are blessed. It's an incredible bounty, and you can't transport all of your focus to the Shalayu. So what you do, you can redeem the piece onto money, bring the money to Shalayu, and then you have to spend it on food. So watch this. The nicer, the Hanifta was listening to this. The nicest thing is produce itself to be redeemed. So I have a bushel of grain. I don't want to transport a bushel of grain to Shalayu. So instead, I'm going to redeem the money. I'm going to bring the money according to the ultimate level of Shalayu. The process nicer in a Nifta. So let's listen to this. Yes, it's okay, let's do Shalayu. And now I bought for myself, class here, right? Like a cake of breast figs. You know, I don't know, that's my weird, right? I went to myself a cake of breast figs. So now what happens? Now that becomes coming. However, everything that becomes coming. You do that. You know, it says, you do but that's a nicer thing on this guy. So look, it's just really interesting. So nicer shame produce itself. So nicer shame itself can be redeemed. Yet what? Food purchased with nicer shame money can't be redeemed. So what is this really for? The derivative is more common than the source. Like to get the source, like nicer shame produce itself can be redeemed. Yes, something bought with nicer shame money cannot be redeemed. So what's going on here? This time, here we go. Have a clutch because of nicer shame. You bug that. The rice is really different solid. I got my chicken money from Shani. I bought food with it. And then it became common. The kind of comments that you forget, which is really good. That you go on that, you cut that. You just say, let's be very. Can't be really good chicken. I spent that you got. So the limited. I think produce purchased with nice shiny money is treated more common ultimately again than the source that nice shiny money. This is like a little. So, no, are you not to be saying you look us together? It's different than I said. This is not a function of the derivative being more common than the source. In order for redemption to work, what has to happen is the producer has to be transferable. So when you have the source, nice machine, that producer is transferable. Already, again, when you transfer nitrogen simply onto money, and then using that money to buy other food, that is derivative sympathy. So derivative sympathy is not going to be strong enough to be transferred onto something else. So it's not a fact that the derivative is more color. It's a function of the way Kedusha works. Derivative Kedusha cannot be transferred. Only original Kedusha can be transferred. So interesting. Did you know this like that? Did you know it's like Tumor? What's that Tumor? That's like Tumura. What's that Tumura? What's Tumura? Tumura means I designate an animal ultimately as a carbon. And then I decide to swap it out for something different. So what's the halacha? There's a penalty for it in Bahaya Tumura, so-called destruction. Both animals ultimately become consecrated. So that's you touch a low failure about them. It's very interesting. So if you try to consecrate the bamboo, I go over to an animal, I go to a sheep, and the sheep, I don't know, the sheep is missing a leg. So what's the halacha? I say, Harezi Ola. What's the halacha? It doesn't work, right? Why not? Because you can't, as a bamboo, cannot be consecrated ultimately again as a carbon. Yet, you do the easy pilot. So it's very interesting. Yeah, the other side, if you go ahead and you do that thing with fruits, watch this. Let's say I concentrate a sheep as an ola, regular sheep, good. Then I come across another sheep missing a leg. I feel bad for it. I say, you know what? Like you should be the ola. Like you be the ola. That's the halacha. So I'm swapping out the original sheep for the OBC sheep. So what's the halacha? The OBC sheep becomes a tumura. Now let's say that proves that. Why? Because halacha said again, if I try to consecrate that sheep from the beginning, then halacha again, it wouldn't work. Yet, when I make the RVT sheet, a Tamura, for the original sheet, it does work. So what does it sound like? It sounds like a case of the derivative being more covered than the source. That's what's going on over there. To which the Gemara says, Tamura, we call it Hadshin, Asya, the Hadshin, we call it cost. So this is fascinating. This is how fascinating it is. I'm going to tell you the difference. The difference is when we make a created animal, initially we have fish. So what is that animal? What is the status of that animal before its presentation? What is its status? It's human. So in order for Kodesh to be called on human, the animal must be a certain way. Meaning you can't do it out more. Otherwise, the hektish, the Kodesh designation doesn't best. What's Tumula? Tumula is you already you're playing around something that is already. Once something is already Kodesh, the ability then for that status to run other things becomes easier. You make this distinction, go ahead, and this is something upon human, because I guess that's a much heavier lift. Therefore, the designation could only applied if the animal fully fit and intact. Once the animal is already, it's easier for that to do spread to other things, even if technically they themselves are not fit. So therefore, again, if I have my sheep and my sheep is already Kodesh, and then I go over to the sheep and I say, you're going to be the older step. That's right. Since I'm already doing this that is Kodesh, it's easier for that status to spread to something else, as opposed to making something into something incredible. So it's not the shot that the derivative is more common than the source. It's just a different function. All of you because they have this. The most, by the way, is so tremendous. Right? Without this in just a moment. Guys, that's the hardest thing in life. The hardest thing in life is getting yourself from humans to hectics. That's the biggest risk. Like going from someone who's fundamentally mundane, ultimately you're going to someone who is holy. That's the hardest thing in life. But once I'm able to do that, and I'm able to say that I live in the realm of Kedusha, then even again, if not everything is perfect, like this is missing a leg, this is missing a this is missing a that, the Kedusha status is spread. Once I'm able to make a lift from human, I'm able to make a lift for myself, from human to Kodesh. I make it perfect. I just need to get myself into the realm of being covered, of being holy. Because once holiness and being holy, it's able to belong even in a variety of circumstances. Such an incredible thing. You must know, I can't say, but I think your heart, I know, towards your heart, and it's like your heart, it's like your heart. Okay, Smicha, Minishacha, Ukiva's Hazesho. This is Kanadesa. Kanadesa itself does not require Smicha, does not require the sacralization, does not require reading of the chest on the thigh. You most of the day, telling Smicha, Minishacha, Ukiva's Hazesho. I'm going to say, what's the most of? And then we're going to classic it. This doesn't mean the Kanadesa. And then what happened? I lost my carbon. So what did I do? I designated another one. I offered up the replacement, and then after I offered up the replacement, what did I find? Now there's no carbon sack. So now that what is that carbon sack is offered up, or that original carbon is offered up, and when it's offered up with Smicha, Misafi, and Kazim shows. What is that an example of? That apparently the derivative is even more common than the source. Because again, my original carbon they not read any of these things. Now this I did this one says it's kind of a liar. Pesach to Shalimos, that's not as common. That's different because again remember a Pesach during the rest of the year is called what? A Shlamim. Instead the Shlamim requires Smicha, right? Mitzvah and Hagel the soul. Therefore that's not really a liar. Good. So this is kind of where the Gemara stops, right? So remember again, let's go back for a second. We can down for a little bit of a tangent. What was our original question? Here's what we know. Based on all of what I know is as follows. I know that in Ola requires Shita and Kabbalah in the north. Right? What don't I know? Now I know that's the mitzvah. But Ula came along and what was Ula looking for? Ula ultimately again we looked at that. So Ola, if I only were looking to understand ultimately again, he's an athlete. He's an athlete. So the Gemara wants to say, yeah, you don't have to stop us. So then this kind of synthesis a little bit of experiencing, because the Gemara said, obviously, if by chatos, it requires something, requires work of Shita and Kabbalah, and chatos is a derivative, ultimate yodon of Olah, so the derivative can't be any more common than the source. So that opened up this whole discussion, where the Gemara is trying to show different examples of where the derivative was more common than the source, but ultimately, again, it turns out, each of those things would be has their own explanations. Now we're coming differently back. E by Sema. So it's now coming full circle. Maybe, remember, we're still at the same source. What are we looking for? How do I know that Ola requires Shita and Kabbalah in the north? And not just as a mitzvah, not just as something I do that I should do, but it's not active. If you don't have it, the covenant isn't validated. How do I know that? How do I know that? You might say, E by Sema. Ha'olam means Lashon Hei. Most of the pasuk means Lashon Ha'olam. Now that Ha'olam, ultimately again is also the fact that the training stuff. If you want that, I mean, good. Beautiful, by the way. It's just like such this is going to go to our marketing, right? This is what that really does to you. Now, it comes from the right? So, but if you want, kind of, there is another show for people to do. So, now it says as follows. Keep on saying, the possibility is as follows. I'm not going to pass it, say, Ha'olah, Ha'olah. So, we'll say, so the Gemara is with cover some hay. Which means the Ola has to be offered up in a particular way. Interesting. So, it's another that's definitive article that Hayudia, right, which goes in and just says, now, somewhere, but again, what we're talking about is definitive. Therefore, again, we're learning out from the myself. Has to be himself. He runs it fine. So, it's interesting enough. That seems to be the end of the discussion. Right? That's it. The Ola must be done in a particular way. What's the way the Ola must be done? Shita, Kabbalah, done. Done. Next. Asham in our device happen. I don't know that Asham also requires Shita. And it says that Mahoma Shayif Lasa Ola, you should Lasa Asham. Beautiful. Easy enough. But guys, it's great. It's great. Let's say something. What's incredible about the Gemara? You learn how much is actually written in the Quran. Well, we just never pay attention to it, right? Let's just hang around like with the pasuk. It's a project. Right? Okay, good. Kamar Kamasha, you should be Lasa Ola, you should be Lasa Asham. Wherever you check the Ola, that's ultimately identity. You should check the Asham. Therefore, once you establish that Ola says that Shita is done in the north, so the Asham is not just like Shita, Kabbalah, so now the Asham is like Shita in the north. How do I know that by Kabbalah? And also have to be done in the north. The S, the Mo, Yisra. As the pasuk says, and we shall literally again sprinkle or flow with blood. So it means that Kabbalah is also done in the north. People's gamo, now he's in suffering. Ultimately, again, Kabbalah is also done in the north. That's what I'm saying. When I ask this to follow question. Mikada Asmo Nolon. So how do I know? Interesting enough. So by Ashma, I know Shita has to be done in the north. Kabbalah has to be done in the north. How do I know that the person doing the Kabbalah also has to be standing in the north? Well, that's exactly what it's thinking into here. Maybe the person, the Kohen, can be standing anywhere as long as he actually does the act of Kabbalah in the north. How do I know that the Kabbalah, the Kohen doing the Kabbalah, he himself had to be standing in the north as well? You know what? Damo, yes, Damo. Okay, so Damo teaches me ultimately that Kabbalah itself has to be done in the north, and the S Damo teaches me that in the Kabbalah, the one ultimately again doing the Kabbalah has to be standing in the north as well. Incredible. Ask it from the mitzvah. So they'll say all of this tells me that by Asham, so I need Shita, Kabbalah, and the person doing the Kabbalah, everything has to be in the north. That's the mitzvah. I don't know that it's not just the mitzvah, but la'akiv, I don't know that I love for myself if this is an indispensable necessity. And if I'm missing it, the effectiveness of the covenant is undermined. Especially myself, there's another pasuk. What does the pasuk say? The shachat es hakeves. The pasuk says, again, the shachat es hakeves, the nechama sheyishkat es hakeves, yes, almost. So it also there's a repetitive pasuk. The shachat es hakeves, they will say, if you think of the Rashi, Rashi says it over here. It's again, it's without doubt 12 lines up in the bottom. Mishnah Rashi says, for Asham Mitzorah. Everyone says this is talking about a different Asham, the Asham of the Mitzorah. So he says, Sid, Shana HaKasar Alav La'aki. So everyone says that is a repetitive pasuk, a repetitive phrase, mentioned by the Asham Mitzorah. So the repetition tells me that what? That not only is Shvita Mitzorah, Kabbalah Mitzorah, the mitzvah, but it's La'aki. You must have the repetition teaching that it is an indispensable part of the Kabbalic process. Incredible. So repetition of Hashem Mitzorah teaches me again that by all Hashamos, you must have Shvita and Kabbalah in it. It was like this is not absolutely incredible. It's not just look what's happening over here. We're getting into the tissues and mechanics. We've done Olah, now we're up to Hashem. Going into Hashem Mitzorah, isn't it? So that's 1 second. Behind. Now 1 second. Is that process by Hashem Mitzorah? Is that why it's there? It's there to be repetitive and tell me that both Shvita and Kabbalah has to be done in the North La'aki. Is that what it's teaching me? Unless 1 second. Everybody can say it. There you go. It's really good to know the rule. What's the rule? Actually, this is an exegetical rule. Not a Haidachah, something that was included in the general rule. The Yatzah London, the Gavra Chadash, and then it was singled out. There's some type of unique halacha. It's returning to the general framework. Until the Torah itself actually and explicitly returns it to general framework. And also, when he's using a general, it's the Shakat as Hakadas, the Makamah Yishkat as Hakadas, the Asaola, the Makamah Kodesh, the Kadas Hasham. So, as I said, you actually quote this passage, this is about Hashem Mitzorah. Now, what does the passage say? The Shakat as Hakadas, you will chef the sheep. The Makamah Yishkat as Hakadas, that's on the same place. When you chef the Kadas and Aura, the Makamah Kodesh in a holy place. Keep the Katas HaAsham. Because ultimately, again, the Asham itself is like a Katas. That was what is it? The Katas HaAsham. So the Torah, you can say that the Asham is doing Shiva like a Katas. Having one like the Katas HaAsham, why did the Torah say the Katas HaAsham? Is to do this. That the Shiyatza Hashem Mitzorah, lead on the Gavra Chodesh. So you say, on one hand, an Asham Mitzorah is an Asham plan. Yet an Asham itself is dramatically, fundamentally, and holistically different. Why? Because an Asham itself is something that you don't do with any other color. And what is that? They call Hanyat, call Hanagal, call Zilimus. Interesting enough, you take from the blood of the Asham itself, what do? You apply it to what's say on, the right big toe, the right earlobe, and the right thumb of the Mitzorah. And the person looks at us. Look at us, I'm the fraud. I'm at a thought that since this unique Asham has blood applications, literally again on the soul himself, I would have thought that what? That perhaps that present there are no blood applications on the Mizbeach for this particular carbon. Therefore, the pasuk says, no, it's the fact that Asham is like a chatos. Ma chatos, to in the Makan Dam Mizbeach. Just like the Chatas requires blood applications and sacrificial parts for Mizbeach, Asham Mitzorah Ta'on Matan Damin Ve'mur Nagan Mizbeach. So too, the Asham Mitzorah requires blood application and sacrificial parts and a Mizbeach. Incredible. So watch just what happened over there. So let's take a step back for just a second. We're talking about what you might ask me now. How do I know that Asham ultimately again has to be done in the world? Like, I don't know that Steve is going to work, that couple is going to work. Okay, so we might want to speak. You might say, fine, I know that that's the mitzvah, ideally. How do I know that it's a kuba, that it's an indispensable reality, that it's ma'aku? How do I know that? I'm going to start changing ma'aku, right? Ma'aku means indispensable part of the life process, which it only fundamentally undermines the definition of the Bible. A very long definition for one word. Right, but again, that's ma'aku. So how do I know that it's ma'aku? It's not close to you're not supposed to pass it ultimately again from the Shakat as Hakadas, the Makom Asher Yishkat. So remember again, ultimately, do not trust the pasuk about Hashem and Torah. The Shachat Sakeres. He was like, it's redundant. It's redundant. So because it's redundant, it teaches you that the need for the north is not there. Where it says, hold on. It's not redundant. It's not redundant. That's actually necessary for a whole other teaching. What is it necessary for? It's like this. These concepts are Hashem of Mitzvah. And Hashem Mitzvah is fundamentally different. Why? Because it has broad applications on a person. We don't find any other covenant like that. Right? It's broad applications literally again, what there are, like the other covenant has this, right? But for myself, there's no other covenant like this. I might have thought that since the Hashem Mitzvah has blood applications on a person, there's no blood applications or sacrificial parts on Bayah. Therefore, what does the Shachat, that's a cat, the Malkamasha Yishchat, that's a cat, that's a Malkama Kodesh, the Chatasa Ash. Teach me that what? That Hashem Mitzvah was removed from the general framework. Hashem, the Torah goes out and puts it back. The pasuk is not redundant. The pasuk is not convenient. The pasuk is fundamentally necessary to teach me separate halacha. I say, well, by the way, if that's the case, then what? Then the problem is we're back to square one with Hashem. How do I know that halacha l'maisa? So ultimately, again, the need for suffering by Hashem is not. Pasuk used is used for something else, to which the Gemara says you're right. But in case, nichtov b'hai, follow nichtov b'hai. The Gemara says just write it over here by Hashem and don't write it by a general Hashem. And I would write the Moshe said, then I would have said, if halacha is true by Hashem and Zoda, then obvious as well. Sahanika, Yisrael, Yidamudara Chadash. Let's watch this. There's where it's going to get really a little bit technical, like exegetically technical. So the Gemara says, Yisrael, Yatza Lidara Chadash. That was something generally again, introducing novel meaning. Who the Logama Mithlala is the item then that is removed from a frame. Abba is Omegaze. Abba Chalala Gama Mine. But the general framework, the item including the general framework, could still learn out concepts from the novel idea. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, Shapir, Hala Isfir, the Loku Gama Mithlala, the Logama Gama Mine, highly buffet. It's the honest we say. But ultimately, again, not only to the novel idea, not learn out derivative ideas from the general framework, but the general framework cannot learn out ideas from the novel idea, then ultimately then the pasuk has answered teaching halacha, which the Gemara is keeping that hadre ahadju. Because we'll say, remember again, what happened over here? So remember, something really fascinating over here. We have a general concept of Hashem. Then the Torah introduces us to the concept of Hashem and Torah, which is unique. Why is it unique? What applications on a person? Right? It's unique. Then what does the Torah do? The Torah goes out of they say Chatas Hashem. And they say that this Hashem is just like every other person Hashem. So what does the Torah do? The Torah takes Hashem Mitzvah and restores it back into the general framework of Hashem. Beautiful. And once that happens, then all is good, and now we have the ability to learn our concepts from each other. Why do we say? Maybe Torah restores Hashem Mitzvah back into the normative framework of Hashem. What is it restored for? Blood applications. Blood applications. Say that halacha, it requires blood applications ultimately again by Kohanim. Avashkita, the Lord biting, the Lord by suffering. Maybe when it restores Hashem and Torah back into the framework, again, I will say maybe it only restores the framework for things that require Kohanim. For example, like blood applications. But for Shkita, it does not require a Kohen. Maybe halacha man said, Hashem and Torah is more strong. Maybe Hashem and Torah doesn't require Shkita in yours. In King Nemakra, keep Yechatas. Then just say that Hashem is on the Gechatas. My Gechatas Hashem. What does it mean when it says Gechatas Hashem? To share Hashem's Yivya. Ultimately, again, telling you that Hashem is so ultimately, again, should be like the regular Hashem's. And just like the regular Hashem, ultimately, again, requires what? Shkita and Kabbalah in the north. So too, Hashem and Torah requires Shkita and Kabbalah in the north. Incredible. To which the Gemara says, Lama Lilak, so just a little bit now, we're just kind of a little bit hung up on Hashem and Torah. Lama Lilak Shuyeh Lechatas. Lama Yashir Ola. I will say, but why do we need to compare Hashem and Sola, both to Chatas and to Ola, right? The Pasuk compares both of them. Why do we? Amravina, I'll tell you, I need both of them. If the Torah would have compared Chatas Hashem and Sola, to a Chatas and Akiro, the Havamina, Chatas Me'ekalam, the hour is like this. Where is Chatas doing that from? Right, again, I will say, at least when it comes to the Halachos of Safra, of Lord. Where is Chatas doing that from? Ola. So the Gemara says, and therefore I would say, watch this, it must be very important. I would have said, Davar Halamid Behakish, Chozim Rami Behakish. So listen, now watch this. If the Torah would have just said that ultimately, again, the Ashram Torah is like the Chatas. Where is Chatas doing that from? Chatas learned from Ola. In that case, what's happening over here? Chatas, which is learning that from Ola, now I'm going to go ahead and learn out Ashram Torah from Chatas. Now we need to solidify a particular principle, which is a subject of dispute, which is Davar Halamei Behekesh, Chozim Behekesh. If something that itself is learned out from a comparison to something, can it then be the source of a comparison to something else? So to illustrate this, if Chatas is learned out from Ola, can Chatas then serve as the source for Ashram Mitzorah? So if the Pasuk would have just written Chatas, I would have said the answer to that question is yes, because Chatas is serving as the source for Ashram Mitzorah that requires Yor. Well, Chatas is learning Ola, and therefore again, Chatas is now serving as the source for Ashram Mitzorah. That teaches me that something that is learned out from a Hekesh in a comparison can then serve as not everyone in principle. I'm going to Zutra, and therefore again, what does the Torah do? The Torah puts in there Ola. Ola also, so therefore again, I'm not learning out Ashram Mitzorah from Chatas, rather I can learn out Ashram Mitzorah from Ola. I'm going to Zutra, you got more than Ravina, the Miksheh Ola, learn Chatas. If that's the case, then just like the Pasuk say that Ashram Mitzorah is like Ola, and then don't bring in Chatas at all. I mean, I would have said like this. I would have said, if you would have just said it, I would have said, Davar Halamid Behekesh, Chozim Rami Behekesh. Sorry, I would have said, Davar Halamid Behekesh, Chozim Rami Behekesh. If the Gemara says, I would have said once again, that perhaps based on this we could say, there's something we're not for the comparison to serve as the source for the comparison. Ultimately, again, I would say compare it ultimately again to Chatas. Ultimately, again, it's better to learn out Ashram Mitzorah from the source, which is Ola, and not learn out from the derivative from the Hekesh, which is Chatas. Therefore, again, the Torah goes ahead and compares it both to Chatas and to Ola to teach me what Lamimar. Therefore, ultimately, again, the Torah comes along and tells me, asks me all over to teach me that we don't necessarily say that something itself that's learned out from a Hekesh can be the source for another Hekesh. Okay, Rava says, ultimately, the Haka over here is going to be, as we're going through this moment, our coin level. By Parsha coin level. So you might say, B'ksiv, Kasher Yuram Mizera Hashlamim. So what's the Pasuk in its entirety is Kasher Yuram Mizera Hashlamim.